10 nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. It casts their memories into the abyss. Again and again. As they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back.
Waking up through
your eyes to close. Without chances on my eye, don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found everything, I won't hesitate no more. Done that is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. Done that is gone, no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow.
Wait.
My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes. This is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间 把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soiling leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor, mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, Everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened. Once paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins! A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
最后我还是失败了。所以我才又回到了这里。这一切都是你的阴谋吗？再次面对过去的噩梦。而那些噩梦的参与者又是谁呢？我所遗忘的究竟是什么
？See you, Orphe.
Long, long ago, when demons and gods walked amongst humanity, two sisters lived a life of creating fragrances.
All that you desire shall be granted if you bring me a fragrance that relieves one's sorrow.
Finally, the younger sister completed the god's request. A beautiful dress woven from painful memories is the perfect attire for me.
Ten nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. It casts their memories into the abyss. Again and again. As they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light, take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep on, always be your eyes. Till my sins are washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still come lost. But now chances are I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Is this place really haunted? Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
Miss Kyo, how was your childhood? Well... At the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow.
Wait.
My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes. This is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soiling leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor, mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened. Once paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins! A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Somebody save me from the past and take the lead. I'm ready to lead. Time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. That is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Welcome to the 2022 Identity V COA V Global Finals. Let's take a look at the competition format. The Global Finals will comprise two phases. Group Stage, first phase, will commence from April the 16th, 2022 to April the 21st, 2022. The competition format for this phase will be played in best-of-3 round-robin matches. 16 teams will divide into 4 groups by drawing lots, and the top 3 in each group will advance to the playoffs, totaling 12 teams. Playoff phase, second phase, will commence from April the 30th, 2022 to May the 3rd, 2022. The competition format for this phase will be played in single elimination matches to determine the bracket for first round 12 to 8, quarterfinals, semifinals, third place match, and finals. The best performing teams from the group stage will receive a bye and advance to the quarterfinals. The second and third placing in each group from the group stage will compete in the first round of playoffs to enter the quarterfinals. Subsequently, the winners in the first round will compete with the top seeds from group stage. Playoff first round 12 to 8 and quarterfinals will be played in BO3 format, while the semifinals, third place match, and finals will be in BO5 format. 8 maps are available during the global finals: Arms Factory, Red Church, Sacred Heart Hospital, Lakeside Village, Moon River Park, Laos Memory, Ever Sleeping Town, and Chinatown. Top 16 teams from the Chinese mainland, Hong Kong and MO and Taiwan, Japan, NAEU, Republic of Korea, and Southeast Asia have assembled to compete for the championship title. Welcome to Identity 5, home of this 5 people.
度こそ絶対に優勝します。
小妹不见了。
别跑！别跑！
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Call of the Abyss 5 Group Stage, and today we are in for a treat. We are starting off the day with ACT versus MRC, then we are jumping over to AG versus Weibo, and GG versus BL, and the last match of today's group stage will be DAO 5 versus FPX.ZQ. So as I already said, we are in for a treat. I am the Gaming Chrisley, and with me today we have Kahel right here. How are you feeling today? What are you looking for in today's matches?
I'm really excited for this first matchup because, as we just discussed earlier, this matchup between ACT and MRC is actually a battle of the Dream Witches. So we can expect Dream Witches for the first round. I'm almost sure that is going to happen. It's just going to be a battle of who's better. Well, I'm pretty sure that the teams are all fired up for this. They're really gonna want to prove themselves. And speaking of that, I'm also very excited because we're just about halfway through the group stages. So these teams, we have yet to know about DOU and FPX.ZQ, but we already have some teams that have already garnered 2 wins. So we have SST, Wolves, and GR. So I'm pretty sure that these teams are really gonna want to rack in those wins just to be able to get through to the top 12 and the playoffs.
That is for sure, that is for sure. And just starting with today's matchup, again, ACT versus MRC. Let's jump back into the prize pool real quick, just for everyone to remind you guys that this is a tournament with a prize pool of $625,000 US, and that is definitely a prize pool that you want to compete against. I think the first team will receive, the winner of the Call of Duty 5 will receive around $250,000 US. You can see the stats so far that have the numbers that have been gathered throughout the past few days. And again, ACT versus MRC are going to jump into the next matchup right here. And it's going to be very, very interesting. As you already mentioned, Dreamwitch might be the expected pick on the Survivor side, because we saw that the hunters of the two teams, MRC, XP is utilizing the Dreamwitch in round 1, and ACTU is also utilizing that Dreamwitch round number 1. But I want to ask you about the first lineup. You know, we all saw MRC coming into this tournament, going against, which was BC. And in this matchup, we saw that MRC had to go against a photographer in the very first round, first half, which was very exciting, seeing a photographer as very, very first pick on the hunter side. And that was also throwing off MRC, and they were only able to get a tie. And they even, in the later interview, were mentioning that that photographer was definitely making them sweat, because it's just kind of an unexpected pick, you know, an off-meta pick in round number 1 that is definitely throwing off the Survivor side. So do you think that, you know, MRC as well as ACT, as we already mentioned, they are known for going in as Dreamwitch in round number 1. Do you think that they would actually have a little bit of a better chance just coming in with an off-meta character and throwing off the opponent's team?
Well, it's anyone's game. I mean, we know from the data that XC has also brought out Blood Queen and Soul Weaver, and although these hunters are pretty much somehow still in the meta, we still don't know if they could bring out something that we haven't seen before, but it's really going to depend on the map. But what I am really sure of, however, or at least what I'm smelling from all this information that we're taking in, is that because both hunters are going to want to use Dreamwitch, we could see these tight maps. We could expect Arms Factory, we could expect Red Church, and also Sacred Heart Hospital, because that was round 1 of XC in the match against BZ. So there you have it. I really don't know what to expect at this time, but I'm really excited to see how this is going to play out.
We can also expect to see the Ever Sleeping Town. We saw the Dreamwitch being pulled out on the Ever Sleeping Town, and Chinatown map, also a map that we have seen very, very frequently, at least in the recent matches. So very curious to see if we might have a Dreamwitch on these two maps. And you mentioned it, XC also seen as Soul Weaver as well as Breaking Wheel. And there's the question, if we see Ever Sleeping Town, right? Yes, Dreamwitch is a good hunter. Honestly, Dreamwitch is a good hunter on all of the maps. But maybe Breaking Wheel might be a better pick for the Ever Sleeping Town. So if we see Ever Sleeping Town, I am personally not too sure what to expect. But in general, if we look at these two teams, I would also place my bets on the Dreamwitch side. And talking about the hunters, we already went through this. Dreamwitch is definitely something that we can expect, but let's get also into the survivors. Here we have Xiao Di. Xiao Di, extremely strong hunter, survivor player, comes in as priestess and postman, can also play entomologist, seer, psychologist, embalmer, gravekeeper. So many characters, and that is definitely a fact about all of these survivor players. They are all very, very versatile. Here we have Ching Si. It says that he's known for the lucky guy, but actually we have seen him play the patient, the mercenary, the acrobat. Acrobat, a character that comes into that Call of the Abyss 5 tournament extremely strong lately. We see him being an extremely good kiter and also rescuer with the fireballs, disabling the skill of the hunter. Hang H as psychologist and acrobat, I can only agree on that. We saw Hang H pulling out these survivors, but we also saw the coordinator and the entomologist, two more characters that I absolutely enjoy to see. Coordinator is just a character that, at least on our server, Northern American and European, we don't see too often on the competitor side. So that's always an interesting lineup right here. And entomologist, also a survivor that is just so versatile. Can kite, can support, can rescue, can really harass the hunter with the bees. And Jing H as forward mercenary, and we have also seen play the wildling. So there are survivors almost on each of these players that are interesting to spectate, and I'm really, really looking forward to today's matchup of the two teams MRC and ACT.
Yes, and while they are getting ready, I just want to say hello, everyone in the chat. Good afternoon. Please don't forget to share the stream and let everybody know about Identity 5 Call of the Abyss that has already started. We're actually at the group stages already. But now here we have the introductions for ACT. And like we said earlier, Yue, the star of the team, the hunter using Dream Witch and Soul Weaver as well. We actually also know him to have brought out other hunters. We also have Galatea and Nayat. So I'm really excited to see who he's going to bring out for this matchup.
That is for sure. That is for sure. As you and I already discussed, like the Dream Witch is going to be the favorable pick, especially in round number 1. Here we can see Weiser, who is MRC's team coach, just standing behind the survivors, getting ready for this matchup. And yes, again, Act Mayo right here as well, the team coach of ACT. Dream Witch is definitely a character that we can expect. As we have spoken about this over and over again, in round number 1, you don't have any bans on the hunter side. And that means no bans, everything is available. So you just want to go for the character that you are the most comfortable with. And also that is the most meta, because usually we see the most meta characters being banned. Sometimes we see a little bit of a respect ban, because obviously these players, they have prepared, they know each other, they know what the other team's hunter will bring out. So we have seen sometimes a few different bans when it comes to the hunter side, but usually we can expect the meta bans, and therefore you want to bring out that Dream Witch that is your favorite hunter, as well as a very meta hunter that will most likely be banned in round number 2.
Now, I really want to see ACT's teamwork once more, because although they lost to SST 2-1, I've seen a lot of team spirit with this survivor lineup. I specifically remember in the second half of round 1 up against also Silk's Dream Witch, they just fought to the end. And although it was a 4-man kill, it really dragged on to a 15-minute match. They was just giving it their all. And although it was a back and forth situation, you really saw how much they really didn't want to give up, tried to push for at least a 1-man escape. But ultimately, I really want to see that same amount of teamwork, and I want to see how this is going to play out against MRC. Really excited for this survivor lineup, especially because, as we just said, it is a battle of the Dream Witches after all. For round 1, really expecting it to be a Dream Witch pick, especially because, as you said, there are no bans for round 1. There is no chance to ban the Dream Witch. So here we are, finally, with the picks and bans about to begin. About to see Yue's bans for this match. Again, Forward is out the window. I'm expecting this is going to be a Seer. There is no reason not to ban the Seer, especially if you're going Dream Witch. You just don't want to be dealing with that Foresight and that Owl support. But it looks like he will be locked in, which is actually kind of good, because this is Lakeside Village and we already have a Priestess. That Priestess will be able to give that long portal and will be able to do that clutch save. So yeah, that's really exciting. And also Mercenary is banned. Looks like Yue has decided to ban the dynamic duo of rescuing in the whole game. So MRC is definitely going to have to make up for this. Yes, as I expected, the Gravekeeper, the next best rescuer next to the Mercenary, and an Acrobat, a really popular character for this tournament. He is really good at containment, and he also has a lot of rescue potential. It's just that he has this debuff at the gate, so at endgame it's going to be really crucial. As much as possible, we don't want that Acrobat going for the gate. And then here we are with that Dream Witch, and I specifically remember, Grizzly, you said that Lakeside is your love-hate map.
Oh, that is for sure. It's really, at least when it comes to me playing on that map, it's just Sometimes I like it, sometimes I really don't. It really depends on the hunter, and it really depends on, you know, also the teammates as always, because if you're on the survivor side, which I usually am on, it's always about teamwork. But at the same time, if the hunter is good, the hunter is good, and you can't really do anything against it. But yeah, looking at the picks for the survivor as well as hunter side, I'm really excited to see this matchup coming in. We all know that MRC, one of the, I would say, known for the strength of their survivor side. They definitely play a lot of meta. We can see it right here on the survivor side picks. But we are jumping into this very first match. Let's see if ACT can take some points for their team and put their hunter into a favorable situation for round number 1, the second half, or if MRC's Dreamwitch, no, sorry, if Hue as ACT's Dreamwitch will gather some points and put the survivor side of ACT into a favorable position. Ooh, I'm excited, I think if we look at the stats from before, MRC is definitely accelerating in later rounds. So I would assume that ACT needs to, you know, has the spirit right here to push in round number 1 and to really put MRC's survivor side into a tough situation. We are jumping right into it. Lakeside Village, round number 1, the first half.
All right, let's get right into it with the Dream Witch spawning here by the shack. Yue getting into the action, going towards the small boat right off the bat. Will find, I believe this is Xiaodi. Oh, I thought she was gonna find Xiaodi, but instead going towards the rock area here, the front gate with Xing H. So here we are. The first kite is about to begin, and it is the acrobat, no less. And I'm not really sure if this is going to be a really good. Oh my goodness!
What just happened right here? How did we miss that? There was a terror shot coming in. Acrobat is immediately down. This is already putting ACT in such a good situation. Early down, look at the Cypher machines. The Cypher machines have just been touched. The survivors are not getting a break. Not at all. Like, literally, game just started. First survivor on the chair. Acrobat is definitely in need to get rescued. We can see a little bit of an early rescue right here from the Gravekeeper. Really wants to get the Acrobat off the chair. The Acrobat has to come in with a rebound kite. We can see that ACT is trying to go for the double down, but now definitely wants to concentrate on the survivor that was already on the chair for the first time, which is the Acrobat. This is a phenomenal start right here for Yue.
Okay, here comes the Patroller, and this is going to be a really big disadvantage for the Acrobat because this is going to cut that kite. Oh, but that Seer support with the Alice just able to allow him to fight another day, and so the chase continues here. Oh, he gets that hit, and only one Cypher is about to be popped. He is already going towards the second chair. This is really going well for Yue at this point because it is such a strong start. It's so early in the game, and already one survivor is about to fly back to the manor. But maybe I'm speaking too soon. We have the Priestess here already going in for the rescue. Probably we're gonna want another rebound kite, but the Patroller has already been unleashed. She's definitely gonna take a hit from that. Let's see if she will be able to rescue at all. Perhaps not.
Wow. No, that was preventing the Priestess from going in for the rescue because he is now injured, and we saw that there was a leech on the rocket chair. Blink was switched, and we have the Priestess down. First survivor is out of the game. All right, this is definitely putting MRC into a tough spot. This is definitely putting them into a situation where they want to prepare for a tie if they get the chance to, because now we have still 3 Cypher machines remaining, 2 survivors on the field, but these 2 survivors can't decode at the same time because one survivor needs to go in for the rescue, and we can see the Gravekeeper is slowly making his way, already used his second skill right here, so that means he can't use the shovel again after he exhausted this one. This is an extremely strong game against ACT. An extremely strong game from ACT is what I want to say.
it's just that Yue is on top of it all, already knows that Team C might come from that small boat area. And at this point, the decoding is just not fast enough. So they really need to pull off the a big miracle because the priestess is already down. This is the second chair. If she doesn't get rescued, she's going back to the manor. And still, there are two ciphers that have barely been touched. So this is really going well for Yue. Qingxi is at half health and has a leech on him too. Seer, I suppose we are about to expect him at the very least. The best they can manage is a one-person escape. Gravekeeper is down, although Seer is healthy. I'm pretty sure Yue already knows where he is. At this point, it's just going to be a matter of time before this could potentially be a 4K. The dungeon is actually in the area. The Seer could have taken note of that, but knowing Yue, he is not going to allow this to happen. Seer already has a leech on him, and I'm pretty sure the main follower is well on its way. It's going to be potentially a sandwich situation.
This is going to be very, very tough right here for NH because at the end of the day, yes, the dungeon is right there, but to stay alive for the entirety of the Gravekeeper who can now get up, it's going to be a back and forth. We already have seen this over and over again where the Hunter just wants to secure the 4 survival elimination, the 5-point game for their team, because that is obviously putting them into a really, really good situation. So therefore, it is going to be difficult for the Survivor team to get that one survivor. Wait, getting picked up right here? That potentially is allowing the Gravekeeper to slowly transition towards the dungeon, but not with the Dream Witch Blink right here. Goes down. 4 survivor elimination, 2 Cypher machines remaining. And what is so outstanding about this is that ACT was coming in with the Dream Witch, a character that we all know to be extremely strong, especially late game, especially when there's only 1 Cypher machine remaining. The Dream Witch is sitting not only on the rocket chairs to prevent survivors from rescuing their teammates, but also sitting on the Cypher machine that is going to be primed, sitting on other characters. The map pressure of the Dream Witch late game is just phenomenal and just scary, to be honest. But that Dream Witch right here from ACT was not only scary later in the game, no, they didn't even really make it into that late game. They were just on top of it right away, coming in with a Terror Shock right here on the Acrobat, bring that survivor out of the game, preventing the rescue with the Priestess too, which was really, really strong. Bring down the Priestess, bring down the Gravekeeper, and then going back and forth between Gravekeeper and Seer. Fantastic start from ACT. The question is, will MRC be able to come back from this? Will MRC be able to get a 5-point game as well? Because then it's not actually too bad for them, because then it is just a tie in round number 1 and they can still manage to get the victory in round number 2 and round number 3. And I just want to mention this, MRC has been in a tie situation before. We saw MRC performing against BC and they were in a tie situation in round number 1, and all of a sudden something changed right there. The pace changed, and in round number 2 they were getting a perfect game, a 10-point game. So MRC definitely an opponent that you don't want to take slightly, but with that first match being such a clutch 5-point game on ACT, it's definitely a statement.
Definitely, especially because this is their chance to come back from that loss with SST and surprise us. They really did. Yue with such a strong start right there. I think the fate of the match was actually already decided by the time that Yue was able to down that Acrobat so early. Now, putting myself in this situation, I think, but this is just me talking, I think they should have focused on getting these ciphers done because it really was too early. They could have taken advantage of the fact that Lakeside is such a large map, and there could be a chance that they are decoding outside the range of the Dream Witch. They could have focused on at least getting 3 ciphers done to at least push for a tie. But yeah, somebody did come in for the rescue, and that was the Gravekeeper, no less. And also beginning to understand the ban of the Mercenary, because that could have turned the tides somehow to the advantage of the survivors. But then again, that early down of the Acrobat, it really happened so fast. We actually almost missed it. I was only able to absorb it by by the time that I was seeing the stars on top of the acrobat's head. Really such a strong chase from Yue there. And yes, he did keep up that pace all the way up to, as you said, there wasn't even an end game. He just finished it up before it even happened. He kept it from happening. And I'm also starting to see the reason why he chaired the Seer, because the dungeon was there. So even if you chair the dungeon there, and even if the Gravekeeper was able to somehow recover from that, he's still leeched. He's still gonna have to take some time to de-leech. And I suppose there's no time to find a chest. So by the time that he will try to make it to the dungeon, Yue will be able to defend. So there, such an amazing match.
That was, yeah, you summarized it pretty well. That was extremely strong from ACT. Really being definitely in control of this match. Definitely in control of this match. Here we can see now the hunter of MRC, which is XC, who will most likely, we already talked about this, come out with a Dream Witch as well. Curious to see if they will manage to pull off the tie, which means to get the 5-point game as well. So eliminating all 4 survivors is the main focus of XC. Let's jump into the survivor side. Here we have Ming, who is known for the mechanic and acrobat play, but we have also seen Ming coming in with a toy merchant. So that is definitely something I am looking for as well. Ming, toy merchant. We could, I'm not sure, it is round number 1. We could see a toy merchant on the Lakeside Village map because there are a lot of possibilities for that toy merchant. But at the same time, there are just better characters out there that could be picked because there are only 2 survivors banned from the hunter side. But we will see. Here we have the next players, YMT. YMT, also known for mercenary and forward, very strong character. What the survivor side of ACT wants to do right now is they want to focus on getting at least 1 survivor through the gate or through the dungeon. It doesn't matter. Potentially more. Yes, if you want to secure more points. Yes, you want to get as many survivors out of the game as possible. But the main goal right here is to get at least 1 out to secure that round 1 victory for ACT against MRC. Jumping into the next survivor, we can see Fox right here. Fox played Patient, Acrobat, can also play the Enchantress, and in general, again, all these survivor players are very versatile. They can really switch up their arsenal of survivors, and I'm just very curious to see. Look at that, decoding 264 and escape probability 0, which means he's really taking these cipher machines very early in the game. And then late game, he provides the time for the rest of the team. Probably goes in as a sacrifice survivor just so the rest of the team can secure points.
Now, looking at those stats, I'm expecting there to be a patient ban. At least you really have to respect this patient because the only way for them to actually get some survivors out the gate is for that first kite. This is really important. The first kite has to last at least more than 60 or probably 70 to 80 seconds just to get at least 3 ciphers done and secure that cipher rush. But we know that the meta is changing. We know that survivors are employing more transitional strategies, especially because this is a Dream Witch after all. She just has so much map control. They need to be able to take that into consideration. And this is XC no less. Definitely a Dream Witch to contend with. So the survivors need to stay on their toes. They need to at least get 1 person out, yes, definitely, to be able to win the round. But XC, I'm sure he's going to want to match up to Yue with that energy. He wants that 4-man kill as well. I'm sure he's going to do his very best. And yes, of course, we believe in him. But again, we don't know what's going to happen. It's all going to depend on the spawn points and how the kite is going to go. I'm just really excited to see how this is going to play out. But first, we really need to see those picks and bans.
We really do. And we also saw CB on the surviving side. CB, known for the Priestess Coordinator and Psychologist. And again, just mentioning that coordinator, I always love to see the coordinator coming to the playground right here, because the coordinator is just really putting pressure on the Hunter side and can create that one moment that can change the outcome of the game. We have seen this over and over again. There are usually, if you look at the matches, there are key moments. There are key moments where you say, all right, okay, this is now going in favor of the Hunter side, or this is now going in favor of the Survivor side. And these key moments can be pinned down to, again, one very specific situation that was happening. And with the coordinator, she can create that key moment. She can create, for example, a situation where the first kite that went, you know, already really well in the Survivor side, the rescue could come in, the Survivor could come in with another rebound kite and provide such an amazing time span for the Survivors to pop all of these ciphers. So therefore, again, coordinator can basically make or break the game, because if you are not hitting that flare gun and you're shooting, for example, against the tree because the Hunter side predicts that flare gun, that coordinator all of a sudden has no items left and has no advantage. If we look at for example, other characters like a priestess who could recharge her portals, or if you look at the acrobat who has several bars that he can use and also could recharge these bars. So it's definitely you know, very, very useful item. But if it's not working out, it can definitely help the Hunter to secure more Survivor eliminations. So really curious to see the coordinator in this lineup. Not maybe in the first round, because obviously there are other characters that are more meta, and ACT as well as MRC are very, very well known for bringing out meta characters. And again, round number one, not a lot of fans. You want to go with the meta.
Well, one thing that I'm really looking forward to seeing actually is the Doctor, because as we know, Doctor is a counter to Dream Witch. Now, we haven't seen this much. We have seen it once. There was before a Dr. Barmaid duo, but this was actually a different team. But I'm really excited if they would even consider it. Of course, there are other picks out there. Of course, teams are wanting to prioritize more containment and support. But the support from a Doctor is actually something that could really turn the tides. Of course, Doctor isn't part of the meta, but specifically for a Dream Witch, I'm sure that the teams want to prepare for this match with the Dream Witch in round one. So I'm really curious if they're considering Doctor. What do you think about the possibility of a Doctor coming out in Lakeside and in this specific match?
Possibility is basically just the same as the coordinator that I was talking about. I definitely want to see it. It's definitely a character that can change the outcome of the game if played well, just like the coordinator, right? But it is still round number one, and as I mentioned, both of these teams very, very heavy when it comes to the meta. So I am not really expecting the Doctor that you mentioned. I don't really expect the coordinator that I was mentioning. But talking about characters that are a little bit more off meta, we can still hope. We can hope for everything. Yesterday, round number 3 between MRC versus BL. BL was bringing out the Gardener on Lakeside Village. What are your thoughts? What are the chances that we see a Gardener in round number 1 here on Lakeside Village?
Well, as you said, I really am not expecting to see that Gardener, but what I do know, however, is it's like they're listening to you, Grizzly. It's like you're taking your opinions into consideration, and that's why you were able to see a Gardener from BL, and that was such a pleasant surprise. And I think we are really waiting for those opportunities, especially in a tournament scene and in Call of the Abyss, no less, because this is something for the viewers to watch. This is free education, so to speak, for the viewers, because this is something that they can employ into their ranked matches and to their quick matches. So to see that Gardener gives these Gardener mains, you know, that kind of encouragement to actually bring her into more serious matches. But Okay, one more survivor that I'm not expecting to see, but could be really interesting also to watch, is actually the Enchantress. Because we've been seeing her this weekend. I've been pleasantly surprised that players are actually considering her because of those stunts, especially against a sculptor. But so far for a Dream Witch, not so much. Maybe in the later rounds, who knows? Somebody might actually take her out. We don't know. We do have this data about these players, but I'm really for those hidden aces, Grizzly. You know what I'm saying? I always love to be surprised. And what other survivors do you think we can bring out here? The ones that we don't really expect, but could actually turn the tides of the matches and the future matches to come.
So see, that is kind of a question I want to throw at you. Not exactly, but you know, let me do that really quick. Because at the end of the day, I do this with all of my caster friends right here, where I just ask them which character you would like to see that is completely off meta, that we most likely won't see. And usually that question goes in two directions, right? Usually I ask the other caster and then I'm getting asked. Like, the thing is, I can't even say my pick anymore because we saw the Gardener. I was going, that was my, you know, my most wanted character that I wanted to see in this Call of the Abyss 5, the Gardener. I don't know why. I don't necessarily play the Gardener. I think the Gardener is a character that just might not be made for the tournament stage at the current stage of the Gardener skill. Maybe there could be a little bit of a change of the skill. Nello was saying that if the Gardener could, for example, destroy one chair and one chair forever, instead of destroying all the chairs that can be repaired, this could potentially enable a survivor to struggle free, because if you, for example, destroy that chair right in front of the hunter that is bringing a character to the chair, he can't do anything. He has to find another chair, and that might be, again, the chance for that survivor to struggle free. So there are options for the dev team to change the skill of that character that can dismantle rocket chairs, and there are options for that character to be more, you know, pushed more into the direction of the meta. But for now, I was just really not expecting to see the Gardener. So you tell me, what character is out there that you are really not expecting to see, but you would actually like to see?
Well, if you found yourself deeply satisfied already just by seeing the Gardener, I think for me, I shared in the surprise and the pleasure of seeing the Cowboy. Because that moment, the match where the Cowboy was able to really shine, it's that key moment where he was able to provide that harassment and that mind game to the hunter. I'm here, I have my lasso on, I might just snap that survivor that you're carrying, so that will allow the hunter to think, oh my gosh, I can't allow him to get my survivor, maybe I have to drop him down first. So that's a lot of time bought already. And not only is that time bought, it also decreases the amount of time that that balloon survivor needs to struggle free. So it really makes the match all the more interesting. So yeah, I'm actually looking forward to seeing more of that Cowboy. Other than that, well, actually we'll get into that later because we're getting straight into the picks and bans. Now, I'm pretty sure the whole world knows XC is going to bring out that Dream Witch. So goodbye to the forward for now. Really need to lock in that Seer, but looks like they're prioritizing the Mercenary. But there, we have our Seer. So this is already a really good, solid 2 members of the Survivor lineup. So we can expect a lot more. Okay, Acrobat is banned. Yes, very much understandable. He is very good in containment, but that actually leaves the slot open for a Patient. And they have been using Patient. Weirdo has been using, Patient actually has been, used in Lakeside, and actually here he is. And the Priestess, oh no, this is going to be a complete headache for XC right here, but I'm sure he's going to want to have a solid plan in mind. I'm sure he has something in there. We just have to see. But looking at the Survivor lineup, this is really strong. Oh, are you
Breaking
serious
Wheel is
right
coming.
now? Is this
Very
going to be
interesting.
a lot?
XC
I'm not
definitely.
sure. Am I seeing this correctly?
I'm pretty sure you are. XC definitely known for the breaking wheel play, and it is a big map. It is a map where the breaking wheel can accelerate. The only situation where the breaking wheel might have a little bit of a problem is on the big boat. With the two stories right there on the big boat, it's definitely giving a chance for the survivors to kite around MRC's breaking wheel. Besides that, there are not necessarily a lot of windows on this map that can be used. We all know pellets are not really a thing for the breaking wheel. You can't just roll through the pellets. What is giving the breaking wheel a little bit of a headache is windows. And that is not really a thing on the Lakeside Village, at least not the windows that you would see on, for example, at the Sleeping Town. When we look at the graveyard, where this one window is really something that breaking wheel can't overcome without changing his form. And maybe the Survivor side was not necessarily expecting that, because now if you look at the Priestess, yes, she can still utilize her global portal, but the normal portals can be. Look at the respect between these two teams. I'm always admiring the teams coming on stage and showing their respect and love for the opponent's side. Definitely something I want to highlight. But again, Priestess, the portals are not necessarily that useful because he can just roll through them. If the Survivor side can force the breaking wheel out of this normal wheel form, then the skills are definitely a little bit more available to the Survivor side. But besides that, it's going to be a tough match because we know MRC is putting pressure on ACT, and MRC needs to put that pressure on ACT because they are currently, they have to be on the move. They need to get that five-point game as well. They need to get the full survival elimination. And even with the global portal, yes, you can come in with the global portal from the Priestess, but then you have the speed of the wheel form where you can just cross the entire map within a blink of an eye and, you know, pick up that down survivor and potentially even know where the Priestess is, potentially even know where other survivors are. And here we are starting on the cornfields, and we can see that it is going into the direction of Fox right here. Fox, who is playing, as far as I know, the Patient, and that could be a really good find because the Patient's ability against the breaking wheel might not be the best. We can see that he is on the window right here, the window that might be a little bit of a problem for the breaking wheel, as we already said, is trying to stay in this area, trying to keep XC in this area to give the chance to the rest of the survivors to just decode. And look at that.
Wow. I think this is a really strong area, no matter who the target is, especially against a breaking wheel. And although he has been caught on that trap, only one spike has been landed, so he still has this thing going for him. He can still extend this kite. Now XC already going back to wheel form. Oh, uses that hook right there and just staying in this general area because this is really strong up against a breaking wheel. And I think Fox is really doing such a good job. Does have two spikes on him. Oh,
they get him, no!
Missed it by that much. That was such a good use of the hook right there. Still no damage to him. He does have two spikes. He's just one hit away. But look at this. Look at how he is making use of these windows, of this small boat. Look at the Cypher progress already. One has been popped, 2 at 70%. This is really looking good for ACT. At this point, I think it's already safe to say that they could get one person out with the pace that this is going.
Wow, ACT really giving XC right here a little bit of a headache because that early game kite right here from Fox, staying in that area, utilizing the small boat twice. Now the hit might come in, the owl is protecting, but that swing did not even connect yet. So this is still giving Fox more time. And look at that, Cypher Machine's already down to 2. So that is really, really good for ACT. Yes, he didn't take any damage, but he needs to avoid these spikes at all costs because now we can see the hit connect. The first survivor is down, but this, as you already mentioned, is a really, really good start for the survivor side because now 2 Cypher machines remaining, and these Cypher machines are already being decoded on, and we still have 2 survivors on the field that can potentially decode, as well as 1 more survivor that can potentially come in for the rescue, which is the mercenary, which we can just see right here, dashing into the action and is taking the hits. He is going in for the rescue, though. He is going in for the rescue, and this is buying 20 more seconds with Tide Turner. XC needs to concentrate on the patient right now.
I think at this point, it's only gonna be the mercenaries' job to rescue again because it's so safe. They are so safe, and oh, a nice blink hit there, but still, it's okay. And look at this position where Fox decided to go down. It's really far from these ciphers, and there is a chair here, and this is particularly difficult to rescue from, but still, look at this last cipher already at 83%. Mercenary still has 1 elbow pad, and as I said, he is the designated rescuer, and for extra measure, somebody else is in the area to provide some assistance, and that is the Seer. They're gonna want to do this perfectly if they want this to be flawless and secure at least a 3-man escape. Now, oh, XC doing his very best here. We have 2 spikes on the Seer. Mercenary already at max with that delay damage. Seer takes that hit. Oh, Cypher has been popped, but that Mercenary is about to go down because he will not be able to recover from that. So they need to be really mindful of that, especially because it is Ming here who is doing the containment. Actually, that's pretty good because the patient is free and will be able to take that long portal, which he just did at the top of the big boat. And already that gate at the back is all open. So things are looking really good for the survivors here.
Things are looking really favorable for the survivors. We have the Priestess who is already at the gate. The Priestess will not leave this area. The Priestess will stay there, put on another global portal. Look at these connections. 2 global portals right next to each other. That might allow them to get a 3 survivor escape. Absolutely fantastic job from ACT, really taking that momentum that the Hunter brought them with a 5-point game and continuing their run with a 3 survivor escape against XC as well. XC, such a good Hunter player, comes through, and the thing is, that early game kite, we are talking about key moments. That entire early game kite of the patient right there was a key moment when he was at the small boat and when he was able to not only kite around the breaking wheel on the little window that is there. Again, windows are kind of the thing that are very, very strong against breaking wheels, and they were definitely making great use of that. But you can't always stay in this area. You saw that that window was not the longest. Breaking wheel was able to, you know, kind of come a little bit too close to the patient at times, and therefore transitioning over to the small boat, utilizing this hook twice, 2 times in a row, avoiding the hit, was definitely forcing the breaking wheel to go back and forth, not only in the area, but also between the wheel form and the normal form, and that is just buying time for the rest of the survivors. And ultimately, with the mercenary coming in, body blocking, taking hits, as well as coming in with Tide Turner, this was buying so much time for the rest of the survivors to just pop these survivors left and right and secure the 3 survivor escape.
And I really like how that those 2 long portals were so close to each other. It was actually like an Oreo portal already, but yeah, that did make that trip to the gate a lot more easier. And also, I really want to highlight that moment where Fox was able to avoid a hit by that much. It was so close. If that hit did connect, he will be down because he had 2 spikes on him. But he was able to skillfully use that grappling hook to be able to transition towards the small boat, the other side actually of the small boat, which is also very strong against a breaking wheel because there were all kinds of windows in that area. It was really good. These are one of the kites that I'm really going to remember for the rest of the group stages. That was very impressive. And by the time that he was rescued and cheered for the 2nd time, that last cipher was already almost done. So wow, there wasn't even any decoder presence in the lineup. They were that good. That kite was that good. And now here we are with the, we just saw the summary of the points again. ACT wins this round, which is really good. They are coming back from their loss from SST. So I suppose they are on fire. They really want to prove themselves this time and prove themselves they have. So they need to be consistent with this in the coming rounds. I'm sure MRC is going to want to come back from this. Of course they are. They are a really good team. It is a tight race in terms of the skill level. It's just that ACT is off to such a good start, and I'm really impressed with that. And also excited as to what is going to happen next.
That is for sure, and you already said it. ACT really taking the lead right here. We have the highlights, that terror shock early in the game. Here we have the focus on the acrobat. We can see the knight rescue. Wow, these highlights really representing what was going on in this match.
有闪吧这个，哎，这怎么还有闪呀？哎呦，还给他打到了。有闪有鸟。看到看到看到。海边是吗？地海边，地窖海边。好。先拿米小船狗吧。哦，这少一点，我这台钩子捡护岸的。对，我说那边有个护岸，我不要你的护岸。我的护岸。我要去新鸟。 你可以去佣兵，佣兵贴墙了，贴墙了，贴墙了。硬汉呢？也贴墙了。
So those were the highlights, and as you already said, ACT was definitely getting a head start right here in this matchup between ACT and MRC, taking these points. It currently is 8-1, which is absolutely fantastic for them, and at the same time it is putting a lot of pressure on MRC. But if we look at the past, we see that MRC was not necessarily the team that is coming in super strong, super dominant in round number 1. They were able to tie round number 1 in their match between BC, for example. But then what happened was there was a huge shift. They got 5 points in each match of round number 2, getting a 10-point game, a perfect round for them. And if anyone can still change this and turn this around, not only round-wise and get, you know, another win or the first win in round number 2 right there, but even point-wise, getting a perfect game, it is MRC. Even though ACT is having the upper hand, there is no room to just relax and lay it back. They need to stay focused, they need to have their head in the game, and they need to prepare for the round number 2 against MRC.
Yes, definitely. And as you said, if anybody can turn this around, it's definitely MRC. So we can expect that because, as you said, they did come back from their loss. But as for the win condition to at least secure a round 3 and make up, both teams need to at least get a tie. So that's something to definitely look forward to. But things are about to get interesting because we already have a hunter ban on the side of the survivors. So I'm pretty sure we're getting rid of the dream witches this time because they were able to get that breaking wheel. Putting myself in the mind of ACT, they're going to want to not risk it and just play it safe. Go ahead and ban that dream witch, so you don't have to deal with it. They already know that they can deal with XC's breaking wheel, so who knows what else they will be able to deal with. We know that he can bring out a Blood Queen and a Soul Weaver, but again, this is going to depend on the map. But yeah, speaking of the map, what are the maps that you really want to see in a round 2 situation?
In a round 2 situation, now I mean, considering that we had Lakeside Village in round 1 right here, there are a lot of options that we can expect. We could expect, for example, the Ever Sleeping Town as well as Chinatown map, because those maps have been utilized quite frequently in the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament. And quite frankly, I love these maps. Ever Sleeping Town, fantastic map. We have seen several hunters accelerate on that map, especially the Breaking Wheel. So that might be something that we can expect in round number 2. But also Chinatown map, a map that I haven't necessarily seen too many times before the Call of the Abyss 5 in a tournament situation. Yes, we saw it in the IVL, but let's talk about last year's Call of the Abyss. I don't think that Chinatown was as present, and I'm really liking that map. Just the overall atmosphere, the ambience of this map is beautiful, and I really enjoy watching that, especially since, you know, I still need to find my way around this map. I still need to understand which areas are good and how to utilize certain areas. So watching these top players go against each other on the Chinatown map is something that I always love to spectate, because you can always learn something. You can always start to, you know, looking into not only the survivor but also the hunter side, and how do these characters move on these maps. And for example, right now, definitely learned that if I ever end up as a patient on the Lakeside Village, I'm gonna go back to the small boat. I'm just gonna stay in that area.
Actually, no matter who the survivor is, it's really a good idea to just stay in the small boat area, because that is really strong. Always go back to mini boat. That is that window over there, that is just really strong. And the only time that you need to actually transition from that area is when the pallets have already been used up. And that was such a good kiting route done by Fox there, going towards the front gate area. There are those palleted areas over there, and the walls also very strong. That is usually where first kites actually end, and that was just a perfect situation right there. But yeah, speaking about the map, Chinatown definitely could come out. And I think the strongest areas there, well, definitely the strongest areas there are those 2 stories. There's the hotel, and the other one where you can really do some looping. The workshop is not as strong as the hotel, but we've seen a lot of survivors excel in this map. We have the patient, and definitely we have the toy merchant. And by the way, fun fact, MRC is actually the team that introduced the toy merchant to the meta from previous matches. They are the ones who let the community know the full potential of a toy merchant. So if ever that Chinatown is going to come out, indeed, I really will expect to see that toy merchant and that patient as well. But since we have more bans on the part of the hunter, pretty sure that patient is going out that window, apart from the seer and the forward. Really do not want to be dealing with those survivors. But additionally, the patient, and especially Fox's patient, I'm pretty sure XT is also going to want to get rid of that.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, we saw what the patient can do right here. As you said, the patient goes out of the window. We just saw it on the small boat. He was going through that window over and over. And it's definitely a survivor that you want to have an eye on, because it can be difficult to get him, especially with that grappling hook. I think you mentioned it, Toy Merchant might be a character that could be extremely strong on both sides in both teams right here, especially if you know how to place these catapults. I have seen catapults being placed where I would have never thought you would put them to get such a huge advantage, to get so much distance from the hunter. And yeah, definitely curious to see more of the Toy Merchant. Always a learning experience right here in Call of the Abyss to just see these top players perform as certain characters. But yeah, round number 2 is about to come in, and we're gonna see more bans. As you already said, we might see a patient ban. We will jump right into it. We're gonna see that it is going to be the Ever Sleeping Town right here. We talked about it, Ever Sleeping Town as well as Chinatown maps. These 2 maps are definitely maps that we can expect being utilized very, very frequently in that tournament. We can now see on the survivor side, they are getting ready to jump right in. Let's see what the players have to say.
互相鼓舞了一下，因为第一场比赛输了，后面的情况就很严峻了。我们 后面不能再说了。
Wow, the pressure looked like it was really a lot on them, and they really took this seriously. And it really did show. They put the work in to be able to improve. And actually, that was such a big comeback coming from ACT there, because wow, such a strong start. And I really cannot wait for these matches to start. But talking about Ever Sleeping Town. Okay, Dream Witch still very feasible in that map. I'm pretty sure they're going to want to ban at least XC's Dream Witch just so they won't give him the chance to bring that out. It is his strongest hunter after all. The survivors would really want to deal more with that breaking wheel rather than the Dream Witch, but this could just be me. But how about the hunter of ACT? So Yue, we know him to also bring out. Bring out Galatea or Naya, DQ, and also some breaking wheel. Who knows? Maybe they would want to deal with the breaking wheel. He could bring it out. After all, this is an Ever Sleeping Town is a breaking wheel map.
That is for sure, and that is exactly what I'm thinking, and that is exactly what I'm looking forward right now. Is we have ACT on the surviving side again. What will they ban? They can ban a hunter. Will they ban the breaking wheel, which is arguably the best hunter on the Ever Sleeping Town? Or will they say, all right, we're gonna ban the Dream Witch because obviously XC is known for the Dream Witch gameplay, but allow him to bring out that breaking wheel? Question is, are they afraid of that breaking wheel? They were just getting a 3 survivor escape and they were making it look extremely easy right here on Lakeside Village to get that 3 survivor escape, which I don't know. I don't think it is extremely easy. It really isn't against the breaking wheel of one of the top players in the world. It's a huge task, but they were pulling it off. They had great communication, they had great teamwork, they were knowing exactly what to do. So maybe they will just say, all right, we can deal with a breaking wheel again, especially on Ever Sleeping Town, even if that is the best map for the breaking wheel. If we can make use of the window, for example, that is at Graveyard, and if we can make use of the other abilities of our survivors, we could allow XC to go in as breaking wheel again and just ban out that Dream Witch. But at the same time, you know, if you're banning that Dream Witch, breaking wheel, best character on the Ever Sleeping Town, maybe it is smart to rather ban the breaking wheel and deal with XC's Dream Witch. It's really difficult situation. And we can see the bans. Forward Mercenary.
Yeah, they did choose to deal instead with XC's breaking wheel. I was actually kind of wondering also if it would be such a wise decision, given that breaking wheel is so strong on Ever Sleeping Town. And there is no doubt that XC does have good control of that breaking wheel. So who knows, he just might bring it out once more, since there is really no reason to not bring him out. We have a mercenary, we have a priestess. Already XC has gotten rid of the biggest threats to the breaking wheel. We have the acrobat, such a good containment character, and we also have the seer. He really did take from that previous match. He didn't ban seer the first round. Oh, we were just talking about Toy Merchant. Although it is in Chinatown, it looks like she will also be making it to Ever Sleeping Town. And here we have that patient, of course, very understandable. Such a strong containment character. Grizzly, are you seeing this? We have a geisha from XC. What?
Very exciting. Very, very exciting. XC definitely saw how ACT can handle his breaking wheel, and clearly the Dream Witch ban was a ban that was ACT doing Because they knew, alright, we can deal with a breaking wheel. We don't have too many issues going against XC's breaking wheel. Let's allow him to get that breaking wheel in again. And they are definitely preparing for a breaking wheel as well, because, you know, XC is known for the breaking wheel. XC performing on the Ever-Sleeping Town is just expected to bring that breaking wheel. So now, what MRC is trying to do right here is they are trying to surprise their opponent, because that is something that we have seen in previous matches being very, very successful. Bringing out a character that the opponent's team might not necessarily expect, throwing them off a little bit and throwing their strategy that they had before the match even started off a little bit, and potentially giving the Hunter side a little bit of an advantage right here. So very, very curious to see XC's Geisha right here on the Ever-Sleeping Town. Definitely did not expect to see it, but therefore this is way more exciting than just seeing that breaking wheel that we were expecting.
I really do agree. It's like MRC's goal the entire time is to just catch ACT off guard. It's like they've been the very Hunter that we were expecting XC to take out. He did it. He brought out this Geisha instead. So I'm really curious as to what XC is thinking right now. It's definitely a breaking wheel lineup because Patient and Toy Merchant very hard targets to chase. But we are about to see how this is going to play out in the first half of round 2. Let's go!
Oh man, I'm excited about that Toy Merchant. I am very excited about the Toy Merchant. I really look forward to see that, because again, the characters that we don't see too often and the characters that are kind of new when it comes to the meta are always the most interesting to me, because, you know, maybe I will use the Toy Merchant at one point, and maybe I want to know how to use these catapults in the right way. And we saw it with the grappling hook of the Patient at the small boat. Maybe we can expect some really, really nice catapults that will catapult you, for example, into the corner house entrance. Where you don't actually have to walk up the stairs, but you get catapulted right into it. But let's see how this match plays out. We are jumping right into it. XC already sees what is the Mercenary. Mercenary, not necessarily the best find, just because he can use these elbow pads to dash away, but at the same time, XC is having that patience. They know they need to get points in this round number 2, because if they don't tie at least, if ACT is able to win that round number 2 as well, that is putting ACT into a situation where they have already won against MRC. So the goal is to at least tie, potentially secure more points than ACT, and now is going for Fox again, is going for the Patient again. Is that the right decision to do? Is that the thing that you want to do again, going against the Patient? Oh, drop down, but XC caught sight of it. Let's see how this first kite plays out this time.
Oh, I was expecting that hit, but it was a little short, and now Patient takes the first hit. Now, I'm actually already beginning to see the logic behind this. Oh, teleport to the Cypher! And the hook has been used. XC really wants to cut this kite, but again, Fox here, such a skilled Patient, has used that hook. Will take that hit. It is an open area after all, and Geisha can be very strong about this. Again, Patient and Toy Merchant also easy targets for a Geisha. I'm beginning to appreciate the Geisha pick by XC here, because he's doing a lot better compared to the first match. Already one Cypher has been popped, but he's making good time. This is still really good for XC. He can still turn this around on the part of his team, but then again, JMT here, the Mercenary is already making his way to rescue this Patient here, takes that hit and rescues Tide Turner in effect. But we have a long portal in the area from the Priestess. Such good support. And yes, he does take that hit, but Geisha has just used teleport. It's going to take a lot of dashing here. And yes, as I expected, there goes that butterfly. There goes that dash. Will she make it in time for the Patient to be healed right here?
That is a really good question. We can see that it will be enough time. The priestess already left the area because there's no reason to stay there and take another hit and put the survivors into a little bit of a tougher situation. Therefore, priestess went away. We have the patient on the chair for the second time. It is a really, really good start for XC. But at the same time, if we look at the Cypher machine progress, 3 more Cyphers are already being decoded. They still need a 5th to make the 5th Cypher machine pop and activate the exit gate. But can see XC really wants that patient this time. The priestess is coming through, taking that hit. We will see them go portal right here. Will the patient be able to provide another extremely good kite for the rest of the team? He will stay in this area. There goes the last effort. It is still buying 20 more seconds, or at least 10 more seconds from now on. So that is definitely giving the survivors a good chance to set themselves up for at least a tie right here.
Well, such a good kite still from Fox. Let's definitely not take away from him, but he will be returning to the manor. Now, Geisha here, such a pleasant surprise. XC already going towards the next target. 72% on that 4th Cypher, and that last Cypher has barely been touched. Now, somebody needs to get decoding just to be able to secure that last Cypher by the time the next target will be chaired. And speaking of the next target, here he is, the mercenary, using that elbow pad to efficiently go towards the 2-story. But XC already teleported towards one of the ciphers being decoded, and I believe this was intended to be the last cipher. Ming has efficiently used that catapult to transition towards the graveyard area. This is a really strong area and is relatively hard for a geisha to plant those butterflies. So this could be a good kite. Or I might be speaking too soon, because there was a hit that has been landed on the toy merchant here. She really needs to make good use of these pellets and this whole general area. But it looks like she will be transitioning to... Oh!
Terror Shock comes through right here with the butterflies. Really, really good gameplay of XC. But yes, indeed, we saw the toy merchant utilizing that catapult in a really good way, getting into an area where she could kite so well. But now we can see XC bring the toy merchant into the basement, forcing the survivors, if they want to get the toy merchant off their chair, to get into a really, really risky situation. We can see that the mercenary is already slowly making his way there, because we already have, or we still have, one more character, which is the priestess on the ground, that can potentially prime that last cipher and make that late game still very, very difficult for XC.
And look at this mercenary tiptoeing towards the basement, but has already been spotted. Now XC has to do an amazing job of defending this basement from this mercenary. On the bright side, he does have a half health on him. Just took that hit. Oh, uses that elbow pad to get to the chair. And the toy merchant has been rescued, and that cipher is already primed.
That was a tough situation. Good call from the survivors not popping that cipher, because now if the toy merchant is able to stay alive long enough, we could potentially see that the toy merchant, fantastic job. It was a tough situation because the geisha could drop down. Now we can see the cipher pop happening. We can see the rescue. They can potentially get out of here. Oh, XP is utilizing that butterfly to catch up, but is not hitting that swing. This might be very difficult. We can see mercenary goes down right here. There is still a good chance for at least one survivor to get out. Potentially the tie will happen on the survivor side. We have the tram right here is cutting off the way towards the cipher machine. Teleport is ready, ladies and gentlemen. We have to keep that in mind. But the gate will be opened any second. XC not utilizing the teleport yet, and therefore allowing the priestess to get through the gate already.
Well, this is putting a bit of pressure on Ming here, because she is at the middle of the map. She needs to make good use of whatever it is she can use to last long. She can't rescue this mercenary. He's about to fly to the chair. Priestess is still in the area, actually, waiting to give support probably. But as it sounds, it looks like this is going to be a 3-man kill for XC. Such a good comeback from MRC, starting off strong for the first half of round 2. I'm really excited for this, because this might be their comeback, and it's really going to push for that round 3 things are looking good for MRC. Congratulations for that comeback. I'm pleasantly surprised by that.
That is absolutely true. A huge stop, a huge step up from round number 1 right here, getting the 3 points for the hunting side. But at the same time, for ACT, there's everything still on the table. They could still potentially manage to win round number 2 as well, and just to round the fight against MRC overall. So there's still everything on the table. It was a good start already. I personally would have loved to see another catapult late game where the, toy merchant just got up and flew all the way to the dungeon. That would have been something that I would have absolutely enjoyed watching. But good for XC right here, getting that 3 survivor elimination, especially after the toy merchant was transitioned into the graveyard area, where it's just so difficult for the geisha to catch up and to, avoid these pallets and just get that toy merchant. But XC was doing fantastic, was really putting pressure by putting the survivors into the basement. Survivor side was also very patient. We saw how the survivor, the mercenary, went down, and the toy merchant was injured, and they were both in the basement, but the cipher machine did not pop because they were patient. They knew they could make this a little bit of a better rescue if they take the hit while they are rescuing and then pop that cipher. And here we can see how the game was playing out. 3 cipher machines have been decoded before the first survivor was sent back to the manor, and that is really allowing the survivors to, set their game up for at least the 1 survivor escape, potentially a tie. And with the geisha on XC's side, we can see that this turned out into a 3 survivor elimination. The decoding of the 2 main survivors, priestess as well as toy merchant, are extremely high, and you can already see how the overall containment time was spread out extremely good. If you can get at least a 60-second kite against one of these top players, that is already fantastic. And I think almost all of the characters had almost 60 seconds.
That is true. But really what I'm wondering about is, where was that long portal from the priestess at the end? Because if that did come through, that would have been a tie. So wondering what happened there. But that really was a good opportunity for XC to take that 3-man kill. And here we see the points. It looks like MRC is on its way to really catch up. Now, as he said, with the win condition, to be able to win this actual round, Yue needs to do a 4-man kill to get in those 5 points. That will actually win them the match already. But seeing how MRC is so vigilant with how they want to come back from that first round, I think Yue is in for a treat. He's going to have a very interesting match ahead of him.
It's gonna be a challenge. It's definitely gonna be a challenge for them to get all survivors eliminated. What they are definitely wanting to aim for is a 3 survivors elimination, because again, that is what they need, at least what they need to get into round number... no, wait. A 1 survivor... Let me think. A 1 survivor... yeah, exactly. That's what they need to tie this and get into round number 3. As soon as we can see a tie happening right here, as soon as ACT is able to tie, they will win this round number 2 right here, and they will basically... I am sorry. I am not good with numbers.
Yes, as you said, only 1 survivor out is needed by MRC to be able to secure that, to push for that round 3, because they do need a tie to be able to push for that that round 3. But on the part of ACT, to be able to win the actual match, they need Yue needs to do a 4-man kill to get that 5 points, and after that there will be no matches anymore. But yes, putting ourselves in the mind of MRC, they're gonna want to stop this from happening, so they really need to really be on their toes, because as we know, Yue is such a powerful hunter. He started up so strong in round 1. They're definitely gonna want to cut him on that to cut the momentum. And luckily for the survivors, they can ban 1 hunter. So I'm pretty sure Yue's Dream Witch is out the window. They do not want to be dealing with that Dream Witch. However, in the previous match between SST and ACT, Yue did bring out Soul Weaver, so that's something to consider. But as we know, Soul Weaver isn't really feasible in Ever Sleeping Town. But their Yue's Hunter Pool is really deep. We also have that Breaking Wheel. We also have a Blood Queen, even a Naiad and a Sculptor. So there's lots of things to consider. Ban Dream Witch, he still has others that he can use. And Sculptor is particularly also very feasible in Ever Sleeping Town. So that's something they could be preparing for. So I'm actually already expecting either a Breaking Wheel or Sculptor lineup. So what do we need from that? We need a Patient, of course, because Patient is a really hard character to chase. The same with Toy Merchant. And although Priestess isn't that much of a threat, the support of that Long Portal can be really such a nuisance that Yue needs to deeply consider that. And then, of course, we have the Forward and the Seer do not want to be dealing with such a pesky Forward getting in the way of you cheering your Survivor with those stuns. But so far for my prediction, I'm guessing, of course, Priestess, Mercenary, Patient, and one more containment type Survivor, since we're not seeing much of Decoder in the previous Survivor lineups of MRC.
That's true. I can only agree on that. It's definitely going to be a tough match, and as you said, Breaking Wheel could come to the table. Also, Soul Weaver could come to the table, maybe to throw off the Survivor side yet again.
It's like a revenge surprise.
Exactly. And the thing is, I'm just thinking about this. Okay, if you're on ACT's side right now, you would need to get the 4-man elimination, right? But the thing is, what is the mindset right now? You're getting into this match and you know, hey, we are in a really good position. We won round number 1. We have a really good start in round number 2. Should we play it a little bit slower? Should we play it a little bit more safe? Should we, you know, maybe aim for the tie right here and get the 3 Survivor elimination, which would tie round number 2? Or should we just push for the 4 Survivor elimination? And that is the thing. If you are just aiming for a 3 Survivor elimination, you want to go for the 4 Survivor elimination, because on ACT's side, if they can get that, that's it. They don't have to stress about round number 3. If they can get the 4 Survivor elimination, they can relax because they won against MRC. And if they are tying, for example, let's say tie in the second half, which means 2 Survivor escape, that extremely strong start that they had in round number 1 and that they are still having right here in round number 2 might not be as strong anymore, because then we could look at the round wins and round number 1 would have been won by ACT, and if MRC is tying this with a 2 Survivor escape, they have 1 round point for round number 2, and then they could win by round points. So ACT is definitely in the mindset of, alright, let's take this home. Let's secure the 4 Survivor elimination. Let's go strong. And I would assume that if we see the Dream Witch ban, which we are seeing, that we can definitely expect the Breaking Wheel, because Ever Sleeping Town's Breaking Wheel is extremely scary, is extremely dangerous. So I think Yue needs to bring out that Breaking Wheel and just needs to secure these 4 points, this 4 Survivor elimination of 5 points, to just say, that's it, making a statement right here, putting, you know, an end to the fight between ACT versus MRC, at least for now. And we can see on the Survivor side, Entomologist. Very excited to see the Entomologist. We have Forward, Mercenary, strong characters, Patient, we already talked about it, but Entomologist can definitely help the team to get at least that 1 Survivor escape that they want to tie this round. And as I said, Yue needs to bring out that Breaking Wheel if the mindset is, let's end this. Let's get the victory against MRC.
Definitely, this is such an aggressive hunter and is usually always going for the 4-man kill. So it would actually be a really good narrative, because if they do win this round and the match, it's like them coming back from that SST match. So this is gonna really look good for ACT. But then again, looking at this lineup, we do have a problem here with the patient. Again, very hard to chase, and the same goes for the entomologist. And note that we have a forward in the survivor lineup, so he has those stuns to worry about. And again, of course, Mercenary, a very strong rescuer. But still, I'm getting the logic behind the Acrobat ban, because we've seen it in previous matches. Acrobat is still very strong even against a breaking wheel, so it could potentially get in the way of Yue's goal of possibly securing that 4-man kill and cutting this whole matchup short. But we will see how this is going to play out shortly. Again, this is Gahel and Gaming Chris bringing you the Identity 5 action live in all the Abyss 5 group stages.
I have a feeling about this entomologist. I don't know why. I have a feeling. There's something, as I said, we have these key moments in the matches. I have a feeling, and I don't know why, but that the entomologist right here will provide one of these key moments against US Breaking Wheel. Let's see if my feeling is right. Let's see if, you know, my spidey senses are right this time. I'm really curious to see what is going again. Again, the mindset of ACT is, hey, let's get that for survivor elimination. Let's end this matchup right here against MRC. And on the other side, MRC, they want to get a tie at least to, you know, get the victory in round number 1 and round number 2, sorry. And at the very least, that one survivor escape to at least tie round number 2 and get into a round number 3. We can see the forward is doing a fantastic job right here in the kind of open area, because you can't just spin around. You can't just avoid these spikes to being attached to you, and that is definitely a good job. We have the first spike attached to the forward. Now, when the hook hits, he will be slowed down, but he's avoiding it because the hook is not really, the trap is not really landing where it should land. Now we have Yue turning into the wheel again, trying to attach that second spike right here. Good start already from MRC's side, buying a lot of time against the breaking wheel right here. Now needs to establish some distance. What we can see is, as soon as the breaking wheel gets out of the form, you can see survivors utilizing their skills. Skills, because that is the best thing to do, and we have the bees.
Definitely, here are the bees giving support to that forward, and he just used, he was so efficient with that football in gaining distance, and here he is again using the football to gain distance, because this is already a good reason to be using that, because already one Cypher is about to be popped. Somebody is in the area to provide support. Things are looking good for the survivors. They should just keep up the pace, be relaxed with it, be very calm and disciplined. But Yue here, it looks like he's got his work cut out for him, because this is already such an amazing kite. And although it has ended, I think they still have an equal chance of turning it into a tie at the very least. Forward will now be going to the chair. Xiaodi has just left the area, so I'm guessing somebody else will be going in for the rescue. And I believe it is the mercenary, but he has wanted order. So Yue actually knows where he is. It's going to be a lot harder this time, because already Yue will be able to predict where he's coming from. And that's exactly what he's doing, trying to defend this chair. But such a brave forward, going for that rescue, and actually did it perfectly. I wonder if, oh, what just happened there? I thought that was a tram situation, but it looks like Mercenary is safe, and so is forward. But Yue making use of that breaking wheel's mobility, chasing after this forward, going towards the graveyard area. This is part 2 of the chase between forward and Yue.
That might be a kind of short part 2 right here, because we have the snap coming through. The second spike was already attached. Man, that mercenary was really taking it right there with the tram, was dashing right into it. That was definitely unfortunate, allowing the Hunter to land another hit on the mercenary. You now can see the patient coming in for the second rescue, rescuing right away, not wasting any time, because if he is in the wheel form, you don't want to take more hits than needed. And we can see the 2 spikes are already attached. The snap is coming through again. And that is the first survivor that is eliminated. It is the forward. But if you look at the Cypher machine progress, 5 ciphers are basically primed. You can say they are basically primed because 2 already popped, 3 already popped, another 2 are at around 80%. We can now see the mercenary is in the area. My question is, are they able to work on the cipher machines before the mercenary will go down?
I think they just may be able to, because
the tram again. Oh, be careful.
Oh, there we go. Now, Mercenary is very much safe from that tram, and now the chase continues. He does have 2 spikes on him. It's not going to take much to down him, because if he does accept that blast radius, there we go. That is exactly what is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. But that Cypher is primed.
They're going to pop. They're going to pop. Yeah, they're going to pop right away.
Yes, indeed. So now we are at the end game. Shaoti already going for that gate at the high school area, and the Mercenary still here at the 2-story. He needs to do a fantastic job of kiting this full presence breaking wheel, because that is going to give time for the survivors. Oh, nice dodge of the trap there. Had that hit, that would have been an entirely different story. But this is such a strong area. The Mercenary can still make good use of this area, because this is already a lot of time. That gate is already open. Pretty sure. Well, actually, the dungeon is in the area.
Yes. I want to say this. The dungeon is in the area, and I am still hoping for the beast to come in right here. I am hoping for the beast to push the hunter away. Oh, it's taking that wall right here, but it's slowing down. Oh, sadly not. I was hoping for that entomologist moment, which we saw early in the game. Entomologist was providing some help with the fort. But imagine, you know, a hunter being pushed away, allowing the mercenary to get to the dungeon. That would have been beautiful. Yes. But at the end of the day, they were securing the tie, which is absolutely fantastic for MRC, because now MRC is in the lead point-wise when we look at round number 2, and therefore securing that round 2 for themselves. And now we are all of a sudden looking at a completely different situation, because now all of a sudden we are looking at MRC having 1 point in round number 2, ACT having 1 point in round number 1. Tides are shifting a little bit, because ACT was so dominant in round number 1 that you just thought, okay, that can be really strong, and they had the chance to, just end this matchup by getting the 4 survivor elimination, but they really were not able to do that against MRC's survivor side this time. And now everything is on the table. Whoever gets the victory in round number 3 will get the victory by rounds and will be the winner of this matchup right here. And MRC is definitely in a good spot to come back from this and take the victory, but ACT already showed that they are extremely strong and that extremely dangerous, and that they might take it home. Just one more thing that I have seen with MRC is that MRC is usually not having the best round number 1, but they are usually coming back in round number 2 and round number 3, and this is exactly what we can see right here. Now, looking at the stats, what do the stats tell us?
Well, we have such amazing kite from the forward there. Already 127 seconds. That was such a long time indeed. Such a good start from the forward. He did buy a lot of time, and let's not forget about that support given by the entomologist, those bees, and that rescue mercenary was also on point. He was also able to pull off such an amazing end game kite that allowed 2 survivors out the gate. So we didn't see much of that patient in the screen, at least, but we know that he was able to get that decoding, and we all know that decoding is always the first priority. So whenever we don't see much of a survivor on screen, it's because he is partly responsible for managing those ciphers. And now here we see a recap of the points that have just come out of the previous matches. Yes, you said this could be a good opportunity for MRC to do exactly what they did previously. They were able to come out strong from the second match and was able to maintain it for the third round ultimately winning that match. So I'm really excited as to how that is going to happen, and if ACT is going to want to get in the way of that. Of course, they want to prove themselves. They want to come back from the loss they just had. So I'm sure Yue is going to want to maintain that energy. He is such a strong hunter on that Dream Witch. That Dream Witch will get banned, however, we're pretty sure about that. And probably that Breaking Wheel as well, depending on the map, because we still have that map pick to consider. But yeah, it's really anybody's game at this point, because we're kind of back to zero, because both have a round. So we have this third conclusive round to worry about. I'm really excited as to who is actually going to win this really tight race.
Oh yeah, for sure. Very, very excited. But let's jump right into the highlights.
你们谁要依旧他吗？没看到。他有球吗？没了。谁要依旧吗？一定要跳破面是吧？随便死没关系，不一定要带走。右面还好救一点。哎呦，被车撞了！哎呦。会打你吗？会打你吗？会打。我往墓地拉，无所谓，病号可能你要救了，可能要。没问题。独栋85。死墓地了。4号独栋。1号机多少了？1号机85，他挂飞我应该。一下也有可能2下，需要时间。冲的只有1下，不过。哎呀，死了，跑不到。我被。
That breaking wheel was definitely a scary one on your side. And we also have to highlight the support was doing a fantastic job buying so much time early in the game, and Blink was actually bringing down that forward. There was such a good teamwork of the entomologist and the forward in this very moment when he used Blink, and if the entomologist could have tanked that Blink hit and utilized the beast to slow down the breaking wheel even more, that could have potentially, you know, prolonged that kite of the forward by so much. But breaking wheel was concentrating on the forward, bring him down, bring him out of the game. And again, with the tie that MRC was able to provide, they actually took home round number 2. And now it's kind of a tie, at least when it comes to rounds. And I think when it comes to points, I think ACT is still in the lead, right?
Yes. Because it was 8-1 in the first round. So if this does end up in a tie, we're gonna go straight for the points. But at the moment, ACT is at the lead in terms of points, but in terms of rounds, it's anybody's game. And finally, we are getting the map picks here. Again, Arms Factory has been banned by MRC, and so we are going straight to Sacred Heart Hospital. Now, Grizzly, I'm not sure if I've been saying this enough, but this is actually my favorite map because it's so balanced. And although we like to think that it's so survivor-sided, but first, let's see what Xiaodi has to say.
因为我不知道自己就是在国外还有人喜欢我，但是我去年我知道了，就是今年知道了以后就没想到过了1年了，他还就是对我保持着这种喜爱。我想说的是，如果有机会的话，这位 BR 的选手可以来国服，然后我可以加你好友，就是有空一起玩一下游戏可以。
Oh, wow, did you see what he just said? His love goes out to BL. Really interesting from Xiaodi here. Could we be possibly expecting a collaboration from these great players? But more on that later. Let's focus on round 3 because this is really important. where there are going to be more bans from the survivors and the hunter alike. They get to ban 2 hunters, so I'm pretty sure that's Dream Witch out the window. We will not be seeing any Dream Witch, especially not in Sacred Heart, because she can be potentially strong in Sacred Heart. And in terms of the survivors, I know that Priestess is so strong in the hospital area with those portals. And I was saying earlier that this map is really balanced, even if people say that the hospital area is just so OP for survivors. It's very survivor-sided, just like the meta now. But I think that hunters do have the chance and the potential to excel even inside the hospital, just like what we saw with that amazing Joseph match. Although it was a tie, that Blink, you were the one who casted that match, Grizzly. I will never forget, because you asked if that was even legal, because Joseph blinked through the pallet and through the hole on the ground. So that's one of those moments that I'm waiting for. Really hoping for both UA and XC to give us exactly moments like that from BZ. Shout out to BZ, by the way. But yeah, Sacred Heart, lots of opportunities for epic moments here because of these holes, because of the window locations, and all of the opportunities for survivors to showcase their skills. But while we are guessing on the survivor lineup, let's talk about survivors that we specifically want to see in this map that are not necessarily meta.
That's for sure. I just want to agree on that blink. Joseph just blinking through the hole right there. Avoiding the attack recovery, because like falling down always avoids that. So that was absolutely fantastic. I agree. I'm very curious to see what they will come out with. I think the Sacred Heart Hospital map is definitely a pick that we could have expected. As soon as we know the Arms Factory is banned, we might expect the hospital map, because we have 2 bans, right? 2 bans might mean we have a Dream Witch and a Breaking Wheel ban, which are 2 characters that can really accelerate on bigger maps. So now that these 2 are banned, we might narrow it down to a smaller map, which is the Sacred Heart Hospital. If we are talking about survivors that are not necessarily too much in the meta and that we haven't really seen too much, there's definitely the chance of a Wildling on MRC's side. MRC, I think it is Xing H who is playing the Wildling, could come out with it. We have a Coordinator that we haven't seen too many times yet. At least in today's matchup, we haven't seen the Coordinator at all, so that could be a character that could come out and play. And again, I think not necessarily in the meta are Toy Merchant or Entomologist. They are being utilized very, very often as picks when the meta characters are banned. But these 2 characters I always enjoy to see, because these 2 characters can create these make or break moments. The Entomologist with the Beast, the Toy Merchant with these jump pads, and here we have the meta bans. You already mentioned it. Priestess, very, very scary character for the hunters on the Sacred Heart map, especially inside the hospital. So therefore, we have the ban of the Priestess, the Mercenary, and the Seer. On the hunter side, we have no Breaking Wheel map, because Sacred Heart is not necessarily the best map for a Breaking Wheel, even though he can accelerate on bigger maps. Sacred Heart is not a map that is very well known for Breaking Wheel players, but we can see a Postman coming through right here on Shao Di's side as well, or maybe not necessarily on Shao Di. The survival picks sometimes get mixed up a little bit, but we can see the Postman as well as the Forward, and the Entomologist that I was kind of hoping for is getting the ban.
Yes, ban as well, but who knows, this could be the chance to bring out once more the Patient and the Toy Merchant, because as we know that MRC is the Toy Merchant group. We really want to see them bring out that Toy Merchant. I was actually going to say that I really want the flying survivors to excel in this map. So Patient and definitely Toy Merchant, since they are on the table. But I really would like to commend the foresight of MRC in terms of this ban, because they did ban Dream Witch, of course, very understandable, but Blood Queen is really intelligent in my opinion because she can't ignore the structure of the hospital. But instead of the patient, this time we get to see a psychologist, the lover, no less, of the patient, already making it her time to shine. And again, the acrobat, very understandable choice. I think this is a very good lineup. And look at this, Grizzly, something that we haven't seen UA take out before. We have a disciple. I'm so excited about this. I don't know what to expect at this point, but we're probably going to get into it as we go. But so far, looking at this, pretty good. I'm pretty sure the survivors were not prepared for this and both hunters are all about surprising the survivors. So I'm really happy to see Anne in Sacred Heart because she can really excel in this map as well. Very, very feasible, just like in Red Church, just like in Arms Factory. This is a tight map after all, so she can still excel in this map, even if it's relatively large compared to those maps that I just mentioned. But so far, in terms of the survivor lineup, I think, of course, the postman is the weakest link. So we really want to get rid of that before he sends out those letters. But we're going to see how this is going to play out because the match is about to begin. And bringing it to you right here is Mikael and Grizzly. Let's go. I can't wait to get this match started. Really excited about this.
Very, very excited to see US and right here, the disciple. We have seen the disciple in the tournament. Every now and then we got a glimpse of the disciple in previous matches. Not necessarily from ACT, but it definitely is a character that makes the way on the main stage right here, on the tournament situation, the tournament matches. And it's definitely something I always look forward to because she is a very, very good character. Not necessarily in the meta, no, that's not the case, at least not yet. But she's a very strong character, and with the cats, with the ability to, first of all, disable the skill of the survivors, but second of all, also jump towards the survivors when they have a cat attached or when the cat is at least nearby, and the ability to stun the survivors to a point where even when they throw down a pallet, they are stunned for such a long amount of time that the hit can still connect. It's definitely a good pick right here. And again, ACT knows they need to get at least a tie. That is definitely something that they have an advantage. They only need to get a tie in this round to win the match between ACT and MRC. But let's get right into it. We have found the psychologist first. The cats are already activated. You can see the two-story being utilized. Skill has been deactivated, which is not necessarily too important for the psychologist, but we can also see the attention is getting shifted away from the psychologist because you said it. Postman is the perfect pick, at least for the first chase right here.
He is the first chase indeed, but on the bright side, he already was able to send a letter of tranquility towards the forward, so that gave him a 30-second speed boost with the decoding, so really good there. There isn't much progress on the ciphers though, so I'm really hoping that Shouty is going to be able to kite this Anne as best as he can. Already dropped that very important pallet there and transitioning once more into the hospital. Now he does take one hit, and luckily for him, the basement is not here, so he can make full use of this hospital, doing those epic loops, just to be able to buy time. But again, that pallet on the second story has already been dropped, and although I think what just happened there was the dog able to bite the disciple just now? Because I really noticed a decrease in the movement speed of Ant, so I think that was really good for Xiao Di here, because he's still able to transition towards this. Use a blink, and that ends the kite right there. 4 ciphers remaining, but one is about to be popped, and there's 90% on that third cipher. The fourth has already been touched. There's actually 26 on that, and all that remains is to get started on a last cipher. Now here is the forward going for that rescue. Will he be able to do it?
Ooh, he got the cats attached. Will he be stunned? Yes, he will, and he is taking that hit, and he's taking the rescue right away. We have the slow down of Vic right. We all know it. And is definitely able to get that distance. The pallet is broken, and there comes the swing. Last effort is in effect. We can see that the Ford is kind of in the area, but he's transitioning away because he is injured, so he doesn't want to take a double down right here. Great job, great rescue, buying more time. Look at the cipher machines. Always very, very important to see what is happening while the survivor is off the chair. While we have, for example, tight turn active, and that was definitely a great job from the survivor side. Now we have the acrobat just coming down and harassing the hunter because he wants to keep the hunter away from the... Oh, it's a stun right here. That might be a little bit difficult for the rescue now.
Oh, will he be able to rescue, or will Anne be able to defend? Oh my goodness, a terror shock just as the acrobat touched that.
Oh, the cipher machine will pop right away. The cipher machine will pop right away to get the acrobat up right here. Will they do it? Oh no, they are actually patient. They are actually waiting for Anne to pick up the acrobat, and now we can see that most likely, I would assume, the psychologist will be going in for the rescue, or the Ford is getting healed. Ford is getting healed by the psychologist. Now we can see the Ford going in for the rescue, which is definitely a good pick because the Ford is still having around 25% left for the football. Let's see how this late game turns out.
Now, forward has to be really careful, especially because Yue already knows where he is, and he's coming from not a really good part entering the shack, but he does take that hit. Will Anne be able to defend this? Because he's still kind of far from the chair. Will he be able to touch? Oh.
Cypher Bob is coming in right here, but that was, with these cats, it can be extremely difficult, and we saw it right here. There was no chance for the Ford to do anything, because the cats were just attached to him, and he was getting stunned twice with two cats and going down. We can see that the acrobat is still on the floor and could potentially, if the Ford can... Oh! But still, that could potentially give the acrobat enough time to get up again, because now we have to focus on Xing H right here, the Ford, and that Ford will be brought to the chair. We can definitely see how ACT's viewer is going into the direction of the basement and already is having the camera face towards that, because they know that the acrobat is still there, but at the same time the psychologist is in the area. Psychologist, if and just if the tension runs out, can take another hit. If you look at the ability, it's not completely exhausted as far as I can tell, and that is definitely something to keep in mind. But the tension is still active, and that is making it very, very dangerous. I think we can see a tie situation right here if Anne is not able to catch up to the acrobat with the exit gate.
It looks like things are looking pretty, yes, as you said, it's going to be a tie, but this psychologist, I'm just really waiting if she's going to do a rescue on the forward, but I think it's going to be too late because not enough time left. And Acrobat was able to get out after all, but that was because Yue did opt to chase the forward into the hospital. So I think regardless of what happened, they could still have turned that into a tie because Anne didn't bring teleport. It was Blink after all, and she did use this. Yue did use this towards the end just to be able to down that forward. Kind of, I would say it's not that necessary because the forward was cornered in that tight spot inside the hospital, but might as well use it. It did secure that hit after all, but still Acrobat was able to heal, and even with that debuff on the gate opening, he still was able to get out just because Yue had to defend not just the forward, but also keep tabs on the psychologist who actually was roaming. She did open that gate already. She just went back towards the hospital, you know, with the hopes of possibly rescuing the forward, and probably turning into a 3-man escape. But again, it was definitely going to be a tie, and indeed, Acrobat was able to get out that gate. So it was just a matter of Anne being stuck in that area. But yeah, I really liked how that turned out. But let's discuss the win condition. So that was a tie between two teams. So for this to actually roll down to the points, they also need to do another tie in the second half.
This is definitely going to be the last half that we will spectate today, because if it is a tie, we can see that ACT will take the victory. If MRC is able to get 3 points or more, we can see that MRC is taking it home by rounds. And here we have the match lineup. We can really see how these Cypher machines have been popped and how the first survivor was eliminated at 3 minutes and 20 seconds when the fourth Cypher machine was also popped. And then we saw the late game kind of getting into action, and we saw how Anne was a little bit accelerating right here. I have to mention that the blink to bring down the fort was definitely something that was smart, because you want to bring down that fort as soon as possible to get back to the Acrobat, but it was just not much, it was not enough time to get back to the Acrobat. The Acrobat already healed up, and then you're sitting on the chair, and you still have the chance to get to one of the 2 gates and potentially get, you know, 1 survivor, but at the same time, what if another survivor comes in and rescues the forward, and they get out, and the survivor that you are concentrating on also gets through the gate, because you were concentrating on the gate more than on the survivor that was sitting on the chair. So I totally agree with the Anne right here with you to just secure that tie, to secure that second elimination, because you don't want to risk it, right? Again, ACT only needs... it's still a big task against MRC, but only needs to get a tie in this round number 3, and therefore now in the next match that we will see in the second half, they still only need that tie. They need to get 2 survivors out, which is definitely doable against MRC, but at the end of the day, MRC can turn all of that around by getting the 3 survivor elimination. It's definitely putting the survivor into a better situation to have a tie in this first half than, you know, having a 3 survivor elimination and kind of like pushing the survivor side of ACT to also have at least a 3 survivor elimination. So I definitely agree with the decision to sit on the chair and not go to the gates trying to get another survivor, because it's always high risk, high reward, yes, but the high risk is also opening a window for the opponent's team to secure a better outcome for themselves. And here we can now see MRC's survivor side already in the chairs, already getting ready to go for the bans and picks, as well as the hunter side, which will be oh no, MRC is going to be on the hunter side, excuse me,
yes.
And it's the ACT on the survivor side. They are getting ready, and they are definitely in the mindset of getting that tie. Curious to see how MRC is going against that.
Well, definitely ACT will need to get rid of the Dream Witch and the Blood Queen, because XC was so good with her. He was able to do a 4-man kill in the match between BZ, so that's something that they really should consider. Also, note that Blood Queen is specifically strong in Sacred Heart, so I'm pretty sure we're not going to be seeing Blood Queen and Dream Witch. But that does leave the table open for XC Soul Weaver. We could potentially see that Hunter in this map. Very feasible, in my opinion, because there are these walls outside where you can put on the webs. I believe they're tight enough, the area is tight enough to get that speed boost from the webs, and it's also there are also a fair amount of open areas where a Soul Weaver can shoot the webs. Now, not exactly powerful in the hospital, but with the proper management, a Soul Weaver could pressure the survivors into concentrating their efforts to the surrounding terrain of the hospital. So have that to consider, yes.
Yes, there's definitely something to consider. And I just want to circle back because you mentioned the Bloody Queen might come in as ban because it's just such a strong character. And to be honest, yes, I can only agree on that prediction right here, because the Bloody Queen, again, is not only strong and can not only provide the 4 survival elimination in the hands of XC, but on top of that, she can definitely provide the tie, and we already talked about the win conditions. A tie is all that ACT needs. So if they allow the Bloody Queen on the Sacred Heart, which could potentially really give you a headache, because you know you don't want to get it, you can't get a tie. You need to win this to win this. You just don't want to deal with a Bloody Queen, because that is almost, a Bloody Queen almost means a secure tie, which you are avoiding at all costs.
Now, at this point, I think it's even better to deal with a Dream Witch compared to a Blood Queen, because actually, in my in the previous matches, that Blood Queen used by XC, I think it was a tie, so there's that to consider. But he was able to secure a 4-man kill with that Blood Queen. But luckily, since it is round 3 after all, both hunters can be banned. So there is really no reason for ACT to not ban these 2 hunters. And we are about to see that in the picks and bans very shortly. Really excited. But first off, XC getting rid of that Seer and also getting rid of Forward and Priestess. Again, really good choices of bans. Priestess, those portals in the hospital, not the best thing for a hunter. It's going to be a complete headache. And then, oh, okay, this is interesting. Why? Okay, so ACT banned Geisha. They got rid of XC's Geisha. Looks like they have more respect for XC's Geisha than the Blood Queen. This is really interesting. This could mean 2 things. Either they are more confident dealing with a Blood Queen, or they were just distracted by that really good Geisha gameplay from XC earlier. So what could possibly be going on in the minds of ACT right now?
That's for sure. And I mean, XC, I am not too familiar, but I don't think that the Bloody Queen is necessarily one of the favorite characters of XC. But at the end of the day, again, Bloody Queen can be so strong when it comes to ties, so I'm also a little bit surprised to see that Geisha ban. But yes, XC was performing extremely well, extremely strong with that Geisha, and we all know that on the Sacred Heart map, Geisha can be strong. We can see an Embalmer, yeah, Embalmer definitely a character that we don't see too many times in the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament, but in these later rounds when you can not necessarily pick all the meta characters, we can expect to see a little bit of a change. And here we have the Bloody Queen that we are talking about again. MRC, if they can... Wait a minute. Okay, you have to take over the commentary. I need to think about something.
Okay, so XC here, using that Blood Queen, he was able to secure a 4-man kill already with this hunter. So really wondering what's going on here. Why would they ban Blood Queen?
No, okay. I got it. I think we got it wrong. MRC needs to get the 3 survival eliminations. So if they get the tie, absolutely fine. Right? If ACT can tie against the Bloody Queen, that's absolutely fine. And since the Bloody Queen is a hunter that is known to get ties and not necessarily the 3 survival elimination, that is a... I'm sorry, I got it all wrong the entire time in the second half right here. The Bloody Queen is a perfect hunter to go against right now, because you just need a tie. You as a tie queen,
yes.
As an ACT, if they can force the tie, if ACT is able to get that tie against the Bloody Queen, that is putting them in favor of, you know, the points. We can see that they have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to points in round number 1 compared to MRC that was winning round number 2. And if this is going to be a tie, we are looking at the points. And again, the points say that ACT has the upper hand, and that will put ACT on the winning spot right here against MRC. So it only makes sense, but I don't know. I sometimes I'm not good at with numbers, and sometimes I mix it up, and yeah, that is actually the favorable hunter that ACT wants to go against, because a tie is all they need.
And we are about to find out if it is going to be indeed a tie in this last match between ACT and MRC. Again, this is already the third round and already the second half, and we're about to see that shortly.
Sacred Heart Hospital at night. I think they should make like a little night mode right here for the match. That would be beautiful. But let's jump into the match. Bloody Queen right here. Again, ACT wants to force that tie. The tie is all they need, and MRC's XC needs to get at least a 3 survival elimination. This is the final matchup between these two, the final half right here, and we can see yet again why the Patient is such a scary character to chase after, because he can utilize these hooks to transition from one area to another extremely fast. We can see the switch happening, but again, the Patient buying so much time just transitioning out of this area, throwing down that pallet, separating himself from the Hunter, and now we can see XC is really trying to go after the Patient. Is trying to force the grappling hook, not using the skill yet, wants to see where the Patient goes to, and that is the swing right here and the hit, because he wasn't able to go through the window.
Yeah, but still, that was really a good kite, because already that was 1 mirror wasted, and 1 mirror wasted is automatically 50% on the ciphers at the very least. And yes, we are seeing that 1 is already at 60, 2 at 50. So this is already such a good kite, but not the best area to be kiting a Blood Queen. I wonder what the plan is for Fox here, but yes, he is down indeed here at T-Wall, and he is kind of far from the rest of the ciphers, so I'm pretty sure somebody needs to get going if they should they want to rescue this Patient. But I was mistaken. Actually, there was already 1 cipher being decoded at the triple pallets at the front gate, and that is luckily the Mercenary. He does have wanted order on him though, so XE knows where he is. Luckily, this is a Blood Queen, so it's relatively easy to rescue her from her being a single hit hunter. So now the chase continues. Tide Turner is in effect. Mercenary has pads out of the area, and Patient is still here in T-Wall. It's really hard to transition from this area too, but here is the mirror again. Will she be... Oh, there's a beautiful terror shock from XC right here.
Not much that you can do in this area. If you're getting rescued, then the Hunter is considering on you. As you said, it's difficult to transition out. But I also want to highlight how the Patient was slowly transitioning into the direction of the Mercenary that has the Cypher machine that is close to the gate almost primed. Just because he knew, all right, if I go down here, the Mercenary can rescue me. Then we have other Cypher machines being decoded, and again, they might have that one primed already. The Acrobat is coming into the direction here, and that's the strength of the Bloody Queen. She can not only protect the rocket share, no, she can also harass other Cypher machines, slowing down the decoding progress, and now is going for Ming, who is the Embalmer, already has the coffin down, but it's gonna be a little bit difficult going for him if he has that coffin already down. So therefore XC is changing to the already injured Mercenary.
Will she actually chase him? Yes, indeed, she will commit to this Mercenary here. He will be transitioning towards... Oh! Use of Blink right there. Actually, XC has been using such great use, using the traits. So great. JMT here will be down. 3 ciphers remaining, but it's okay. There's 50% on that last cipher right there. It's gonna take just 1 more rescue of him. I'm actually already looking at the coffin right here of the Embalmer. What do they intend to do with this, and how will it contribute to late game?
Accurate is trying to make that rescue happen right here, and we can see there are 2 Cypher machines remaining. Again, the one that the Embalmer is on will be popped right in a few seconds. You can see the Accurate is trying to take the attention away right from the Mercenary, who will end up on the chair if he's taking another. He is. Will we see the Cypher Pop happening? Yes, we might expect the Cypher Pop happen because Accurate would go down.
Yes,
and
there we
it
go.
comes.
Yes, we are now at the end game. They did pop that at the right moment. I really do agree with the timing of that pop. But now we see the Mercenary here going for the Shack Gate. And also XC on her way. Will she find him? Because it's not going to take much to down him. He has half health. So if he does get hit, he will immediately be down with that detention. But that leaves the front gate open for the Embalmer to start on. Pretty sure it's not going to be the Acrobat. He's just too slow when it comes to opening that gate. But Mercenary doing such a good job. Oh, teleport to the front gate right there. Amazing foresight using that bomb just to be able to get away. We do have a speed, a decrease in speed. And we saw beautiful just there. Oh!
They had to hit the Acrobat. They had to hit the Acrobat. They need to put that Acrobat on the chair right now, and they need to catch up with Ming. They need to get on this other side. Again, they can't tie. If MRC ties, that would mean ACT is taking the victory. But again, Mirror is on cooldown. 3 more seconds. Will it be able to take another hit with Mirror? No, not enough time. Fantastic match from ACT. What a foresight on ACT's side to force that Bloody Queen on the field, because she is such a tie hunter. We have seen it over and over again, how the Bloody Queen is able to secure the ties in situations. Usually, Bloody Queen comes out when the, hunter player knows, all right, if I have a tie, we win this. This time it was the other way around, right? The survivors kind of forced the hunter to play the Bloody Queen with the bands, and therefore they wanted to get the tie, and exactly that was happening. Bloody Queen is just very well known for a tie, but if it comes to more than that, a 3 or 4 survival elimination, it can get difficult, and this is exactly the difficulty that was, what ACT was helping to get the victory after all, because round number 3 is tied, round number 1 goes to ACT, round number 2 goes to MRC, but if we look at the points, ACT was performing a little bit better in round number 1 than MRC in round number 2, so therefore, point-wise, ACT won the matchup today against MRC. Congratulations to that.
Such a great comeback for ACT here. It's like they re-established their position in the group stages and potentially in the tournament. So I'm really over the moon to be witnessing such a good comeback from ACT. But let's definitely not take away from MRC here. And although we've seen XC do a 4-man kill with that Blood Queen before, it's just that ACT was able to stay on top of it. Even if this is such a good map for Blood Queen, they were just, I think it was that kite. It was that kite from the patient at first. It was a really draw-worthy containment time. So that was all they needed. So you being able to predict that at the start of the match, you said that they were going for a tie, and that's exactly what they did. I think I'm not just supposed to commend the ACT, but you as well, Grizzly. Such great insight from you there.
I mean, overall, it was a very, very good match, and you point out the patient and the early game patient kites. That is what we saw overall today. As soon as the patient was the first kite, it already, you could already tell that that is going to be a fantastic kite for the survivors. And here we can see Ming really concentrating on the Cypher machines, as well as the Acrobat, who was performing a little bit of a late game kite with 26 seconds. But overall, the patient yet again with 85 seconds. The survivor that kited the most, I mean, that 1 second difference to the Mercenary right here is not too bad either, because Mercenary was buying time as soon as the patient was getting sent back to the manor. So fantastic job on the survivor side, really coordinating themselves and really getting that tie going that they were going for. And I almost think that they already knew that in the match when in the first half, right? Like when they had Anne and they had that tie, and Anne was just sitting on that last survivor on the last rocket chair. She was sitting there and she knew, all right, if we can ban this hunter and that hunter, we are forcing them to play Bloody Queen, so a tie is all we need. Let's just play it out with an entire tie round right here. And that's exactly what happened. It worked out in favor of ACT. MRC very well known to come back, usually in round 2 and round number 3. This time, ACT was making it very hard for them and they were not able to do so. So, fantastic job from both sides. It wasn't really... You can't really say that ACT was better than MRC. I mean, maybe a little bit because they have more points. But at the end of the day, it was head-to-head. Just a few more points more on ACT's side decided that they won the matchup against MRC.
I mean, there are a lot of factors influencing the results of a certain matchup because, of course, we have the spawn points, we have the picks and bans, such a big part of it. So not only do you need to be smart with your strategies in the match, but actually the picks and bans are part of those strategies, and we've seen that. We've seen ACT do just that with their picks and bans, and the bans more specifically for the last round. They pushed for that Blood Queen. They know that Blood Queen is in fact good for only ties, that they can manage this and turn it into a tie. And I think that's what won them the round. It's the picks and bans. And then, as you said, a lot of things influence this matchup. We also have things to think about, like how ACT was trying to push themselves to do better, because that match with SST, I'm sure it really was, it humbled them into thinking that we need to try harder. We need to work harder. We need to come back stronger from this. So I really appreciate how they did just that. So I'm really excited to see how ACT is going to play in the next stages, because we still have like the third part of the group stages. We still get to see more of ACT. We want to see how consistent they will be from now on, no matter who they will be matched up against.
That is for sure. That is for sure. That was a great comeback after losing the first matchup, now winning the second one, and it was kind of close. So now my question is, what can we expect to see from them now, right? They lost the first, they were getting a close victory. Will they advance towards the even better victories where they maybe win in 2 rounds? That could be a possibility. They definitely have proven themselves going against MRC. MRC, one of the top teams in the world, just as of course, ACT is as well, because we are only witnessing the top 16 teams of the world. So every match that you're going into, you have to consider that you are going against the best. So it will always be a challenge, and it's always interesting to see how the survivors, how the hunters will adapt, how the teams will adapt to the teams that they are going against. We saw it in this match right here, where they banned Geisha, something that we didn't really expect. But of course, these players, they have done their homework. They know exactly the hunters that the opponent's team can play and the hunters that can potentially come to the field, and therefore they are banning the Geisha, a ban that we wouldn't necessarily expect, but it only makes sense. At the end of the day, it only makes sense to ban that Geisha, to push for that Bloody Queen, and it's an overall pleasure to just spectate all of these top matches, these top teams in these matches right here in the Call of the Abyss 5, because we can always learn from them, we can always see the strategy. Sometimes the strategy is a little bit hidden and you just realize the strategy when it is unfolding, and that is something absolutely beautiful in my opinion, to just have the opportunity to learn from the tournament, to get some strategies you may have not thought of, and to see new moves, new game styles for certain characters, because the top teams obviously have practiced with these characters and they show us new things that we can learn from, that we can take notes from. And this is exactly what I'm doing the entire time. I have pieces of paper all over my desk. Just page. I'm writing a book on how to improve tutorial by Call of the Abyss 5 top players.
And speaking of Call of the Abyss players, I definitely think that Patient is one of those survivors that players are really going to want to get good at, because here we see in Call of the Abyss, Patient can be such an efficient kiter, and although Well, sadly, as much as I like to see patient and psychologist together in the field, in the action, it's usually more the patient we get to see. But yeah, Fox had such a great patient. I'm sure the players are going to really want to learn from him. He did most of the kites for the entire match, so that also puts him in one of my potential MVPs list. So that's one to consider. Also, Yue, of course, such a strong hunter. He did have ties here and there, but all throughout, really, Fox's patient was so consistent. So that's something definitely to be admired. Patient mains, this is your time to take away from Call of the Abyss. Again, it is possible to avoid hits by that much of a second just by perfectly timing that hook to bring you towards really important windows like the small boat or the shack or the windows surrounding the hospital. So there, I think we are about to see what we have here, the best deduction, and that's actually Yue. Congratulations with his Dream Witch coming in so strong and securing those points for the team.
That is for sure doing an absolutely fantastic job, especially in round number 1 where they were really getting these points, where they were really getting the 5-point matches. And with that scary Dream Witch, we were talking about this before today's matches even started, right? We were expecting the Dream Witch on both sides. We didn't see it on XC side, but you were really coming in with that Dream Witch. And we are jumping right into the interview with the winning team, which this time was
首先，恭喜 ACT 获得了本场比赛胜利。现在在我身边的是来自 ACT 的曲月和狐狸，跟大家打个招呼。
好，我是曲月。大家好，我是狐狸。
欢迎两位，今天的比赛可以说是非常的惊险刺激。首先，两位分享一下自己的心情吧。
开心吧？非常开心。
哇，一个是还行，一个开心。曲总，抬起头看看，今天确实赢的还是非常漂亮的，而且感觉你们今天整体的状态都是焕然一新，跟前两天。
Okay, so they were asked how they are feeling about this whole win, and they are very happy about it.
吃吃喝喝就是调整状态就是好。
抓住正常吃吃喝喝，可能是最近的这个伙食啊什么都调整的比较好，今天状态也很好。那狐狸呢？
就针对 BP 研究了一下，然后就不选常用的军工厂，然后选个湖景村打个出其不意。
哦，确实，今天我们当时你们第一局的 BP 出来，我们就
Okay, so this is such a really good comeback. So what is the technique that they use? And it's just really practice. There is no secret to it, just practice.
确实让我们非常震惊。你们当时是除了出其不意，是想打出一个什么样的效果呢？
就我们之前也很多次练那个湖景村，但是没有上过。这次的话就想着上一下吧。
结果没想到今天上了后发挥了这么大一个效果。今天第一局非常漂亮的一个8-1，拿到了一个巨大的优势。想问一下曲总，曲总第一局的时候发挥非常亮眼，而且一开局那个局势哇，真的是一片大好，开局就打到了那个震慑。当时那个震慑你是怎么摊到的？还是说你也是就是有点意想不到？能跟我们分享一下吗？
So they asked Yue why he brought out Dream Witch in map 1, and he said that he has been practicing and wanted to put her to the test.
你今天的打法跟平时不太一样，因为你当时切技能的时候就放狗切闪现，切得非常果断，哎，就可能平时大家说哇曲总是大老师都无法预测的人，但今天整个那个4抓率拉满，能不能跟我们分享一下，你一般是怎么根据场上的一个局势来判断自己的一个技能切换呢？
因为我只要知道杀了即时就赢了，所以说就切闪杀他。
就今天曲总总结一句话就是人狠话不多。那狐狸，你评价一下今天曲总第一局的发挥呢？
犹如战神。
哇，你看这个一下子这个气势就拉上来了，战神曲总怎么可能现在还是就是看着地上。 怎么抬起头来？今天确实真的发挥非常不错，而且今天狐狸的发挥也很亮眼。在第一局的时候，你那个病患 在湖景村双11那个地方跟对面的监管者那
Let's
一波
talking
拉
about
扯
the，first match, just
太
being
扯了，
asked
感觉
why
双方都打
what
得
they
互相
thought
厉
about
害。
the
那个时候你
kind of
是
like
怎
changing
么去预
performance
判他
because
的
round number 1
那
was
放
just
钩
so
啊，或者
extremely
是他
strong,
打的
and in
那一
round
刀
number
等等。
2 and 3 they were
他就
having
是距
not
离
the same
我近
results,
不
and
远
they
的话，我
said
就该
it
玩
was
板子；
absolutely
他要距
fine.
离
They
近的
had
话，
to
我就给
change
他玩
strategies a
小
little bit,
船，可以拉
and
伸。
as we said
感觉
before,
听起来
they
都
were
是
going for the
真的是
tie,
满满的
and that
思
was
路，满
exactly
满
what
的
they
就
needed.
当时根据场上那个局势，我们大家都在说哇这个地方该交钩了，但是你很沉稳哎，然后确实也是预判到了对面的那个刀切那个钩子钩的，真的今天打的都非常漂亮，而且状态都是拉满了。在第2局的时候，面对到对面的红蝶，看到你们在开局有一直在拉点，那个时候是想什么样的一个思路，跟我们分享一下呢？
因为就是红蝶比较克玩具伤和病患，我们就想着4个人分开，这样的话就是不影响电机，起码就是可以修得快点。
就开局的时候还是有你们自己的一个思路的，那后面也是真的是保住了今天第1局的那一个大优势，哇，最后都也是赢得非常漂亮嘛。那想问一下曲总，你在最后1局的时候拿出了安，那一波首乙可以说是翻盘了，因为那个如果说没有打到的话，应该是另外一个结局了。可不可以跟我们分享一下，你当时那一个首乙是怎么预判到对面他过来救人的那个位置呢？就提前拦到了，还是很关键的。
因为我看到前锋去2楼接电机了，就知道2楼肯定是有人修的，就提前在2楼拦住就行了。
那你当时那个心情呢？就看到自己手中，哇，觉得哎，这把我有了，还是就基操？你当时的心情如何
They're asking the Fox
惊险的吧
how they were able
嘴
to
上说的
secure
惊险，但
that
是其实
tie.
面不改色，可能这就是一些顶尖的监管者的一些思路和想法了。那发现今天不仅大家的一个状态啊士气不同，而且发现狐狸你这个发型是有些变化，而且你今天上来的时候我就看到你的
And
那
it
个
looks
鞋
like
子，
the
左右脚
Fox
还
and the
是不一
team
样
just
颜
said
色
that
的，
they
这
kind
就
of
是
wanted to
怎
wing
么
it,
焕
but
然
they
一
did
新了
so
一下吧？
splendidly.
最近想减肥，然后剪个狼尾，就想激励一下自己，天天去跑步。
And now they're
更瘦一
asking
点
him about his shoes. What
最
is
近
the
开始就
explanation
因为
between
要
them
开始
having
打那
different
个小组
colors?
线啊
Must be a
开始
lucky
形象
thing.
管理起来了。那曲，你评价一下，就是现在新留的咱们狐狸新留的那个狼尾的那个发型，你看一眼，评价一下。
有点小帅。
哇，有点小帅，这个真的已经是对于曲总来说很高的一个评价。
He said that
曲总
his
现在开
fans
始笑
thought
了，
it was
今天
cool
终
and
于
he
在我
was
采访
doing
的
a
时
bit
候
of，
这
advertising
个
for
笑
his
容已
shoes.
经溢出去了。好的，就最后呢，也是再次恭喜你们获得了胜利。接下来的比赛每一场都非常重要，想问一下，接下来就有没有什么小目标跟大家分享一下，或者有什么话想要对一直支持你们的粉丝说的呢？
So the announcer is asking if she has any plans, and she also congratulated
争
them.
取出现。那狐狸呢？
谢谢粉丝一直支持我们 ACT 啊，争取下次不让你们进 ICU。
是的，不能再进了，不能再进了。今天看完，就是大家那个强心脏已经受不了了。2位还是非常腼腆嘛，但是也看到你们的状态在逐渐的提升，也非常相信你们在之后会打得越来越好。
They just said, try your best, just as you're having to do it in a promotional match in rank. Try your best. And they're also thanking the fans for the fan support, because that is something that we can always see. The fans are going absolutely crazy, and the fan support is always strong for these teams. And there we have it. That is the interview.
1-2是有盘吗？5。
好像拿不到你的好像。无所谓，无所谓。你卡着呗，你卡着吗？哎，能开吗？
开不了，开不了。
开！冲呗，活一个最起码。
没有传送的。
在点了吗？
对，在点。
直接走门这。
改先。去雕像的吧。
知道立马去呗。全被拦住。
再修。修闪呗。
我能去雕像吗？
别死单板。别死单板。
你可以死。
我死了。
挂不挂？
要挂。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil and leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
战队，遗产很远了，救下来是没有人修机的，甚至阶师要倒在这里了。
没错，那这样倒地的话是送掉自己的寄生。
那这一波蓝胖子最惨的是什么？他只能强摸这个箱子，他不敢盖，他怕盖的时候被震慑，
因为他顶多就是用一接滚一次嘛，是不是？
远处回岛交了一个钩子去密码机只差最后的一点点了。
这时候空军来了，很关键，打洞又想卡无敌针。
是的，但是简这边是飞官没好，直接飞官太远了。
我的
10点5马上就要开赛了，我们的目标是什么？冠军！希望大家能够多多支持我们，希望我们也能打出好成绩。谢谢。
AG 戦隊のロイドです。アゲハはアマチュアのチームですが、プロに引きを取らない強いチームです。
この板で読み合いができればよかったんですけれども、はい、一撃
当たらずに
タックル強気。
さあ見つけていくことができるか。
ハッチに向かってこれサバイバー3人逃げ、十分に準備が整っている。ゲートから出てハッチ逃げ。これはグレイスの強さが 100% 生かされそうだ。落下鬼没
間に合うか
からの通常攻撃、湿気のダメージも含めてダウンを取り切りました。の地下の強さですよ。バッツマンも来ている。ここで回収されてしまうとダメージになるでしょう。
さあここはバッツマンも1ダメージ。
そして通常攻撃2連続の救助狩り。
今回アゲハは COA 初出場となりますが、どのチームよりもいい成績を残して絶対優勝してみせます。応援よろしくお願いします。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now through to the second matchup for today, and casting with me tonight, or rather for this afternoon. It's actually nighttime where Eli is at, so I had that in my head. But here he is, Eli. Again, it is such an honor casting with you, especially because we have a really interesting matchup between Weibo Gaming and AG. So this is a Japan and China thing. So they are China and Japan team. We are really looking forward to seeing how this is going to play out, because based on the data, it appears they are on somewhat the same skill level. So it's going to be like a tight race between these two teams. Now, Eli, you said that AG could probably work harder against Weibo, or tell me what you think, because it's anybody's game. Okay, so from what I've been seeing in the previous matches, it's anybody's game, just like what ACT did. They came back so strong from that that matchup with SST, so now they won the previous matchup. Do you think the same thing could probably happen this time?
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, it's
it's definitely possible. Again, Weibo did have to go against Wolves in their first matchup, which is probably the worst matchup you have to deal with first. Wolves currently probably the #1 rated team going into this tournament, so I think that's definitely something they had to really, you're gonna have to battle back from. But going against AG here, this is the, as you mentioned, Kahel, the Japanese team. This was a qualifying team that made it in the last, Japanese qualifiers. So that, the Japanese, they have their Identity 5 sort of league tournament situation where if you win that, SST being one of the teams that won, you automatically make it in. And AG actually was a newer team that didn't compete back in their IVC tournament. So this is a little bit different. AG won in essentially the last chance qualifiers for COA V 5. So they're going to be a newer team again coming out of the Japan region, going into this matchup against Weibo, one of the mainland China IVL competitors. So this is definitely, they have a lot to go against here. YMM most likely going to be hunting again. We do have D in the background for substitution on the side of Weibo, but yeah, AG again, they did win their first round against B4U in a very close race there. Obviously we saw B4U taking round #1 and then AG taking rounds 2 and 3, and some, again, we have to highlight the very impressive hunter side of AG with PP Cha, who has brought out kind of a plethora of different hunters, but to the standard meta for the most part with Dream Witch, Breaking Wheel, and Sculptor. So we also did see a Naiad as well. It's unlikely we're going to see that get utilized here. That's more of a character that you want to play when you just need to go for an easy draw in the last round. We're probably going to see more aggressive gameplay like with Breaking Wheel and Sculptor, but again, we'll have to see how this plays out. AG definitely at a disadvantage going against a mainland IVL team here, but especially because they are newer and from the Japanese region. But again, we saw SST take down ACT in 2 rounds, and they're from the Japanese region, that being SST. So anything is a possibility here for AG.
It's going to be interesting because we have established that Japan is actually wanting to catch up with China in terms of that skill level, and we did see that already with SST. So this may be sort of a reflection of that scenario. So we're really excited to see how AG is going to do with that. And here's Dayo, their resident kiter. We do see an entomologist there, but we do know Dayo to also bring out painter, psychologist, acrobat, actually a lot of other hunters. We also have Embalmer and Seer. And here's Nacho, their resident rescuer, who also knows how to use acrobat, also patient and psychologist as well. He did bring out Prisoner back in the qualifiers, but it looks like he is the resident mercenary of the group, so looking forward to that. He did 195% decoding, so if that is as mercenary, he is indeed the merc owner of the group.
Yeah, definitely. And going back to the Prisoners, you mentioned Prisoner being a character that's usually specifically coming out of the Japanese region. You don't see Prisoner get utilized in a lot of in the China server, not so much in Southeast Asia, not so much even in Korea, and they're known to be a little bit different. In top tiers, Prisoner's never really been up there just because the Cypher Rush from Prisoner isn't quite as strong compared to something like Mechanic, but it also is a stronger kiter. There are benefits to running the Prisoner. It's just the downside is that you can't really decode or promote your ability while you're sitting on the rocket chair, whereas Mechanic still can. So, that's maybe a character we'll see come out. It's unlikely, yet again, that we're going against one of these mainland China region teams here, and they're really probably going to be utilizing strictly standard meta picks. But again, we did see this team play something very unique against B4U, the NAU representative, going Doctor and Barmaid to try to counter a Dream Witch, Sprinter's Dream Witch, and it was still actually resulted in a good result for Sprinter. But again, they were able to battle back in the later rounds, taking down the Breaking Wheel and doing well against the Sculptor at the end. So I don't know, AG definitely has some options to potentially bring out surprises, but again, going against very standard, just sort of meta from Weibo, I think we're going to see similar character selections from AG. We do have Chinatown as the first map here. This definitely indicates towards YMM. This is arguably the best breaking wheel map for YMM here. We're going to see forward ban, which means going for a pretty standard at least get a bare minimum of a draw. When you ban forward versus breaking wheel, you're not trying to go for too many kills. You know the kite's going to be long enough for a draw with that Seer Owl, but there's no support from the forward to add the win potential that for that survivor side. So YMM at least trying to get a bare minimum of a draw here with Seer and Priestess locked in from the survivor side.
Are we getting a potential breaking wheel pick from YMM here? Because I'm actually wondering what is the logic behind prioritizing the forward over the Seer. So I've seen it always in the previous matches that Seer always gets banned first, but this time it's forward. Could it be that YMM is actually confident even with the support of the Seer? He also has the Priestess to worry about, and as you said, Patient, not the best target for a breaking wheel. So I guess this makes the Seer the weakest link.
Yeah, well, again, the reason why you ban forward as breaking wheel is in that forward is the one character, or one of the few, but one of the main characters that really allows survivors to push for a win against a breaking wheel. Because again, breaking wheel's chase is incredibly strong. If you can get 2 spikes on a survivor, get a blink or get a trap on them, you can't even kite it. You just go down instantly, right? But if you ban the forward, breaking wheel is a very fragile hunter. It struggles against harassing characters. So if you ban that main harasser and force them onto no harass, you see no harassers on this team comp, it's going to mean that he has no real issue getting down the first survivor besides maybe the Seer Owl or Priestess support. And you won't have to deal with any harassment throughout the game, and you can easily safely bring blink and not have to worry about going with excitement. So you can really utilize a stronger trait in the early game. We do have YMM breaking wheel against AG survivors in round number 1 of the second match of today. We'll see what happens in a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Weibo versus AG. Let's get straight into the match with the breaking wheel here. YMM already going towards the middle area, and this is already the tree. Looking for that first target. Now, nobody seems to be in the immediate vicinity, but because the breaking wheel has so much mobility, is already able to find that portal from the Priestess, and here she is indeed. The first chase is about to start. Will Yacht last long enough? Already takes a hit right there, and I'm pretty sure YMM is going to switch to wheel mode to get in those spikes. Now, this is a relatively strong area, I believe, but there are no windows. So all there is this pallet. What Yacht has to last longer because there's only 50% on that first cipher. It has to last long.
Yeah, unfortunately giving up a free hit. That allows for that insolence boost here. We're going to see Seer Owl come out, which means that's perfectly fine for YMM. He can just get out of wheel form and go for a blink, but he may actually go for a second spike on Yacht here. Yacht doing a pretty good job considering the early free hit given. He's going to fall right into a basic hit because of that trap. So yeah, going down for the first time here. We see a left-right build as well from YMM. This is not your standard confined space or even detention with insolence, which is more of a drawing build. YMM trying to go a little bit of extra aggression here. And we do see the first down before a Cypher machine is popped sharing. I believe that's near the Acrobat Cypher machine. And Blink's still online for YMM here, which is pretty strong as this match progresses. He's going to go ahead and get an early spike on the Acrobat. We're going to see most likely Acrobat coming for the rescue. I'd imagine with this team comp, Acrobat could potentially have Tide Turner, Patient, and Priestess, the 3 characters that would carry, that rescue build. And we're going to see him go for a double trap here, maybe forcing the rescue out trap. There's the second trap as well. Can he get the save after half? And he goes for the snap to try to cancel it, goes for the swing, and I believe he got it right before the halfway mark. And we're going to see Yak go down for the second time, and YMM trying to pressure down the Acrobat, but he's going to go ahead and ball out of there to guarantee himself not giving an extra free hit there.
Well, on the bright side, Yat did go away from that Cypher, which number 5 was trying to finish, so there's that. And she does go to this far corner of the 2-story at the hotel, and she will be going back to the chair. There's only 2 Cyphers remaining, 50% on that 4th one, and that last one has just been touched. Unlucky, because somebody is already decoding in the areas, which leaves it open for the wheel to keep tabs on as well. But looks like he needs to direct his attention towards Dacho here, who is doing the rescue for the second time. Now, he needs to be really careful with this, because if the Priestess does get this hit, which she may, and she just did, that's it. She will be going back to the manor, and that's already 1 survivor eliminated at force, at 1 Cypher remaining. But still, this is looking good somehow for AG. They could still turn this into a tie. Only a little bit more than 50 on that last Cypher. And still, this is only, the Priestess is flying just now.
Yeah, and this is why the forward ban is so important for the Weibo Hunter here. If you don't ban forward, forward can easily harass out 50% of a accelerated decoding Cypher machine, and there's nothing the breaking wheel can do. The only thing they can really do is possibly try to use a blinked pickup trick to avoid the forward, or switch to excitement, which means he has no endgame sort of potential with peepers, or even maybe teleport if he wants to go that route. But we're going to see him change targets to this here, trying to pressure down the last side from seeing survivors forced to start a new one. Sear's going to go all the way to the corner, which is actually fine for YMM. He's probably just going to leave him slugged here. Yeah, he knows he doesn't have time to share this survivor. He needs to go pressure this last Cypher machine. Seer, since he's so far away from the rest of the survivors on the map, maybe he'll bait the Seer into wasting that self-heal, and then he can slug him again later in the match. And with that After Effects ability, which shows up on the left persona build when you build out to Insolence, he can only heal at 60% once that self-heal has been used once. We're going to see him go ahead and change targets to Patient. Patient unable to dodge the full presence with the thing there. He gets the hit before the hook is able to hook through that tree, and just like that, a double down for YMM. Seer did force to use that self-heal, and YMM knows that. He's going to go right back to the Seer, going to go for a double spike and a snap, leave him on the ground for the second time, and then he'll be forced to be healed before he can get back up again.
Well, this is still a good time, because somebody is decoding that last Cypher. There's already 85 on that. So whoever YMM is able to chair at this point, it's probably fine, because, oh, is it enough? That Cypher has been popped, and we're now at the end game. Dio, will he be the one to contain this breaking wheel? Yes, YMM does commit to him. He needs to last long. Hopefully he will be able to stack an owl, and there it is. He has used it, but that was a bit short-lived, because he did receive a hit, but both survivors are already at the gate, and it's about to be open. There's just about 30% left on that. And YMM knows this. YMM knows, and that's why he's going straight for the gate. Now they need to disperse and try to get as far away as possible from this area. Is there any self-heal left on the Seer?
Yeah, no, Seer already used the self-heal. That was the reason why YMM slugged him earlier and tried to get him to use that self-heal. We're going to see Patient try to push the gate. It's not open yet, and Patient... Oh, he's able to avoid that. He's going to try to snap the canceled hook, but he does not get baited by it. The hook is still available for this AG survivor. And now we're going to see him probably head back here trying to stop the Acrobat. And he is able to get the heal off on the Seer, which means that they can still potentially go for a little bit extra here. YMM's going to go straight back to the Seer. He's going to go for 2 spikes, probably go for a snap. And no, actually, he's going to change to the Acrobat, getting very aggressive here. Acrobat does have self-heal, so you may be forced to chair the Acrobat. If you go from, oh, a little bit of a missed bomb there possibly will allow YMM to get this down, but he hits the trap on the ceiling, and the Acrobat can stay alive, gets hit at the pallet, and will go down. Will he drop a peeper and change targets, or will he just go ahead and get the chair? He's going to go ahead and drop the peeper and probably push the Seer's exit gate here, trying to push for a 3-person elimination if possible.
Indeed, because actually YMM is so quick on his toes, knows where to find the Seer, because logic dictates that, of course, the Seer being in that area would go for the gate in that area. But again, chasing here, the Acrobat, he does have some self-heal left on him, but Seer doesn't have it anymore. So even if he does go down, he can get slugged. YMM still can go for this Acrobat, but Seer's actually lasting kind of long here.
Yeah, YMM actually, there was a really big point right there. YMM actually missed the full presence. Seer was able to get up the stairs. He's actually had a kite to the dungeon. There's the snap. Can he make it out in time? I don't believe one of the exit gates is open. Yeah, the Acrobat's not at the gate yet, so there's no option to get that dungeon. But the big point was that YMM missed the full presence when the Seer went up that stairs. He was able to avoid that. And kite long enough, it should be long enough for this Acrobat to get out and get a draw. And yeah, we're going to see him go ahead and make it out the exit gate here, just simply because the Seer was able to avoid that full presence. That was a very key moment right there. And just like that, the survivors get a draw. This is actually okay for YMM. Again, you ban forward, giving Seer, that's more of a drawing strategy if you're playing Breaking Wheel. Again, if you try to ban Seer and take the forward, you're trying to play more aggressive and get it earlier down, but then have to deal with forward harassment. But it's also more of a winning strategy because you get a quicker kill as a hunter. However, if you ban the forward first and give up the Seer, the first kite's going to be longer, but since there's no support in the late game, it's very hard for the survivors to push for a win in the long run, which we saw there. There was no forward to harass with that last survivor going down. So this is going to be a drawn game. I think AG is fine with this as well. They did play a fast decoding comp for regular decoders with the exception of course, the Priestess with a 10% slower. However, you still have they still were able to get a tie against on the map I assume YMM picked, and just like that, AG has put themselves in a decent position. We'll have to see how PvChaw is able to play against the survivors of Weibo.
Now, YMM did really do a good job trying to manage that and turning it into a tie, but I'm really appreciating the spirit of AG. We've seen this not just in this match, but in the previous match with B4U as well. That second round with Sprinter also as Breaking Wheel at Ever Sleeping Town, that was just about the most memorable four-man escape that I've seen in the tournament so far. They just walked out of there with their relentless mindset, supporting that entomologist. But more on that later. Let's take a look at the match stats. We're seeing 3 digits here from the Acrobat and the Seer. And even if Seer is kind of like the weakest link that we keep on saying, actually he was able to pull off a decent kite. And not only that, he was able to put in some good decoding as well.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of interesting. You look at Yad's containment time. First kite are only 64 seconds. Usually when you go 64 seconds with a Seer Owl against a Breaking Wheel and Blink wasn't expired to get the kill, you're usually in a losing position. The wheel usually has, from there on, enough time to win the game just because still having that trade available, still having trade swap available, and getting a kill within, again, a reasonable amount of time puts the Breaking Wheel in a winning position. However, that's only if there's a set of rescuers on the team, whether that's mercenary or forward. When you have a team comp, you have 3 regular decoders, Seer, Acrobat, and Patient. You don't have any decoding debuffs, and you're able to push those ciphers a lot quicker. And that's why I really enjoy this particular team comp, using Patient instead of mercenary when it is banned, and you just don't lose any cipher rush. And Breaking Wheel is a hunter that typically wouldn't have a problem dealing with cipher rush because of how well his map pressure is. But when you're in a position where there's no rescuers at all and you can easily push ciphers for free without any debuffs, it just becomes too fast for even a Breaking Wheel with that sort of map pressure to handle.
Well, do you think that could have been an entirely different story if they had a decoder presence in that map? And do you think we could see a decoder in this next Survivor lineup?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how Weibo wants to play this. Do they want to try to draw round 1, or they want to try to win? If they're trying to go for a draw in round number 1 here and just go for a 2-2 of themselves, they're probably just going to go ahead and take Mechanic. Mechanic is the best character for getting a tie, even against something like Breaking Wheel. Now, the biggest problem is that since this map was Chinatown, there's a good chance that the survivors of Weibo, or just I guess the Weibo team in particular, decided to go Chinatown. Chinatown is the most standard round 1 Breaking Wheel map for these mainland China hunters, so it makes more sense that YMM chose this map. So in reality, Weibo's going to want to try to win on the map that they chose. You want to try to win the rounds when you have map selection because it's your home field advantage and it's your game to win, essentially. So Weibo, I don't think will bring a decoder such as Mechanic, but it's still possible. Again, if they want to try to win in the later rounds and just go for a draw here, it's possible. But in reality, it would make more sense for them to try to push for a 3 survivor escape here and just go up 1-0 after this first round.
Actually, now that you mentioned Mechanic, I saw in the data here that they did bring out Mechanic, but it was actually in round 2 and it was a tight map. So I think I agree that we won't be seeing Mechanic, at least not for this round and this specific match. But yeah, you did mention before that to be able to win against a breaking wheel, there needs to be some survivors that are really good in endgame kite. So for this specific lineup, depending on the bans and this map, because this is really different from Ever Sleeping Town. It used to be Ever Sleeping Town that China Hunters really liked to play breaking wheel on, but this is relatively new. We're seeing this for the first time. Well, not really the first time, but we're beginning to see it more. Chinatown in round 1 and breaking wheel. So now that it has changed, what are the really strong survivors that can really counter a breaking wheel?
Well, considering that, again, Weibo is a mainland China team that takes specifically to round 1 meta, we're probably going to see a similar team comp actually to what AG brought out. This is also the same team comp Wolves opted to play. I believe it was against Weibo in their first round on Ever Sleeping Town. But Chinatown is of course it's a different map, but it actually is very similar in that there's very limited windows. There's still 2-story areas. There's very limited windows. Of course the layout is different and the kiting areas are quite different, but you still have you have more open area. There's a lot of sort of alleyways that the breaking wheel control on without having to get stuck on objects or worry about any of those things. I think the biggest difference between Chinatown and Ever Sleeping Town is Ever Sleeping Town has the graveyard window, which is a very strong area to go against the wheel. If you're able to get to graveyard window at any point, the wheel is usually forced out of wheel form, and they have to vault the window to catch up to the survivor, then go back into wheel form. Whereas Chinatown doesn't even have that. There's no powerhouse area for going against a wheel on Chinatown for the most part. But every window that's good for going against a wheel usually will break at some point if you vault it 4 times because of the breakable windows on this map. Whereas Ever Sleeping Town, at least you have that one little area that you can sort of counter wheel. In Chinatown, it's just very, very difficult. We do see PP Cha has an option to go Dream Witch breaking wheel and Sculptor as well. The Dream Witch, I think for PP Cha is not one of his first options. I think he was forced into it in the B4U matchup because it was Arms Factory. You can't really play wheel on that map, and you have to go for a 4K in that situation to try to bring things back. Or you don't have to, but that was kind of his mindset. And Sculptor's not the best 4K hunter currently in the meta, so I think we're probably going to see either Sculptor or Breaking Wheel in return here from PP Cha. But again, it depends on what the first ban will be. We'll usually be able to tell based off of that and what the Weibo survivors are, again, trying to attempt here. Are they trying to tie by locking in that mechanic, or are they trying to go aggressive here and win round number 1?
Well, this is round 1, which means there are no bans, so this is the perfect opportunity to bring out that breaking wheel. But we do know, actually, that PP Cha's favorite hunter is the Sculptor, so we just might see her. Though I really would agree with you that the better choice, of course, is the breaking wheel, because you really need to be aggressive with round 1. You need to rack in those points. This is where you usually secure or gain the point advantage from your opponents. So I'm really excited how this is going to turn out, because then it's a mystery if we're going to see either the Sculptor or the breaking wheel. But
yeah, so
if we're gonna get a Sculptor, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you'll like them for that.
Yeah, they'll do. So if you do go, again, it depends on what Weibo plays. So as you mentioned, what's the ideal lineup? So if Weibo goes, they could of course just go straight on play anti-breaking wheel, bringing things like of course Priest is on some map very powerful against that. You can even go Toy Merchant, which is something we see used to counter breaking wheel. Even on Chinatown, Toy Merchant, Chinatown is incredibly strong. You can use those catapults to push survivors into stronger kiting areas. Toy Merchants can also jump off the upstairs 2-story platforms and fly away in that glider. I don't think we're going to see Weibo use that, just because Toy Merchant's not a character that's used right away in a lot of these mainland China team comps. It's something that you can usually bring out if you're playing a late round breaking wheel, or trying to potentially go for item swap plays by the, once your items run out, you can have your Toy Merchant give a new item to one of the potential rebound kiters. For example, maybe the survivors need to force survivor escape, and they need someone to kite to dungeon in the end game. Toy Merchant can come out there. We are going to see a Seer ban from PP Cha here, which means that he could... Yeah, he could actually go Dream Witch just based off of the Seer ban, or he'll still go Breaking Wheel, but he might be trying to go for a win here. The Seer ban, again, is usually more of a strategy when you want to go for a win as Breaking Wheel, because you want to be able to get the first survivor down quickly, but then you run the risk of that forward support, and it runs the risk of course, the survivors being able to win the match as well. So it's a risky play, especially going into a mainland China team here, being from the Japan region, but AG has proven themselves to be quite strong so far, and I think that this could definitely work out for PPCHA if played properly.
Here we are with that Breaking Wheel from PPCHA. I think, yes, Patient, really not a good chase. So Acrobat, we're just going to have to see, because we've seen a lot of outstanding Acrobat kites against a Breaking Wheel. Again, this Priestess with that support, not much of a threat when it comes to chase, but those long portals are definitely something to watch out for. It looks like the difference between YMM and PPCHA here is that he'd rather deal with a forward rather than a seer. So as a hunter, Eli, who would you prefer to ban if you were in the shoes of PPCHA? Why would you choose a forward over a seer?
Again, the reason why you choose forward over seer is usually because when you're not trying to allow the survivors to push for anything too aggressive. If you give forward as Breaking Wheel, you're allowing the survivors to push for a potential win with that forward harassment and that forward support. And if you ban the seer, if you ban the forward instead, then you give seer, you're going to extend the first kite by a little bit, but you're also removing any sort of harassment option. So I think the idea behind the seer ban is, again, AG, Hunter, PPCHA trying to go aggressive here, trying to potentially win, but it gives Weibo the chance to also pull ahead in round number 1 here. So I personally would have banned forward here if I'm PPCHA, just try to secure a time round number 1. But again, we'll have to see how this plays out for him. PPCHA hunting Breaking Wheel versus the Weibo survivors, 2-2 in the second half of this first round.
And welcome back to the beautiful Chinatown. Here is PPCHA spawning at the 2-story at the hotel, already going towards the middle area to find Tang. Not the best find. Will he commit to this forward here?
We're going to see PPCHA immediately go towards the key spawn, as you mentioned, Kel, which is the tunnel area. And he's actually committing to Tang the forward, which, a couple objects PPCHA getting stuck on here. This is not a great place for chasing a survivor. I guess the goal here for PPCHA is try to force Tang to use 4 vaults on this window and then get it down. But yeah, committing to a forward early on here is just never ideal. And Tang doing an excellent job staying alive in this area, not giving up any spikes. Cypher Machine's already being pushed. PPCHA forced out of wheel form and a full football available for Tang. This should be a pretty easy kite for him because there's no spikes at all. And, as we mentioned, full football. So I don't really know the idea behind committing to forward here. I think it's pretty safe to just change targets and look for somebody else. But PPCHA already on the back foot here, has caught sight of the Priestess. This is a slightly better target. He's able to get a first trap, and he does get the trap in on the Priestess in the corner. She's going to take that hit. And now she's I believe she used the escape button to get out there. If I'm not mistaken, I'm going to be honest, I actually don't know the mechanic behind what happened there, but I believe she was trapped in the corner there. And now PPCHA does have insolence. He can use that extended spike to go for the Priestess here, go for that snap, and he will be able to secure the down and actually turn things back into his favor.
Wow, just like that, already one person going to the chair, and only one Cypher is about to be... Oh, wow, but we got that forward stun in there. He was able to get in there in the nick of time. Now, PPCHA needs to be careful because this is a healthy forward. If he does rescue from the chair, that's a lot of time bought, but it looks like he will not be stunning PPCHA to do the balloon rescue. Instead, he might be the one to do that first rescue. Now, there are 3 Cyphers remaining. The pressure now is on Tang here to be able to do a good rescue of the Priestess. Already does it successfully. 2 spikes on him and 1 on the Priestess. Now, the chase continues. Will he be able to land a hit? Oh, there's that portal, and she's able to get away.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the forward did use a lot of that foot. He doesn't really have any football left to harass, so he couldn't harass that first down. He did have to use about half of it on that first kite, and then he did use the majority of the rest of that football on that last stun. So he didn't really have any football left to harass, so just going for a basic rescue there. As you mentioned, of course, the ideal play for Weibo. And we're going to see Priestess get shared for the second time here. Pipicha still on track to potentially draw. And he's going to go back into wheel form here, trying to find the location of who's going to go for that rescue. Most likely going to be the I think the Acrobat. No, it's probably going to be Patient. Actually, he had wanted her on Patient, but he gave a free save. So I'm not quite sure how he allowed that to happen here. We're going to see Priestess try to get out of range of the full presence spike. He's not able to do so, and he does get the snap and the down again. He knows forward cannot harass with 2 spikes because he has blink. If forward had football, which he doesn't really have, but if he did have football, he wouldn't be able to harass regardless because he can simply blink the forward, instantly killing with those 2 spikes. And Pipicha chasing a forward in the early game, changing targets, and actually getting a very fast down on the Priestess. Somehow working out for him here. It didn't seem like it would, but 2 Cypher Machines down here, the last one at 60%. Pipicha on track to tie this round up here for AG, which actually would be very strong considering that, again, this is most likely YMM's map selection, and Weibo would like to go out on top early. A little bit of premature extended spikes for Pipicha, which means he won't have it on tank here, but he's able to get that spike. There is the full presence. It doesn't matter. He already has 2 on him, and he hits the trap as well. He didn't even need the blink. He can just get him straight down. Trump card still available. He can potentially just leave this forward on the ground, which we'll probably see him do, but no, he's actually going to chair instead, but he's going to chair on the last Cypher Machine. Cahel, this might give him a chance to potentially come back if he goes for an abnormal switch or peeper switch. However, of course, the Patient has already started the last Cypher Machine.
Indeed, there's actually one being decoded in the distance at 40%, so it's still some good time. But I believe there will be no tide turner, and indeed there isn't. 2 spikes. Oh, on that forward, and that Acrobat is very much injured. He needs to do a switch with the Patient here if they really want to get that 70% last Cypher in the distance now. The Patient needs to switch with this Acrobat. He needs to be in the area, and luckily he is already. It's just going to be a matter of time. Now, it's going to boil down to how well this Patient will be able to time that rescue. Uses that hook. Oh, I was kind of hoping he was going to go beyond that that patch there. Missed, but at least he missed that trap. Oh,
yeah, we are going to see that hit there, but the Cypher Machine is primed here for Weibo, and they're going to go into the end game here. Pipicha probably just going to chase regular here, not using that wheel form. He has blink. He can simply just blink this forward, and there's the blink. Beautiful blink from Pipicha. He still has time to get a win here because the exit gate's going to be opened by an Acrobat. He has that decoding debuff when it comes to opening the gates here, and the Patient actually caught in the center of the map here, so he's able to locate where this Patient is hiding out here. He can potentially go for a 3-person elimination, but he's going straight for the exit gate here. Can Acrobat get it open in time with that decoding debuff here? It's going to be down to the wire, and Acrobat just getting it, and he goes for the bomb to cancel the full presence, but it doesn't matter. He's still down to 1 hit, and Pipicha gets the down here. That could be a actual win here for Pipicha. So banning steer instead of forward paying off. Like we mentioned here, it's a winning strategy, and it is going to work out for him, and I think AG can actually win round number 1, maybe even on Weibo's map selection.
Actually, I was also really surprised because I was kind of positive that it was going to be a tie, but just because he was able to find the Patient in the middle, that kind of turned everything around. Now it's going to be a 3-man kill for Pipicha here, and I am really surprised and also very pleased because they do take home the round with 5 against 3. So now Weibo is really going to need to answer back from this. And this is really looking good because just as we said, the Japan teams are wanting to catch up with China in terms of the skill level, and we've seen SST do that. And are we going to see a repeat for this match? Because AG is off to a good start, and we still have yet to see the second and third rounds, but this is looking really good so far.
Yeah, it is looking good so far. And again, since it was Chinatown, I believe that this was, we don't actually know if this was Weibo's map selection or not, but it makes more sense for it to be Weibo again, because we talked about a little bit how these mainland China teams, especially the IBL competitors, love that round 1 Chinatown over Ever-Sleeping Town. Ever-Sleeping Town, of course, is a very strong one, but Chinatown has, as you mentioned, started to become more favorable. So I think that it makes more sense for it to be a Chinatown, whereas the Japanese teams still prefer Ever Sleeping Town for the most part for the round 1 Breaking Wheel and Sculptor. So I again, probably Weibo's map selection, but again, we'll have to see here going into round number 2. But again, AG coming out on top. We talked about before the match, Sear Ban is usually a strategy if the hunter wants to try to push for a win. It's more risky because it allows the survivors to potentially win for themselves because of that forward harassment can push for longer a longer mid game to longer end game. However, it also can work in the hunter's favor because they can get quicker kills without having to worry about that Seer Owl support. And we do see 3-1 in favor of AG Pipicha defeating Weibo survivors here on, of course, a strong Breaking Wheel map. But again, this is a sort of a hunter they're always prepared to play against. It's one of the most common in these competitive scenarios, and just like that, Pipicha able to actually take them down in this first round.
And Tang actually had a really good kite at the start, but because it was so good, he just found the portal and transferred to the Priestess instead. So I think that was the game changer right there. Had he committed to the forward, had he continued, because we were already wondering, why were you committing to the forward? I don't know if he heard us there, but he did switch to the Priestess, and I think that was already the game changer right there. That is where it started to turn towards Pipicha's favor, because it was a quick chase on the Priestess. So I think that's really what started it for Pipicha there. And even so, I think what really made it beneficial for him at the end game was the patient not being able to make it in time to the gate. He was just too far. And that's because the war zone before the patient's rescue was so far as well. So I'm beginning to see the reason why China is already one of those favored maps over Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, well, it ended up being fine for the patient because they were able to hide out middle. It's actually interesting. So it brings up an interesting scenario as Pipicha. Do you look for that patient hiding out near the middle of the map, or do you try to push the exit gate? And he did push the exit gate. When it comes to opening the gates, he knows that he has enough time to get across the map and potentially catch up to the acrobat before he gets that gate open. And he did have tinnitus, so he knew that patient was nearby as well. So it's really just kind of up in the air. What do you opt to go for? If you're able to find patient, of course you can down patient pretty quickly, get a 3-person elimination, or you run the risk of the acrobat getting the gate open in time. But again, he took that gamble knowing the acrobat opens the gate slowly. That's very strong game sense from Pipicha, knowing it had to be acrobat opening the gate, since patient again was the one, as you mentioned, Kahel, going for that rescue. So he has to be across the map. He can't be the one opening the other gate. And it was indeed the acrobat like he predicted, and he did have enough time to get that kill and secure that 3-person elimination.
I think it would have been an entirely different story if there was a switch with the patient and the acrobat, because they made that switch. The acrobat was the first one to rescue, so he did take a lot of damage from that, and that's why they made a switch. But if it was the patient who was actually opening that gate at the end game, maybe it could have been an entirely different story. But what I'm thinking about right now is the fact that Ever Sleeping Town could potentially come out for round 2, because it's still a good map, and I think the China teams are inclined to actually selecting it. Would you? Oh, but more on that. Here are the highlights.
出ますね。どうしよう。俺開ける。分けていい。OK。要是你按那个开一点。
我修马车。
完了，我被卡位了。
能出来吗？那啥。
能出。
这个洞还在大房的。毛病吗？
对，没毛病。我这一半。咋技能来补吗？在那个4楼。
我逼个伞吧，建议。
可以。开伞交了，开不了。你开多少了？你一刀死。
没用啊，开不了。那门基本是压好的。
All right, here we go. Welcome back to our second round coming up here. We did see PP Cha getting a 3-person elimination against Weibo Survivors. In return, YMM, or originally YMM, only had a 2-survivor elimination. So AG, the Japanese team, coming here against this mainland China IVL team, taking round number 1 on a slightly more favorable map. For Weibo. Again, you know, these Japanese teams for Breaking Wheel, they love that ever-sleeping town. And of course, Chinatown's still favorable as well, but the mainland China teams in particular strongly favor Chinatown for Breaking Wheel. So I think going into that first round, again, Weibo being slightly favored, but AG ultimately coming out on top. So yeah, going into the second round, Kahel, what do you think Weibo needs to come back? Again, they're down 2 points, not too much of a deficit, but considering that it's most likely going to be AG's map selection, you know, how can they combat being down 1 round to 0?
Well, definitely Weibo needs to make up by winning at least this round or securing a tie just to be able to push for that round 3. But I was just mentioning before the break that I'm kind of expecting Ever Sleeping Town to come out for round 2. So what else can we, because we're definitely getting rid of the breaking wheels. Would it be possible for this map to actually come out, or do you think we're gonna continue to select the tighter ones like Red Church or Arms Factory?
Well, it's actually interesting that you bring that up. I was actually about to discuss something like that. So basically, here's the scenario here for AG. They have 2 essential options. Assuming they do have map pick here, you know, like we sort of predicted, they have 2 options. You can either go Ever Sleeping Town, and both Breaking Wheels will be banned. That gives PP Cha an option to play Sculptor in Ever Sleeping Town, which is a good Sculptor map. And then YMM will probably bring out the Dream Witch, which is also good for Dream Witch, so it's kind of good for both sides. Or you can try to go with something a little bit different, and in this case, go something like Red Church, ban Dream Witch on YMM's side, and force him to play Breaking Wheel again, but this time on Red Church, which is one of the worst Breaking Wheel maps. And then you can also go Sculptor if you are PP Cha, which, you know, Sculptor not too bad on Church, so it'll ultimately work out for them. Also, Arms Factory is an option for that as well. So maybe that's something that AG is considering here. Try to put YMM on a bad map and then put PP Cha on an okay map for his Hunter, or maybe just give a really good map for both teams' Hunters. It depends on how they really want to play out this next 2 rounds. Of course, they are in the lead currently. It's just about holding it at this point for AG.
And knowing these teams, I'm pretty sure they're also gunning for those 2-0s, or they could play just consistently, still push for that round 3. But I'm also thinking about the possible Hunters that could come out, because we've seen YMM also bring out Geisha, and we've also seen him bring out Red Queen. Now that Geisha not so strong, and especially because it was in Chinatown, but Chinatown is out the door already. We're not going to be seeing it anymore. So who knows? I'm curious as to how this Geisha could perform in other maps, especially in the maps where she could really excel. And we've seen Geisha do well in Ever Sleeping Town. And since I'm kind of hoping to see Ever Sleeping Town for round 2, that could be a scenario as well over a Blood Queen.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely possible. But again, I think YMM really wants to play Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel. Again, you are in a situation where you're down points. You want to try to make up points. So going for as many kills as possible is always strong. Again, maybe your Survivor team is able to get 3 Survivor escape. Then you can simply, you know, as you mentioned, go for one of those draw hunters such as Geisha or Bloody Queen. But if you're in a situation where you're hunting first as YMM, you want to try to go out and get as many points as possible for your team, so the Survivors have less pressure to try to come back and win round number 2. Maybe go Dream Witch, maybe go Breaking Wheel, as we discussed. Those are the best high kill hunters he has in his hunter pool. So, you know, that's definitely an option. But then again, maybe Weibo Survivors have an option to play Survivor first. In this case, Weibo playing Survivor first definitely benefits them, because then YMM knows what type of hunter he has to play, whether he has to go for a draw or play a winning hunter to try to maybe win this round number 2, such as, again, Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel.
So, while waiting for the actual maps to be revealed, it's now time again to get those predictions non-meta edition. So Grizzly and I were just discussing what are the characters that we want to see in round 2 and 3, but is not exactly in the meta. Now, we've seen actually Coordinator been brought out from Weibo and also Postman. So that's something to consider. But I'm really curious as to what you prefer, Eli.
Yeah, well, for me, that's what I prefer. I don't know. I really enjoy Entomologist. That's probably my favorite character to come out. Yeah, I guess. Okay, at a non-meta, oh, that's tough for me because I'm pretty strict to the meta. But I don't know. I think something I like to see is maybe the Painter. We did see AG actually play Painter in their qualifiers, and I believe I don't think they had an option to play it against B4U because it was actually banned. We saw Sprinter banning the round 2 Painter because they know that AG that's a character they really like to bring out. But yeah, definitely Painter could be an option for AG here. I think that would make the most sense for them, and it's always a character I love to see being played as well. You know, just the ability to have that unique chair time allows for so many cool tricks, and also just the paintings as well can be good support and kiting options. So yeah, I think that Painter could definitely be an option. We did see, of course, Doctor and Barmaid in the same team comp from AG, but that was, of course, to hard counter a Dream Witch, which, you know, in this case is probably not, they're probably not going to go that strict. Maybe they could try something like that. You know, maybe you ban YMM's Breaking Wheel and play Barmaid to try to counter his Dream Witch, but I think that's probably a little bit too risky because then you play into like maybe a Blink Geisha, and Blink Geisha could potentially get a Barmaid down pretty quickly. So I don't think that would really make a lot of sense, but you know, again, anything's possible, anything's on the table. AG maybe we'll bring out the Barmaid or maybe that Painter. We'll just have to see. But I think in reality, it probably makes the most sense for them to stick to the standard meta character selections because they are leading. You just want to have that, you know, that consistency and just try to tie up these last rounds and secure the win. And yeah, so again, we'll have to see, you know, what they opt to go for as well. And again, probably just gonna go for consistent meta picks. So I think we're also again, it depends on the map selection as well. Again, maybe they try to go for the strategy of banning the Dream Witch and going for a bad Breaking Wheel map. That's always an option for the AG Survivor side. And again, they just have to secure the draw here. So maybe PBCHA goes for drawing strategies as well. He does have that Naiad, which we talked about, a good draw hunter. It's not so much for going for heavy kills, but you don't have to go for heavy kills here if you are PBCHA. Of course, map is very important, but also faction selection. Whichever team gets to go Survivor first is really going to matter in this second round.
So while waiting for the map picks, I just want to really look back on what we've seen from AG so far. I think this is one of the most spirited survivors that we've seen in the group stages, because I think I mentioned this before in that Ever Sleeping Town match with the Breaking Wheel. They really did pull through spirit of camaraderie just to be able to get out the gate. So I'm pretty sure they're going to try to employ this kind of strategy again, because they need to solidify their points. They need to put that much distance between themselves and Weibo. So if it is indeed going to be an Ever Sleeping Town map, it's not going to be a Breaking Wheel. It could be a Sculptor, yes. How could they, what is the best strategy to secure a 4-man escape, even if it's really, really hard?
Yeah, I mean, are you talking about on the side of AG or the side of Weibo?
On AG.
Okay, yeah, I mean, obviously, again, AG doesn't really need a 4-Survivor escape because they are leading. But, I mean, yeah, if they want to go for something like that, I don't know. I mean, they're probably, again, we have to see the map, right? We talk a little bit about if it's going to be a map like Ever Sleeping Town, you have to probably ban YMM's Breaking Wheel and take a round 2 Dream Witch. We should be seeing the map here shortly, and it is going to be Ever Sleeping Town selected from AG. So that's one of our predictions. And again, Weibo did have that round 1 map selection, which we also predicted. It makes the most sense for YMM to select a map like that for his Hunter or his Breaking Wheel. Ever Sleeping Town, again, is going to be balanced. It's going to be stable for both sides' Hunters. However, it's going to be, it's not like AG is going for something a little bit risky, maybe putting PBCHA on an OK Sculptor map and then going with the ban of the Dream Witch. We're going to see a short interview from Ting.
然后我们也会尽最大的努力去挑战他，看看他有多强吧。
So it looks like they are hell-bent on proving themselves. They have a target in the group stages. And exactly, they need to be able to win this match to be able to contend with the top teams of the group stages. And again, we are halfway towards the end of the group stages. And already there are teams that are emerging with 2 points. The top teams from the group stages will advance to the quarterfinals directly, and the second and third place groups will be the ones at the first round of the playoffs. So this is really exciting because, again, this is a Japan versus China team. We want them to really shine because we've been seeing China teams excel like for years already. So it's high time for Japan to also do the same. And here we see that everybody is doing the system checks. We want to make sure that these survivors and Hunter will be competing in the best possible condition. We are going to get into the picks and bans shortly. But again, while waiting for that, it's time to again discuss non-meta picks. So I'm going to ask you, Eli, again. I know you're a meta guy, but if it's ever Sleeping Town and you are forced to choose a Hunter that is not exactly in the meta, who is your best choice?
Ever Sleeping I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, a lot of Ever Sleeping Town's really good as a map selection because it's really strong for the main meta Hunter, Sculptor Dream Witch, and Breaking Wheel. But yeah, non-meta Hunter for this map. I don't really know. I mean, I don't really expect we're gonna see a lot of non-meta Hunters in this tournament, especially from these teams. But
yeah, but
yeah,
I was asking, which one would you prefer if you?
Oh,
were
which one I prefer to see?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. As for me, when I play Hunter on Ever Sleeping Town, of course I like to stick to a lot of the meta picks as well. But yeah, sometimes I'll play Anne, even though she's not as good on this map. Axeboy is can be particularly strong in this map. Axeboy is considered to be kind of a meta character because it is sometimes brought out by some of these teams, but it's not quite as common. But Axeboy can work effectively on Ever Sleeping Town with good bans, whether that's Mercenary, Priestess, Seer, or a combination of that can also be good. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see, it's very unlikely we're going to see any of that at all, though. For the most part, yeah, I mean, the reason why Ever Sleeping Town is picked here again, Ever Sleeping Town is one of the best maps for the 3 best characters in the game, currently in at least for tournament settings if you're trying to push for heavy kills, and that's Sculptor, Dream Witch, and Breaking Wheel. So what's going to happen here essentially is AG picked this map because they know that PvChaw's Breaking Wheel will probably be banned, and then now PvChaw can play Sculptor, and Sculptor is very strong on Ever Sleeping Town. There's a lot of narrow areas to easily place statues in to cut off kiting routes, and it can be very effective for him here if played properly.
But PvChaw's favorite Hunter is the Sculptor after all, so I'm pretty sure he will bring it out. So they need to really think about the lineup that would best counter this. And since we're talking non-meta, in terms of the survivors, I think one of those picks that I really like to see in Ever Sleeping Town and against a Sculptor no less is, of course, the Enchantress. We have seen her in previous matchups, and she is one of those characters that you don't really pick, but could be just right against a Sculptor, especially because PvChaw could really choose that Hunter.
Yeah, so again, we're going to be on our picks and bans shortly, I'd imagine. Breaking will get banned. Now, the question is, where does PvChaw want to go with his first 2 bans? You know, we saw Priestess be a character that was utilized heavily by MS in the MSGH matchup yesterday, and we talked about how Priestess ban would have definitely benefited Godjay in that matchup. So this is very similar in that we have probably a round 2 Sculptor here with 2 bans. Will PvChaw go forward Seer like Godjay, or will he go Seer Priestess or forward Priestess to kind of counteract that? Because Priestess support is so strong on this map. One of the main ways Priestesses can support on Ever Sleeping Town is Priestess will go do one of the ciphers near the middle of the map, and then they'll put a portal in the direction of where the first kiter is. Whether if the kiter's graveyard, they'll go from they'll stop decoding their middle cipher, place a portal over towards graveyards, and someone can push towards that middle if necessary. If someone's kiting corner house, you put a portal that goes from middle to corner house. If they're kiting at the fake gate area, you put one that way. And if they're kiting over near the bad corner area, over near the 11 areas, like as we like to call it, near graveyard gate, you put a portal in that direction and allow them to transition towards middle. And they'll have the 2 pallets in middle already thrown down. So once the survivor takes that portal, they can immediately vault to get a speed boost and transition even farther away. So that's kind of what Priestess is so strong for on this map. I think that's probably something that PBCha has in mind here. But I think the best combination of bans here for PBCha is definitely forward Seer or Priestess.
Definitely, but somehow we've been seeing in the first matches of Ever Sleeping Town that Priestess is actually less of a priority compared to maybe forward or Seer. But we've been seeing in previous tournaments that Priestess is actually the top ban. So is this because of some certain adjustments that made it so? Why is Seer all of a sudden more of a priority than the Priestess or the forward? I mean, why is Priestess not that much of a priority anymore compared to a Seer or a forward? I mean, she could be so strong, especially in this map.
Yeah, Priestess is definitely a good ban for Hunt. You know, again, we talked about this a little bit yesterday as well, because, you know, Godjay struggle with that Priestess against the MS Priestess support. So, yeah, it definitely makes sense to ban Priestess. Going into the situation, if I'm the Hunter here, I probably can definitely consider that. You know, of course, you do have to... Seer can be strong against Sculptor if you're able to force a basic hit on the Owl and avoid those statues. And then the forward support... Again, Sculptor can be very good as well. So it really just depends what PBCha wants to actually go with here. But yeah, Priestess support, yeah, as you said, Kel, very strong in Ever Sleeping Town. It's a big map. That long portal can be very effective in just portaling through the buildings. This is arguably the best map for her in terms of supporting, even kiting, but supporting in particular. So yeah, again, we'll have to see. I'm not really sure what PBCha wants to go with, but again, we can talk a little about the upsides and the downsides to it. So if you ban forward Seer, you don't have to worry about stun on chair rescues, which means you could potentially utilize your camp to its fullest potential. And then you also don't have to worry about extended first kites with the Seer Owl. Now, if you give them Priestess, though, you also have to worry about the Priestess support. So if the Priestess is able to set up portals near where the person's kiting, if they spawn near that survivor who's kiting first, then it doesn't matter if you ban the Seer because, well, I mean, it does matter, but it still puts you in a situation where you're getting a lot of extra support from the Priestess. So the difference between Seer and Priestess is that Seer's support can be used from anywhere on the map, where Priestess will have to actually be in the vicinity of the survivor kiting to help add support to their first kite.
And looking at what we just had in the first round, really Priestesses weren't banned. So that kind of pushed for those ties. Do you think it would have been an entirely different story if the Priestess was banned at first? I think it could have been because she really can be pesky with those long portals.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It didn't really matter in terms of support that match because, of course, Priestess was first kite. Well, I mean, technically forward was first kite, but he ended up not... he ended up getting left anyways. The breaking will change target.
Priestess instead.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, if Priestess is banned, then there's a different target there. That's probably, I mean, well, the thing is, if you ban Priestess first, then you're probably getting, Seer forward. So that would have been probably a Seer. So yeah, I mean, maybe it's different there. I mean, in reality, it's probably a similar kite in terms of time, just because Seer has Owl to extend his kite, whereas Priestess has portals on Chinatown to extend kite. So I don't think it really would have mattered because, again, Priestess didn't have any support that match because she did get that first kite. So it probably doesn't matter. And again, Breaking Wheels aren't going to ban Priestess first. They have to ban forward or they have to ban Seer. Those are the two best characters that for going against a wheel because the Seer Owl is so strong in allowing that first kite to be extended, absorbing a Seer Owl can of course absorb a survivor's hit even if it has 2 spikes in them, and the forward support is very strong because Breaking Wheel is a fragile hunter. So Priestess ban there wouldn't have really made a difference because she got first kite. But if she didn't, then yeah, of course the support can be very strong. Chinatown is good for Priestess because of how spread out those buildings are.
And spreading Speaking of buildings, I actually thought of the toy merchant again. And although I was really hoping to see more of her in the previous match, we did see her in the match between the first match between MRC and ACT. But really looking forward to seeing more of this character. In Ever Sleeping Town, she could be also very effective with those catapults when helping survivors to transition towards to story. Now, I'm pretty sure that Priestess is going to be banned. You said it. It just makes perfect sense to ban a forward, a seer, and a priestess. So now we can talk about characters that are best, are the best way to make up for the absence of a priestess. And I have the toy merchant in mind. Are there any survivors that you want to add up to that?
Yeah, well, the biggest problem here is that since it is a round 2 situation, he has to ban forward seer, forward priestess, or seer priestess first. So that gives them an option to lock in one of them. So if it is the priestess ban like we discussed, then yeah, what are options to replace that? So if it's forward priestess, of course, we're going to see seer immediately replace that. And if it's seer priestess, we're probably going to see forward replace that. And then in terms of other characters, I think the team comp probably will, for Weibo here, we'll probably see Patient come back up again. Again, Patient, a very strong kiter for going against the Sculptor. We're probably going to see Acrobat as well, since it's not, I mean, it depends on what he opts to ban, of course. Round 2 situation, if we do see forward seer, we're probably going to see Priestess Mercenary locked in. Then we'll see either Patient or Acrobat, and then they're going to go with the other one. So I assume probably Acrobat, then Patient gets locked in. And then it's the last one. It's up in the air for Weibo. Maybe they go Mechanic if they want to go for a draw and see if YMM can go for a win. Or maybe they go something a little bit safer. Maybe Psychologist, maybe even Entomologist are both good kiting options. So those are probably the best plays here for Weibo. But again, we'll have to see what if he actually wants to ban Priestess at all, or just go forward and Seer.
Now that you mentioned the Mechanic, I just remembered that Weibo actually did bring her out in well, it's in sorry, do I have this right? It's actually in, yeah, they did bring her out at some point. It was okay, here I have it, the one with
Wolves and Weibo, right?
yeah, it's the one in Arms Factory. Well, it's a really tight map, so do you think it would be wise to bring her out in Ever Sleeping as well? Because this is a tight map, and although they were able to secure that 3-man escape, it's it really, in the fact that Ever Sleeping Town is such a huge map, it could greatly influence that kind of outcome. To bring out the Mechanic in round 2, it could be a situation where the bot gets spotted first, and then the Mechanic's location will be revealed, and she will get chased, unless the Hunter goes for the Priestess or the Mercenary first, if it's possible, you know, to get that decoding debuff going.
Yeah, I mean, Mechanic's fine on Ever Sleeping Town. You know, again, it's a character that you bring out if you want to draw, so it's very hard since Breaking will probably be banned from PP Shaw here, it makes sense to go Mechanic if Weibo wants to get a draw again. As we talked about, Mechanic's such a good draw survivor, especially against Sculptor. And these chip hunters like Sculptor Bonbon, they have a difficult time dealing with the bot because they have to get 2 chips just to knock it down, which is usually kind of a waste of their ability. It's very difficult for them to actually eliminate them. If you find Mechanic first and bot still in play, because Sculptor's a character that can get Cypher Rushed, you can have even if you get rid of the bot, you can still tie. It's just like if the bot's in play and Mechanic dies even instantly, PB Chaw's probably not getting anything more than a draw just because that bot's in play and can do an entire Cypher Machine for free. So I don't know. Yeah, Mechanic, as Magic L can definitely come out here. It just depends on Weibo's mindset. Do they want to try to go for a survivor win and have YMM try to secure a draw, or do they want to secure a draw themselves? Maybe for this round 2 altogether, have YMM draw as well, and then try to win round number 3. It really just depends. I think if you are Weibo here, you're probably trying to get a survivor win, put less pressure on YMM. Maybe he can just get a draw for the Weibo team, and they can win the second round.
Looking forward to that, because it's really gonna make YMM's life a lot easier. But yeah, while waiting for the match to start, where another thing that we can talk about is the absence of other ranked maps. We don't see a lot of Leo's Memory. I was actually looking forward to seeing that map, but it's just not getting picked. We even see more of Red Church and Arms Factory than Leo's Memory. But I'm really wondering why it doesn't get picked at all. Nobody even bothers to ban it, but I actually like that map. Do you like that map as a hunter?
Yeah, no, I really don't like it as a hunter. The problem with Leo's Memory is like it's similar to Sacred Heart Hospital in that if you start chasing a survivor and they make it to Factory and Sacred they make it to Hospital, then you're just gonna get kited. I mean, Factory on Leo's is just so incredibly strong for survivors. I mean, you have your God Palette behind Factory. You have another one right near the staircase. You have multiple windows you can go on. You have your upstairs window, the God window, the hunter has to vault. It's just like a lot of hunters cannot deal with the Factory. There's a few hunters that can be okay with it, such as something like Geisha is actually not too bad. But a lot of hunters, anything along the lines of Bon Sculptor, even Dream Witch doesn't like Leos because if you try to go up and try, it's hard to trap a survivor in the upstairs area, and it's easy for them to just force a Leo. There's just so many issues with Leos in that so many hunters don't like it. They'll just never pick it. I mean, I don't think I've ever met a hunter that says, I like Leo's Memory. And it's just like, a lot of the time, it's something that a lot of teams will sometimes consider just as a surprise option. But again, it never really happens because that team's hunter would usually be so uncomfortable to play on it because of how strong it can be for survivors that it just never becomes an option for any team.
There are actually a lot of survivors that can really excel in that map. Let's not get started with that Toy Merchant because she has such great looping potential in the Factory, just being able to plant a catapult in the middle area to be able to fly towards the stairs and going to the second floor. That could be a huge problem for the hunter. What else? We also have the Patient. I've seen the many spots where the Patient can really use the grappling hook from that terrace area at the 2-story towards the door next to the basement. That's really something that is gonna give the hunter a headache. It's really easy to loot hunters there. I'm beginning to see the reason why, but you did mention that meta these days are very survivor-sided. So why aren't we seeing a strategy where we want to prioritize the survivor lineup and we want the survivors to do some carrying for the hunter? Why can't we take advantage of Leo's Memory? Or are we still taking the hunter's preferences greatly into consideration?
Yeah, in a competitive setting, a lot of teams will, as you mentioned, take the hunter's preference, usually over, for the most part, usually over the survivors, because again, the game being, as you said, very survivor-sided. Of course, we're going to see a lot survivors win more often than hunters typically do. So the fact that Leo's Memory can be very good for survivors and difficult for hunters, so much so that a lot of hunters can almost really not win on that map against good survivor teams. It's just never worth it. So that's why Leo's Memory never comes out. So yeah, for the most part, you usually go hunter preference over survivor preference. But of course, you also have to consider, what hunters does the other team play, right? You want to play into a map that's maybe not so strong for them, but also strong for your hunter. Being the way the meta is for the hunters, at least, you have Breaking Wheel Sculptor, Dream Witch being the main three. A lot of these top hunters will play all three of those, so they'll have very similar hunter pools. So picking maps to counter the other team's hunter usually isn't on the table quite as much because, again, there's very few hunters that are actually extremely viable early rounds. But in reality, for the most part, yeah, as you said, a lot of the time you'll go based off of, majority of the time, what the hunter, has, the hunter of the team wants to go with, what type of map they want to go with, essentially.
Well, so much for Leo's Memory. I'm also wondering about the maps that don't appear as much. They have appeared in previous matches, but only like once, we don't see it a lot. And I'm talking about actually Hospital. We did see Hospital in the previous match. It was the third round between ACT and MRC, but really I'm seeing more of course, Ever Sleeping, Chinatown, and Red Church, and even Arms Factory. But I said that Sacred Heart is one of my favorite maps because it's really balanced for both the Hunter and the Survivors. But why do you think we're not seeing much of this map to begin with?
Well, actually, the reason why is because it's a little bit more strong. It's a lot stronger for the Survivors, and it's similar to Leo's Memory. We talked about with Leo's Memory how once you get to that factory, it's very easy to loop the factory, and it's so hard as a hunter to get the kills there. And then with Sacred, it's like it's very similar. If the Survivors are able to push for the hospital area, it's very difficult to catch them. And because for those of you who remember back before with Birdcage where they had the 2 windows, now they added a pallet. Yeah, now they added a pallet, so now it's even easier for Survivors to enter Hospital. They can just go straight through the pallet. They don't even have to go through the doors anymore. So that's kind of like that's what makes it, was kind of the kicker for a lot of hunters. They just really didn't want to have to deal with that. And Sacred is just very, very rare because, again, since you're going for the majority of the time hunter preference, again, I don't know a lot of hunters that say I like Sacred Heart Hospital. So it's just so hard to catch Survivors once they reach that hospital area. Even the ruins area can be difficult. There's a strong shack palette. There's just so many places that can be so hard for hunters. And if you have a support of the Priestess, you can add even more entrances to hospital through those portals. So it's just, we don't see Sacred use as much because it's so Survivor sided to a point where a lot of hunters just really don't want to have to play on it.
And there are those windows that some Survivors could fly in, especially at the 2nd floor. We have the Toy Merchant. Again, she is such a menace when it comes to 2-story structures. And then we also have the Patient, such a big problem. Actually, also the Prospector with that magnet, the elevator trick. That's what they're calling it, right? The elevator move to be able to magnet a Survivor towards the 2nd floor. And we actually seen this in tournaments as well. I'm actually kind of sad that we're not seeing much of that. But it's interesting how a lot of Survivors are beginning to have that ability to go to that 2nd floor. And I'm also thinking about the upcoming Survivor, the Professor, because we're already assuming, because of the skills of an evil reptilian, somehow, because the Weeping Clown has a trait that is somehow similar to the clown, could it be that this is going to be, the Professor rather, is going to be another Survivor with that jumping ability that will just allow him to jump to 2-story easily, just like Evil Reptilian? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's possible. I was gonna say, so we did see Weeping Clown being similar to regular Clown, and then you also have, but the thing is you also have to consider is Novelist is a little bit different than Nightmare. They don't have too many similarities in terms of their abilities. So maybe they try to go on the same idea of Weeping Clown and regular Clown and have a similar ability, or maybe they just mix it up like they did with Novelist and Nightmare. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely possible. We don't really know too much about the Professor, of course. It's something that I'll look into shortly. But I just want to talk a little bit more about how this next round is going to play out here as well. So I was just thinking, so again, you have Weibo being down 2 points here against this Japanese team. And again, Kel, you talked about these non-meta options coming out. I actually think that we might see Painter from AG. It's not something we see come out too often, but again, AG is it's a character they like to bring out. Now, Painter only is really effective if you're going against Breaking Wheel. Painter can easily farm the painting from the wheel form. While they're in wheel form, you can gain that vision and gain that painting. Whereas if you look at something like Dream Witch, which is something that YMM wants to potentially bring out here, it's not quite as strong, because if you drop a painting on one of the leeches, they can switch to another one and still absorb a hit. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and go on a short break. A couple technical difficulties with our match, but we should be back in a little bit here. Stick with us, and we'll see you all in the second round when we return.
Can somebody save me from the past? time to stand up for our dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep up, always be your eyes. Till my sins are washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still come lost. Without chances of I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
Miss Kyo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings.
That's all.
Be right arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light, but forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined. 过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil and leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened. Once a paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins!
A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have been, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry all the journey.
失败了。所以我才又回到了这里。这一切都是你的阴谋吗？再次面对过去的噩梦。
All right, welcome back, guys. We are going into our second half of round number, or second half of this round of the. What am I saying? First half of the second round. We did have a slight rules issue for the last round, so we are going to explain that real quick so you guys understand generally for what happened here. So, according to Rule 16.2.7, players are not allowed to use the escape button during a match. So, if you recall, during that last round, the Priestess player on Weibo did unfortunately use the escape button to get out of being trapped. And because this rule has been broken, the admins have decided that AG will get a 5 points for the Hunter side. So that would be a 4-person elimination instead of 3 for PPCHA, essentially how that works out here. So 7-2, because of this this little misstep, will be 7-2 lead for AG in opposed to what we originally had before. So now this makes things a little bit more interesting, Kahel, because now, again, Weibo is going to have to come back a little bit stronger here. They can't really afford to go for a they can, of course, afford to go for a 5-3 comeback and then win the last round. But now they're going to have to, instead of tying things up with 5-3 comeback, they're going to have to go and win the last round. Those extra points really will matter here. So for PPCHA, we are going to see going with the Sculptor, as we mentioned, Psychologist, Priestess, and Mercenary. Mechanic is interesting, considering now that you're down 5 points, you may want to go for extra Survivor escapes here. But, maybe they'll just go for a draw and have the confidence of YMM to potentially turn things around on the Hunter side.
Or maybe this could be a lineup that they prepared against a Sculptor, especially because Sculptor has been nerfed, so it might be relatively easy for them this time to at least secure more escapes. But then again, like you said, Mechanic is really good for getting ties, but we're gonna have to see how this is going to play out. We do have a Psychologist in the lineup, so she could be able to provide that support sometime in mid game to end game. But really, I'm curious about the spawn points. Hopefully, for the sake of this mechanic here, and for Weibo to be able to catch up in terms of the points, that bot doesn't get spotted so early in the game. But we are about to see the match. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first half of round 2, and bringing it to you is me, Kahel, and Eli. The match is about to begin shortly. Let's go!
All right, here we go. We see the graveyard spawn immediately from PPCHA going straight towards the maybe middle area, maybe Geisha. The key spawn is the Geisha gate in this instance, and he is going straight in that direction, finding Li Bao, who's actually the mechanic. So this is probably the picture-perfect start here for PPCHA. Let's see what he's able to do. Is he going to go ahead and statue down that bot, or is he going to go ahead and transition towards the mechanic, breaking down that first strong pallet, and mechanic rotating to the backside of graveyard here. No Seer Owl available, of course, as it was banned, but Priestess was given, so we did see the forward Seer banned from PPCHA, as we had previously discussed, Kahel. Let's see how this mechanic is able to kite in this graveyard. It's a bit of a difficult position. Tries to go for the pallet drop. Good juke there from the mechanic, staying alive a little bit longer, and he actually loses sight of the mechanic, and she's able to gain some distance.
That was a really good mind game from Li Bao right here, and I believe the bot has been deployed. Did we see that bot? It's actually there near the Geisha gate before the mechanic went for the graveyard, but look at this, with that Priestess being able to provide that support. That really extends the kite and establishes a lot of distance between the mechanic and the Sculptor. At this point, will PPCHA commit to this mechanic, or will he change targets?
Mercenary actually eating a statue hit, so this is a pretty nice little advantage gain here for PB Cha. We do have, of course, another beautiful statue here on the elevation there, getting that second chip. We do have Psychologist, which of course can heal the Mercenary, but will lose a little bit of stress in the process. No Priestess support available. We're going to see that last statue get the down. Beautiful job from PB Cha on a strong pace here. Still has Blink available, still has that trait swap. We see the Detention and Trump card build. So he will be able to potentially switch traits or use the, use that Blink for a later chase. We see Psychologist healing up the Mercenary, since of course Mercenary does have to go to that first rescue, but Psychologist will lose a quarter of that stress mark because of that.
Uh-oh, here comes the bot. It's actually here in the area, and it's a good thing that the mechanic is able to take that away, because now PB-Cha's attention is drawn to this Psychologist, and there is that stress response that has been triggered. But look at this Mercenary coming in there out of the blue to be the one to rescue this mechanic. And yes, Ty Turner is in effect. Mercenary did take a hit, but is able to go away safely. Now the chase continues here at the corner house. Just one more chip damage to down this mechanic. Takes that hit right there. But last effort isn't going to last much longer, and we can expect this mechanic to be down. And indeed she is down, and this is exactly why she went to this corner, because she needs to get out of that cipher where the Psychologist is decoding.
Yeah, we see PB Cha was able to actually chip the Psychologist as well, and they're gonna... this is risky. They remove Psychologist's heal here to heal up a different survivor, and we're gonna see Psychologist be down to one chip, and now PB Cha's full presence. He can actually get the down, and that... Weibo going for a risky play. Because Psychologist has wanted order, and she gives up half her health there, it makes her one shot to a target statue, which is exactly what happened. So an unlucky wanted order play there for Weibo. Here comes the Mercenary, coming to the rescue. There's one statue, there's a follow-up. Can he get the stuff of the rescue? And Terror Shocks the Mercenary, and because of this, he now can actually just win the game. PB Cha has a winning position because of that one prevented rescue. Psychologist on the ground as well. Priestess can pop a Cypher Machine. They actually have another one almost primed here, and it's already primed. Wow, look at that Cypher Rush. But yeah, it's still very close here for PB Cha. He can potentially still win this game, but the survivors again actually have a plan to draw. They do get the hit there. The Cypher Machine is primed, and they will push for the end game.
Wow, just like that. I think the survivors of Weibo can still turn this into a tie, because that Cypher Machine being primed is really... that happens so fast. So now the Priestess will be going back to the chair. No trait for the Sculptor for now. So I guess the best course of action here is to just try to down one more survivor. And now we have the Chisel on the Mercenary. Psychologist is probably opening the gate at the back. I see a long portal there, but in no distance that is beneficial to the survivors. But here is the Psychologist already going towards the high school gate. Will they make it? I think they're going to make it.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize how far along those Cypher Machines are, but Attention can still play. Can he get this hit through the thing? And no, he does not get the swing through the doors there. I actually didn't even realize how far those Cyphers were being pushed. That mechanic Cypher Rush, very impressive. So my apologies on that. It still was a draw pace after that stuffed rescue. But yeah, PB Cha actually able to turn things into a draw there. The survivors had a good position. The mechanic's kite was strong, considering, being a mechanic is usually, it's very difficult to kite with that. But because the rotation was good and mechanic was able to gain distance, get away from the bot, and bot did an entire Cypher Machine for free there, they had enough Cyphers to potentially win if Mercenary makes that rescue, but those statues just picture perfect for PB Cha. He had to stuff that rescue there if he wanted to secure a draw or a win, and he did do so. So just like that, I mean, Weibo has to get 2 survivors eliminated here if they want to keep things going. They're already down. It's now 9-4 in terms of points, in terms of rounds, down 1 round because of that the extra bonus that AG was able to gain because of that situation in the first round. So just like this, YMM needs to get at least 2 survivors eliminated. Anything less will be a win ultimately for AG.
That's right. And I just want to highlight again the decision of the mechanic to go towards that corner house, to go far away from the Psychologist as much as possible. But it's really amazing how those ciphers were done even with Pipicha doing so well, he was able to land all those statue hits on the mercenary, on the psychologist, was even able to down her and do that tear shot on the mercenary. Such an amazing defensive chair, but somehow the survivors of Weibo were able to successfully get that Cypher popped at the right moment. So I guess this is where the value of the mechanic comes in. Like you said, Cypher Rush still so very possible with the use of a mechanic.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, mechanic, we talked about being a good draw survivor, but against something like a sculptor, it's not too bad for pushing for a win, simply because, again, that bot Cypher Rush is so hard for a hunter to deal with. You know, one of these chip hunters that doesn't have as much map pressure. Sculptor, of course, does have the chisel, but it's not necessarily as strong as, you know, maybe something like a Bloody Queen mirror image that can easily down the bot, or Geisha dashes. So yeah, mechanic really putting in the work here with that with the decoding mercenary. With the stuff rescue, it didn't even matter for the survivors. They could still draw from that position. But of course, ideally, Weibo would be able to get a win there. But Pipicha clutching up in a difficult situation. You really saw how strong a sculptor was. He hit the majority of the statues that match. But you know, typically a lot of these mainland China survivors are easily able to dodge these statues and force basic hits. But Pipicha's statues were so on point that it was just very difficult for them to be avoided. And you know, even with that, the Cypher Rush was so strong that they almost were able to pull out a victory. But again, Pipicha, a clutch play here at the end here, just like we saw in the first round. He had a clutch play in the end game to push for that 3-person elimination. In this case, was able to get that draw from a losing spot. And 2-2 again. That's going to keep AG with a significant lead here. YMM's really going to need to pull something out in the second half.
For some reason, I'm thinking that it might be a draw again, since the skill level between these two players, or these two teams rather, are so close to each other. So I think we might be getting that tie, and I'm really looking forward to a round 3. But again, let's focus first on the second half of round 2. Now, there can be no more mistakes on the part of Weibo here. They have to at least secure that tie for a round 3. But on the part of AG, it's just gonna take three people out for them to take home this round and ultimately win the match. So I'm really excited how this is going to play out. But in terms of possible hunter picks, what are we looking at? We've seen the Breaking Wheel. I'm pretty sure he's going to be banned, but who is the next best choice for YMM? Could it be a Dream Witch?
Yeah, so considering that in this situation, if YMM only secures a draw, yes, you still force a third round. However, the issue is that it's not that, you know, you're tying this round and going into round 3. It's that you're down 5 points. If you force a tie here as YMM and you go into round 3 down 2 points, which was the original situation, then you're fine. Your team can usually win by 2 points in the last round and catch up. But now that you're down by 5, you know, because of the situation of the first round, now you're in a situation where you have to, if you're YMM, you really want to try to push for 3 survivors eliminated, and win this round, because again, this Weibo team is trying to win on rounds since they're so far behind here. And we see the AG survivors getting ready for this match. Yeah, so YMM, again, trying to push for a win here. The hunter you talked about being Dream Witch most likely will come out here. That's YMM's secondary hunter. And I think since this is such a strong Breaking Wheel map, we're probably going to see that get banned, and we're going to see the Dream Witch come out here in round number 2.
And we also have a substitution. It looks like Roido is coming in place of number 5. I'm really excited to see that, especially because he really is good with that patient. We've seen him excel with patient in Ever Sleeping Town round 2 against Sprinter, so that's something to look forward to. And we're seeing a lot of patient gameplays. We're seeing a lot of impressive patient gameplays. I really expect nothing more than the best from Roido as well, just like what we've seen with Fox in the previous matchup. So that's something to look forward to. And now here are the survivors already getting ready for the match. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it to the stage because of travel bans and stuff. But yeah, really excited. Now, survivor lineup. we're about to see that. But first, we get to see the bans on the part of YMM. Again, Seer out the window, and we have that forward. So this is the chance to actually lock in that Priestess.
Yeah, Dream Witch ban here from AG Survivor. So forward Seer ban is good for Wheel and Dream Witch here. We see Dream Witch actually getting banned, so that means YMM probably will be able to play Breaking Wheel. Looks like the Survivor's more prepared for a Wheel rather than the Dream Witch Patient being the second ban here. And yeah, Mercenary Priestess, the most obvious locks here. The Survivors can actually just play Mechanic and go for a draw here. We're actually going to see Batter from AG here, and this is actually a good selection because Batter, Acrobat is the last one. Batter is a good secondary harasser after the forward. Batter is very strong against Breaking Wheel because then Breaking Wheel being a very fragile character in which forward really thrives against, but with the forward being off the table here, Batter can be a strong substitute. And yeah, as we predicted, YMM going with the Breaking Wheel here has to really go for 3 survivors eliminated or more here if he wants to close the gap for round number 3.
I'm really excited to see this Batter because we've only seen him, once or twice in the previous matches. And yes, I definitely agree he can be a really good substitute to the forward. They really want to focus on harassing a Wheel as well. And I'm actually thinking, why didn't I think of this before? Why didn't I think that the next best substitute to a forward is the Batter? We were talking about the Priestess and who are the possible players to give the support that is equivalent to that of the Priestess. But again, we almost forgot about the forward here. But I'm really excited about this lineup because again, we have the Acrobat. Acrobat can be really good against a Breaking Wheel. We've seen him in this specific map against a Breaking Wheel. We've seen him shine, so we can see just that. If he does get spotted first, I'm sure Dio will be able to manage. And let's not forget about that Priestess portals that can be planted ahead of time, unless of course Yacht gets spotted first. So we are about to see how this is going to play out. The match is about to begin. I'm really excited because this is also a defining match on the part of AG. If they do win this, again, they win the match. This is the second half of round 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Gahel, and with me is Eli bringing you the Identity 5 action, and the match is about to begin. I can't wait. Let us go.
All right, we do have the Geisha Gate spawn from YMM. The key spawn over near the 3-pallet cat statue area near Corner House. We see the Survivor immediately rotating away from this area, knowing that this is the key spawn. And it is actually Yat who is the Priestess, so not a bad find for YMM here. Does miss that first spike here. Mercenary also in the area, not a viable chase target, of course. Let's see what Yat's able to do. This is a decent area to potentially avoid these spikes, but a good breaking with good controls can also mind game. Yat going back and forth here. Priestess with a slight vaulting debuff, of course, will work into the Breaking Wheel's favor. Excellent jukes here from Yat, staying alive as long as possible. YMM getting out of wheel form here. Will we see a portal? No, just a free basic hit given up from Yat here. It's not too good for AG, unfortunately. So maybe Yat could have tried to potentially position themselves a little bit better, and just like that, YMM has a pretty decent start here. We actually see Excitement to counter the Batter, and he will change targets to Batter. This is actually okay. You can go for Batter here. If they try to hit a ball on you, they can use that Excitement, which we probably will see him use here to get that first hit.
Oh, wow. Batter up. Here comes the Batter already going towards this 2-story. And on the right side, YMM did lose sight of that Priestess. We see a portal here that has been placed. Will it aid in the kite? Oh, YMM going straight for the wall there. Will he use that portal, or will he just go towards the upstairs? And there he is. Just use that portal. Wow. Okay. Nice use of the bat there. He now will be able to transition towards this very important window here at the graveyard. Again, we keep on saying this is a kind of a weak spot for the wheel. It takes a lot to circle around that, and it is a really good area that can be used to extend that kite. But it looks like Roido will be going down here, and 4 ciphers remaining. Not much on that second and third, so this is really good for YMM for now.
Yeah, another missed ball there from the batter, unfortunately. So a few just a little missteps on the side of this batter. And we're going to see YMM go back towards middle here, trying to find the location of the closest rescuer. I believe that's the Mercenary coming in here for a before half save. YMM immediately getting out almost to that full presence here. One more hit and he should be able to reach that. Yeah, here comes Mercenary for the save. Excitement still available for YMM. Again, the batter was unable to get the excitement out for his kite, so he's going to be able to have it for this next one. He can simply just walk after batter here. Mercenary elbow putting away, not risking a double hit. Batter may try to hit him back here, but of course it's not going to matter. Oh, actually going back in a wheel form, he does have full presence, so he can go for 2 spikes here and a snap.
And just waiting for that to happen. Will it actually happen? But again, this is a weak area for the breaking wheel, and still batter, although he has 2 spikes, he's still alive. This is still time bot. Oh, so now he is down. He will be going back to the chair. 2 ciphers remaining. One is already at 75 and one has yet to be touched. Now somebody is already in the area, probably to try to do a rescue, because it does make sense to still rescue. Oh, unfortunately, one of the ciphers is here, so YMM can also camp that. But it's not much of a bother because that cipher is already done, and that last cipher in the distance has already been started. Not as much progress as ideally there should be, but look at this acrobat here doing that mirror movement, doing those mind games with the breaking wheel. Oh, and there you have it. Batter is down.
Yeah, we see him. Excitement was popped there. The batter? I think the batter maybe tried to go for a ball to cancel the. Oh no, he doesn't have it. So I guess what happened there is Acrobat tried to use a flame bomb to cancel the full presence, which you can do, but YMM used excitement beforehand, making him immune to any of those effects. Now, 1 cipher machine still remaining. They have progress on another one as well. But yeah, Mercenary with 2 spikes already. Yat, the one being chased here, takes that first spike. No blink available as the trait has been used. There's the trap. Yat able to avoid that and has, I believe, at least 1 portal to work with, so he should be able to last a little bit longer here. Mercenary does get those spikes off, and we'll see how the survivors can pressure down these ciphers. Draw is still a possibility for AG here, but YMM has the upper hand. It's in his court. What can he do to try to slow down these ciphers and potentially get some kills?
Actually, that last cipher is far from getting primed, so although it is going to be possibly a draw situation, it's really far. That last cipher is kind of far, so whoever is going to go for the rescue needs to get healed, because it's really hard to rescue from a full presence breaking wheel. Now Priestess has a lot of damage on her. Oh, she did get. Okay, so because YMM changed targets, they were able to pop that cipher, and now we are actually already at the end game.
Yeah, we are at the end game here. Left-right build again from YMM. No detention, so this is going to be... He has to get a double spike down. Trade swap is still available, so we can get a double spike. Trying to hide here is Yat, but he knows YMM has seen this survivor here. Yat is actually pushing the dungeon. It is in the vicinity. Can he potentially make it? YMM's going to get out. The full presence does hit. Of course, it doesn't matter. He only needs 1 spike to get it because he has that chip. He most likely will just switch to Blink here and secure this draw. Again, if Yat makes this dungeon, he's going to go ahead and go for a snap, so there's no chance of him removing those spikes on his own. And we're going to see him switch to Blink. Will secure the down on the Priestess. That was the important thing here for YMM, so he at least gets the bare minimum, which is the draw forcing around 3. But it's so favorable for AG because of that first round situation. Now AG is still up 5 points going into round number 3, and Weibo will have to win by a score of 5 points or more in coming into this 3rd round.
Fantastic job from both the hunter and the survivor. They were able to make it up in their for it in their own way. But I just got really excited with you saying that we will be able to push for a round 3, because again, I keep on saying it's my favorite part of the match. 3 two hunter bans on the survivor, so at least we have that Dream Witch, we have that breaking wheel out the window, and we can expect probably a tighter map. So it's about to get really interesting.
Yeah, so yeah, seeing how this is going to play out again, if YMM's kind of needed to go for 3 kills or more there, because going into this last round again, we're going to see that it's a 5-point deficit, right? You have to be able to catch up in those points here going into this last round if you want to come back if you're Weibo. So if YMM's able to get 3 survivor elimination there, Weibo can just easily win the last round regardless of the points. But now you're in a situation where they have to win by 5 points or more. It was originally 2, but again, we had that little instance, now it's 5. So it's just so difficult for them to come back here. Map pick is going to be super crucial. The biggest problem for Weibo is that YMM's hunter pool is shortened in terms of high kill hunters. So he has things like Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel, which are good high kill hunters, but then the rest of his hunters are things like Bloody Queen and Geisha, which might be more for draws and a little bit less for those heavy kills. So it's going to be really reliant on the survivors going for a potential 4 survivor escape, and then most likely we're going to have to see YMM try to secure a draw on the hunter side to tie things up.
I'm really curious if we're going to see that Geisha now, because like you said, we've always seen Breaking Wheel and Dream Witch, but because this is round 3, we could potentially see that Geisha. And now I'm thinking, considering the fact that we could see that Geisha, I don't think we may see Red Church or Arms Factory anymore, because Geisha doesn't excel in those maps. She'd do better in a map like Moonlit or Lakeside.
Yeah, definitely she would. But then again, you also have to consider the other team will have an option to ban the map, so it really does depend. I don't know. Yeah, for YMM here, your best bet, considering YMM's hunter pool, Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel being the main 4K hunters, those are 100% going to be off the table. There's no way that AG gives YMM any high kill hunters, because again, if AG can get a draw here from the survivor side and their hunter gets any survivor eliminated at all, then it's over. And it's just that's just simply how it plays out, because you have to go 5 points here, which is just really hard to come back with. So you don't really need to give him a hunter that can get a lot of kills. In fact, actually, the AG team can afford to lose this last round, as long as, again, if it's not by more than 5 points, they're fine. So at the end of the day here, you just ban Breaking Wheel, you ban Dream Witch if you're AG. You force YMM to play something like Bloody Queen, something like Geisha, maybe some other hunter that's not really a 4-kill type hunter, and you just have your hunter go for at least 1 kill and just win from there.
I wonder if this is really what they're going to do, or will they try to, go the extra mile and make it a really good fight between Weibo, in the spirit of sportsmanship. But as far as possible map predictions, what do you think could be the best choice for the map, and what would be the most likely to get banned?
Well, YMM's best map here, as you said, probably Moonlit River Park for the Geisha. I mean, you have to go. It depends. Like, again, your survivors have to either get a 4 escape or you have to get a 4 kill as hunter. So for YMM, Moonlit River Park would make the most sense, which leads me to believe AG's probably banning it. And then as for AG, the best map here, of course, the ball's in their court. They have such a huge advantage right now that they can pretty much go with anything. I think for PB Cha, we'll probably see him go Naiad, just because Naiad's a very good hunter for getting at least a kill. And we're going to look at some short highlights, and we'll be back in a moment.
二阶的，救不下来，没事。佣兵去哪？开下门，我开下门。几秒开到门？有一刀吗？闪交了，有一刀。那我不能开大门了，闪交过了。走，快走。
墓奥。待ってリオ絶対お前絶対下げてやまない。俺急に回せるだけね。上がるだけに何割？上がる。5分ね。オッケー。全然もう麻酔よ。分かってる。あと3枚ね。みんな集中してから黙ってみんな。ああ、まあ。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we are at round 3 and the final round between Weibo and AG. Now, it's anybody's game at this point, but because AG is greatly in the lead, the pressure is now on Weibo. Now, we were just talking about the possible map picks, and we did single out Moonlit River Park, but do we have any other maps in mind for this, taking into consideration hunters that could come out in round 3? Because like we said, we could ban more hunters in round 3, and then it's about to get interesting. But yeah, any maps in mind?
Yeah, I mean, if you're, so we talked about Weibo wanting Moonlit River Park or Lakeside would also be nice. The biggest problem with those is yeah, Moonlit River Park is very good for Geisha. Lakeside is also strong, but the problem is it's a very large map, which makes it harder to actually go for high kills as a hunter, just because the ciphers are so far spread out. It's a large map. So as for AG here, you could go something that's kind of anti-Geisha. If you're worried about YMM's Geisha, and that would be, of course, Arms Factory and Red Church are not incredibly strong for Geisha, but they are small maps, so it actually gives YMM a chance to potentially go for a win, because on small maps, they're a lot closer.
Oh.
We are going to see, we're going to see Red Church from Weibo here, which is fine. I mean, going for a small map gives YMM a potential chance to go for extra kills, go for a 4-person elimination. It's kind of just do or die at this point. I think Red Church also benefits PP because he can easily just play something like Naiad on this map, which isn't too bad, and go for at least 1 kill. But there are some parts of this map where Naiad can struggle, such as the church windows. It can be very hard to use that trident to block those off. So who knows? Maybe we'll see Weibo be able to pull something out here again. They need 5 point. They're at a 5-point deficit. They need all of that to come back, and we'll see what they're able to do.
I'm now really excited about Naiad. You just mentioned that because Pipicha did bring out Naiad before, and it was a 4-man kill in Chinatown. But this time it's kind of different because this is a completely tight map compared to Chinatown's. But we've also seen Naiad excel in a tight map like this. Although maybe it would be a good idea to avoid the graveyard area just because it's so strong for survivors. But yeah, looking forward to that Naiad pick from Pipicha. But for YMM, what kind of hunters could we possibly expect?
Well, for Pipicha again, probably Naiad if it's not banned, because Naiad, you just go blink detention, and there's nothing they can. If you just go blink detention and get 1 kill again, that's kind of the way you really just need to do here. If you're Pipicha, maybe they just ban Naiad and they try to take like a Sculptor or Breaking Wheel. You could technically ban Naiad and ban Sculptor and then take a Red Church Breaking Wheel, because Church Breaking Wheel isn't too bad, and Breaking Wheel is a hunter that could potentially be 4-man if detention is not brought. But I would imagine we're going to see Insolence detention if we see this Red Church wheel here from AG's side. But yeah, as for YMM, again, probably playing Geisha, maybe Abnormal, because Abnormal Geisha is very good on smaller maps where the Cypher machines are very close. You can share survivors near a Cypher machine and then go Abnormal and head back with ease because the map's very small and very confined. So, and then again, maybe YMM has a Sculptor that he wants to bring out here, try to go for a high kill with there, or maybe the goal here for YMM is just go for a draw and rely on the survivors to try to get 4 out the exit gates.
It's relatively easy compared to Ever Sleeping Town to secure draws in Red Church because it's not as big and it doesn't take much to get from Cypher to Cypher. But like you said, Geisha with Abnormal, he could really put pressure on those Cyphers because being able to cheer a survivor next to a Cypher, especially in mid-broken or even the graveyard, it's easy to put pressure. So it's really gonna boil down to how well these survivors are going to transition in Red Church. I think transitioning is supposed to be like the top priority, a rotation. You need to conceal your decoder if ever the survivor teams will be having maybe a mechanic in the lineup. And then, yeah, you need to be able to hide that bot, stay safe. And of course, this is where the key spawn comes in. So where the hunter spawns is going to greatly dictate the hunting route, and survivors need to adjust to this correctly. Now here we are. We see the players getting ready, but apart from Geisha and Naiad, I'm actually hoping to see Blood Queen because she's very strong in this map as well.
Yeah, Bloody Queen's fine here for PB Shot. It doesn't really work for YMM because, again, YMM needs to get a lot of kills. Unless the strategy for Weibo is YMM get a draw and then survivors push for a 4 survivor escape. That's also an option. It really just depends. Again, one side of the faction for Weibo is going to have to get 4 out regardless of the situation if they want to come back here. So we're going to see Mercenary, Seer, and Forward ban. And we're going to see a photographer ban from YMM here, which actually is really smart on the side of AG. Yeah, it's really good for AG because you don't have YMM is actually known to be a kind of having a photo in the back pocket to pull out in a interesting situation such as this one. Photo is actually a hunter that does have 4K potential. I actually totally overlooked this, so this is a really good thing to point out in that YMM can pull out the photographer. It's a hunter that has 4K potential. It's not a very strong hunter in terms of the meta, but it can be a do or die 4K hunter. So banning photographer here is an excellent decision from AG. It does of course give round 3 breaking wheel, but it is one of the worst breaking wheel maps, so YMM may not even play it regardless of the situation. I think the Red Church map selection here was so YMM could actually go photo and try to get a 4K, but instead we're going to see that photo get banned. So AG 1 step ahead of us here, and we're going to see Batter be the second ban here. No option to harass for the survivors. They know Batter is an annoying character to have to deal with. No harassers at all, which means that we'll probably see Breaking Wheel be YMM's do or die character here, but again, Red Church Wheel is very challenging.
And just when I thought that a batter might come in again, he does get banned. It looks like you don't want to be dealing with harassers, especially not in round 3, but that does leave the table open for a priestess. We do see a gravekeeper here, but a mechanic. And also note that finally the lovers are together in the field. We have a patient and a psychologist. Looking forward to see if they will be able to work together with that dash. But just when we were expecting a geisha, YMM brings out this breaking wheel. Just how confident is he with this pick? You said that breaking wheel isn't exactly strong in Red Church. I think it could actually work. It is a very aggressive hunter after all, a Heikel hunter too, but this is Red Church. It's really gonna depend on how well he will be able to maneuver the wheel and how he will be able to do that mind games with the survivor. So I'm sure the survivors are gonna have to really prepare for this. They need to take down parts of the breakable wall at the front broken so that they can jump through that and turn it into a looping situation. And then they have to be really aware of that window behind the church. That's also a very strong area. To be able to make it there while being chased will greatly extend a kite. But first, let's look at this mechanic. This is a type map, and although it's kind of a double-edged sword, she could be really strong with that Cypher Rush if she does get spotted, if the bot does get spotted, and she is in the immediate vicinity, she will most likely be the target.
Yeah, the reason why you play mechanic here as AG is because, again, if you get 1 survivor out here, then your hunter only needs to get 1 kill for you to win. So again, there has to be a 4 elimination or 4 escape on one side of the faction for Weibo. So they're trying to eliminate the option, at least in this instance, by going mechanic. We do have YMM needing a big comeback here. Weibo needing a big comeback, down 5. YMM's hunter breaking wheel on Red Church versus AG survivors in round number 3 will be up in a minute.
All right, everyone, welcome to Red Church. This is now the first half of round 3. Really excited here. YMM already going towards the church to find the psychologist here, vaulting that window, but it looks like he won't be committing to her and will instead probably try to find the mechanic. She's actually in the area as well. And there she is, actually.
Yeah, we've been in the match for about 10 seconds, and you see already why Breaking Wheels are really bad on this map. You see both survivors camping both of those church windows. Gravekeeper taking a Cypher away from the windows, but he can easily just shovel. And Mechanic's going to continue just to camp the church window. She's the easiest chase target here, so YMM has to get out of wheel form, vault this. Does he have confined space? Let's see. I don't know if he did. I didn't see. I don't think so. He's going to go back into wheel form, at least force her out of church, so it gives YMF a little bit of a chance to come back here. And, quick spike onto Yat here, and Yat kind of in a bit of a tough situation. You do have these 2 windows to work with, but you are a mechanic. You do vault incredibly slow, and let's see if YMM can take advantage of this and get a quick down.
I think this is a fairly strong area because we can see Mechanic is actually still alive and well, and although she does have a slow vaulting speed, she can manage by doing that rotating movement there. Was able to drop that pallet and avoid the trap as well. Not sure about going towards that area at the side, but looks like it's still working for Yat. She does take a hit. There's 1 chip damage on her. I do believe that the bot is safe and sound in the vicinity, and here we are at the middle, connected to the graveyard. The chase continues. I think Yat is doing an amazing job so far because 2 additional ciphers are about to be decoded, and that's almost a cipher rush.
Yeah, Yat did absolutely what you needed to do in this situation. You have your bot still in play, and you have 2 Cypher machines already down, a 3rd one about to pop as well. The survivors are actually on a winning pace. This isn't even so much so that YMM can even draw the game anymore. He needs to get a draw in this situation to at least give the Weibo survivors a chance, but with 2 Cypher machines remaining and the mechanic stall still in play, they can easily win from this position as long as there's no stuffed rescues. Gravekeeper is going to come in here, full presence not yet available. He's going to go into wheel form, get out of wheel form. You can actually just snap him out of shovel. So an interesting choice. Gravekeeper opted to go for that shovel there. And he actually gets a hit on the rocket share, which means that he can get the rescue off with no injuries at all. And doesn't get, he isn't able to injure him at all. And we're going to see him go back for Yat here in Graveyard. If you're YMM, you got to kind of change targets. If you keep chasing down this mechanic, the Cypher machines are going to be primed in time. And he has to secure a draw here. Maybe you just kill mechanic and try to get a quick kill in the end game and then push for a late game chase here. Beautiful trap from YMM. That's going to secure the down here. But the last 2 ciphers above 50% already. He really needs to apply some sort of pressure. And yeah, he knows he has to go back into wheel form. He has to change targets here, try to slow down the ciphers, and at least put himself in a position where he can maybe draw and force a bottom half of the 3rd round to give Weibo survivors a chance to force escape.
Here we see that YMM is pressuring the Cypher here at the back gate that has a lot of progress already on it, and that's actually already the last Cypher, but here the psychologist is also doing a kite. Okay, so we're back, and now YMM is still here at the back gate. Now there are 2 survivors here. We have the Gravekeeper. Mechanic is almost healed. She is at 50%. There are 2 spikes on Psychologist right now. She really needs to get out of this area just to be able to allow someone to continue that cipher. It's already at 72%.
Yeah, and you see exactly why breaking wheel on this map is so tough. Those windows are so difficult for YMM to get spikes on survivors. You got those 2 at the back gate, you got the 2 at the church windows, which have been big. And what's going to happen here is this Gravekeeper is just going to stay around this area. Maybe it was the patient, I'm not entirely sure, but no, patient's going to go for the heal. He's going to go back to mechanic, try to get her down again, but the Cypher machine, 80% of the way done. He's going to go ahead and just get the snap down and maybe go back to the back gate here, try to get hit on the... Oh, he is able to get a free hit on the patient. Can they pop the Cypher before mechanic's able to get up here? I think if you're a patient, you want to try to go for a force kill. Back into wheel form, this should be a Cypher pop immediately from the survivors. Pushing it into the end game here. This is now, again, a winning pace for AG. If they get 3 survivors out, they immediately will just win straight up against Weibo here. Again, this Weibo Hunter needs at least a draw, so the Weibo survivors can go for a 4 escape.
Okay, so Gravekeeper here at the back gate, there are 3 spikes on him. He could be, it doesn't take much to down him, but that leaves the gate at the front open and they could just rush to it because this Gravekeeper is already doing such a fantastic job with with containment, and this pallet has not been broken yet. Okay, Mechanic might be on the way to the front gate as well, but Nacho here doing such an amazing job. Now, YMM here is I don't know what he's doing right now, but it looks like he will commit to the Gravekeeper after all. It's just that he's really steadfast in remaining in this area.
Yeah, again, it is already pretty
I
much
see the
won at this
Mechanic
point.
bot there.
Yeah, Mechanic Bot maybe will come in. YMM goes for an air snap, and we're going to see the Mechanic Bot try to come in and potentially body block here. Again, it doesn't really matter. The survivors only need to get 3 out here, and they will secure the win. So they've already pretty much put themselves in a win here. Mechanic Bot going for the force heal. They're going to take the hit. This forces him to hit the doll, and Gravekeeper can potentially run away here. YMM going to go back in the wheel from his dungeon in the vicinity.
It's at the graveyard.
It's all the way at graveyard. So there's no chance for Gravekeeper to make dungeon here, but we are going to see AG get a 3 survivor escape, which means there's no possibility for Weibo to come back here. And that is an excellent job on the side of AG. Again, breaking low on red shirts, so difficult. And you saw exactly why AG taking advantage of that, not even banning it, banning Photographer, banning Dream Witch, forcing YMM to play a very weak hunter for this map. And they will be advancing to their 2nd win in this division.
Congratulations, indeed. Such an impressive play. And yes, I'm actually beginning to question the reason behind that breaking wheel. It could be that YMM has been doing a bit of practice on it and wanted to put it to the test and wanted to prove that breaking wheel can actually be feasible in Red Church. Actually, there are some moments that I've experienced in ranked match where breaking wheel does win, but not so much. It's really an ever sleeping town and Chinatown kind of hunter. But yeah, here is the summary of that match just now. It has been such an amazing match. The team play of the survivors was really on point, even if the Mechanic did got spotted. I think they were still able to make up in terms of the decoding.
Yeah, well, as you said, Wheel not being very good in this map, and it's just, again, one of these situations where when you're behind so many points in the last round, it's a do or die situation. You have to play a win hunter, even if it's a bad map. I think it's less that, he wanted to. I don't think any hunter wants to have to play Wheel on Church. I think it's less that he wanted to try to prove that Wheel can work this map. It's just like you have to get as many kills as possible here if you're YMM, and it's a do or die situation. You got to do what you can do with what you're given, and unfortunately it worked out against him into AG's favor here. And we do see the final containment time, 131 seconds on the side of the Mechanic. And
wow.
Normally Mechanic is a character that's going to go down very quickly to breaking low because of the slow window vaulting speed, but you saw all she had to do was camp the Church window and then go to the windows at backgate with those 2 strong ones, and there's just nothing a breaking wheel can do because of how difficult it is to deal with the many windows on this map.
Exactly. I was just saying that back window is really powerful. And although I was kind of worried that the breaking wheel saw her going out instead of in, I was a bit worried, but still, she was able to transition towards the back gate so efficiently and make use of that area. She took so long containing the breaking wheel and was even able to transition towards the middle and ultimately to the graveyard. So that was a really long kiting route, and that's something that I really appreciate. And such a good kite from the Mechanic, given that she's one of the weakest kiters in the whole game. But yeah, used correctly and in the hands of a very skilled player, not only will you be able to do some containment, as soon as you are cheered, you can quickly deploy that bot and do that decoding.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it was able to cut away from all Cypher machines, cut away from the Mechanic stall as well. Yeah, so and at that point, it doesn't really matter. And you see why Mechanic is a character that can still promote Cypher Rush. Typically, again, if it was a different map, if it's ever Sleeping Town or Chinatown, the Mechanic's not gonna kite anywhere longer than 60 seconds. I mean, you're not gonna last very long. It's just Red Church again being so incredibly powerful. If Mechanic gets found first, and you're playing Breaking Wheel, you'll usually be in a position where the survivors will be able to get a draw, even with a quick down, because of the mechanics all still being in play. But on Red Church, when you have all those windows to work with, it's a different story. And you saw that be the case here. YMM tried to get aggressive and push for the draw by trying to go for more downs. You saw him, once the mechanic was down, he dropped a peeper instead of chairing, pushed straight for backgate. And tried to pressure down that back 8 Cypher, but you can't do anything when there's 2 windows that the survivors can easily loop. He tried to go back there, he tried to down the psychologist, and then possibly go back to the mechanic and get a double down and maybe slow down the Cypher rush enough to get a draw. But when you have those windows at back 8, again, I know we're talking about this a lot, but you can't stress it enough. It's really, really difficult to secure downs in that area as a Breaking Wheel player.
And not only those 2 windows, but somehow also that palleted area, the walls at the side of the gate, because that Gravekeeper lasted really long. But I think it was because of that discipline that he displayed, and that even gave time for the robot of the mechanic to get in there and provide support. He was able to heal him before he was able to bolt that drop pallet there, and I think that was really amazing. And it was a far journey towards
週
the
に5日くらい
graveyard,
練
but
習して
yeah, it
交流
happened.
戦を入れたりして他のチームと練習をしたりしています。COA の戦隊を探している時に小一丸と山瀬に声をかけてもらったからです。
Yeah, so yeah, short interview there from PB Cha, and yeah, we are going to play the last half of this 3rd round. Of course, it doesn't matter at this point. The survivors have the AG already secured the win for PB Cha, so maybe we'll see PB Cha play some fun hunter here, or maybe just use this as a practice match, maybe to bring out the Naiad, bring out something interesting. Again, the result is already secure here for AG becoming victorious. So yeah, let's see what PB Cha is going to bring out in this last round, just as kind of a show match, I guess.
Well, since we're already expecting a fun match, I think this is another time to bring out those non-meta picks that we've always been talking about with Grizzly. He really does like to ask us about which non-meta picks would you like to see. Well, in Red Church, I'm gonna go ahead and say Prospector.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe. I mean, typically, a lot of these mainland China teams, when put in this situation, they'll still stick to their meta characters. It gives, it's extra practice, it's extra knowledge you can gain about these other hunters for possibly playing against them later in the tournament. Maybe with Japan though, PB Cha will play something a little bit different, and who knows? Maybe we'll see something from Weibo here that's always fun and exciting. But again, anything's possible. Weibo knows that they could potentially be playing against this team later in the tournament. Again, so Weibo, just talking about how this bracket's going to face out here. AG advances to 2-0, Wolves at 2-0 as well, and then Weibo will go down to 0-2. So then first place between Wolves and AG will be decided in their matchup, and then the 3rd place between B4U and Weibo will be decided in their matchup. So if Weibo is able to win that matchup against B4U, they could potentially again play against AG in the top 12 stage of this tournament. So yeah, for these bands here, we do have Forward, Seer, and Priestess for PB Cha. Pretty just standard overall. Dream Witch and Sculptor from the survivors. And will they go for something meta? Yeah, absolutely. So Mercenary and Acrobat. Again, just using this as time to get extra work in and see how this will play out for these 2 teams.
I was kind of hoping that we were gonna see a fun match and see my Prospector and other survivors that we don't usually see. But yeah, this just acknowledges the fact that you did say that they do like to stick to the meta. Again, we're seeing an Acrobat, Mercenary, Psychologist is kind of almost a mirror match. But is this the chance for us to finally see once more PB Cha's Naiad? Because I think she could get chosen for this match. Oh, here's your fun match, Eli. We have a violinist. Now that's something definitely we don't see every day, but I think PB Cha intends to fully enjoy this match. What do you think about violinist in Red Church?
In Red Church, it's actually violent. one of the better maps for violinists because, again, one of the ideal kiting areas is going to that center church area, vaulting one of those windows and getting inside church. But you can simply block that off with a note and force the survivor to go around. Maybe you can get a free basic hit on them that way. So there are some kiting routes violinists can sometimes cut off with the note. So violinist actually is not too bad on red church by any means. Actually, it's one of the stronger maps for him because, again, violinist being a tie hunter, smaller maps are good for tie hunters. Again, PB just playing this as a fun match, as we can tell. I think in reality, if this was a serious situation, we'd probably see him go Naiad. But yeah, here we're just going to see violinist. Again, we talked about these mainland China survivors taking to their roots, sticking to their meta, using this as time to gain extra knowledge about these other teams and get some extra practice in. And we're also going to see AG here go with... and actually, something else to point out is the points do also matter if you're in a situation where teams are tied up in terms of records. Although the way this is playing out, I don't believe there's going to be any ties. Yeah, if AG advances to 2-0, Wolves 2-0, it won't matter. But in reality, we are going to see how this plays out. It also does depend, I believe, for seeding as well. I'm not really sure the entire thing behind that. But we do have PP Chaw's violinist up against the Weibo survivors in the last half of the third round. Again, AG already secured the win, but we will see this fun match be played out.
And we are in for a fun match with PP Cha playing as the violinist and also sporting the limited skin of the violinist, going towards the back gate area. Yes, this is the back gate area indeed. Trying to find that first survivor, and it is Hui Yi. Now this is going to be interesting because she is one of the main fighters of the group, and it is a psychologist after all. It's gonna take 3 hits to down her. I'm really curious as to how long this kite is going to last. Ooh, was able to dodge the notes right there and takes that first hit. But then again, once that stress response expires, she's still in full health. So will PP Cha consider this, or will he change targets?
It looks like he has... Oh, we're going to see actually a nice acrobat support here, using that slow bomb, forcing PP Cha to walk through this. He's going to try to mind game the psychologist here. See what he can do. Psychologist, vaulting right into the violinist, and it's going to eat a no-hit as well. So Huiyu, a huge misstep, actually. This is all of a sudden PP Cha on an excellent position. Just because of that one little mistake from the psychologist. His note's going to be back online shortly. Again, Weibo had a good start. You had that church loop going available for you, but yeah, unfortunately, psychologist just vaulting right into the hunter, and PP Cha is going to also take down the bot in the process as well with that note. So PP Cha really showing an impressive violinist thus far.
And uses that peeper to be able to give vision to the hunter, and looks like we're having a bit of a mirror movement here at the back gate. And I think psychologist will now be going down, which is why she actually chose to be incapacitated in this back gate corner. Now she will be going to the chair. 5 ciphers still remaining. It's still, it was a relatively short kite, but they may choose to rescue her before half, but we'll just have to see.
We will have to see. Mercenary probably, I imagine Mercenary comes in for a rescue here. There's not really any reason not to. And we do see, Mercenary pretty far out here, though. You got to come in here quickly if you want to make this rescue before half. Maybe it'll go after the halfway mark, but no, it looks like we do have Tang coming in here. Probably an elbow pad past this note here. Beautiful elbow pad from Tang, getting all the way to the chair. PP Cha waiting this as long as possible. Goes for the note. Beautiful dodge here. Goes for the swing and gets that rescue before half. Incredible rescue from Tang here. Pretty picture perfect. Goes for the full presence. Not absorbing a double hit either. So, looking at this situation, because the bot went down here, the Cypher Rush may not be enough here for a win for the survivors. It's most likely going to be a drawn state here. We see the psychologist dying over near the back of Graveyard and will be placed on the Graveyard chair for the second time.
She will be going to her second chair already. Li Bao is in the area getting ready for a rescue. Now, there's not much progress on that last cipher yet, and that fourth is barely at 50%. But yeah, they can take their time with this because Li Bao is so near. But maybe to avoid the mind games, it might be a good time now to just rescue. Oh, there we have it, and Ty Turner is in effect. The psychologist does take a hit, but this mechanic needs to get out of this area and also to remove the notes, because I saw that she had the notes around her as well. Now we have one survivor out the gate. Oh, it looks like the mechanic was able to escape from those notes as well. But yeah, psychologists will now be going back to the manor, but one cipher remaining, just like that. 70% actually on that last remaining cipher. Li Bao is probably going to be the next target. I think she did try to open a chest right there, but Pipicha is actually hot on her trail, and she needs to now transition towards front broken.
Yeah, the last cipher already 70%. It really goes to show why Violinist is a non-meta character, why it doesn't really get picked. You saw Pipicha a great start. He eliminated the bot. He got the he mind game the psychologist very hard, got her down very quickly. And still, it doesn't even matter. Just that Cypher Rush is so hard for Violinist to deal with, such as drawing Hunter here. I mean, Pipicha, again, playing this match absolutely perfectly as you can with Violinist, and there's still no chance for a win. We're going to see the mechanic go ahead and head towards this back gate area, dodging that. We're going to see the full presence as well. Will he get any hit on any of these survivors? No, doesn't look like it. Malm in the area as well to use the firebomb. Pipicha forced to walk through it, and they're probably going to pop the Cypher Machine on this vault.
I was actually scared that was going to be a Terror Shock, but it looks like they have popped that last cipher, and we are now at the end game. Now, Mechanic is moving slow. Oh, misses that blink right there, and Mechanic is healthy and still has the ability to kite. Now, oh, was able to land in that pallet stun as well, which is something to appreciate given that Mechanic does have a really slow pallet dropping speed. Now, she does take a hit here, but
yeah,
the gate at the back is open and two survivors are out the gate. That is a draw. Ladies and gentlemen, still an impressive gameplay from that Violinist. You did say that he's not really a meta hunter, but to be going up against a meta survivor lineup, I think that was pretty good. Pipicha did pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you saw in the end game there, that's that Mechanic doing an excellent job there. I mean, they dodged the blink, which of course is very nice, but camping the pallet, not getting mind game into throwing the pallet down, was able to dodge the note and the full presence. That just goes to show how these high-level survivors can easily deal with a Violinist when kiting. Of course, now the against the Psychologist, that was a different story. Pipicha, beautiful notes there. They were still able to dodge the majority of them. I think he only hit one note, besides the one on camping, which was a very beautiful one as well. But in reality, you know, Violinist, again, not being the strongest character out there, still able to get a draw against one of these mainland China teams. It's just very, very impressive. And really goes to show how well that mind game was with that character. So, yeah, AG is going to be winning this third round as well. They're going to move on to 2-0. So looking at how this division plays out here, Wolves and AG both 2-0 now, B4U and Weibo both 0-2. And it's going to come down to, of course, Wolves and AG both already in the top 12. Wolves and Weibo, the winner of that matchup, will 100% be that third team joining these teams in the top 12.
Exactly, and really excited for how that is going to turn out. But first, let us just look back for a bit on that game, because I'm really not over the fact that there was a Violinist in Call of the Abyss. And although it's a fun match, I think I really did enjoy that. It was a meta lineup, but it's just that the Psychologist chasing her at the start of the game, she needs 3 hits. She was able to dodge some notes, and even if the Violinist was able to land a hit on her, she still had that stress response. It was almost fully absorbed, but yeah, another 2 hits is what actually greatly contributed to that Cypher Rush. But yeah, I think a Psychologist's kiting ability in Red Church is still very feasible, even if it's a Violinist. So I think she's also one of the harder targets to chase, but of course not compared to an Acrobat or a Patient.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, she could take 3 hits as well, which really makes up. Again, Psychologist is a character that doesn't have any necessarily kiting abilities, but it is a character that can take an extra hit. And that, you know, we see a lot of these characters that we call characters that sort of break the game in that they have abilities that let them go above and beyond the standard. The standard in the game is, you know, you take 2 hits and you go down. Psychologist can take 3, and that's why she's a strong character. But we are going to go ahead and see the final match results here between Weibo and AG. You know, the overall fight from the Psychologist, 71 seconds with rebound, but yeah, PB Cha able to still get them down quickly. Didn't even need Blink. We actually saw Super Violinist getting 3 hits on a Psychologist fairly quickly. Excellent job by Lebo at the end, almost able to kite the dungeon, but PB Cha securing the draw as well. Again, the match was already won for AG, but PB Cha went out, had a fun Violinist match, and was able to still tie and still actually win round number 3 because of that, because the AG survivors secured 3 out in the first half of the round.
And look at this 115-second containment. And I think that was just at the end game that lasted so long and was able to avoid a blink. That was really beautiful. So it looks like a lot of mechanic kites are to be appreciated today. We've seen also in the previous match that the mechanic was able to contain at 3 digits. So really, also that pallet stun, that was really amazing because we all know that mechanic has a slow pallet dropping speed. So for her to time that correctly is something to be commended, definitely.
Yeah, ultimately, again, excellent job from the mechanic as well. And we're going to see, again, we can talk about the division a little bit. We already discussed it, you know, kind of how this is going to play out. But the next matchup, again, so Wolves and AG is actually one I'm looking forward to as well. I think AG is another one of these Japan teams, similarly to SST. I think it's the other really strong Japan team that's coming out right now and showing some impressive matchup. SST also 2-0 in their respective division. So I think AG against Wolves is going to be a very interesting match. Of course, Wolves on paper is going to be heavily advantaged just because Wolves is arguably the best team in the world currently, but anything's still on the table, of course. Very exciting matchup, both those teams already in. But B4U and Weibo is going to be the important one. And that match will, I believe, I think that happens today, if I'm not mistaken, but or possibly tomorrow. I'm not really sure. We're gonna have to check the schedule on that. But Wolves, B4U and Weibo is the important one for this division. The winner of that will advance to 1 and 2 since they're both 0 and 2. And then it'll finalize as one team being 3 and 0, one team being 2 and 1. That's Wolves and AG. And then you have B4U and Weibo, one of those teams being 1 and 2, one being 0 and 3. And the top 3 again will be advancing to the top 12 final stage, which will be in about a week and a half from now. So we'll see again which team is able to pull out on top here. That's going to be a very exciting matchup. I think both of those teams have a lot of things going for them. Both very strong hunters in Sprinter and YMM. So, you know, again, let's see which team will ultimately come out on top there.
Yeah, actually, that match you said is probably going to happen tomorrow because today, ladies and gentlemen, the next match are to be between GG versus BL and Daewoo versus FPX.ZQ. And I'm really excited because Daewoo, they've been so consistent all throughout, especially Dongxuan. He has been one of the most dangerous hunters, but FPX.ZQ still toughing it out. I really am looking forward to how that match is going to play out. But GG versus BL, they are in for a challenge, BL, of course. And although they are going to be up against a China team, something to be noted is that BL is getting a lot of recognition from China players lately. So we have that to look forward to. And here we have our MVP, PB Cha, with the best deduction. The scores aren't as high, but I think this is because he works fast. And on average, with 2 survivors eliminated, yes.
Yeah, so definitely over 2 survivors eliminated. It's not really so much about the deduction, it's just about the value there. Getting over 2 survivors eliminated again, securing more than draws. We are going to have a quick interview as well with one of the AG representatives.
視聴者の皆さんに挨拶お願いします。こんにちは、AG検定のヤットです。
So we are going to have AG Yat here introducing himself for this interview.
欢迎！今天呢，想问一下，你觉得本场比赛表现的最好的是哪一位？
まずは、試合の勝利おめでとうございます。そして本日の試合でこうチーム内で一番パフォーマンスが良かった選手というのは、ヤット選手から見て、どなたかお聞きしてよろしいですか？
そうですね、今日一番パフォーマンスが良かったのはハンターのピリチャー選手だと思っています。
ありがとうございます。
So yeah, it looks like according to here, PB definitely being the having the best performance here, the hunter from AG.
场局面也是发挥了一个非常大的一个作用。谢谢。
是的，今天确实皮皮茶给我们带来了非常亮眼的发挥。那上一次采访的时候 ，No.5 说就是觉得皮皮茶表现得很好，想请他吃烤肉。那你今天有没有什么想法说，请皮皮茶吃一顿什么好的呀？
はい、2つ目の質問です。前回のインタビューで、No.5 選手が、チームの危機を救ったのが、ピピチャ選手だったということで、もう焼肉をおごるっていう話が、ありましたが、今回、ヤット選手の方から何かありますでしょうか？
そうです。そうですね。
So Yat was saying that No.5 also acknowledged Pipija as one of the best hunters there, and yeah, they are asking him if he has a message to the fans.
所以说下次我们在线下见面的时候，也是准备摸一摸他的头，算是庆祝他一下。谢谢。
摸一摸他的头，这个庆祝方法非常的奇特，不知道到时候有没有机会采访到皮皮茶本人，对于这个庆祝方法他怎么看？好，那今天在第3局的时候，其实你的机械师发挥非常亮眼，在小门那个地方，不管是卡窗还是卡板，哇，都牵制的非常优秀。你当时牵制的一个思路和心路历程，可不可以跟我们分享一下呢？
はい、3つ目の質問です。第3マッチでは、ヤット選手、機械技師を使用していて、長い時間、ハンターを牽制していたのが非常に印象的でした。窓や板での、読みが非常に冴えていて、その際、どういったマインドで、チェイスをしていたかっていうのをお聞きしてよろしいですか？
そうですね。第1試合でちょっと恐怖の一撃を食らってしまって、それでだいぶ切り替えられて、もう失敗を恐れず自分の力を信じて、今まで通りの練習してきたことをそのままやったって感じです。
ありがとうございます。好的，因为他在第1局的时候呢，也是吃到了对方监管者的恐惧震慑，所以当时也是特别挺害怕的。但是还是不要怕失误吧，把平常自己队伍内练习的时候的实力拿出来，大胆一些，每个判断都非常果断一些，他就是大概是这样想的。谢谢。
首先就是调整心态嘛，然后发挥出自己的一个实力，再就是当时临场的一个反应能力非常强，可以看出你也是一个非常优秀的选手。那就是剩下我们最后一场小组赛的比赛，要面对到我们的2021 IVL 的亚洲冠军狼队。想问一下，你有没有对他进行一个了解？有哪一位选手会让你觉得压力会比较大呢？对上他。
はい、4つ目の質問です。COA グループ戦が始まって今無事、2連勝、そしてグループ戦ラストが、もう直近の IBL で優勝しているウルフスということになりますが、ヤット選手から見て
Yeah, so essentially she's asking if there's any teams from IVL that are going to be that pressure that Asian team, if there's any teams they're looking out for that they need to be prepared for.
ウルブズ戦隊が大好きで487選手に憧れていて、487選手を一番警戒しています。そして彼と戦えることを楽しみにしています。
ありがとうございます。好的，亚特选手呢，在线下也是经常的去观看 IVL 的比赛，然后他狼队也是他非常非常喜欢的一个队伍。然后在狼队里边的话，487选手是他非常崇拜的一个选手，这次也是非常期待的能够和487选手交手，也特别开心能够可以和他同台竞技。谢谢。
So Yat said that they've got their eyes peeled for wolves, and although they will be pressuring them, he's very much looking forward to going up against them.
那这段时间呢，其实 AG 战队在中国也是收获了非常多喜欢你们、支持你们的一些中国观众，有没有什么话想要对他们说的呢？
めの質問です。今回初出場で、ここまで COA で爪痕を残して、中国の視聴者からも今すでに。
They're asking, since they do have a lot of fans in China, if they have anything they want to say to their fans.
となっているそうですけども、中国の視聴者に向けて。
Yeah, if he has anything to say to their China fans.
そうですね。僕たちはアマチュアといってプロではないんですけど、今回の世界大会優勝絶対します。なんで温かい目でこれからの僕たちの戦いを見守ってほしいです。
ありがとうございます。好的，因为我们阿给哈是一个业余的队伍，并不是一个职业队伍，但是我们也希望能够在这次 COA 证明，我们虽然是业余，但也是打得过职业选手，职业队伍的。然后也希望在这次 COA 一定要会拿到冠军，所以希望各位观众，也多多支持一下，非常感谢。谢谢。
确确实实，在这一次的深渊，你们是一步一个脚印证明了自己的实力。那么就是想问一下，你有没有什么想要对一直以来支持你们的一些日本的粉丝说的呢？
So he is encouraging his other competitors to do their best and promises that they will do their best as well.
最後にコメントお願いします。
はい、ファンの皆様、いつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。
And now they're asking him if he has.
これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
Anything that he wants to say to his Japanese fans, and he said that he's very thankful for their support and promises that they will definitely do their best.
然后也希望在今后的比赛会留下更好的成绩，然后由此来报答自己的粉丝们。谢谢。
我相信今天过后，在下一场比赛，你们也一定会全力以赴。在这个赛段，你们确确实实给我们证明了太多，你们确确实实是那一匹黑马，给我们带来了非常多精彩的操作。那也非常期待你们在之后的一个表现。感谢两位，也是辛苦两位了。那么接下来呢，即将进行的是我们的第3场比赛，UGG 对阵标，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
レオニもいけるな。何もしなくていいよ。
小门里面，他电完了。下门一。反刀，没问题的，40。打个挂一个，先挂你。这闪，还有7、6、80。
Wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts?
对，那然后库萨的砸进直接是挑底角，已经是沟通过了，
直接一个四跑，完美结束了比赛。
刚扯上来立马，而且这个二线又好了，再度啊，第四击倒，
来不来得及？开了几把他跑不到，人家打倒了，
战胜了。
10人的公汉5天就总决赛正式开战了。这次我们的目标争取就是原地踏步，也希望大家替我们加油。
Hello everyone, I'm Ram. I'm from Team BL, which is Team Brilliant.
Choice Greenkeeper has to do that rescue, otherwise they're not going to be able to get that treatment escape up.
Mirror hit. Oh, can he stuff the rescue? No, he decides to teleport. Play mind games. Oh, Gravekeeper eats that hit. Mark's going for a rebound kite, but was Rem away from his doll though. So that's the best possible situation. And teleport.
Oh, baited. Oh. Okay, basically right now Rem will be able to fight a little bit longer because quarterly.
Hello, we are here again. Yay! Please support us again. Thank you.
Hey, hello guys! Welcome back to match number 3. Matchup number 3 today. Joining me here today is the one and only Posh Spice, and me, Nello Mello. We guys are bringing you the commentaries from Guangzhou.
Yes,
Hey.
we are definitely there. Right? We're
definitely
here.
there.
We're here in Guangzhou.
definitely
We're just the backstage area. But I hope you guys have been enjoying the matches so far. It's been quite the long day, a lot of long matches. So I hope you guys have been staying hydrated and just having fun in general, because we have some amazing matches ahead of us. So I think Ahel ran through it. Our next match that we will be watching and commentating is BL versus GG, and the main event for today will be, I would say, an IVL classic, FPX.ZQ versus Dowu. I'm so excited for that one. But first, let's talk a little bit about GG versus BL. Nell, let's hear your thoughts initially on this matchup.
Okay, GG versus BL. Of course, I have to say it's a David versus Goliath kind of situation. But after the performance of BL in their first matchup and having that praised from the players in China as well, so I have to say BL has definitely stepped up alongside with B4U. They've also received rave reviews from like saying that there's a lot of improvement. I have to say, BL, if there is one team that can put up a fight for their lives against GG, I have to say BL has a chance, definitely has a chance to put up that fight, bring it to them. Right here.
And just to add a little more context, you know what, Rem in particular had an amazing seer kite, as well as our friend MX, but they will be tested by COA 4 winners. These are the grand champions of Call of the Abyss for GG, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, no easy feat and no easy road for our friends BL here, because their first match of the group stage, they face GR, you know what, three-time champs. So here they are, ladies and gentlemen, BL. They're all zooming into the screens. They're like, what, we're on? Okay, we are on. There you see Rem, you got Mini Blue, you got MX, you got Quan Lee, and now we have Schwam. I forgot to pronounce it. Is it Schwam?
Yeah.
Schwam.
Yeah, if you want to say it, it's Schwam. But if in China, guys, for those of you who do not know, in the chat right there, people call him Xiaoma as well. So correct me if I'm wrong, but people call him Xiaoma. But back to the players of BL right now. Survivor team from BL are gonna start. Look at him smiling. He's like, yeah, you know, today we're gonna have one more day up. Yeah, and basically he's like licking his lips. What am I gonna dish out today? BL Rem right there. Seer and Priestess Maid.
And we had a little bit of a theory why Mini Blue dyed his hair blue, probably living up to the name. He's definitely lived up to everyone's expectation in the qualifiers, and hopefully, you know, we'll see some amazing rescues and amazing kites as well, because Mini Blue is capable of a lot of things: batter, mercenary, acrobat. So let's hope that they'll be able to push for that game number 3 and get that win, because once again, you did mention it's like a David and Goliath story. I would 100% agree with that.
Yeah, and look at that, the cheeky, innocent-looking face MX, but he's not really that innocent because he is the harasser of the team. Look at him waving right there. Hey, you handsome boy.
If you notice, yeah, there he is, popping off for the crowd. Keep that smile, sir. No more thief, by the way. There's no more thief. It changed. It's a patient and batter. Initially, it was like, yeah, I'm a thief. And here we have the harasser, you know, a man of few words, Quan Lee. His forward stuns have been amazing as of yet. Don't let the innocent look fool you, ladies and gentlemen. This person can harass any hunter and can bring that respect out of any hunter in this competition. And there's his wave. Don't fall for it, guys. He will harass. He will stun.
Yeah, I just love how they're just looking into the camera, like with that awkward little smile, but it's so sweet, and it just shows the level of comfort that they have. Like before this, they have mentioned, like in the previous qualifiers, in the previous tournaments, they were nervous going up against the Goliaths of China and idolizing them, going up against their idols. But right now, they are on the stage again, and they are facing Xiaoma Sham of GG in the very first round.
Yeah, Xiaoma being one of the most idolized hunters out there. GG, one of the most, well, I would say well-rounded teams out there. It's not just the survivor team that pull in the points or the hunter. It's really both of them working hand in hand. Amazing statistics. And yeah, BL has a big task ahead of them. But like you said, David and Goliath, yesterday we saw that B4U was able to show that gods are human and gods can bleed, with them be able almost making wolves sweat a little bit. So I wonder how BL is going to be able to do that here. Here we have GG's coach, BH. So really excited to see how they prepared for it, because I would have to say GG, you know, coming into this match, had an amazing performance against Scars in their first match. And you know what? The Japanese teams have been doing so well. And shout outs to AG for getting a point over Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. As I've mentioned again and again, the rise of the non-mainland Chinese teams. They're just showing us a lot, and we've already seen SST dominant performance at the top of that group now, 2-0, and even AG joining their ranks now, and even MS B4U putting up such a great fight, BL and GH as well, and BZ from Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau. Like, with the unconventional non-meta picks like Joseph, just bringing in more action and surprising the mainland Chinese teams.
Yeah, and that's been like I would say the punch that they don't see coming, right? The surprising X factor that these China teams aren't prepared for. That's why we usually see them gain success early on, but then it just shows that the IVL teams or the China teams are on another level because they can compete and go for that best of 3. But you mentioned, Sun Stitchers having that hybrid system of, making sure they know the meta, but tweaking it just a little bit, having the Dream Witch Blink, having a different, having just slight tweaks here and there, but still sticking to the tried and tested meta. So I wonder how BL is going to be able to come up with this formula to try and beat GG, because they've been a sought-after team and a team that can possibly take it all here in Call of the Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, GG right now, with their pride as one of the strongest teams in China right now, definitely they have that reputation to uphold. They will definitely not give any chance to whatever competitors might come. But on the other hand, though, BL, like what you said, David versus Goliath, even they must be thinking even gods can bleed, especially after the performance against Wolves. Getting that draw, Sprinter, I just have to say, BL is definitely here. It is possible. BL's fighting chance right here in game number 1, first half, Arms Factory. Posh.
Okay, so Xiaoma did bring out, at the first round, Pollen. Did bring out Pollen also at the Red Church, and a Spider as well in the previous match. So gearing up towards, banning the Seer first and foremost. So not revealing his hand just yet, because, a Dream Witch could do really well here in Arms Factory. Usually we see a lot of big maps to start things off, but now we're going with a contained map here, and we do see that the Forward and Acrobat are being locked in. Any initial thoughts on this lineup so far, Nil?
They have to pick this up, but instead of picking Priestess, they went with the Acrobat because Acrobat is such a good kiter in this map, and besides, it's Arms Factory, so Acrobat takes precedence over Priestess. So I really like these 2 picks. They have the Harasser set, they have the kiter, the Harasser, the decoder, slow gate opener set. So I think what they need to do right now is, like, Sham is definitely trying to slow it down a little bit by banning the mechanic, which makes me think, I think he wants to avoid the draw. He wants to avoid having BL try to get that draw in this situation or even a win. So he's trying to get rid of the decoders, get rid of the all support, and right now BL is open to at least a merc pick and even a psychologist if he needs it. Yeah, or even a patient, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot on the table for BL to choose from, so at least they have that luxury. Again, BL, they can go unconventional. They don't really stick to having a main decoder. They all want to be able to kite for as long as possible. But on the side of Xiaoma, I just want to be able to pick your brain here a little bit, Nil, because we know he has a disciple. This is still the first round, but this is a pretty good map for it. I don't know if he's going to bring out the Sculptor early on, which is pretty good, or that Dream Witch. So, what do you think is on the table for Xiaoma? Oh, sorry, before anything else.
Either one. Oh, the Postman! Okay, I really like this. They're trying to Cypher Rush because they realize that, okay, Xiaoma might be afraid of Cypher Rush in the form of mechanics, so why not bringing the Postman? If he's not being chased, at least he can buff with Tranquility Letter. And I think we have our answer here. Xiaoma is going to be going for the Sculptor.
Yeah, I cannot disagree with this pick. First round, Sculptor is still definitely up there in the tier list of viable hunters in competitive Identity 5. There are some structures here that can block her statues, but still, you know what? It's a small map that Chisel can reach from coast to coast here in the Arms Factory. But with this lineup of a team, I think it's like 50-50 because you have that Cypher Rush in the terms of Victor here, the Postman. A lot of staying power as well. And I think Xiaoma has to be very careful with stuns and also the Acrobat's bombs whenever he has his back turned.
Yeah, stop Sculptor abuse. Quan Li will be coming in with the big ball stuns. Oh my god, and then
he's on a wheelchair. Call an
it's in the wheelchair. Come on,
exactly.
Man. 911. Even the rescue, I really like how they picked Acrobat. I'm pretty sure Mini Blue will be bringing Tide Turner, simply because we've seen how effective it is. I think a lot of teams are picking this up. Acrobat as the rescuer, just throwing in the fire bombs, making sure that, oh, you know what? Bon, no bombs, sorry. Galatea, no statues. Breaking Wheel, sorry. You can't
turn back.
Yeah, you can't turn back. So that's the thing. I really like this pick, and I really hope that Xiaoma he might be considering like a blink or even an excitement at the very least, simply because of there's so many harassments. But we'll just have to see what he really picks. And
Yeah.
what? What's
I
that,
saw
the
Toy Merchant. I'm not sure. Oh,
it
is
is
Toy Merchant? I'm not sure, but we're just gonna have to find out here in the graphics, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, they're still sticking to the
no,
Postman. I
nah.
think it's yeah. But I have to point out that Xiaoma did bring excitement, so he might put that respect in Quan Li's name, bringing that excitement. We'll just have to find out, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna head into the Arms Factory for our first round of the first half between BL and GG. Nello Mello and Posh Spice giving you the commentary action. Let's go. Are we sheeshing? Are we still sheeshing? We're not awooing though.
We're not awooing, yeah. But when the dog is released, I'll definitely go awoo.
I'm gonna ask who let the dogs out.
Let the dogs out, and I'll do it. I'll respond. But they have to be careful. Excitement does not remove the dogs. So
Exactly.
We'll see.
And now here we have it, Swam. Xiaoma already spawning here at No Man's Land, transitioning to the shack area and sees Quan Li. Not sure if he'll be chasing Quan Li at the start, because we have known Quan Li as a very slippery target to chase early on. He will try and find out and vault this this window and still see if this will continue. And he has to be very careful because, oh my God, that was so close now.
Oh my goodness, I think he really had big balls right there. I mean, just vaulting over and avoiding a potential terror shot. But Quan Li making sure it worked, just gonna use up almost all of his balls, close the pallet there, and that's it. He's gonna buy enough time here. The golden route, I think he's making his way towards the factory, where Galatea might have some trouble catching up in case he vaults into through the windows. But
yeah. But it seems like, yeah, he's really expending his skill here. Has no more. It's basically a football without any skill, a forward. And now has to eat that hit. Doesn't move to factory. Probably somebody is already priming a Cypher in that area. The blink is already online for Xiaoma to use. And now we see that Quan Li dropping this pallet. Xiaoma just saving that blink for the last possible second. Really wants to down this forward. But this forward in a pretty good spot here because he's not disrupting Cypher Rush.
Yeah, and Xiaoma actually has a blink. Oh my goodness! That was almost a blink, and the empty blink, but he's gonna get into... Yeah, he's gonna get it through the statue right at the bottom. Fortunately, salvageable because Quan Li has used up his balls. And there you have it, 2 ciphers done just like that, with the third cipher being at 86%. So I would say, fairly good kite right there. Amazing kite by Quan Li.
And the rebound kite is the question in everyone's mind, is because it's a pretty hard spot to rescue from and not much to utilize, because we saw that the pallets were hit. And now speaking of hit, MX receiving that hit will have to utilize another elbow pad to close out the distance. And note, it was a 3-6 persona build on Xiaoma's side, so he is accounting for that late game.
Yeah, he is accounting for the late game, and that's the thing though. Right now, Quan Li has to make the rebound kite work. It's looking very, very good for BL, and that's the problem with playing a sculptor in Arms Factory. You have to make all the statues hit count, and chasing the forward first definitely leaves room for Acrobat. For the Postman, look at the Tranquility Letter right there, Posh. They are decoding the hell out of the 2 remaining ciphers, and Quan Li is still running up and about.
2 minutes and 2 ciphers remaining. That's a lot of work that Victor's making everyone do. And now Quan Li realizing, yeah, I'm probably going to get hit. At least he moves towards a corner so people, the team can rotate. Probably going to try to go for another rescue here. But it seems like the Postman about to pop a cipher. We do see that the Acrobat and the Mercenary are working on a cipher at No Man's Land. And it is Mini Blue that is going for this save. So Xiaoma has to be very careful because his Acrobat is fully loaded and stacked with his bombs. And it seems like he's transitioning to change targets towards MX.
Yeah, I mean, he realizes that Acrobat might have tied, but surprise, surprise, Acrobat does not have tied. Oh my god, this is so unexpected, and he's trying to heal up. He's trying to heal up Quan Li at the same time. Oh my goodness, this is so good, so good.
Yeah, he overextended a little bit there on that chisel. Now he has to roll on back towards that spot, and you see that he is healed up. So the forward, the juiciest target, has to eat 2 hits. Rem now in this area trying to push that Cypher, but the Postman, oh my God, one more statue hit, he will be falling down. So he has to be very careful because this is the last Cypher left. Oh my God, the dog not yet there.
I think I would have awooed for you, man. But that hit's that hit's gonna get rammed down. But still, even though like even though the pressure is immense by Xiaoma, just look, the Cypher is actually almost primed. Sorry, not almost primed, but it is down to the very last Cypher. They're even considering starting a new Cypher at the very back gate, simply because they know, okay, Xiaoma is going to camp this. Quan Li is still running around because he still has Tide.
Mercenary also, Mercenary already got up forward. One more hit, he will be falling down, and he'll be sent back to the manor. This is huge. Xiaoma already committing to at least get one body out of the game and out of Arms Factory, and it will be the forward. We do see that the Cypher is moving at 71%. Postman about to hit the halfway mark. They go for the rescue. 3 survivors remaining, but resources are quite low on the side of the survivors here.
Yeah, I mean, BL has been doing very, very good, but just exposing Quan Li like that, if Quan Li has a ball, or even if Quan Li has a mercenary pad he found from the chest, that would have made a lot of difference. But right now, it looks like they have to deal with whatever cards they have available now. Mini Blue has to take that kite. He cannot go down here. He needs to extend that kite so that at least they will be able to heal up. They're playing for the long game now.
Watch out, the Acrobat Bomb was able to make him move away, and mind you, the Blink is still online, so I think Xiaoma's going to be holding on to this because he can change traits to go for that teleport. Mercenary healed up completely now. Mini Blue going out in the open here. Xiaoma has to be very careful with what he swings with. Almost there, but not quite. Mini Blue dropping that pallet just in time to create that distance, and now the statues are falling. Can he pick him up in time? The Cypher isn't ready now.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if you are Xiaoma, I would say put him in the basement, and that's what exactly he's doing. Yeah, I mean, MX has to come for MX will be coming for the rescue on the mercenary. He has a pocket watch, so temporarily he'll be changing occupation to the first officer. And look, MX is already coming. Postman Cypher is at 90%. My goodness, he has to avoid 1 hit at the very least if he wants to make this rescue happen.
Watch out for the statues. Drop down hit. He can go for another one. Xiaoma trying to close out this distance here. Hasn't expended the pocket watch just yet. The rescue does happen. He's going to go for another drop double hit. Can he get it down? Mini Blue and MX are really being careful here. MX tanks the hit, and watch out. Goes down. They're going to pop the Cypher.
Beautiful. Beautiful. MX just tanking the drop down hit and then tanking the second hit. That was beautiful, and the Cypher pop just in time. MX won't even go down, and that's already a very good sign for BL now to draw or even get a 3 survivor. Xiaoma missed the blink.
Oh my God, beautiful jukes here on the side of Mini Blue, giving time for the Mercenary and the Postman to go for the exit gate. So this is huge. They're actually in the position to tie, and again, Xiaoma's Hunter early on in round number 1. That is a huge victory. Mini Blue still containing the Hunter for as long as possible. Blink has already been expended, so the Chisel will be Xiaoma's only saving grace to get more survivors down, but it seems like the survivors on BL's side are already like priming the exit gate over at the shack area.
I mean, the dungeon is in the middle. Mini Blue is just waiting for Xiaoma to go over the other side, and then at least if he goes over the other side, he's gonna try. He's gonna go.
Oh my God. Mad dash, and it slowed him down. Can he manage the pallet? It's gonna be a race. Here we go. The statue hits. Can he go for it? It's a 3-man escape.
What?
Wow.
Jeez. This is...
Sheesh. Let's go.
What is going on? 3 escape from the... Look at Ren clapping like happy penguins, and he should, because look at them celebrating right now. Like, oh my goodness. I almost jumped out of my seat because of that as well. MVP definitely. Acrobat and Quan Li for making that happen. Quan Li with the 3 Cypher kites all the way to the end, and Acrobat for just keeping calm, and I'm just lost for words.
Yeah, let's just try to recall the last scenario there. Xiaoma adding more pressure, going to the basement. was really looking like he was going to tie that game because he was forcing the mercenary to go to the basement. And usually you don't want to take those odds, especially if Xiaoma's on that sculptor.
Yeah.
But they were so patient, they were so disciplined to not rush out of the basement early on because Xiaoma was ready for the drop down hit. And you saw the mercenary able to tank those hits, allowing the acrobat to transition. And I mean, he was so efficient also with how he was able to use the acrobat bombs, because if he wasn't able to use that slow bomb, yeah, Xiaomo could have caught up, and dropping that pallet right in the nick of time so we can get the broken windows to run towards the dungeon. Beautiful execution on the side of BL. And this is actually the momentum starter. This is the confidence that they need. They're definitely not out of the woods yet because GG has faced adversity time and time again. So we can't count GG out just yet because they will be switching sides. And now the Survivor team sees that Xiaoma did struggle in that first round. They will try to get as much points as possible for their team. But let's check out the match stats now.
121 seconds each on Quan Li and Mini Blue, even though Quan Li did get sent back to the manor because of the full perfect statue right there. But still, BL maintaining their composure, just taking their time while Mini Blue was kiting with the Acrobat. Ram and MX was healing up MX, and by the time Acrobat was in the basement, MX just went for the rescue and decisively went for the two-man escape at the very least. The Acrobat, like what you mentioned, the Acrobat slow over the broken windows, dashing towards the dungeon. That was perfect execution. Right now, Posh, BL is making the gods bleed. They are making GG bleed in the first half.
But here's what's scary. When a god is mad, they will come after you. You'll feel the wrath of the gods now. The IVL gods, that is GG. And I'm pretty sure they finally took notice. They will put some respect on their name. And I think they're going to adapt from this because it was quite the bold statement, Xiaoma going for the forward right away, because we know how Quan Li can be so pesky to chase early on. Sure, you can try to go for that. No, you want to actually go for that postman, so you stop the decoding initially. So I think Quan Li did a great job. I think kind of baiting him to that false sense of security that I can down this forward, because he almost, like just an inch away, was so close to getting Terror Shocked after he vaulted that pallet in the shack area. So a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas. I'm sure Xiaoma will shake off the cobwebs and go back into the stronger. Let's head back to the staging area of Call of the Abyss, because it's going to be GG survivors that will be making their way to the stage, and Carol, the hunter of BL, to be doing the hunting.
I mean, Carol, if I know him, in this map for Arms Factory, I think he would probably pull off a Dream Witch, a Dream Witch, or even a Bloody Queen. Like, if he wants to play more conservatively, he can go for the Bloody Queen and try and force out a tie, because technically they did win in the first half, thanks to the Acrobat's timely jump towards the dungeon. So I'm saying, but you know what? For me, if I am BL, Zeno?
It's Zeno. Is that him? Oh my
it's
god,
Zeno.
Return. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Dark
My
O,
bad.
Dark OWO, sorry.
The O's. The O's. But
yeah. But this is actually very telling. We'll get to that in a bit, but let's meet the survivors of GG. Sushi. Okay, I'm so bad at pronouncing. One of the formidable kiters of this game. Of this team, actually. So whoever it's going to be, Dark or Zen or whoever, or if it's going to be Carol, is going to have a hard time chasing this survivor in particular, because he's definitely had a lot of MVP awards here and there. And Hu Chao here on the stunner, just like Quan Li, you don't want to be chasing him at the early onset, and he's got a lot of I would say a lot of highlight plays on this forward. So if you can ban this forward, please do.
Yeah, please do, because forward is definitely going to make your life difficult. And even if you chase him first, he has the football advantage, he has the pallet, the terrain advantage. Like you can see, they basically just puts down the pallet, and there you have it. Sculptor didn't have a fast breaking pallet, and that's what contributed to the containment time as well. So yep, right now we're going to look at 18, forever 18, looking 18. I'm pretty sure 18. He's 18. Pretty sure.
Yeah. I would have to say also, 18, a lot of highlight moments also in the previous match. Actually, all of them. But in the previous match, it was really 18's kiting, as well as Coco's Priestess, and Acrobat too. So I think Acrobat is a safe bet to ban too, because this team is very efficient in using either it be on 18 side Coco side or whoever?
For me right now, if Dark, like what we see, if Dark is really gonna be the one that is going to be playing as the hunter for this second half, I'm pretty sure he's gonna go for the Bonbon. But before that, let's look again. Coco, like what you mentioned, also plays Acrobat and Priestess as the support. Just really, really amazing containment time, 78 seconds right there. And we've seen what Coco can do when she's on the support Priestess and even the Acrobat. Yeah, she's really strong with that support of hers, like just making sure her team stays connected, making sure that the hunter, making sure that her teammates gain the advantage, like in terms of covering the distance and all. And look, Posh, who do we have here?
Dun dun dun! The secret boss of BL, Dark. No stats here because it's been a while. Don't let that smile fool you, ladies and gentlemen. If you've been following the Southeast Asia scene, he's been one hunter that's so scary. And this is actually a good move since it's Arms Factory, and since Carol's biggest hunter or biggest asset is that breaking wheel. Bring in Dark for now. Introduce a little bit of mystery in this group stage, and let's see how they'll fare out, because we talked about the non-meta or the non-strategies that the non-IVL strategies that can kind of catch the IVL teams off guard, and having a new hunter could be one of the strategies that BL has under their pocket.
Yeah, for sure. Like bringing in the Bonbon, we know that Dark is famous for the Bonbon and even the Sculptor and Naiad. So that's a new hunter that he has definitely picked into his hunter pool. But if I am BL right now, going on the defensive, you have to wonder what is the game plan of GG right here, because GG, like what you said, when you make the gods angry, when you make the gods mad, when you poke at them, instead of poking back, they might just hurl a boulder right back at you. So
or lightning or whatever God did. Yeah, any Greek gods. Yeah, that's what's scary. And honestly, I wouldn't blame BL if they want to just go for ties, because getting a 3-man out against Shaoma is a huge feat on its own. And you know what? I would say GG's a little bit more. I would say they're a little more all in to go as much as possible to get that 4-man out, because again, that's a lot of pressure on their side if it stacks up. So we do see that the forward is banned. That's amazing decision on Dark side. Getting Kuchao's forward away is good, but leaving open the Seer and Mercenary, at least it's not a harasser, especially if Dark will be using that Bonbon or Naiad. Again, two amazing hunters that can go for that tie.
Yeah, for sure. I was already thinking about that. Yes, exactly. I was already predicting this, because he has to get rid of the forward. Second condition, he has to get rid of the Acrobat, because he's definitely going for a Bonbon right here. Guard 26, and he cannot afford to get his camping ruined by a forward stun or even an Acrobat's firebomb cancel. So very smart move. It also shows us what he's going for. And that is why right now GG is picking up Victor. Is picking up Patient. One for the distance coverage and the other for the dog biting, just to slow down the hunter, or even sending out tranquility letters to help the team to decode faster.
So yeah, Dark eliminated one thing out of the list there, which is the harassers. Now he just has to worry about kiting and also early down. So he might go for an aggressive Bonbon, might go for that blink. And yeah, you call it, Nell. Having this Bonbon in this map is definitely a big asset, since it's very close quarters and contained. But on the side of GG, though, a lot of staying power and a lot of support can happen also with the Seer Owl, with the Tranquility Letters. And if the Patient is the first chase, that could prove to be really hard for Dark. So I think, he's going to have to go for either, Victor, I think is the best one, or that Seer, since you could just chain bomb and just hit the Seer to put him on that rocket chair.
Yeah, for me, personally, I think Dark should bring teleport, fast breaking pallets, and detention. But you know what? It's a different playstyle. But personally, I think that he should have bring that, because in case he does not find any survivors or even manage to catch, he can at least teleport straight away. Wouldn't be wasting so much time. And even if he finds the machinery first, at least get the machinery to waste one pad, because wasting one pad is already a victory for Bonbon. Making the Patient waste the hook is also a victory, because he should definitely pursue the Patient. But if the Patient happens to be at the Arms Factory, don't, because the hook is just gonna get him through everything.
That's
in
true.
the factory.
So yeah, the time, I mean, Bonbon's time is limited here with that Victor running around in Arms Factory. But I have to say that, you know, if he's able to get a down survivor early on in the game, he can set himself up for a winning flow and pace. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Dark coming in for the first time here in the group stages, going up against GG's survivors. Round 1, second half, BL versus GG. Posh Spice and Nello Mello, once again, your commentators for this match.
Go.
Sheesh.
Sheesh. I can't imagine how many times I'm gonna say "oh whoa" in this match.
Oh whoa.
Oh whoa. Oh whoa.
It's UWU supremacy.
Yeah. Well, the chat is happy. Eli's not banned. So good job.
Yeah, yesterday we couldn't see Eli at all, except on the commentary desk. But anyway.
Let's go. Oh, I really like this. I'm just gonna start off.
Let's go.
Dark Owo is going to be picking the same skin as PPX, simply because this animation, the attack animation, is so good. He's gonna go and possibly he's already seen the blood mark. Oh, finding the postman is definitely the best. Look at him dropping the 5-second bombs because he knows that. If he drops it there, he can expect. But look at Kuchao, so sneaky.
Wow, just the guts on him, like ice in his veins. He's not moving at all, but just giving that tinnitus. He's already sent a mercenary a letter just to decode faster. But now Dark, if he just turns around, he would have spotted. Wow. Kuchao just staying here, just giving tinnitus, and Dark still trying to find his first target. It's still, I mean, he's just tiptoeing around, not giving away his mark just yet, but now he's gonna have to start running. Yeah, now he finds the best possible target.
What? The bomb actually got him. What? Oh my god,
wow.
2 successive bomb chips, and it's gonna be the
and the blink. Oh wow, just that sequence alone. Bomb hits after bomb hits with no line of sight. He expends the blink, but they have a handshake with the trade-off of the owl to blink. But now Kuchao has to be very careful because he's one, I would say, regular melee hit away from falling. Like moonwalking just to keep his red light away. And we see that he is chaining these bomb hits. One more and he'll be falling down.
The third one and the fourth one? Oh my goodness, beautifully done. They've already made the seer use up the owl. 3 ciphers are almost done, to be honest, but it's okay because Dark, like what we have talked about before, Dark Owo needs to get a draw at the very least. Right now, the camping potential of Dark, basically, there's no forward to harass. There's no acrobat to cancel off his camp. So I believe that GG, they might send in the mercenary, rescue once, and after that, they're just gonna let him go. They're just gonna let Kuchao do his things. And
yeah, it's gonna be too tough. Here we go. Nice elbow pad, able to get a clean rescue, but now Mercenary has to be very careful here, trying to body block. But Kuchao sending out the dog, able to slow him down, and now Kuchao just hiding over here at this part of the Arms Factory, but there's not much he can do because he's gonna corner himself. Dark just has to drop some bombs and position him and cut his route off, but Kuchao able to open it up, still just going around and around, buying so much time for his team.
Merry-go-round right there at its finest. Dark?
Whoa.
Dark?
Oh, wow.
What are you doing?
Still able to find so much time away from here and now able to get the regular hit, and now Kuchao is down. So let's see how the Survivor team will respond because 2 ciphers still remaining. Mercenary was able to save before half. So it's still looking pretty okay. I think they can still push for rescue here even if they so choose. Mercenary is giving that tinnitus to keep Dark here.
Yeah, I mean, Mercenary is gonna go for the second rescue. Oh, Dark, don't go too far away from your camp because this is so scary. Because Mercenary can just easily just go in for the rescue if needed to be.
Mind you, Mercenary does have a magic wand here, but it seems like they will go for this handshake here and go. Oh no, not quite. Mercenary eats that hit, and now Postman able to have a rebound kite, and now they pop this cipher. The tension is in the air. Exit gates are being split push right now, but bringing Dark to the factory exit just so that they can push for the shack exit.
Oh, the
another
ball.
dog.
Oh, it's gonna be biting Dark. Oh, and Kuchao is gonna bring. Oh my goodness, this looks like GG might be able to secure a 3-man escape here simply because look at Kuchao sending out the dogs and then kiting towards the Arms Factory. This is basically a very. Oh my goodness, Pog.
He was able to, he was able, he was able to drop down the pallet, but the blink is ready. But now Kuchao able to jump and vault through the factory and able to utilize this pallet. He's gonna have to break it. Time bomb, he can eat that hit. And now Kuchao has to be very careful. I was not aware of where the dungeon is at, but Dark now trying to close out this distance. The mind games are beginning, and we see that the postman received the letter to where the dungeon is at. So now he's transitioning towards it. It's not in the sandbags. It's right over there, coast to coast. Another dog bite.
He's just gonna run. He's just gonna run towards the exit gate. That's the thing. He can because he's already done. Oh wait, what a minute. He can do either one of those. He can go for the exit gate. He can
Watch
go
out. Oh my god, able to dodge it! Wait, the slow fall! Oh, Dark wasn't able to hit him through the slow fall. Now the dungeon's open. Kuchao able to make a mad dash towards this dungeon. And now Dark trying, this is so hard. And now Time Bomb, though, able to stop him in his tracks. And we have a tied game now.
My goodness, that's why I said, Posh, we cannot overlook the fact that when GG survivors, when you do something like this to the hunter in the first half, second half you're definitely gonna expect something like this to happen. I'm so like you can just see it was supposed to be a draw game. That was what their target was. BL was supposed to get a draw game, but from a draw game, it almost ended up as a 4-man escape. If the dungeon was in the middle, that would have been a 4-man escape, but fortunately luck was on, a slight luck is on Dark Owo's side, and he managed to get the bomb off, the chain bombs off, and getting the 1-man kill. So it's a draw in best of 1.
Big shout outs to Kuchao. I think Kuchao,
really good.
Potential MVP. That was an insane kite.
Insane.
How many times did we see that rock in that corner? It was insane. He had ice in his veins. He was so calm, even with a detention bonbon in triple pallet, baiting out a regular hit, going to the corner, and still slow vaulting, because I think in that situation, Dark was really just trying to just hit anything that was moving. And Kuchao having the cool, calm, and collectedness. All right, I'm going to slow vault, unable to get that hit. And it was just a little too far off. But any closer, it would have been a 4-man escape, and GG would have had the victory here in this first round. But we are seeing a tie game. And like you said, you know what, Nell? BL was able to make the gods bleed, but now the gods, they're angry. And they're fighting back.
Yeah, this is exactly why... okay, you know what? Let's look at the stats first. 155 seconds, Kuchao MVP that game. Like if we've seen the combination of teamwork from BL in the first half. Right here, it's just raw kiting by Kuchao right here. So definitely MVP that brought the team to a 3-1 against BL, Dark Owo's Bonbon. And that's the thing. I'm gonna go back to my point and mention that this is what happens when you try to go on the defensive. You try to aim for a draw, and in the end, you get something worse than a draw. Which is why I don't always suggest, like, the best course of action is when you're ahead, go on ahead and go even more offensive. And that way, when you're aiming for a 4K or a 3K, the worst you can do is a draw. So
true.
Yeah.
I guess I think that saying goes like, shoot for the moon and you land in the stars, you know? Like you're able to shoot a little further, but I kind of understand where BL's coming from, because they want to play that respect. They want to be able to play a little more conservative, and they don't want to overextend, but unfortunately it didn't go in their plan. GG having it was really Kuchao. I mean, the mercenary went for double rescues, which was still really good. That you saw in the stats, like Bonbon didn't really see that much. And I would say that Dark really played that well, because he really had to go for the acrobat. He had to go for a victor at the start of this game. So yeah, it's just unfortunate on BL's side, but now we're going to see what they're made of, because we still haven't seen them in a best of 3. But now it's guaranteed that we are going to see them in the best of 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it to some highlights and just watch that match as we catch our breaths. So, let's check it out.
有一刀，有一刀，有一刀，有一刀，
可以可以。
可以走了，要走吗？要走吗？
等，你们接走，快！
可以走。
上跑！
来，人救。
OK，
救。直接亮。
我们能走。右边还要5秒。
你们暂时不用走，在门里面等着就行，不着急。哎，
你别。
直接走。
All right, welcome back, you guys, to the Call of the Abyss Group Stage, day number 4. Watch Spice and Nello just witnessing some amazing action between GG and BL, and we're all tied up. We are going to really push for that game number 3. And we were just talking, right? How going for a tie if it doesn't go in your favor, it could go much worse. And BL probably recalibrating and trying to think how they can try to put the odds in their favor, because GG has definitely seen the best of 3. They've gone toe to toe with the best of them. So this is familiar territory for them. So now it really depends on what BL is going to be doing and how they're going to respond to this adversity.
Yeah, for sure. But if there's anything that we can take back from the second half game just now, is for we can just share this together. Like, guys in the chat, hey guys, hiding is definitely better than kiting. So if you are solo queuing or you are playing like duo and you're playing in rank and you're like, oh my god, the hunter always 5 seconds me. Well, guys, time to tiptoe and hide. Because I'm telling you, most of the time the hunter is gonna have, because they are so reliant on Tinnitus, they're gonna have so much such a hard time trying to find you. So that's what Gu Chao did. He wasted so much time. Dark.
He did. And that must have drove Dark crazy, because he was circling around. It's like, where is he? He's supposed to be somewhere here. Yeah, exactly. Like, is my ear just ringing for no reason? There is someone here. And for Gu Chao, like, he stayed at a pretty scary spot, because a little more footsteps to the top and he would be in no man's land, where he kind of kited for a long time. But yeah, he just stuck to his gun, stayed there, constantly communicated to his team. It's not the flashiest play, but it's still so effective. So, as Nell says, hiding better than kiting.
Yeah.
Hiding. Yeah. Hiding first before kiting, because if you're able to hide, go for it. But if you want to be able to kite at the start, you might be caught up in a hard spot to kite, and it's very reliant on the real estate that you're in. Gu Chao, fortunately, made that work so well. And Nell, remind me, I think all his dog bites were on point.
Yeah, on point. Apparently, he's very good at throwing dogs.
Commanding dogs, I would say.
Commanding, yeah, like, you know what? Hey, get away from me, and leading the dogs towards. And it actually played a lot of. It actually has a lot of impact against Bonbon, because you know Bonbon's legs are short. So when you start walking, it's like, oh my god, I'm so slow. Yeah. When am I gonna reach him? And it made a lot of impact. It definitely helped Gu Chao extended his kite. But you know what? We're gonna go into the second game right now. First half, it's gonna be the same thing. Xiao Ma from GG will be the one doing the huntering first. So it's practically the same situation. The hunters of GG going up first. And right now, BL, they look at them. They are preparing right now. They definitely have to pull another strong kite and escape against Xiao Ma. But knowing Xiao Ma from GG, Posh, I have to say, Xiao Ma is definitely ready for whatever BL is going to pull off.
Yeah, I think the first one might have been a little bit of a warm-up, but I think Xiao Ma, knowing him and knowing his accolades, he is not going to take the first round lightly, and he will try to bounce back as much as possible coming into this next one. And you did see it's Red Church, so that opens up a lot of his hunters. He's not afraid to bring out the breaking wheel in this map, but you know, he still has a spider to utilize, and he has that Anne, a very underrated disciple. He did bring it out in Call of the Abyss 4, and you know what? He's not it's not out of this reality for him to pull off a 4K disciple.
Yeah, 4K disciple. My goodness.
It can happen.
Yeah, it can definitely happen. I mean, you know, that's the problem with facing like hunters who have deep hunter pool. You can practically pull out anything, and it works. It works because, well, you have a mastery of at least 4 to 5 hunters. Whatever they ban, you can just pick another one, and that's the case with GG Selma right here. But I like what you said. If they're gonna pull out Anne, well, I'm all ears for it, because I really like the disciple. I believe that she's underused and used in the power of a powerful hunter. I believe Anne is a very strong potential for a 4K as well.
Yeah, and just to bring up to everyone up to speed with Xiaoma's hunter pool, in the qualifiers, he's picked Bonbon twice, Galati once, BQ once, Anne once, and Breaking Wheel Pollen 3 times. So it's not out of the question if he goes for Breaking Wheel here, but we've seen in the previous matches, and we saw in the Weibo versus AG match, that Breaking Wheel here can struggle because of the windows that are so good inside Church, and also the windows you can create in Top Broken.
Yeah, I mean,
Broken.
Yeah, well, BW has been taken out. Breaking Wheel is not going to see the light of the day, even though it's the red. Yeah, even though it's the Red Church, but I think they definitely have to respect Selma's Breaking Wheel, as even though it's in Red Church. So but on the other hand, Selma has banned Eli. So sorry, Eli, you have to go back to sleep. You have to go back to sleep.
The chat will have none of this. Oh no.
None of this.
Eli,
no, your
Eli
owl
being
is too
banned
OP. Yeah, and guys, you have to realize why Eli is being banned a lot in this competition, because it is pre-adjustments here. So the owl is still 15 seconds. It is very, very strong still. 15 seconds is a long time for them to transition, which is why that the hunters are always taking out Eli, and they're gonna take out the two rescuers, Forward and Mercenary. But BL is going to respond with the Priestess and Acrobat. I love this pick.
Yeah,
Priestess and Acrobat.
It kind of just shows that BL isn't afraid to go for their comfort. We did note that Mini Blue on this. Mini Blue on this Acrobat is so insane. Now let's see how they're gonna mitigate the cancellation of this Mercenary as well as this Forward. Heading towards the Red Church, they have a lot of options. They can go for that Patient. We haven't seen the Psychologist as much. We have seen some Gravekeeper here and there, but it has been highlighted as of late. So BL could be doing that. Also, remember back in the qualifiers, I'm not sure if this qualifiers or another community tournament with BL where they put an all rescuer lineup. So all these guys can play those rescuers wildly, but they're still sticking to the postman.
No, they're not gonna use Better. The last time MX used Better, it didn't really turn out well for him in Red Church.
Right.
So I really like this. Zero harassments except for the portal keys, the Acrobat balls, which is pretty good. And they just want to create distance with the patients. Let's see. Ram would probably be playing the Priestess, because we've seen him doing an amazing kite, and Xiaoma, not wasting any time, gonna go for the 4K Bloody Queen. I believe that's the second best choice after Breaking Wheel, or even Sculptor. Sculptor can do it as well, but after the first half, what we saw, I believe he's like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna try BQ instead of Sculptor. Let's go with BQ.
Yeah, BQ being very stable, and you know, BQ being one of the older hunters, you know, he's definitely had more experience using her in high pressure situations, because I think Xiaoma really wants to be able to kind of redeem that first round and just show his hunting prowess. But with this BQ, the lineup of the survivors of BL can counter this Bloody Queen, especially that Patient. You just gotta wait for that mirror to pop out. Can't get caught up too much on giving her free hits without popping up that mirror. So I really like this lineup, and I can't wait to see how this lineup will synergize to go up against Xiaoma's Bloody Queen.
Yeah, all of these characters have potential to kite against Bloody Queen, except for Postman. Like the mirror, Postman obviously couldn't dodge a mirror even if he wants to. So, but other than that, all the other three should make a pretty good kite and even provide support. I love this composition, very balanced, very good for covering for each other. We'll just have to see what who will Selma encounter first, and will Selma persist on that first chase? If it is an optimum.
Yeah, we're just going to have to find out. You know what? It does say round number 2, but it's, I would say we're still back to square one because we're all tied up in terms of points and rounds. It's round number 1 was 3-1, 1-3. So I'm excited to go into the Red Church with you, Nell. I'm Botch Spice. We're giving you the commentary action here. GG versus BL. Let's see some sheesh in the chat, you guys.
Yes, spam sheesh in the chat because we are so excited to see BL versus GG. Right now, David has struck the first blow. GG has responded with another blow of its own. Second game, first half. Let's make it work, guys. Cheer for your teams, guys. Hashtag BL, hashtag GG. Let's go. Bloodbath gonna be spawning
Let's
at the first
go.
breakable. Wow. The hitbox for Bloodbath is also very, very good. I really like the hitbox on this skin. Xiaoma is gonna go towards the grave. I think he's gonna try and aim a mirror. But unfortunately, they already know what he's doing. He's not gonna find anything with the mirror. He's not gonna find anything. Oh, very unfortunate for Xiaoma missing the first mirror. The postman actually
Oh my god, that's huge! And now this is actually a great start for the side of BL. Prompting the Bloody Queen to use that mirror, and mirrors are so precious to Bloody Queen with the adjustments. If you're able to make her waste the mirror, that's already huge. So it seems like BL has a great start, but again, as we say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Xiaoma still needs to find that most optimal. Yeah, has to find his first target. Has another mirror up. So let's see. It is Mini Blue once again. This is round 2 now. Let's see how long Mini Blue can last.
Oh, he can't. He managed to pull it off. Right now, he has to swap straight away. Bling is going to be up really soon. Mini Blue should try and avoid the first hit at least, but he's going to get hit right there. But the Priestess support by Ram is going to be very available. As soon as he vaults over the window, he's going to try and transition towards the back gate.
Can he make it in time? Tries to go for it, but he blocks him from the holy key. Holy smoke, Xiaoma turning the tides here. He was able to get the bomb going, but he was a little off axis. But just trading there. Xiaoma, man. He was ready for that.
Oh my god. If he wanted to use it, he should have used it earlier. But otherwise, just now, I'm pretty sure if he just decided to walk in a straight line, he would have been able to make it through the portal. Bloody Xiaoma would have hit. And he managed to get that slip on Ram. Just like that. Turntable right now.
Xiaoma really feeling himself, really running with this wave of momentum. Quan Li in the area has to be very careful to utilize his hooks wisely for him to, or not even at all, just eat that hit and go for the rescue. Luckily, he did bring tide. Xiaoma's mirror is about to be online in just a bit. Mini Blue has to make this rebound kite work because Xiaoma has been hitting a lot of these survivors trying to go for another hit, able to get the mirror hit, and Xiaoma continues his dominance here at the halfway mark. 2 minutes in. But so far, so good on the side of Xiaoma. 4 ciphers still remaining. They need to pop one more for the dungeon to be revealed.
Yeah, I mean, 4 ciphers are being worked on at the same time right now. One is at, 2 of them are at more than almost 70%. The other 2 are relatively new. But BL RAM is being highlighted by wanted order there. So I don't, they cannot even heal. That's the problem. And look, even if they try to heal, oh my god.
Quan Li, you have to be very careful. The far range mirror hit, and Quan Li is down. Still has 3 hooks. We do see that someone is MX will be the one to go for this rescue, but Nell, this means that more bodies are on the floor. Oh yeah, he's not going to go for it. This means that they're not touching ciphers. Quan Li is the next optimal target. Xiaoma can actually take his time to go walk over and try to chair, but he is going to try to pop up another mirror to try and down more survivors.
Yeah, just like that, it looks like it's going to be a potential 4K for Xiaoma's. Like we were talking about how fortunate it was for BL because Xiaoma didn't realize that Victor was there. Victor was the best find for Mary, but missing that was already a very good thing for BL. And even finding the priestess, Xiaoma didn't want the priestess, and finally finding the acrobat, just very, very unfortunate because during the chase, They were sniped out by the mirrors, and that is what makes Selma so dangerous with Bloody Queen. The
Yeah.
mirror snipes even while guarding the chair.
Yeah, he's been really on point with these mirrors that are so far away. Now, Xiaoma has to defend. Will have to just hit Rem here just to stuff a little bit of that rescue. Goes for a blink hit. Wow. He's just so efficient with these skills. And yeah, this is going to be the second time that Quan Li will be seeing that chair. So it seems like the postman might have to be the one to go for on rescue. We are seeing Xiaoma changing the chairs here just to bring it a little closer to that cipher that is about to pop. Yeah, he will do some cleanup duties here because, yeah, he does not want to give Quan Li any escape routes. Quan Li still has 3 hooks left, so if MX can make this rescue happen, it's going to be a good thing if Quan Li can get those grappling hooks.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to make this rescue happen. The 3 grappling hooks allows Quan Li to at least kite even more. MX, okay, he's going to take 1 hit. He's going to rescue right now. Quan Li needs to stand by. The dog must hit. The dog. Oh, the dog.
Coming back. Oh! It does hit, but they do a handshake trade-off here. Postman is the one that is down now, while, yeah, the dog bite is still mitigating the distance, but Quan Li unable to get the grappling hook off. Xiaoma, he's mad, dude. He has definitely redeemed that first round from 1 survivor down, and now all the bodies are hitting the floor, and Xiaoma is, yeah, standing tall and dominating in this match.
Yeah, Xiaoma is no longer small horse. Xiaoma is finally upgraded to Tama, big horse. Definitely
that's what it
upgraded to.
means. I didn't know that.
Xiaoma, like, you know, like we always call people Xiaoma, Xiao Cheng, Xiao. So that's like a call. But right now he's no longer Xiaoma. He's like a Tama. He's like the freaking monster right now.
Oh,
2
man.
seconds remaining. Rem cannot heal.
From what we know, yeah, he's not a small horse. He's that Trojan horse, able to, you know what? You think it's on an arm, but oh my gosh, yeah, it has a whole army ready for them to attack. And now we see that Rem is kiting inside, and Postman using the self heal here. So MX trying to push the cipher here at the back exit, but Xiaoma knows that, yeah, once I down this Postman once again, he will not have any more self heals, and it will be him just focusing on Rem.
Yeah, this game is for Xiaoma to take. He's just gonna, like what you said, take out the self heal, and basically he can just focus on Rem. And even if Rem decides to like call a global portal towards MX, you can bet that Xiaoma will be ready with his mirror just to get to wherever Rem is. And this is gonna be a problem. This is gonna be a very, very big problem for BL because apparently it's safe to say it's a slow torture to 4K.
Yeah,
it's a slow
burn, I would say.
It's a slow burn, yes, correct.
A war of attrition, and you know what? The hunters always replenish their skills, and now we see the long-range portal. And note, he switched to teleport. That was a non-factor at this point, and Xiaoma getting 5 points for his team. Wow, GG to GG.
Like this kind of performance makes me wonder, would it have been better for them to ban the Bloody Queen in this map instead of Breaking Will? Because against Breaking Will, at least you know that you have a chance against Breaking Will, especially like in open kitings, especially across the windows. But yeah, maybe the ban did have a little bit of impact to do with it.
I would agree because I think if we recall back when GG faced Scars, they didn't ban the Breaking Wheel. He brought the Breaking Wheel to Red Church, and it didn't work out in his favor. I think it was a 3-1 tie game. So maybe, because now, come round number 3, they're going to have to put respect on that Bloody Queen. They're going to have to ban that Bloody Queen and also the Breaking Wheel, depending on where the map is. So, yeah, it was a bit of a toss-up. I know that they respected his Breaking Wheel, but... with the way he was able to, with the way he played that Bloody Queen, we didn't even know how efficient he was. Yes, he did put up an Aqua Mirror at the start of the game, couldn't find anyone, but he made up for it. And he was so proficient and very good at multitasking.
He was on point. I believe that's what we're trying to say here. His mirror was on point, but that's really true though. Like they were respecting his Breaking Wheel. That's why they banned Pollen in the first place. But when you're pushed to this point, you cannot. Like it's like picking your poison. You ban this, you get this. You ban the other one, you get this one. So basically, it's really hard. You can't ban everything.
Yeah,
the
so
thing
let's
I
check
see
out
here.
let's check out the match stats because we were saying that this is a good lineup against the Bloody Queen. It was just the postman that was kind of the best target, but that didn't matter because he was able to down Quan Lee, down Mini Blue, down Rem. I think I forgot who the first chase was, but you saw that the containment time didn't really Acrobat. We didn't
Yeah,
really see the
Acrobat.
containment time reach that 60 to 70 second mark. So as you said, on point, firing on all cylinders, going plus ultra, whatever you call it. Just respect the
Trojan
Bloody
horse.
Queen of Xiaoma. Yeah, Trojan horse.
Running
yeah,
over everyone. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's a whole fleet of just soldiers inside that. So you gotta be careful of that Bloody Queen on Xiaoma's side. But you know, I'm sure that the BL survivors, they're gonna try to adjust from this. They're gonna try to move forward in round number 3. Now, question in everyone's mind is it gonna be Carol or is it gonna be Dark that will be doing the hunting here at Red Church?
Okay, let's predict here, right here. Okay, between you and me and the viewers at home, guys. Let's go.
I
let's
lost
go.
the last time, but yeah, let's.
Okay,
let's
I'll let you choose first. I'll let you choose first.
No, dude, okay, fine. I think it's still gonna be Dark, because just because Carol's breaking wheel isn't beneficial in this map.
Okay.
That's what. I think.
For me, since you went for Dark, I'm gonna say that BL might bring out Carol. Well, Carol can play Bloody Queen, and we haven't seen
you're
Dark on
right.
Bloody Queen.
That's
Okay,
true.
but the bet has been placed. Someone's
Hey,
gonna be
what?
singing.
I said you said prediction. What is this with the bet? Oh my gosh.
We predict, we bet. My guy.
It's predictions, bro. It's not. I didn't agree to singing, but we're just gonna find out.
Okay.
Because I think
Substitution coming in though. Coming in right there. Yeah.
Is
They're
it-
replacing Coco with Zen.
with Zen. Okay,
Yep.
so I think they're expecting like a ban of either her priestess or acrobat. Looking at the notes we made, if we look at Zen, he does have a seer and a patient as well. So I'm not sure what they're gonna be building up towards or what they're preparing for, but yeah, Zen in the qualifiers has not been seen. But let's check in with Kuchao.
省过第一轮的那个什么，就是小组赛只要拿到第一了，再次我们也是胜愿8强，出去可以给别人荣耀的时候，我们就是胜愿8强，就这种底气。
Yeah, the pride at stake. They're playing not just for the money, not just for the passion. They're also like it's the recognition that they like the respect out of others when they look at them like, oh yeah, GG is like the top 8 in COA 5. So I think everyone in the tournament is looking for this.
Respect and honor, dude. Because what's a more coveted prize than Call of the Abyss? And there we go. Got the prediction right. Prediction.
Luckily,
So what
I'm not singing.
Hey, now you're changing your tune.
No,
okay.
no, I didn't. No.
You'll be changing your tune once again because you'll be singing. I'm kidding. Save that for your stream, Nell.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can wash my dishes, Posh.
Okay, so it is gonna be. Let's try to see now. Okay, so Dark's repertoire has a Naiad, can bring out the Bonbon again, but I don't know if GG's gonna ban the Bonbon or if they've done enough homework to cancel out Dark. Does Dark have a Dream Witch?
He does. Dream Witch Sculptor. But if I was in the place of GG, I'd probably just ban his Sculptor instead of Bonbon because he already has a bad experience with Bonbon. So they might as well and this is the first time Dark is in the tournament, like making his first appearance. He might not have enough warm-up, he might not have enough experience against other teams yet. So they might play the mind game. Instead of banning Bonbon, they just go for his next hunter, Sculptor, or even Dream Witch, or even Naiad. Any one of those like Sculptor, Naiad, just leave the Bonbon open because they obviously know how to kite the Bonbon.
Yeah, and just how they were able to do it in round 1, and you saw how GG, once they get the momentum started, from 1K to 4K, that's on Xiaoma alone. Imagine, they got 3-man escape. Now that they're all warmed up, even though they did change the Zen, I'm pretty sure that they have a plan here. So let's check out the picks and bans, starting with the
Prediction.
forward.
Ban Hunter, let's go. Ban Hunter. I say he's not gonna ban Bonbon.
I didn't even want to talk. That's 2 for 2, Nell. A good thing I didn't say anything. I was like, I'll let Nell talk himself to a corner here.
Oh.
They respect. I really think GG respects. Like they really
Yeah, they do.
they respect they respect their I think they do their homework. That's what I wanted to say. And also in Scars, when they faced Scars, they brought excitement because Scars very unconventional, brought an enchantress forward. So you really have to respect that. So now let's see what Dark is going to be using.
Okay, let's think about what he will choose. All or nothing. All or nothing.
Okay, Nell, I think you got a prediction problem, dude. We gotta just watch how it goes. We're just talking, man. I think it might be a sculptor.
Oh my goodness, I think it's gonna be a sculptor too. You know what? Okay.
Or fine, I'll go Dream Witch. I'll go Dream Witch.
You know I'm gonna win, right? You know I'm gonna win, right?
I don't know. It seems like you're not on a hot streak right now, so we'll see.
I'm gonna take back everything in this round. But I really like what you said. Respect banning the Bonbon. That's an option for them, and just let Dark go on with his second most comfortable character, which is Sculptor. It makes sense here because of the ban, the Priestess ban, the forward ban, and I think Dark has.
We're both wrong.
Thank God. Thank God.
You're not alone. But yeah,
Breaking Wheel.
Breaking Dark with the breaking wheel. It's really Carol that's on the breaking wheel. So this is a surprise for us as well. And on this map, I would say is a little risky because not only is it not beneficial, you're going up against GG that shut down Scars' breaking wheel. They were so good with how well they handled this breaking wheel. And yeah, they would, and that was in Ever Sleeping Town, or that was a huge map. But here, with a lineup like this, yeah, you could definitely see, Dark could have a hard time. So we're just gonna have to see because it's kind of favoring GG in my book.
I definitely have to say, really mad props for Dark Oval for bringing in Breaking Wheel into this map, especially since they have an acrobat, they have a patient, and the windows in Red Church, you know the windows, it's just gonna be a nightmare for Dark to just simply get a spike onto the survivors, because once you break human form, that's it. Acrobat can just bounce away, patient can just fly away, entomologist has the bees.
Mercenary, has the elbow pads. There's a lot of countering ability on the survivor side, but once again, props goes out to Dark for bringing out the breaking wheel. A lot of guts on his side, so let's see if it's gonna pay off. He knows what's at stake now, because they will give up control on this match, or they will seize that control. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, game number 2, second half, BL versus GG. Dark bring out the breaking wheel here in Red Church. Watch Spice and Nello Mello once again giving you the commentary action here at the group stage of Call of the Abyss.
Yeah, let's go. Can I just say the soundtrack is so chill?
Oh yeah, elevator music, dude. I feel like I'm waiting for it.
No, you shall not. You shall not talk about elevator music.
I like elevator music. I thought that was a compliment.
Yeah, I know. I haven't been in an elevator long enough to know what elevator music is.
Okay.
Okay. Predictions? Nah, no, we're not gonna do that.
No, I don't think we're on point today.
Maybe the next one. Okay, so breaking wheel. Oh, very, very nice spot instantly. From the first breakable, he can just go right into the church. He's just patrolling around. I'm not really sure though. Actually, if he just moves forward, he's gonna find the forward at the back breakable. He's gonna find the survivor at the back breakable. So he's just deciding to just transition into this area where it's supposed to be hell. It's supposed to be hell for.
The windows. Okay, trying to cut him off, able to use the bomb, forcing him to slowly vault this window, allowing this acrobat to move on along. And you know what? I'm pretty sure the entomologist already deployed the bees. We do see that the bees are coming in and just positioning themselves in a good part in this map. And Sen just kiting out here in the open. Look at that tree. I mean, he's gonna wait for the extended spikes, but it's not gonna come just quite yet. Acrobat now forcing him to go out of this wheel form, and look at that, the bees pushing him out, forcing him to go back into the church here. Now, will he be able to utilize that blink to close out that distance? Trying to drop that trap, but Sen already making a transition. The distance now is being established.
It feels like they're gonna get kited for hell here. Dark, obviously, he brought confined space because he doesn't want people to loop him at the windows. But it's look at how much time that the acrobat is buying. And look, he just jumps out the window again. What can you do when you're in the position of a breaking will? And that's why it was very smart for them to ban the bonbon. Yep, Dark is gonna try and change targets now, but I for some
Yeah.
reason I just feel like it's a little bit too late here. He's trying to search for target. I think Dark is a little bit lost right here.
Yeah, because that was the mercenary, and he's not really the best target. You saw that he didn't even try to break some windows here because, again, he can go for the elbow pad. But look at that. He's already about to be finished with that Cypher. That means this kite has lasted about 2 minutes plus, or 1 minute 59 seconds. And now shifting over to Kuchao, who is the patient that can be so pesky to chase. Still hanging out in this window, gets the first spike on that patient. And now Blink is online, decides to break that pallet. But we do have 3 grappling hooks on the side of Chu-Chi now.
And that's what we're talking about. Like, you can see how much Breaking Wheel is struggling in this map. Look, like this spot is also very strong for Breaking Wheel. The church is also very strong. Like, even if you get Zhu Zi on one spike, what can you do? Like 2 spikes, but he still has 3 hooks. He just used his first one. And even if you want to, Zen can just easily just slow the hunter.
Look at that. Oh, oh my God, wait.
Oh my God, that
Blinks,
blink.
but they're still out of the way. And look at that. Again, the patient. And also, mind you, the mercenary is bringing around a football. So he left the elbow pad somewhere. So that's something to take note of, ladies and gentlemen, when it's the late game already. But this patient has been buying so much time, just like that acrobat. Blink was already expended, forcing him to break that pallet. And now the traps, trying to just slow down this patient. But the patient, once again, the distance being established, going to the top broken side. Oh, the trap able to catch the patient.
Beautiful.
And now Dark has his first survivor down.
Sheesh. Like, that was a beautiful, definitely made his chase worth it in the end.
Yeah.
But on the side of GG, though, 2 ciphers are about to be primed. 1 cipher is almost primed. The last cipher is at 50%. If you're a Dark right now, you're back into a corner. Like, you can't camp. Even if you camp, the cipher's gonna be primed, people's gonna escape. But if you go for the other survivors, then it's gonna be a potential for escape. So it's like he's really in the corner right now.
Oh, patient already getting that football, but at least Kuchao able to get that rescue down unharmed. So can go for that rebound save once again. Sucha here just transitioning away, wants to be able to kind of lose sight of Dark, but Dark has to be very careful not to be overextend himself too much to lose sight of this patient. They caught the Cypher.
Oh my God. Yeah, the moment patient went down, they just decided to pop
just pop
cipher.
it.
Yeah, because patient already has half a football left.
Yeah.
And
So he can like run towards the dungeon area. The bees are still here, but the breaking wheel form is not affected. Mind you, no detention. So entomologist opening up the back gate. Everyone is already here. 1 spike on the mercenary, 1 spike on the patient. He will have to be forced to get out of wheel form. And now we see that the body block is happening for the entomologist. Sucha out of here. And now trying to get the hit. They can definitely take the hit. And it seems like GG is also the survivor side firing on all cylinders. This is 10 points combined on their side now.
yeah, like just look at them. They're just calm. They don't just like jump out of their chairs and celebrate. It's like, yeah, all in a day's work. And that's the problem with what we see. Like, that's why we don't necessarily have to ban Breaking Wheel in Red Church, simply because, like, ladies and gentlemen, you can just see for yourself. We don't even need to say much, because the windows, the terrain in the middle, the one at the back door, it's giving so much trouble for any Breaking Wheel, not just Dark. Any player would have that kind of problem as well. And under so much pressure, one side is bound to break, and in this case, the Breaking Wheel lost that balance of power, and they were basically just holding hands, covering for each other, running into the sunset, out of the gate.
Yeah, and I'd like to double down on your statement there, because aside from the excellent, aside from the windows on Church, you can definitely create windows as well, and in the top broken side. And mind you, this is a second round, so he was able to ban the forward, ban the priestess. So there were so much bans on the side, but there's other viable survivors in this Church matchup between a breaking wheel. You saw the acrobat didn't even need to vault because he could just jump through the windows. You saw the patient just waiting for him to go out of wheel form, using that grappling hook to just Spider-Man and swing his way to find his home away from the breaking wheel. So yeah, it was a tough matchup. You got to give props to Dark, but I would have to say, once he locked in that breaking wheel and GG saw that, they knew the game plan, and they knew that they've done their homework to know that they can get this much points.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I totally agree with you. But can I just add one more to your double down as well? It comes down to experience and coaching and the band picks as well. Like, it definitely shows. But before we talk more about that, let's just look at the stats. Zen right there, 103 seconds on the acrobat. Even Zuzi, the patient, was the one taking that kite, 98 seconds. And entomologist has to be very happy because 9 seconds containment time and 4 minutes at the very end.
I think the bees got more screen time than the entomologist here.
The bees did.
We just saw how the bees were just there. But, you know, again, it's just how GG is able to support each other as the survivor team that they are, like one of the top survivor teams out there. Even though 18 didn't see much, almost 200% on that decoding progress, and all of them actually triple digits. So it's quite impressive that all of them played their roles right. Kiting, not much on rescuing, more on just decoding and kiting for a long time. So now BL really put in a tough spot here because they're really going to have to make something happen here in the next round. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a very short break. Well, actually a highlight. So we'll just check that out and take a very short break. But when we return, it's going to be the continuation, round number 3. So do send your love and support over to BL because, this is definitely the scoreboard as we see it. So, they're definitely going to need something huge.
They need a clean sweep next game.
Yeah, that's a tall order for any team, let alone going up against GG. I think that's definitely something that
champion.
They have.
Yeah, last year's champion. They definitely, like, guys, send your support. Like, even if they know it's quite impossible, even if they know it's an uphill battle, but just give your support because you know what? They're not going down without a fight, and neither should we give up on any teams at all. So just send your love to BL, #BL, just to give them the love and support. And of course, if you're supporting Team GG, #GG, with the sheesh GG, you know, and just to go for the, just to be positive and supportive of all the teams participating in COA.
Yeah, so I'm super excited to be seeing that. I think, we're going to throw it to a highlight video. So we'll see you guys on the other side of that.
I think it's just the drafting that caused a lot of problems.
带走小门吗？
我能带走，但是关你。上线了。
没有，投冰块。会倒啊！
我丢个土球，一定得保大火。现在这个闪现差不多了。没事，开门战我们又球了。被夹了，我要死了。没事，他不知道那个，他可能会杀冰换。
Here we go.
Oh, it's turning nice. You?
Yeah. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with more Identity 5 action here at the group stage of Call of the Abyss, GG versus BL. BL put in a tough spot because GG has cemented a huge lead in round number 2. 10 points now from 3-1, from a tie game from 4 points each to now a round win and 10-point differential. Give me your initial thoughts on how BL can try to bounce back from this.
BL can definitely bounce back if, number one, they get 10 points and further push it to a game number 4, or number 2, recruit you into their team. BL.Poshpice.
Wow.
With the Enchantress plays.
Yeah, we're gonna have a collaboration. I don't know. I think it might
Collaboration.
be. We did talk about how, like, in the drafting, right? It was really
the drafting.
How GG was able to, you see the years of experience with how well they can kind of cover themselves with whatever that's going to be brought to the table. And luckily for luckily for GG, Dark did bring out that breaking wheel, and we just saw how well they are. I mean, let's give some praise to BL, because mechanically they are very gifted. Again, some of the comments that Kahel did bring up that, you know, China teams were praising them. They're mechanically gifted. Again, I think it comes down to the macro plays and also kind of the drafting. And you could tell, because they did have some highlighted moments in the first game and also against GR. So let's also encourage BL, because they can definitely make their names known here against GG. And knowing them, I'm sure that they're gonna go. They're definitely gonna keep fighting till the very end.
A lot of elements involved, but their individual skills definitely not the main contributors to their 2 losses so far. Like on the side of the Hunter and even the Survivor for elimination. Just saying that the scene is still growing. Outside of China, the scene is still growing, guys. Like in China, let's just paint a little bit of picture there. They have coaches, they have dedicated mentors, they have dedicated training sessions, they
Analysts,
have IVL, analysts, IVL, and compared to what they have for years, right now we are going one step direction closer. So I'm definitely saying we're making a very good progress. And right now we're seeing the map bans and
yeah, I think it's Ever Sleeping Town. Chinatown was banned, and PP.
Okay.
Oh, it's PP Xia.
Oh,
PP Xia's on
finally!
stage. Whoa, guys, the return of the king is here. He was at the start. Belated happy birthday. He's finally able to be on stage here. This is huge, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. PP Xia's Bonbon. One to be, I mean, a lot of people look up to him as Bonbon, right? He is the one that made Peeper Bonbon at Red Church.
He's so happy to see PP Xia.
He's like, oh, we're going up against PP Xia. Okay.
We brought him out. We brought the Master Goliath out, like the Goliath Master.
Here we go. Ram with some words.
How do I control my emotions? No, I don't have any limit. Thank you everyone for supporting.
He doesn't have any limit, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
Speaking of his limits, let me just add something. I know that Ren, a lot of people who are close to Ren, I'm personally a friend of his as well. He does have no limits with his words, especially when he's playing a game. Yeah, but generally he is a good guy. He is a good person. He is a responsible leader as well. So sometimes in games, things can make us say something unintentional and bad, but that doesn't make you a bad person in real life. So yeah, so that's the case with BL Ram.
Rem.
Yeah,
I would say, if you guys didn't know Rem, yeah, he's a quite character, quite
fiery character.
I would say he's very colorful. So
yeah,
that's him in a nutshell. I'm sure he was smiling because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to go one-on-one with PP Xia. Well, 4-on-1 versus PP Xia. And PP Xia...
One-on-one.
If he's going to be chased first, right? That's
sure.
And the experience that they can gain from this match, because PP Xia, I honestly thought we're going to see him only in the global finals, but seeing here in the group stage just shows that, you know, he wants to test his skill up against BL. And yeah, he's been lurking. I'm sure he's been also warming up for the big stage, and I'm sure that GG wants to make it a two-peat championship this year.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just looking forward to seeing more and more of this kind of actions coming in. And like just now, you can obviously see that Rem was very happy. He brought out the PP Xia himself. And honestly, both you and I, we were actually very excited to see PP Xia as well, simply because he is a very, very strong hunter. And right now,
Also, not just that, he's quite the character too. Like I remember in the Grand Finals, GG versus FPX.ZQ, he waited till the last possible minute to lock in his hunter, and he locked in a gamekeeper in Moonlit River Park. So it was, I think it was game number 5. He was like asking the crowd, "Who should I pick? Who should I pick?" Even the coach. So he's definitely a very well-known, a well-known and beloved character, a beloved player here in IVL and also in Call of the Abyss.
Yeah, let me translate what he has just said behind his mask. He's
What did he
saying,
say?
yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna have fun here too, and then I'm gonna eat KFC after this, or even McDonald's. Yeah, please let us join you.
Can you please get us some chicken? I think he also said he can't wait for Nell to sing because he got his predictions wrong. I think, if my Mandarin is...
Yeah, my Mandarin's pretty bad too. But I believe he also said at the end that, you know, he's gotten the 5 abnormal prediction correct, so he's waiting for Posh to sing. So...
right, yeah, for sure. Definitely not getting away from that one. But we're going to see PP.ZH, ladies and gentlemen, here at Ever Sleeping Town, banning the Seer right off the bat. And I'm pretty sure, we're going to see a Breaking Wheel ban. That's no question here. BL has to respect the breaking wheel of PP.ZH. Even though PP.ZH hasn't been playing with the breaking wheel meta, I'm sure like in the sidelines he's been trying out this character. So let's see who BL will be respect banning on the hunter side of things.
Yeah, I mean, just to make things very easy, just ban the breaking wheel, just ban the Bloody Queen. Okay, that's what they did. Just ban 2 of this, and then as long as they ban these 2 hunters, at least they will still have a fighting chance, simply because his breaking wheel is just too crazy and the terrain advantage Ever Sleeping Town. But right now the question is, Forward has been banned, Priestess has been banned. 2 of these are very, very good in this map. So what can they actually play to compensate for the missing survivors that are banned?
Well, I mean, a lot of people have been compensating for stunners as Acrobat coming in, so I won't be surprised if they do that. Batter also on their side is pretty good. They have not been shy to use that batter. Another thing, they have been, favoring Victor. I'm not sure if they want that survivability, because this is BL. They have some crazy strategies here and there. I don't know if they're gonna go for an all rescue lineup just for survivability.
Do it. They can do it for sure.
They can, right? Yeah, just to kind of frustrate the hunter. We've saw like Wildling, Coordinator, Gravekeeper, and 1 Explorer, I think. I don't know. That was a weird lineup they had, but it worked.
4 rescuers.
4 rescuers, 1 more Explorer. Yeah, 1 more rescuer, right? So all of them were there. Mercenary still in, so they could definitely lock in Mercenary. Any other survivor that I'm missing that they could possibly lock in with?
Cowboy. But it seems like they're gonna pick the Acrobat first, and Machinery, like what you said, is not being banned, so they're definitely gonna pick that up first. These 2 choices we approve. Like, it's really, really good. The kiting is really good. The Acrobat. But it comes to the question: will PP.ZH be respect banning MX better in this map, because that is the final harasser that they have on the team. And if that happens, to be honest, Rem does play Prospector as well. So if he doesn't get to play the Priestess, or even I would love to see him, like, just go and pick Prospector, just to be the harasser and be the highlight of this match himself.
That could be possible. We have seen his Prospector plays in community tournaments. So let's see. Bans the Coordinator. So really wants to get rid of these mainstay stunners, but you're allowing, the Prospector to come in, Batter as well. So quite the interesting choice of PP.ZH here to just ban Martha.
Yeah, he really hates the stunners a lot.
But it just makes me think though that BL can pull something off here, because I don't think BL has ever used Martha. But oh my God, we're going to MX Thief. Is this for real? Is this sheesh?
Sheesh!
It's a thief.
2 thieves? What?
Oh wow, the hunter's gonna be blinded. I hope PP.ZH has some sunglasses.
He's just like laughing. Oh my God, yeah.
A thief?
That's what I don't want to meet.
Oh my God, the Bonbon. He's taking it seriously, ladies and gentlemen. PP.ZH's Bonbon is legendary. So, a thief here in Ever Sleeping Town. We're going to see the new buffs, by the way. Well, I mean, we've been playing around with Thief now.
Yeah, we did.
We know what it's like to put down the spotlight, but let's see if PP.ZH is going to... Yeah, he has a sidestep on point for that one.
For sure. Guys, for you, those of you who are in the chat, PP Xia is the main hunter of GG. PP Cha is a different person, the hunter for Team AG. And the last one, PPX, is the one hunter for GR. So there's a lot of PP power going on right here. PPX powers going on.
Double P's, right? Yeah, for
Double
sure.
P's, yeah, the double P's.
Yeah, and it's the hunters really for GG was PP and Xiaoma.
Xiaoma,
And
yeah.
usually it's PP that goes in first with the meta hunters and Xiaoma to kind of cover the ground. But for you guys who don't know, PP there's a new there's like a slaw in changing it up.
Rem is going for the thief. What?
It's Rem for the thief. Yeah. Anyway, PP has been in hiatus, but now he's back. So super excited to see this. He's just turned of legal age, so I'm excited to see his Bonbon back in action, ladies and gentlemen. What a treat here at the group stage of Call of the Abyss, day number 4. PP making his debut here at the group stage with his signature, his calling card Bonbon, and MX with a signature thief. Why did you take out of his calling card? He is maining this thief, Nell.
He is! Oh my god, because the name was different from the characters. But you know what? We are going to be seeing a bunch of plays, potentially by the thief, that we have never seen before on the main stage. And who knows, it might even catch the attention of the Chinese teams itself and PPCI in this game.
Yeah, who knows? So let's get into our round number 3 first half. Posh Spice and Nello Mello once again, your commentators for this match between BL and GG.
Oh my god, Creature, the sheesh.
Yeah, they're going wild in the chat, dude. This is insane. I did not expect to see a thief today.
Me too. Bye, Creature.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing, though. He's not playing it to troll. It's actually one of his main characters.
It is. So, oh man, I'm excited to see this.
For real.
Mm-hmm. You go.
Okay. I always like this animation. So good. Like, guys in the chat, Ever Sleeping Town right here. Bon. Oh my god. The cutie Bon in in the mask of a very cute panda going to the second floor. Quan Li is gonna be spotted out. PP Xia is gonna drop a 5-second bomb, like just in case he falls down. But Quan Li realizing that it's a 5-second bomb and not a 2-second bomb. Look at him trying to trick the 2-second light.
Walking. Oh my god, beautiful here. Just trying to close out that distance, but Quan Li having the wherewithal just to close that pallet down. We do see that PPJ able. Oh my god, on point bomb so far. Trying to go for the grappling hook. Yeah, kind of juking his way towards a transition kite here to the center of this map. Doing a great job so far is Quan Li while everyone is still working on some ciphers. One hit is going to do it.
My God.
And now PP Xia has his first target. Top-down build, not all the way to the top, but he did bring that to tension.
God, PP Xia right there, just showing you his dominance. Every bomb that he throws out has its purpose. Either the 5-second bombs to cut off your place, and he's just gonna throw the remote bomb into the grave, like just so that they will be wary when trying to decode in the cipher. Like looks like Mini Blue is gonna come in straight away with the dash, gonna try and rescue, and this is why it's so risky. It's so risky.
One more. Oh my god, he didn't go to the rescue, but the chair hit. Beautiful rescue here. So at least, they're tanking a lot of these hits. Again, trying to go for the acrobat here. PP Xia getting slowed down. Rem almost in the area here, but this is actually good for the acrobat. The acrobat is long gone, was able to break that line of sight, and the thief still healthy.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, Rem!
Yeah,
he's the next victim.
Oh my god! Yeah, he's like, you know what? You've got my attention there. You've got my attention there, and I'm gonna cheer you right now. And that's the thing, though. Even though he changes target, it doesn't feel like PP Xia is at a disadvantage because Mercenary 75% damage, Quan Li on half, and it's no choice. Creature is the one who has to come in for the rescue.
Look at that. Yeah, PP Xia knows not to stare into the light. Do not like a moth to a flame with Creature here. But we see that PP Xia.
Oh my god, another one.
Look at that. He's throwing bombs behind his back. He does not want to look at that light. Beautiful defense here on PP Xia. And now Rem, past the halfway mark. Yeah, they're going to have to go for a full-blood rescue if ever. But it seems like MX, watch out. Yeah, you could just back turn here. And beautiful defense here on the side of PPJ. Time bomb already activated, and now he's just waiting for anyone to try and approach Rem, but it seems like Rem will be expiring. Everyone's working on some ciphers, so I think Rem will be the one going for will be the first one out. They seem like they're going to go for a handshake here to just push for some objectives.
Yeah, and you can look at you can look at MX there. He's like smiling. Yeah, you know what, Rem? You died in the hands of your idol. So yeah, bye, my friend. And there it is. Oh my god, unbelievable bomb right there. How can you dodge the bomb from PP? Yeah.
Just the predictions, right? The first bomb he drops is just a setup. He knows that he's gonna drop another like less time bomb for you to walk into, and that was his first target. Patient, second time on that rocket chair. MX, still in that working on that graveyard cipher. At least the dungeon is already revealed. It seems like they're gonna also sacrifice this patient because look, now the cipher progress doing okay, but the resources, the life on the survivor side, not doing so good. But we do see that the mercenary was able to heal up, so you know what, there will be some lasting power there.
Yeah, I mean, if things comes down to MX being the last survivor, I really hope that MX will at least try to go in front of PP Shia and just like, just dance.
Dance or just keep the flashlight on him. I don't know, but let's see. Mini Blue now just preoccupying PP Jia. But you know what? I think when it comes down to points, PP Jia went for that tie. GG is a good done deal getting that point, but they're still gonna play this one out, and I'm sure BL still wants to go down fighting here. So let's see how Mini Blue is gonna try to contain this Hunter while MX will try to push for these ciphers.
Wow. Whoa. Mini Blue is going to be using his last pad there. Doesn't want to give any chance at all. But look at the bombs!
Yeah, just connecting. Oh my god, that was a 4 combo hit of bombs. PP Jia has not missed a single step here in this matchup. And this is a huge map. This is a map that even PPX is kind of scared to bring a Bonbon. And now Mercenary is down. Thief is trying to heal up. Will be bringing a syringe and also his trusty flashlight here. MX not close to, almost close to healing up, but PP Jia already has his attention set on this graveyard area.
Oh my goodness. This is why.
Flashlight. He's gonna get blinded. No, the panda.
Oh, panda. Don't do that to the panda. But PP
no flash photography is in the zoo, ladies and gentlemen. You're gonna blind the panda.
Yeah.
So now Mercenary is up. Yeah. Thief now gonna do this loop and just gonna force him to get blinded once again. And now also oh no. He's gotta get rid of he's gotta get rid of this Thief. MX
he's not
in so much time. Oh, now he drops another one. PP Shot moonwalking his way. Look, he's moonwalking. He's right there. And now again trying all these the lights are too blinding, but finally downs MX. PP Jia once again utilizing the teleport. Yeah, that was definitely a good containment time, I have to say. Yeah, Thief might be making his way. Who knows?
Yeah, next level moonwalking bomb hit transitioning into a final hit, dealing the blow into MX. MX is healing up himself. If he wants to, he still has the syringe. He can definitely still heal up. Machinery has found a perfume. Okay. So I think PP Shia, I'm not really sure what he's doing, but okay, MX has actually stand up.
Oh man, here we go again. The lights, the stage lights. PP Jia, Bonbon didn't bring some sunglasses. Can get blinded here. Let's be very careful. MX still like running this route. You can really tell that he knows how to use it. Watch out! Look at that, just looking away. You're blinding this panda, MX. Uh-oh, now, just timing these bomb hits. Watch out.
Oh my god, the bomb.
MX still buying some more time. Look at this moonwalk. Excellent. He's just following the trail and now just goes for a regular hit. And now Mercenary's nowhere near to go for this heal. So just once he downs Mini Blue, it's going to be GG's for GG.
Oh my god, that's so crazy right there. Like MX definitely being such a nuisance and creating the chaotic moments right there against PP Shia, and I believe they were having a moment right there, but PP Shia just, my goodness, just doing the moonwalk like what you said 2 times in a row, just avoiding it straight away, avoiding it straight up, just by moonwalking with the bombs in the hand and just dealing the final blow. Definitely very, very high level control right there.
Yeah, and it just shows like that's very situational. Because what other? I mean, there's the painter, right? That also you need to kind of moonwalk in, but this one was high level moonwalk. I've never seen this panda have moves like that. And PP Jaw just showing like he's ready for any matchup, even a thief coming out here. Look at that moonwalking again, just so he'll hide his red light to just see if he'll be able to catch Mini Blue off guard. But Mini Blue once again bringing out that perfume. He was trying to heal with that syringe, but to no avail. So this is going to be a little scary for the side of Mini Blue because Thief is nowhere near coming. He coming up because he has expended his self heal.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to say, like, it is a statement by PP Shia right there. He could have easily just broke, like, the nuisance of the thief could have easily just broke, but he didn't. He didn't even try to break the flashlights. He just went for it moonwalk. Like, and that's the sign of a king. The king, Bon, right there.
Oh
No wonder
yeah.
they made a skin out of this champion GR skin. GG
Exactly.
skin. My God.
Exactly. So here we go, trying to go for a drop down hit. Mercenary does have that syringe, but it's only a matter of time. Eats the bomb hit, control bomb, and Mercenary will be falling down. So PP Ja being tested by BL and passing with flying colors. Look at that. Able to just go for a moonwalk and in a regular hit. And it seems like they're going to, just go for the chair. And yeah, I think this was definitely a fun game and also a welcome to the group stage here for PP Ja.
Yeah, PP Shia, you can see how much they're trying to give respect. Like, one cipher remaining. So, usually when you see PP Shia on Bonbon, you wouldn't be expecting the survivors to decode that much at that sense. But, yeah, he was clearly just comfortable right there. And just having the side is very heartwarming. Like, like having BL who looks up to GG team, especially PP Shia. Just having this moment, I believe, even though they are potentially gonna get a 4-man down, it's gonna be a memory worth cherishing right there. Look at that.
They're milking the memory, man, because like Thief is just gonna bleed out. Mercenary is about to expire. They're gonna call for the surrender, and yeah, PP Zhao once again showing us, you know what? Yeah, we did. The King returns. I would say the God returns because we did say
God of
gods
Panda.
can bleed. But I think they summoned a Titan here with PP Ja. Like and BL got what they wanted. They want to go with the best, and they got their match with PP Ja. So I'm really excited to see more of him. But unfortunately for BL, they will not be getting a point in this matchup, and they will be having another one. But yeah, their only win condition here, the only point for them to be able to push for that round number 4 is if they can get 10 points. But right now, PP Ja getting that 5 points, that's nearly impossible now. So we'll be moving on to the second half here, where I think hopefully the GG survivors could give us a little bit of an exhibition, and let's see if Carol will be coming out this time, or will it still be Dark?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, guys, this is the reality of life. Some of the players might not be around simply because they are still students. After all, a lot of these players are actually still students, especially from the non-mainland Chinese team. So, real life commitments definitely has a part to play. But you know what? I'm also like you. Maybe they'll send out Carol once he's available to play, because otherwise, I see no reason for him not to play. But at the same time, though, we just have to give props, like, for PP Shia just making his first appearance for BL. So that's something to say. That's like, okay, you know what, PP Shia came for us, so that's something to put in the books.
Oh yeah, that's imagine that. Like, yeah, we summoned PP Ja, the winner of one of the best hunters. We summoned him, right?
Let's go.
They conjured up. They felt it. I think that the GG saw something in the survivors that's like, yeah, we got to bring up PP Ja for this match, and we got to show everyone that they can handle BL survivors. Which, yeah, they really did, and they tried to throw everything at PP Ja here, even bringing out the main character of MX, the thief. Buying a lot of time, but the early onset was really tough on the side of BL. And you know what? I would say, yeah, PP Ja still rocking that Bon, still performing to, I would say, 110%. So I'm excited to see how GG will be moving on here in the group stages. We are going to play that again, that half, the second half of this third round. So let's see. I don't know if in the chat if you guys have any character requests or hunter requests. I think BL might be listening, as well as GG. Who knows?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely have to give like cookie points to BL for, like, just putting up such an amazing fight against GG. I'll just go straight to the point. I believe that the first BO1, the BO1 was definitely a point where they could have gained the advantage. But either way, when it came to game 2 and game 3, when going up against Xiaoma is really very hard. But going up against Bonbon of Pipicia, it's basically like playing at the final boss difficulty, but when you finish the final boss, there's a secret boss waiting for you at the end.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And you also we're not prepared for that. But I think it was a good surprise on the side of BL. We did see how Rem was smiling from ear to ear when he saw that Pipi Zhao will be the one doing the hunting. So again, yes, we have to look at the results at the end of the day, but also the experience. As Nell mentioned, other regions are growing. Southeast Asia is growing. Korea is growing. The Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau region is growing. NAEU is growing. Japan is almost there. Like, I think at the level of IVL already. So yeah, it's an experience for every region out there. So I'm sure BL was taking this in stride, and they're definitely making this a learning experience.
Yeah, learning experience for sure. And come back again. Definitely just don't give up. Come back again. And there's a saying, where there's a will, there's a way. And if you don't give up, there's bound to be something good waiting for you at the end of the other side. So right now we will be seeing, for the last time, GG versus BL. GG's Hunter has already done his job. Now it will be up to GG's Survivor to showcase their Survivors lineup. So please, from the depths of our hearts, bring out a non-meta character. Yeah, the Thief, please, at least.
That would be so cool if you brought out, like, if it was a Thief mirror match. Or bring out the original cast. Bring out Doctor, Thief, Lawyer, Gardener, who knows?
Yeah, it looks like Dark O will be the one to end it, to put an end to everything. And he still looks very, very serious. I think
this is still a chance for him to prove, he can't to prove himself, and I think he'll still stick to his guns here. But GG can experiment now with a little bit of fun characters, if ever they're gonna choose that, or unless again they don't want to pull their punches here. That's also very admirable, because this is also experience for Dark to come out guns blazing.
Yeah, I mean, come on, bring out Luca. Bring out Edgar, the painter, and the prisoner. Like, you guys can definitely afford to bring that out, and even, and bring out something cute and adorable. Doctor, Gardener, Emma, for sure.
Mind's
Eye, yeah, Helena, Uru, and that's the thing though. Like, I've mentioned this before with you, right, Posh? Like, on one hand, they can go for fun characters like this, but some people would think like, okay, it's maybe a fan service to everyone. But for some people, they might think, oh, okay, maybe you still need to respect and play the best characters, like just as a sign of respect. It can go both ways. But here, I really think, guys, we've already seen MX on the Thief, guys, and we've seen Pipicia entertain the creature in the first half of Game 3. So, you know what, GG, it's fine. It's fine. They're obviously very sporting people. Go ahead and go wild with your picks, guys. Go ahead.
That's true. Either way, I think it's just going to be an exhibition of skill, and also, if not like a show match of different characters. Either way, I'm going to be entertained. The chat's going to be entertained, and I'm sure both the GG and BL will appreciate the time they shared on this big stage here in the group stage, because it's both a learning experience and also a fun experience, because we get so caught up once again in the results of things. Why not, enjoy the game, right? And just play for the fun of it.
Yeah, for the fun of it as well. Thank you. Shoutouts to Soy Milk IDV.
Hey, let's
yeah,
go.
Pipicia is only 18. He won COA Championship last year when he was 17. So big shoutouts to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I also plug in her Instagram, because she also, aside from us translating, she definitely also translates the interview. So do check out our content. Big shoutouts to Soy Milk, and also shoutouts to all the content creators as well, like Minello, as well as Grizzly, Eli O. Shoutouts to Ivy, Lychee too. Like, really building up the hype here for Call of the Abyss.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and right now I'm just gonna do like a 10 second.
Let's go.
Oh my god, the Walling.
Oh my god, all rescuers?
Walling. Okay, all rescuers, let's go. I think they heard of BL doing all rescuers as well. I wouldn't be
Sorry,
surprised if they went all rescuers.
give your shout outs first now
Okay,
before
I'm gonna give the fastest shout outs ever, guys. Fukiame, Lelicia, Chris, aka PPX husband, Henny, Hope, Silverchan, May, Mary, Chantal, many weathers, I saw you. Elise, thank you so much. 100% agree with what you said. Philaus, Kai, Yanali, Tacos Makos, Lancy, Yun, Nico Suzuki, Penguin, Tala, Runa Misaki, Liz Lin, Veronica, thank you so much, guys. Yumiga Aru, Piggy Cat, EJS. But I'm rapping at this point. Oh my god.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just also shout out Chad Likes Pasta and Zevi, also Ray, as well as if Milky's here too. Shout outs to everyone watching, and shout outs to Creature Mains out there. We got Kuchao, and we're gonna see a Disciple. Okay, they're listening to you, Nell.
Yeah. I mean, Dark does play Disciple as well. And
Yeah,
GG's
Creature,
gonna.
yeah, Thief, yeah.
My god, they're gonna have fun. I can see that
Yeah.
they're gonna have fun.
I think so, yeah. So at this point, I'm pretty sure you have to bring excitement.
Yeah, but it's okay because and as soon as you land the
Stun, yeah.
the stun, you can basically just leap towards it and just buying a lot of time, like avoiding the stun before it hits. So yeah, I think that is sort of like a counter. And it's sort of like a counter to creature as well. But the thing is, there's even a Wowling here. I think this is gonna be a long game.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie.
Muro, oh god, this is gonna be so hard to chair, and also just you have to be so careful when, if you have that whistle, your tinnitus is being popped, you're gonna have a hard time looking for survivors. But knowing this playful lineup, I think they want to be found out.
Yeah, they want to be found out. And you know what? We still have some more time. Tella, hi, Ali, Lear, LYR, EJS. I'm gonna continue the rap. Flicker Fins, hi, Melly. Yeah, we definitely gonna see how Anne plays. To be honest, I don't. There's one trick with Anne which Eli actually explained before, but I still didn't really get it with the bling trick. Yeah, so I'm interested to see if Dark will pull that out in this matchup. So.
Yeah, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, our last match of this series here, Game 3, second half, BL versus GG. GG has already secured their win here, but we're going to play this one for fun and also for competitive nature. So let's see how Dark's Disciple will be hunting here at Ever Sleeping Town. Poch Spice and Nello Mello, once again, your commentators for this match.
Yeah. Will it be disrespectful if I say oink oink with the Wowling?
I don't think so. He oinks, dude.
He oinks, yeah, he does. He does. Man, I want to go to Japan. How do you read this in Chinese? Ever Sleeping Town.
You're asking me?
I know.
Go for it,
You
go
translate.
for it. Go for it.
All right. Sheesh. There we have it. The Anne in white. She is gonna be the white angel tonight. But when she catches someone, she's gonna turn into the devil. The devil cat is gonna be looking out for survivors that can find. But that's the thing. Wowling can disable the tinnitus of the hunter. And right now, Dark Owo is still trying to find his first survivor. Zhuzi is gonna be the one giving that tinnitus to Dark Owo. And there's a gun waiting for gun waiting for him in case he wants to go.
Using the leap to close out the distance has to be very careful. Also, look both ways before crossing the streets, boys and girls. Now we see that it is going to be oh my god, he dropped the flashlight and it's gonna be fireworks. 18 just being able to be such a pest here. Now, able to utilize the cat here. Can he disable in time? Oh my god, able to get the hit. I thought he was gonna get stunned.
Oh my god, that was a very beautiful sideway dodge as well. Oh goodness, I can't imagine kiting at the same rate.
That was
Oh, that almost hit.
close.
That was close.
Yeah,
That
and now
was.
Blink is online for Dark to utilize. Now was able to block out this window. 18 realizing that shifting away can get that leap, so has to be very careful as well as the Blink. So 18 already dropped some flashlights. Oh, the Blink. Oh no, unable to get the Blink hit. 18 now trying his best to stun this Hunter. Can't use that moonwalk, and Zen also in this area, double harassment on this and disrespectful. But now Zen eating that hit. Dark still gonna try and go for the thief. No, he wants to go for the acrobat now.
Yeah, he definitely needs to chase the acrobat first. Like acrobat, I don't know. Actually, either one of them is also very good. Simply because at this point he can just chase anyone he wants, except the
Yeah.
Walling, of course. The Walling wants to
True.
be the master decoder, so leave the Walling alone.
So let's
Because
see.
yeah.
We do know that there's a flashlight that was dropped outside here, but I don't think it's there anymore. But now we see that the acrobat just dropping these bombs, and we see that the leap is about to happen. Trying to disable. Oh, dropping the cross here. This is gonna be huge.
Oh,
Can Zen? Oh no, the pallet was dropped. Unable to get that stun.
Yeah, I think he should silence right here at this point. But he's gonna drop the pallet again. He definitely has like a fast
Wilding
build.
is here.
Yeah. Oh my God, Wilding. He's gonna make
Push.
the last
There we go. Oh my God, so much distance established here, but that's what Kuchao wants. Now we see that
Oh my
Zen
God,
able
so
to make it
pesky.
across the graveyard. Cat will be able to get leap. And now we see that he is gonna cross this window once again. My goodness, Zen buying so much time for the team.
Yeah, that's the thing with Anne. Like you want to you want to chase an acrobat, you have to make your leap count. If your leap doesn't count, basically you're still chasing on foot. And when they get out of range, this is so hard. Look at Zen. He already knows what he's trying to do. Trying to box him in this corner until his cat is off cooldown. Zen, I think he's gonna get it this time.
Oh, look at that. Just
No,
leaping
it doesn't.
towards the flame. Beautiful. And now the Wilding is also in this area, so has to be very careful. Crossing these pallets, so dangerous. Zen dropping this one, though. And we see that the Wildling is here, able to body block.
Wow, such a beautiful teamwork right there. Even though it's sort of like a fun
Oh,
build,
no.
I'd say, oh my God, he cannot control the cat. He cannot control the cat.
He's
Skills
yeah.
log. Oh my God, this is so. This.
This
it
is
looks
tough,
so hard.
yeah.
It looks very,
yeah,
very
but
hard.
GG making this unconventional lineup work. I mean, and now going for the shove again. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to get a good angle there. 18 now back on this thief. Has to be very careful. Yeah, the eyes are being flashed now with this flashlight. So now has to drop the cat here. 18 able to get the stun, and now double. He's gonna try to go for that hit. Able to get it, and now they pop the cipher.
Oh my God, and that's why like Anne, I really like Anne a lot. But that's the thing though, because when Anne doesn't have full presence, the one leap has to count, and it looks like he's gonna get it. Actually, he already got it though. He didn't need to blink through. But you know what? He brought the top down build, so he's probably just relying on just getting one kill. But knowing GG, I think they're just gonna come back.
Oh my God,
to rescue.
coordinators in the coordinators looking for a. Well, she's bringing a syringe as
As a
well as her
gun?
flare gun. Oh my God, probably gonna drop the flare gun after the rescue. Let's see what happens. Guchao now, hit off the Wildling, hit off the board, but no, the chair hit. And now we see that the thief back on that flashlight. The tension is in the air, so we have to be very careful. Guchao now
Why is he
is
not
not on his
hitting?
board. He's not
Why is
hitting.
he not hitting?
Wow, he's not. He can go for that hit. The boar is still on cooldown. Goes for the hit and now canceled out with the flare gun. But no, they trade Wildling.
They trade. They did.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Is he very friendly? He was spinning around.
I think that's him just showing courtesy because it's like, dang, all right, that was a good game. And we see that the Wildling will be the sacrifice here. It's going to be a 3-1, but in favor of GG, ladies and gentlemen. Coordinator is at that exit area, so it seems like they're going to exit 3-1. What a game between GG and BL.
Oink Oink versus Meow Meow. And apparently Oink Oink wins. Thanks, Heiwu.
That's a good one. Oink Oink versus
Yeah.
Meow Meow.
But still no Frost. Yeah, so the winner is GG. Congratulations, the previous champion of COA, is COA 4. GG making a statement right here. Just such a beautiful gameplay, so clean. Nothing really to pick upon, like in best of 2, best of 3. So really the only thing that we can actually commentate and give some analysis about was during the BO1s. But even then, they made us forget about everything that happened in BO1 with their beautiful performance in BO2, BO3, and thank you for the spectacular lion dance creature and by MX and even 18. Nice.
Yeah. And not just that, shout out to PP Jha making his debut here at the Call of the Abyss group stages, but you also got to give your love and respect to BL. They really fought their hardest, and they also wanted to entertain everyone in that BO3. Best of two. They in the second round, they really tried their best to still stay in it. But this is GG we're talking about. World beaters in their own right. They were able to secure Call of the Abyss 4 when they I would say it was heavily favored for FPX.ZQ. So yeah, beautiful performance. And speaking of FPX.ZQ, we will be seeing them up against Dowu in the next match. But GG's all around for both these teams. Now I think it is GG that will have 2 points, and I think they'll be in the leaderboard. We're gonna wait till the end of this stream to look at and update the leaderboards. But here are the results.
Yeah, like the results you can see on the screen below us. Can I just point out one thing? I don't know if you agree with me, Posh, and chat as well. This is the only time ever in COA where we have so much fun in such a fun match, because usually it's just meta, it's just going like, but here we're seeing for the very first time like just the teams are with mutual respect, and we're just having fun, and everyone in the chat, like there's no like, oh my god, there's bullying, no, there's nothing. We're all having fun and we're all laughing, and even it shows in GG Survivor, it shows in PP Xia, it shows in BL Survivors, and even the Hunter. So I'm just saying that this is the first time, am I right?
Well, I think it's the one, because in the group stage, yes, but in other Call of the Abyss, there are these opportunities for them to play kind of in a fun way. But yeah, I think the atmosphere is definitely very fun, very light, very encouraging, very positive, which again, it kind of brings us back to why we started playing this game, which is a beautiful game, you know, playing with your friends, having fun. And I think GG and BL towards the last game, like in Ever Sleeping Town, kind of showed us again a little bit of an exhibition, and also the fun of this game. So shout outs to them for making it very entertaining. You can hear the match stats, a lot of containment time all around. Thankfully for this An, he didn't bump into that coordinator with that flare gun. But yeah, it was I can't wait for the interview. I hope they kind of comment on the the thief of MX. Yeah, and what they think of the competition so far. And I hope they interview PP Jha. I haven't heard from the guy in a while.
Yeah, for sure. I'm pretty sure the commentator is gonna bring out, the MC, the host that we saw on the stage from China, definitely gonna bring out this point, like why are you guys decide to do this in the very end? So definitely. But now we're gonna look at the final score right here. Game best of 1, it was a draw. Best of 2, it was in favor of GG, 10-0. And in best of 3, it was an 8-1, bringing it to a total of 2 wins, 1 draw in favor of GG. So that's the final score.
Quite close to the first game. Second game, it was GG just firing, just shifting to another gear and another level. And ultimately, game 3, PP Jha coming in, you know that he's a 4K type of hunter and wouldn't settle for anything less. And also GG Survivors kind of giving everyone a little fun with Creature, a little fun with the Wildling, as well as with that coordinator. So really excited to see what else GG has in store. Honestly, if GG brings out this lineup in the global finals, they're really able to make it work. So
they can.
I can't wait. Honestly, if it reaches best of 5, best of 7, like they can definitely go. More thief, please. Thank you.
More thieves, more Emma, please. But just to wrap things up, this is so good. I really enjoy. I really enjoy the matches. Thank you so much, guys, in the chat. I don't know if I should bring this up, but I think I just wanna say thank you so much for being so positive and understanding to us. Sometimes I know the jokes that we make might not be to everyone's taste, but I believe it is all in good fun and in good sport. And yeah, we are just here bringing insights and entertain.
Yeah, honestly, if there is a joke also that it was not in your taste, let us know as well. You know, we're work in progress, okay? We just, at the end of the day, we want to make it entertaining and also insightful, as well as share the stories of these players, because ultimately, me and Nell here and other casters, we call ourselves professional fans because we have the best seats in the house and we're very blessed and also gracious to be in this position. So thank you, NetEase, thank you to everyone at the back for keeping us in this position. Thank you to everyone encouraging us in the chat as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. And right now, GG.BL concluded, but there are still matches to come. There's a final match for BL, right? BL still has a third match to play.
One more.
GG has one more as well.
Tomorrow will be BL's last match against Scars.
Okay.
And
GG.
GG still I think has to go up against GR.
Okay. So basically, both of them only have one game left. And that's the thing, though. We are coming to a conclusion. We have already come to a conclusion about these matches. Very, very wholesome. Very, very good. Very, very entertaining in the end. But you know what? Time for the highlight after this. We are going to be going to the last match. And mind you guys, we're gonna have special guests. There will be 2 special commentators later for the final match later. So we don't want to spoil the surprise.
Okay.
There's someone you know.
Okay, I can't wait.
Those 2 commentators are someone you know, guys. So stick around and support them, okay? Because the last match of the day is Dou.
Yeah, Dou versus FPX.ZQ.
FPX.ZQ.
I don't know the surprise, but I can't wait to see it, Nell. Before that,
those 2 are very handsome. Those 2 are very handsome too. So don't worry.
That can't be us then.
Yeah. Whoa.
Oh my god.
I'm just kidding, guys. It's still gonna be us. Oh my god.
Sorry, I was like, are we gonna have like a 4-person panel here with Eli?
Are we gonna have 487? Oh,
487. Easy on the eyes. I know that everyone. Yeah.
You're easy on the eyes.
You're easy on the eyes. Chat. You're breathtaking. Chat. You're breathtaking too.
You're captivating. Come on.
We'll see. But I will have to say also that before that match, we will have a little bit of an interview with I don't know who will.
I think it's Manny. The new. Yeah, thanks to Soy. Thank you for pointing out her name. She's actually a new announcer as well for Chinese. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Manny.
Manny. Okay. Yeah. I'm used to seeing the other hostess, but yeah, I think we're gonna throw it to the stage in just a bit to check in with GG because again, I want to get their thoughts on the tournament and also their thoughts on like them actually having the most weight because they're the ones to actually defend their crown here in Call of the Abyss 4, and they're the only ones that can actually topple GR for their amazing 3-peat streak in Call of the Abyss. So yeah, I definitely can't wait to see what the team is going to be saying in the interview and who among them are going to be talking because again, yeah, PPXZ, very animated character as well as he has casted before. So, and also MVP, and who other than PPXZ with signing in for duty here. Again, he only played 1 game, but that's all he needed.
That's all he needed. If he played any more games, he has to be MVP for the next 2-3 screens.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And,
yeah. Very well deserving though. 4 survivors eliminated. That's why.
And considering Xiaoma also had 4 survivors eliminated, the first round again didn't really go in his favor. And here we have it, the interview, and I think it's going to be Kuchao and PPXZ.
Let me listen. Okay, I'll be the girls now. We have Kuchao and PPXZ saying hi to you guys. Hello, I'm PPXZ and Kuchao. Oh, very long. We haven't seen you for a very long time. Do you have any different feeling about this time? The audio is not very good. Oh, I haven't come to this stage for a very long time. But... Oh, I still feel like doki doki about it.
那草哥呢？草哥今天在赛前的时候还说，哇，还是有点紧张的。但是今天赢下了我们的第3场比赛之后，有没有感觉如释重负了一点？
Do you feel like you feel much better after winning so many games?
听说对面打的是还是那个 carry 哥，就是一听名字就很 carry， 就有点紧张。看那个赋能发挥点好，然后第1局是，但是在第2局，马哥红分拿下4抓之后，就感觉应该没什么问题了。
He's just saying in the first game where they actually pulled that escape against Selma, and even but they got nervous, but after that the BO2 and BO3 after Selma carried, they didn't get that nervous anymore.
左边绕了3圈，好，空了一刀之后，右边绕了2圈。你当时在那儿，跟我们分析一下你当时的
his postman 开灯，
质检员了。
赶紧趁现在就教大伙一个牵制所有监管者的一个小技巧，就是当你感觉自己快不行的时候，你就赶紧就近找一个圆形建筑，你就一直跟他绕那个圆形建筑。
He's saying when you feel like you're about to get down soon, just find a place where you can just loop around. It will buy even more time, and that's what he did.
Smart. 一直在绕，走着走着，哎，就莫名其妙就牵制了好久。
我懂了，下个
牵制大师小技巧。
懂了，莫名其妙就可能说我马上要倒了，但是我很有信心，我还是跟他绕，然后先让对方先慌掉，然后你再好像这个牵制时长就上来了，是这样吗？
对，莫名其妙。
所以你想问一下，你这个对于本次深渊的这个牵制第1名数据有没有信心？
对于这点我还是非常有自信的说，我没信心。
咱们气势先喊。
Do you have any confidence now that you are at the top in the team? It's like with great confidence, I can say I don't have confidence.
Yeah. 在最后的时候，你直接一个箭步，感觉你在庄园刷步数，从大房直接走，我怎么马上甚至要跳那个地窖了？
Announcer is so cute. Like from the main house, just running away and managing to kite for so long.
就也不慌。
What were you thinking?
突然就手也不抖，心也不慌，就有点经验，不是军工厂嘛。然后走地窖特别有经验，就说没事，就看我操作。然后走着走着就莫名其妙走到。
Yeah, I just running around. My hands are not sweating. My legs are still strong. I don't feel nervous at all. So I'm just making it all the way to the dungeon, like it's experience.
熊熊的火焰在往你推到地窖。这个地窖我很熟啊，我走过好多次。结果说，没事儿，咱们下次一定，下次可以的。那虾哥评价一下，你当时在下面看的时候，你当时给点反应。
当时草哥那一把，我以为军工厂敌到他老家，就发现他差一步倒在家门口了，就有点可惜了。
Talking about the flashlight.
有点可惜。下次一定。那今天咱们虾哥回归了之后，哇，第一把邦拿出来，真的是打出了自信，而且当时解说都在上面说今天你这一波追击，就感觉没有办法来直接去描述，因为就是哇倒了一个，哇又倒了一个，你当时那个追击的。
Yeah, he's just saying like so impressive, like wow, just getting like what our responses were. Every bomb counts, every bomb connects, and they just get the one bomb hit after the other.
就拿出邦的那一刻，这个时候咱们不是那个什么知名路人粉丝了，咱们直接上圈了。对了，之前就是大家都说我们 IVL 有一个知名的路人粉丝，那现在回归了之后，咱们那个要不要改个名了？
现在是虾片少爷，好吧？已经变身了，摇身一变虾片少爷。
想问一下草哥，那个你对虾片少爷这个称呼，觉得怎么样
I can't really hear the audio is cutting off for me.
很有想法，我觉得我以后也可以给你起个叫什么格瑞斯少爷什么。
瞬间洋气了起来。我就叫曼妮小姐了。
Wow.
开始变得洋气起来。
Wow. They're actually asking what's the name of the announcer.
挺好玩的一个点是你和慈善家。
And then she's like, oh yeah, my name is Manny 小姐。
你们两个甚至感觉走出了韵律。
That's how long PP Shah hasn't been on stage.
是怎么在博弈的？
怎么说呢？他不是已经飞了2个队友了吗？用面也躺在地上，我看他打这个光，感觉像想邀请我跟他共舞的样子。他光都打起来了，我不跟他扭2圈，好像有点对不起他的灯光了。所以说就跟他再而三的转。
Oh my God, he's actually saying because 2 of the teammates already flown back to the manor, so seeing MX, he's like, yeah, I just decide to dance with him, the thief, during in the graveyard.
虾哥里面还穿了成年当天活动的那个衣服，你给大家展示一下。
其实可能是因为我没有找到队服，所以说被迫穿了这件衣服。
没事，咱们这段插了，我们就是虾哥在大气层，今天特地穿到了成年那件衣服。草哥，怎么就给他拉上去了？草哥，你就是评价一下咱们虾哥就是成年之后感觉有没有什么不一样了
？He's in civilian.
Yeah.
老了
啊？
I just feel very
简单的2个字。
at this point.
那虾哥自己说吧。
怎么说？
价格
成年之
继续收吧
后感觉
You can comment
变
yourself.
变紧张了，变害怕了，变谦虚了，好吧？再也不是从前那个狂妄自大的我了。
He said not already changed. Yeah, I feel like I become more nervous, I become more scared, not like last time was so confident and things like that. He's just joking, I think.
I think he didn't even plan on coming today, and it's like, all right, here's the jacket. All right, you go on stage. All right, here we go.
还是回到了原来的那个虾片少爷。好了，那也是今天非常开心的赢下了胜利嘛。对于之后的比赛，有没有什么小期许和小目标呢？分享一下吧。
不要太那个什么说远了，就争取就是过2天对阵GR的，就好好发挥，争取拿小组第1，稳个8强吧。
我的目标可能就远大一点吧，先稳个8强吧。
Yeah, he's just saying, yeah, I'm just taking it one step at a time. I'm just gonna aim for the top 8 first in COA
好
5.
吧，确实也是一步一个脚印俩来嘛，然后到时候说，哎，说不定一个一个台阶跨上去就完成了当时那个目标。但是，怎么笑了？
做梦啊，是吧？白日梦。
Why are you laughing about what I
可以的，
say?
怎么2位今天上来自信一点？今天真的表现非常好，也是感谢
Is
大
that
家
still a daydream? But he said, yeah, just have more confidence. It's gonna work out for you guys.
由 FPX 朱雀
Very wholesome.
斗战队，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Both Hu Chao and PP.ZH. We will be taking a very short break, but when we return, we're going to have the match between Do Wu and FPX.ZQ. So don't go anywhere. More of Call of the Abyss Group Stage when we return.
等一下，完了，不走不走，贴到你，看到我了，哎，到你了，看我，别讲话，他是跟他们讲话，不是你啊。这个当然，他这个贴了根本不用讲懂了，这个。
宝宝，人家是个传说。
我来。
别来，快！
我来帮你。
我给你打，
可以。我去角落。电击60电。
Scales, venom gland, and the vomeronasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? Or the inconvenient truth of evolution? All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
Oh, hello, Posh. What are you
Hello,
doing here?
Nell. I'm here to tell you about the newest character for Identity 5, Nell. Right in your screen. Call the number on your screen. this new Lucino Survivor, the Professor, is coming out. I really think he's gonna change the tides here. I know we had the sad clown. I mean, competitive wise, you can't really use him, but I really think this Professor, I think he's gonna change your mind when it comes to who you think you'll main in Identity 5. What do you think about it, Mel?
He looks really, really cool. Wow. I mean, you're talking about the Weeping Clown, but this one looks like he's ready to leap into your face like Lucino. Does he play like Lucino though?
I'm not sure. We're still waiting for like descriptions, but I honestly think, this is my theory, I told Eli, I have a feeling he gives buffs not to himself but also to others.
Oh, what is this now we're seeing? What is this, Posh?
I mean, I know you want to collect some skins, and these skins are coming back to the market once again, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you gotta love about Identity 5. They hear the fans, and they want to be able to give the fans what they want. And now, look at these beautiful skins. Which one is attracting your attention right now?
They all look so beautiful, but I think I definitely want to get the Emma. Wow.
Oh yeah,
that's so nice. Really, really nice.
Yeah, again,
What
big
about
shout
you,
outs to
Posh?
NetEase. Again, I told this yesterday. Again, I'm a big fan of the Eli skin.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that one. And also the classic, the Bloody Queen one as well. So again, big shout outs to NetEase for once again, making the game always fresh with not just new characters, but also, bringing back some old but gold skins that made it to the game. So I can't wait once again for another year of Identity 5 action and more announcements to come this year in Call of the Abyss.
Wow, I definitely can't wait as well.
Call the number on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. But wait, there's more. I'm kidding. But yes, this is
There's
here we
more.
are.
Buy 4 and get 1 free.
密码机足够远，鱼你也不好控。
没错，但是这边的话，因为野人已经下出时间到了，
撞到了，
直接收插，
搜查好像没收到，但是可以绕圈。
那这里的话是要先拉开距离，然后再
一个加速。
对。
过来，哎呦，这个也没想到。
315正式开战了，我们的目标是冠军，请为我们加油吧！
大家好，我是王大出界战队。
还行，他现在这会儿的话，因为悲观是 CD 嘛。
是的。
好，这边手里悲观刚刚好，直接捏倒。
直接倒地。
好快，那这个情况基本上是冲着一个死抓去了。
真的不下吧？
怎么下吧？我题又来了。
哇，这个小短球还折一刀。
好短呀，完了。
跟卡梦玩了3局。
是的。
跟卡梦这个博弈也太稳了吧！
所以我们马上就要开始了，我们的目标是冠军，请大家跟我们加油。
大家好，我们是77战队。
对，那然后库萨的砸金直接是挑地上已经是沟通过了，
直接一个4跑，完美结束了比赛。
刚扯上来就地保，然后这个而且又好了，再度啊，第4击倒，
来不来得及？开了几把的跑，人家打倒了，
再射了。
西安的武汉5天球总决赛正式开战了，这次我们的目标争取就是原地踏步，也希望大家替我们加油。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soiling leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of the Abyss Group Stage, day number 4. Plotch Spice and Nello Mello, your commentators for the last series of the day. And I saw in chat that everyone was greeting Dong Xuan hello, because we will be seeing him on stage, as well as the rest of Dowu, along with FPX.ZQ. Nell, if I could ask you one word to describe the next match we're about to see, what is that word?
Amazing.
Okay, there we go. You really thought about that word.
Yeah, I
All
really
right.
thought about it. I was gonna say it's gonna be a clutch, but I decided to go with the more positive word, which is amazing. Because why? Both these teams are so amazing. FPX.ZQ so strong with Afu on their hunter, and the Survivors team led by Long as well. So definitely something to witness, something to pay attention to in the team of FPX.ZQ. But on the other hand, there's also Dong Xuan, the king, the beast, the monster unleashed. The highlight, basically the highlight of a hunter in Team Dowu. So I have to say, amazing is the word I would use for both of these.
Yeah, and we talked about like having sides, right? If ever we're gonna make a case for each team, I'll take FPX.ZQ side. You'll be taking
I'll take
Dowu
Dowu
side.
for sure. I'll take Dowu for sure.
Okay, so again, I really think, yeah, I'm gonna try to let everyone know the strengths of FPX.ZQ, which is their survivor side. Not to mention the person on the screen right now, which is AK. Ladies and gentlemen, AK has been 2021 best player, best forward, but now he's relegated to the kiter role. And in the recent concluded MS match was the MVP. He's not the flashiest, but he's one of the most stable survivors on this team. The flashiness comes in the name of Iron and Long, with how long they can kite, but they rely on AK for those clutch stuns, clutch escapes, if ever. MK as well on that Priestess. They had an amazing kite with the Priestess Patient tandem. So, yeah, if I can make a case for FPX.ZQ, their win condition here is for them to still have a very strong survivor team.
What does MK even play, Posh?
MK, again, very good on the support, and they don't just stray just to stick in the meta. They always go for like the Embalmer pick, and the Embalmer pick really solidified their win against MS because they were able to move that the coffin right to that exit. So really excited to see what else they'll put off. And Long really lives up to that name, because if he's gonna kite, that's one way you can describe it. He kites very long. I think in last year, I don't know if it was Long or Iron, but he was able to farm 3 owls, including actually 4 owls. He had 4 owls.
What?
So
Are you sure?
He was able to farm 3 owls.
For real?
No cap. Yeah, in Call of the Abyss 4, I was with Grizzly. I could not believe what I was seeing. He was able to have 3 owls in one game. He was able to get it, and it's either Long or Iron. So that's something that we kind of heralded him. And once I saw that in last year's qualifiers, I became an instant fan with how well he's able to kite. So that's Long or Iron. So I've been talking up a storm. I can't wait for you to hear your points on the survivor side of Dowu, but we're just waiting on the last survivor that completes this tandem, which is Iron. Iron, again, known as the mercenary main. He also has a seer. Getting a little bit ahead of myself. He also has a coordinator. And something to also note with FPX.ZQ, ladies and gentlemen, they played the most matches in the qualifier, the China qualifiers. They had the roughest road, but with the roughest road, the most experience is gained. And that's why I think FPX.ZQ will be ready for this match. This is one of the big tests in this group stage. And last but not least, Iron. Now, Iron on that mercenary, also a forward as well. Him and AK have been changing back and forth on this forward, but ever since the patient came out, ever since the patient came out, AK has been using that patient, and Iron has been more relegated to the forward, mercenary, seer, psychologist role.
I see. But there's one thing though, Posh. You said that Iron was also a highlight for you, but I saw 20 seconds containment time. Are you sure? But you know what? It's fine, because you've made your case. I'm gonna make my case right now for Dowu. This is the reason why I'm supporting Dowu, and why you should be supporting Dowu as well. Because Dong X, Dong Xuan, Big Papa Puff, the monster unleashed, the main grand hunter of Dowu, the killer, the top hunter, undeniably the best of the best, one of the very best. 4 elimination rates, you can see that for yourself. Let the numbers speak for you. 100%. Are you impressed now, Posh? 100% 4 elimination rate.
I would be impressed. However, they've only faced one team. That's based on one team. As I said before, FPX.ZQ has went through the gauntlet. They've went through teams like ACT to get here, MRC to get here. Mind you, Dongxuan has been benched. Same like Wolves, so they haven't gone through the fire yet. So as impressive as the numbers are, now is the real test up against FPX.ZQ.
Well, add FPX.ZQ to the list because tonight, Dongwu, I'm putting my money on Dongxuan.
I wouldn't do that, man. I don't know.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that.
Oh no, I don't know now.
Tonight you're for FPX.ZQ. You've made your case for the survivors. I am gonna make a case for Dongxuan. Not only that, he has such a versatile hunter pool. He plays Geisha, and in fact, he was the one who popularized Geisha with Abnormal, guys. How cool is that? That's the meta made by Dongxuan and followed by everyone else, which just shows how much of an impact he has on the huntering industry. And
don't curse Dongxuan with your predictions, man. Don't do that. Like, there's been a trend.
He's immune. He's immune.
The curse might be stronger than his strength, man. I'm not sure. That's why I'm not really saying anything. I'm just making these cases. I'm just saying, if anyone can go toe-to-toe with Dongxuan, it might be the survivors of FPX.ZQ because they have been heralded as one of the best survivor teams out there. I will acknowledge that Dongxuan is at the head of the table when it comes to the hunters. And now he will be tested because right now he hasn't seen that in round number 3. And this is still the group stage. Both these teams they do have 1 point in the bag. So they want to be the pack leader. So it's a really intense match coming into this because anything is up for grabs. And mind you, the one that is leading the pack here in the group stage will have an instant bye to the quarterfinals, which is huge because, again, once it's the global finals, it's going to be a single elimination match. So you really want to be able to secure a lead, and that's why you have to do so well here in the group stages. So everyone here on stage really knows what's at stake. Dongxuan again, when the smile goes away, that's when you know it means business. Yeah, and he's got a new haircut, by the way. Oh no, he's got a new skin.
Haircut. Dongxuan 2.0 right there, and you know what? He's just holding his hand in a fist right there because that's what he's gonna do to your team, Posh. That's what he's gonna do to FPX.ZQ tonight. He will be trying to eliminate as many survivors as possible by FPX.ZQ and securing that bye. As you can say, the bye was so important for them to be on the top of the pack. Right now, we're gonna go into Arms Factory. You know what? Dongxuan, he's definitely gonna bring out his Dream Witch. If not, I'm betting everything on Dongxuan bringing out even the Geisha or Dream Witch. He's gonna get it here.
Wait, you're betting on 3 hunters now? He's definitely gonna bring out one of them.
Okay, fine. Dream Witch.
No,
Let's go.
Just stop betting. Just stop betting. Just say that he might bring out that. You don't have to put yourself in a corner here. But we do see a really strong survivor lineup here. FPX.ZQ, not really known to bring out the mechanic here, but really wants to put some pressure on Dongxuan. Does bring out that Dream Witch, just like Nell said. Didn't bet on it, ladies and gentlemen. Don't quote him on that.
I did.
You mentioned Geisha after, my guy. Don't be that way. If you said you bet on it,
fine. But undoubtedly, Dongxuan is going to be getting that 4K. I'm betting. Okay, I'm not going to say bet anymore. I'm just saying Dongxuan will be using Dream Witch in this round where his hunter isn't banned. I'm counting on him to try and get the advantage as much as possible, trying to get 4 eliminations so that it will give less pressure to his survivor team. Whereas right now I'm looking at your lineup now, Posh. I'm looking at FPX.ZQ right now. I'm seeing, okay, the usual, the forward, the acrobat, the mechanic, the merc. But you know what? If Dongxuan finds Long's mechanic, it's gonna be a much better game for Dongxuan. I'm gonna say that.
Yeah, that's definitely the game plan usually, right? You want to down that mechanic early on. However, if you do get that mechanic, like, Eli and even you mentioned, that bot is still gonna try and, decode as much as possible. So I think for Long, he really wants to be able to hide that bot away from Dongxuan, because this is Arms Factory. It's very close quarters, but FPX.ZQ on the other hand have faced him time and time again. So hopefully they'll have a little bit of experience coming into this match, because Dongxuan early on, that's really where he gets his power spike. So ladies and gentlemen, this is our main event of this evening. FPX.ZQ versus Dowu. Whoever wins this match will be leading the pack in their group stage. Dongxuan on that Dream Witch, while FPX.ZQ survivors on the first round. Very well-rounded team. So let's see if Long can keep this mechanic away from the clutches of Dongxuan's Dream Witch. So once again, Nello Melon, Posh Spice, your commentators for this match.
Go. Strongest hunter versus strongest survivor. All right, you can have it. Dongxuan is going to be spawning in the tree walls. He's going to be moving, but Long has already released the puppet, his doll, at the gate. He's going to hide it. You can see the doll is actually out of sight from Dongxuan. Dongxuan is going to be zoning in on the bloody trail though, because Long will be taking the first kite. What do you think about this, Posh? Best target for sure.
Yeah, and also best spot, because we do have the dungeon here. So Long, realizing that, has to move on away. The main body already trying to create a sandwich situation. So this isn't looking good for the side of Long. At least he's trying to move away from the mechanic doll far as possible. But now trying to create a sandwich situation. But the patroller will try and stop this from happening. Now drops the pallet in time, but no, able to get that hit. Still able to establish a little bit of distance, but that doll is pretty safe. And luckily for Dongxuan, that this was actually a main follower hit.
Yeah, it is, and you can see how well he utilizes his leeches, his spawn follower. Like the moment his spawn followers goes, he's gonna get that down straight away. But I'm just saying, when he releases the patroller, he didn't even change straight away to his spawn follower, because he knows that the spawn follower is automatically gonna take down the pallet, and that's what happened. Dongxuan is gonna be taking the first survivor down. But Posh, Long's puppet is still up and running. That's the good thing about
we have AK on that forward, so he has to be very careful. But we see that the follower is also there to try and block and harass. Really hard to save from this water tank cipher, because there's not much for the rebound kite. So AK still across from the factory area is gonna be has to be very careful, because the patroller is dropped. AK has to be near a window or something to vault. Now we see that AK able to get the stun, but the patroller bite able to just stop him in his tracks. But trying to go for a rescue, needs to be very careful. At least he got the hit, gets the rescue and the rebound stun.
Yeah, beautiful support right there. Like AK definitely making the most out of the time, just saving Long out of the chair. The mechanic is going to be transitioning into the Arms Factory though. Long, however, is still not out of danger, simply because...
wow.
Oh my god, the instant change into the blink right there.
Yeah, so now at least they don't have to worry about the patroller by Dongxuan. Again, known for bringing that patroller. Two of the patrollers have definitely done their work already, and now switching to Blink was an excellent choice on Dongxuan's side. Now moving over to the sandbag area, MK noticing that, you know what, there's going to be a follower that's going to be on me. I'm going to move away, because I don't want this, I don't want to be able to get hit by this, trying to push these ciphers again. When it comes to the Dream Witch, you want to be able to get those anti-curses and put yourself in a winning position before the last ciphers pop.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's just waiting for his spawn follower to come. You know, he's thinking that, okay, he might get that. He just doesn't want to risk getting stunned by AK. AK's stun is just so stun. And look, he's doing so many things at the same time. Guarding against the stun of AK, cheering, and guarding the cipher as well. Look at what he's doing. He's actually guarding right here.
This is what's scary. And in the respect, right? Not even going for that cipher, going for the anti-curse. And now we see one cipher is remaining. We do see that oh my god, the mercenary able to get the rescue. Not quite, just waiting for it. He's still just baiting it for the last possible second. The mechanic is rescued, goes for the stun, unable to get it, but the body block, last effort pop on the side of Long. The Cypher's nowhere near for being primed just yet. So let's see if they can kite this one out. Acrobat gets hit. One spawn follower just on that mechanic now.
Yeah, like right now he knows that the Cypher has been popped. Mechanic is going to be down very soon, but he has to deal with the Acrobat first. Because Acrobat is the only one who is priming the Cypher. Machinery and Forward are the ones covering. So, Dongxuan, wow, what a clutch, 96%. Right now, one person has to heal long up. The other person has to go and heal. Oh my God, those
everyone! But look at that, they're able to make it, and we only have one spawn follower on that mechanic, and now Dongxuan does have detention, so everyone's trying to push the gate, but the mechanic, the slow dropping pallet speed, finally down. At least there's still that spawn follower, but this was the first survivor he was on, so you gotta give it up to FPX.ZQ. The mechanic stall is opening the gate. The Acrobat is already there. It looks like they're going for a three-person escape.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, such beautiful teamwork right there. I think getting the three-man escape against Dongxuan's Dream Wish in game number 1 is definitely a statement that FPX.ZQ is making. I'm really impressed, Posh. You've shown why FPX.ZQ is very, very strong on the survivor side.
Not gonna lie, I was really nervous fighting them over the mechanic. They were priming for that, but I would have to say that the survivors, and you have to agree with me here, Nell, is that they figured out the timing of the Dream Witch. Gone are the days of the Dream Witch round 1 being so menacing, even in the hands of a capable hunter, the most capable hunter like Dongxuan. We thought he was gonna be able to prime that Cypher, but this is what's so scary with that mechanic bot. I really think, even though the mechanic will sacrifice himself, that's still an extra body. And yes, he did get the mechanic down early out, but that bot really did the work. And we're gonna see the match highlights. But yeah, FPX.ZQ, I really think this is how they're going to be able to get this victory, is if they're able to nullify the, I would say the kingpin, the point maker of Dou, which is Dongxuan. If they're able to nullify him and get like 3 points tied, I think they're in a prime position here to give Dou a run for their money.
Yeah, I think that's the thing also, like, because these are both mainland China teams. They've obviously met each other before. So that's the theory. They've played against each other before. They've played against each other so many times. So it's practically like, I know you. I know how you play. I know you're going to bring out the Dream Wish. I know your style, which is why you saw Dongxuan. He knew that FPX.ZQ wouldn't rescue instantly. That's why he was on the Acrobat for the longest time just now. The leash was there. He's like, yeah, I know you're not going to rescue. So they obviously know each other very well. So maybe it came down to Dongxuan this time is the one at the lower end of the spectrum, and the shorter end of the rope. And I have to say, respect, mad props for FPX.ZQ for getting the 3 survivors out.
Yeah, and here we have it, the match data, and look at that, the mechanic was still able to pop a Cypher. So, mind you, she was the one to only see a rocket share. She was also great containment time, almost at that 60-second mark. And AK, again, not the flashiest player, but so stable with his forward. I love seeing his forward because he wasn't able to get that second rebound stun, but he was always there, just constantly being a threat to harass. And I think that's the biggest strength of FPX.ZQ is their survivors. So it's going to be interesting now because we're going to switch things up. FPX.ZQ known as a really strong survivor team. Dou known for their really strong hunter with Dongxuan. Now we're going to change things up. Yeah, let's talk about Afu. Let's talk about the survivor side of Dou. Let's start with you with the survivor side of Dou, because I know that you've definitely done your research and you've also have a bit of a background more on them.
Yeah, I mean, like, if FPX.ZQ has a harasser, like such an outstanding forward in the form of AK, Dou has also a harasser in the form of Bobo. Bobo is a very consistent forward player, also very stable. Not only does he play the forward, he also plays the coordinator as well when his forward is being banned. Yeah, he does. You saw how he did. And that's the thing that we are going to bring out. We're going to see the survivors of Dou coming into the mix now. I'm going to introduce it to you, Posh. I'm going to introduce to everyone in the stream after the screen is brought to their attention. But right now, we are seeing Afu on the main stage.
Let's go, Afu.
That's your hunter.
This is, FPX.ZQ's hunter. Again, I really think being the hunter of a strong survivor team definitely is a lot of weight, but let's meet the survivors of Dou.
Yeah, let's meet survivor of Dou, Yihua, right there, my man, Mercenary, and Toy Merchant. I really like the Toy Merchant being picked up, especially after the IVL tournament, where Toy Merchant is just so versatile in providing support, either by throwing items to the teammates, and even the catapult, been proven time and time again to be such a menace in terrains like Chinatown, especially Lakeside Village, even Moonlit River Park. So Yihua definitely one to watch out for. He's like the mercenary main of the team. And speaking of another one, ZYJ. ZYJ, as you can see, the survivors there. Patient, 100%. Lucky guy, I'm not really sure. But one thing is for sure, he does play the Seer too, if the Seer isn't banned. And that's the ZYJ's survival pool. Most of the time, he will be decoding as well. As you can see, the containment time isn't so much, but you can count on his owl support. If Afu lets the Seer out, you can be sure ZYJ is definitely gonna grab it by the claw and not gonna let go. That's the thing.
And
And
this
now,
is there
that's
you
the
go.
guy. That's the guy I was mentioning, Posh. Bobo, forward main, coordinator main. He's definitely on par right there on the very top forwards in China right now. Containment time of 83 seconds. Bobo is also very stable. We've seen him do a lot of rescues with his forward, like even doing a high risk, just camping, just basically being a menace to the hunter, like what we see in the case of AK just now. So yeah, I'm looking forward to his forward, especially if it's not gonna get banned in Year 1. And last but not least, Upsy, Priestess, Acrobat. I'm loving this. He used to main Victor as well. His postman was really good. I was really impressed. He was the one who was playing postman a lot, especially when he just started becoming meta, just sending out letters. But right now, we're gonna see that ever since Acrobat made its way into the scene, he's picking out a lot of Acrobat, and I can see why. It's so strong, Acrobat. So yeah, so that is Dowoo's Survivor right here, all in conclusion right there, versus Sing Afu. Tell me about Afu, Posh.
Afu, we have proclaimed him to be one of the most stable hunters here in IVL and also in the Call of the Abyss. This man, like he's the, I would say, like FPX.ZQ, they're the ones getting the points. He's the one just kind of he's the defense of the team. He's the one going for the ties. Now, what's interesting to note is that he's very strong early on, like round number 1, because they always go for this Chinatown, all big maps, Chinatown, Ever Sleeping Town, because of his breaking wheel, which I believe is his strongest hunter. Now, it being Arms Factory makes me believe that Dowoo picked this map because of Dong Xuan's Dream Witch. But now they're able to counter that. I think that the momentum is definitely on the side of FPX.ZQ. Afu now just has to live up to his name of being the stable hunter and try and go for that tie. I think he shouldn't try to put too much pressure on himself and just go for the tie. He could possibly go for that Bloody Queen. He does have a Sculptor as well. Not sure if he's going to bring out that Axe Boy, because he was kind of known for that in Call of Duty before. You can only hope, but I think coming into this, a tie would be a big victory for him already.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed right now. I have the data for Afu as well, and he is a very stable hunter, like what you said. He's like the defense for your team, and I can really appreciate that, especially because FPX.ZQ has gotten the 3-man escape. So basically what he has to do is get the defense. So it is, I would consider, the perfect game plan for FPX.ZQ right now. But Posh, if FPX.ZQ can pull out that surprise onto Dong Xuan's Dream Witch in BO1, I bet you, I can feel it. I can feel that Dowoo is going to surprise us with the survivors as well.
Oh, yeah.
You're laughing. Oh my god.
No,
what?
Don't bet. I told you the curse is real. Just don't say that. Just say I think, I believe. Statistics show, but don't bet. I mean, the chat even saying don't. Okay, I honestly believe that I'm with you there, because if FPX.ZQ survivors can do it, I think Dowoo survivors can definitely do it. But you see the respect ban of that forward. Now, with the Seer coming into the mix could definitely be tough if Afu's going to try to bring out that Bloody Queen. And mind you, you know what? We always herald Dong Xuan as like the superstar of this team, which kind of skips the spotlight from their survivors because their survivor team is very solid. It's just the number doesn't show because Dong Xuan is just from another breed. So now this is their time for them to be able to alleviate a little bit of the pressure from Dong Xuan and try to put the pressure more on Afu. So getting rid of the psychologist, so getting rid of like a lot of the tough guy or the tough survivor meta makes me think, what would Afu be bringing into this mix? Because Seer is definitely going to be here. Maybe he's going to try to go for that Sculptor because the Sculptor does not mind since he's a chip hunter, chip damage hunter.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dou Survivor is also expecting a Sculptor at the very least by Afu. A Sculptor or a Mary, but because he banned all these tanky survivors and does not seem to care about mechanic or even Eli, I would say that, yeah, he's probably... Oh, what?
Bloody Queen.
You're keeping Bloody Queen? Oh, you're going with Bloody Queen, but you're not banning the Seer. Interesting.
Yeah. I guess he's more scared of the forward, allowing the Seer to come in, which kind of makes sense, but yeah, the Queen is always scared of that Owl because, missing or at least tanking a hit, sure, it's an exchange, you get some presence, but an Owl against a Bloody Queen mirror or regular hit is definitely a trade you don't want to make.
Yeah, I mean, as what I said, this is a pre-adjustment tournament server, and the Seer all is still 15 seconds, so it's gonna make a huge difference. It's gonna make a huge difference even if Afu doesn't take out the Owl. The Owl is gonna last for 15 seconds. The survivor of Dou will be able to manage that transition to a better spot, a safer spot, and this is where the trouble might come for Afu. Afu needs to make the mirror count. Each time he pulls out the mirror, he has to make it count. Otherwise, Acrobat is just gonna run away. To be honest, I would say the ideal person Afu should chase first is definitely Upsi, and he's bringing in the Postman.
Yeah. He's gonna have to worry about that Owl. Upsi, Upsi or Seer. But yeah, you want to get rid of that Cypher Rush and just even have the exit gate war really prolonged with that Acrobat in the mix. So yeah, I would say this is still 50-50 with how this was drafted. So ladies and gentlemen, round one, second half, Afu on the hunting side now. But bringing out the Queen early on could go any which way. He just needs a tie for them to be able to gain this round number one. But those survivors are definitely not going through the night quietly. So let's see how this one will pan out. Watch by Sanello and Mello. Once again, your commentators for tonight's match. Woo. Elevator music.
Elevator music, for sure. Celebrating Eli being released.
That could make all the difference, though. I really think a Seer against the Queen. I mean, this is pretty.
They took the Seer over mechanic. If Seer was banned, they'll probably take the mechanic. They'll probably take it. Yeah. I mean, it is a very fast decoder, so
yeah, put more pressure on him. Yeah, but yes, we'll have to find out. So I'll welcome.
Okay.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Afu on that Bloody Queen, while we see an Acrobat, a Postman, as well as a Mercenary and a Seer. Eli is no longer in banned jail here, ladies and gentlemen. So we will see an Eli come on in, and we see that Bobo might be the first one to prop up this mirror. So here we have it. Oh, trying to bring it. Not quite there. Bobo on this Acrobat could prove to be really tough, trying to go for it, but now goes for the switch. At least he was able to bait out a bomb here. Can he go for a regular hit? Afu closing up the distance, able to get that Acrobat hit.
Yeah, definitely he's gonna get that. I mean, good job avoiding the mirror, but right there, because Afu was just so sure, he's gonna change target to Victor. He's like, no, you know what? Acrobat was delicious, but the dog,
I'm in the mood
the Postman, I'm in the mood for some Dogu hunt, and that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna move. Oh, and Upsi! He released the Dogu, it bit onto Afu, but unfortunately, Afu's gonna get that one hit.
Yeah, so at least it was a mirror hit. Upsi now, at least able to send out some letters in this process here while we're in the factory area. But Blink is now online, so Afu wants to down this Postman to try and control that Cypher Rush. And note that Bobo is already hit, so it's going to be tough for him to try to go for this rescue. If ever Upsi is going to be downed early on, Afu has to be very careful and time this Blink really well. If he's even going to go for that Blink, waiting Oh my god, that Seer's Owl, the prediction!
That's why you ban the Seer, because now this kind of thing happens. But no, Upsi is still gonna go down, and that's the thing though. Like the mirror is just so
Yeah,
it's just so
strong.
annoying. Yeah, it's very strong. I think what Upsi could have done, he was trying to camp around here, but
Yihua being
oh
chased
my
out of this.
God.
Yeah. So this is excellent control that Afu has to still keep the reins in this match, but still excellent pace. Still Afu able to guard this Cypher, but this Cypher is close to popping now.
Yeah, it is. But so that's why it's fine. Even if the Mary chases him out of this own cipher, it's fine because once he rescues, he's just gonna go back and pop it. Now he's gonna take one hit. He's gonna rescue Yihua. Gonna rescue Upsi. Upsi is gonna release the doggo. Afu is just like looking around like I have a dog in my leg, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I'm just gonna look around, make use of the time. Look at the ciphers. Upsi is gonna be kiting in this god area right here, and let's see if he makes it count. Afu is basically just chilling. Posh. He's just waiting for the mirror.
Yeah, there it is. Now there's that mirror, the sandwich situation. Watch out. He's going to try and go for the mirror hit. Beautiful switch around. It did. Oh
How
my
did
god.
that hit?
I'm not sure, but as you were mentioning, waiting for that cooldown, the stability of Afu, the cool, calm, and collectedness is showing. 2 ciphers still remaining. Some progress is done on those 2 ciphers, so Afu has to be very careful on this camp area. We do see that the mercenary is here. He can tank one more hit. He has that delayed damage, but we do see he's being chased away from this area, and now Afu trying to cut him off. Oh my god, this mirror is going to be huge. Is he able to hit him? He is. And
he's
now
Postman.
Yeah, able to get the rescue, and now Postman able to release the hounds on him, which actually puts the timer of the Bloody Queen still on cooldown. So this is actually excellent on the side of those survivors.
My god, Upsi has to last for another 10 seconds. 10 seconds and the cipher will be primed. And that's exactly what Upsi's time frame is. Blink is not up. Afu, 1 second to mirror cooldown. He's gonna use the cooldown. But the moment, oh my god!
He's switching
gonna
sides. Oh my god, switching. Wait, hang on. He's gonna, he got the hit, but now they pop it. Oh, wow. And now the mercenary is up as well. So he's going to try to go for at least 1 survivor to tie things up. But still, Dungeon is in this area. Everyone is moving towards the shack area. So he's cutting everyone off. Now that the blink is online, will he use it? Can he still down 1 survivor?
Yeah, I think he can definitely down 1 survivor, sure. He's just using it. The mirror, he's gonna get Upsi. Upsi is, as you can see, the dog is not effective against mirror, so he's just gonna chair. But the time that he uses to chair, the time that he goes towards the chair is gonna allow everyone to go, because you can see, Seer is out, Acrobat's out, and the Mercenary is going out. Looks like it's gonna be a tie in best of 1.
The battle of the survivors. It looks like, FPX.ZQ's Afu, again, being pretty stable, still tying things up. Again, the win condition for him was to get 2 survivors, but we saw how hard it is for, I think, Bloody Queen to deal with that. I mean, the Seer Owl was able to trade off, and then the mirror, but I think it was just the timing of the saves. I think one of the highlights there was for the saves to happen. Afu was able to put up the mirror just to defend, but once the Postman was out and about, it was really tough to chase on foot because Bloody Queen really lives and dies by that mirror.
Yeah, I mean, when you can see Upsi right there, he didn't miss his dogs. That's the one thing that we have to point out. And the MVP there definitely has to go to the Mercenary just now, because you know what? First rescue, and then the second rescue, even though the mirror image hit him, he manages to rescue, uses the pad, dashes past like 180 degrees, managing the last rescue, and they knew exactly what to do. They ran towards the arms factory because they know that's the place where Mary is gonna have a hard time without mirror. And they managed the 3-man escape, the pop and the 3-man escape.
Yeah, so Dou doing their homework, being able to counter the Bloody Queen of Afu, tying things up. So, you know what? I think this is the theme of our games for today, Nell. First round, always tied up, but round number 2, when it comes up, I'm pretty sure one of these teams is going to break the tie streak, and we're definitely going to see a little bit more of how this match went out as we see the match stats.
123 seconds, that's the name of the game for Upsi. He didn't decode much, but he has kited 5 ciphers, and he's gonna be eliminated, but he allows his teammates to escape. And yeah, that's the power of Dou that we've seen right now. definitely, like what you said, a battle of the survivors. So I'm very interested to see which side will slip up first. Because the moment one side slips up, that's when the advantage will start to curry into the team's favor in the form of Afu getting more survivor kills or Dongxuan getting more survivors eliminated. So we're gonna have to see.
What's scary to know is that the hunter pool of Afu compared to Dongxuan is more limited. So as the game progresses, I'm pretty sure in game number 2 we might see a big map, but you get to see a hunter ban. So I don't think we're gonna see Afu's breaking wheels. So he might, or maybe. No, they're not going to ban the Bloody Queen. They might want to face it again just in case, because Afu's breaking wheel definitely does do some damage. So we're just gonna have to see how that goes, because if they're gonna go hunter for hunter, there's no question that Dongxuan has more experience, more victories under his belt, and definitely more hunters to utilize. So luckily for Afu, that his survivor team is definitely one of the best to go toe to toe. So it's I think the power levels are so neck and neck here now. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna be here for overtime, if ever.
Definitely, we're not going anywhere, guys. For those of you who are still at home watching us since 12 p.m., sorry, watching us since 8 hours ago, please remember to hydrate. We're gonna see you after this.
你大门，赵云了，006，控制我控制。
切闪了，他切闪了。在哪？在厂房里面，厂房里面。
摸头就行，蛇阵在这边。摸头，看满了，看，开！
我去大门。
别骗鸟，还骗鸟。可以，吃饭了。OK。番茄，我用护腕卡，好吧？你尽量留多一个护腕。留了，我有两个。
够了，我那儿倒中场了。
啊，没。
开镜子的，贴点就，没关系。
可以，砍刀。
Okay,
and welcome,
guys.
You go.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, because you know why? I was just so captivated by the scene in Guangzhou, and I was just trying to ask Posh here, have you been to Guangzhou before? Because City of Lights, man.
Yeah, I have not been, but hopefully maybe next year. Like we'll be there live watching the entire event. Who knows?
Oh, fingers crossed. Yeah. But back into the game though now, right now. We've seen an amazing display of the survivors team from both sides. FPX.ZQ pulling an upset over Dongxuan by having 3-person escape. And just when we thought that things are gonna be looking more advantageous for Afu, it was Dou survivors' turn to pull an upset against Afu, who has to get a tie, but they managed a 3-man escape. So best of 1 is a draw. So we're definitely gonna see at least all the way up to best of 3.
Yeah, and we were just saying like before the break, it could be the battle of the survivors tonight, but I don't know, Dongxuan, you can never count him out with how well he performs, especially as late as the game goes. But I'm pretty sure FPX.ZQ survivors are up to the task on keeping or controlling Dongxuan. Now, I don't know which is going to tip the scale. Will it be the survivors or the hunters? We'll have to find out. We're going back to Arms Factory. Is that right? Wow. Okay.
Oh, and it was FPX.ZQ who decided to go back with this map. So
interesting.
They're probably like, you know what? Bring out the Dream Witch again. We're just gonna ban, we're just gonna ban your geisha. Or
let's see what Upsy has to say.
是挺有信心可以赢他们的。赢得他们的关键，我感觉应该是在于，我们队的求生者，拿分可能偏向于多一点点吧。
Wow,
He's right, though.
big statement by Upsy. You know, and yeah, we keep heralding Dongxuan, but now he says that the survivors will be the one gaining the points. So this is actually a huge, bold statement. So I'm excited to see how Upsy is going. I mean, he already performed really well in the previous round. So let's see how he's able to do that once again. As Afu now still on the hunting side, and yeah, let's talk about it for a bit. Arms Factory once again. It's a little rare to see the same map twice. So FPX.ZQ has something in mind here.
Yeah, they definitely have something in mind, which is like what I said. Just let, just ban. I don't know. Do you think they should ban Dongxuan's Dream Wish, because they did have a relatively good success against Dongxuan's Dream Wish in the first round?
Yeah.
Maybe.
You know what? I have a feeling. Remember how we talked about ACT and MRC having the Battle of Dream Witches? This is the Battle of Breaking Wheels, and they don't want to bring it out. They want to pick the map that nullifies the breaking wheel, so they go deeper into their hunter pool. I think Afu agreed to this as well. Like, all right, let's not use one of my comfort character, and I'll bring out whatever I have. We know that Afu also has a sculptor. We saw his Bloody Queen. It really depends on how this first half shakes out and how the survivor and hunter will adjust to this, because this is going to kind of based on this match, it's going to dictate the tempo of how the half is going to go. So we're still again on even playing field here. So I wonder what's going to happen there. I wonder what that was. That clipboard.
That's a clipboard saying that, hey guys, shout out to Grizzly. Grizzly's in the chat trying to kill the spy bots there. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Grizzly.
Grizzly. I'll give a sheesh for Grizzly, guys.
Sheesh for Grizzly. Let's go. But coming back into the game, though, it looks like Dou will be the surviving team first. So obviously, Dou chooses to send their survivor team first instead of Dongxuan first. So it looks like they're trying to make a statement like, guys, if we can get another 3 escape at least from Afu, is going to make Dongxuan play at an even more comfortable pace. I think that's the game plan here. Depend on their survivor teams to get points out of Afu, and then Dongxuan will be able to take over from there.
Yeah, I think that's the game plan, right? You gotta power up or give Afu that confidence and that boost to be able to, be more carefree and be more relaxed when it comes to him performing. Because after that match, I would have to say that the survivors of Dou are kind of confident in facing Afu, because that really went in their favor. I mean, they wanted more survivors out, but 3-person out is definitely something that they can settle with. But let's see how this is going to go. Now Afu respecting that seer, getting rid of that forward. And
he should.
Yeah, he should definitely do that. So, but the Bloody Queen going to be banned. So we're going to see a different hunter come out of Afu.
Sculptor, Soul Weaver, very, very possible in this map. Sculptor, Afu would probably go for a Sculptor. So Dou is gearing towards, after banning Bloody Queen, they're gearing up towards, maybe they were going to pick a mechanic if it's not banned. Mikey is going to be the third choice for Afu to ban. So what do you think, Posh? Do you think mechanic is a viable choice here? To rush ciphers?
I think so, because we saw how I think Afu doesn't really respond so well with like cipher rushing, so they're gonna definitely double down and really hone in on that. Now, question on everyone's mind is Afu. You know, Sculptor is really good, and whoa, Dream Witch. So they're gonna. Yeah, that's another hunter that we always, how could we miss it, right? It was right in front of us. Dongxuan, known as that Dream Witch. Afu also has one. What's scary is that though I'm pretty sure they run scrims with Dongxuan, so they know how to deal with this. And looking at the lineup here, Afu really needs to go for that mechanic. Same thing that you said, the strategy, want to go for that mechanic first just to stop that Cypher Rush and also eliminate that bot.
Yeah. I mean, in round number 1, best of 1, you saw how when Dongxuan was on the Dream Witch, even though he got the mechanic, but essentially the mechanic's bot was still running around, and that was potentially the game-changing moment, because 2 rescues and 1 bot, all the bot needs to do is just finish 1 cipher, and that's it. He stationed the bot at the gate after that, so Afu really needs to get down and get rid of the bot first.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't see the mechanic, at least even if he sees the mechanic, he should definitely watch out for where the bot is being placed first. Get rid of the bot first, and then just bring then move on to the mechanic itself.
Yeah, so actually this is going to be cool because Dongxuan kind of set the pace of how Dream Witch is going to go. Let's see if Afu can match that or even exceed the expectations, because we honestly thought he was going to bring out that Sculptor, but now bringing out this Dream Witch in this match, definitely making a statement here against the survivors of Dowu, saying that you can't handle my Dream Witch. So let's head on over to Arms Factory. Again, it's going to be Deja Vu with a little bit of a change up here between Dowu and FPX.ZQ.
Yeah, so it's a statement right here as well, like, because even though it's a different BO right now, we're gonna see Afu on Dream Witch. And let's go, bringing you the live commentary. Game number 2, first half, Arms Factory, Afu's Dream Witch versus Dou Survivor. Nello Mello right here, and the one and only Spice Posh. Posh, Spice, Spicy Posh. At Twitch.
Spicy sheesh.
Your Twitch is Spicy Posh though.
Yeah. Thank you for that shout out. So now let's shout out these players as we do the call outs here. Afu already at the shack area where the entomologist at, as well as basement. And now it seems like Afu's still looking for the proper target. Bobo with the psychologist, not sure if they're going to go after that. Wants to go after that mechanic just to stop that Cypher Rush. But it seems like Afu might be zoning in on this entomologist just to be able to down some survivors. He's going to be able to leech this entomologist. And now let's see what he'll do with it.
Wow, I mean, Upsy does have the potential to kite right now, but he's gonna bring it back towards Bobo. He's gonna put down the board, but this does potentially let the mechanic decode more and being able to rush the Cypher more, as long as Upsy doesn't get that damage too early. I have to say it's gonna be a dangerous Cypher Rush, and you mentioned that Afu is not particularly well at dealing with Cypher Rush.
Yeah, and now we see that he did bring Patroller. So now, again, Afu is still trying to create a situation here, getting the hit, but it is the leech follower. So at least the entomologist can try to transition Afu back on this main body, trying to create a sandwich situation while the main follow. Again, you have to play 4D chess whenever you're using this Dream Witch, especially with how high level all these China players are playing. Now, all these pallets have been dropped, so it's really hard for him to drop this Patroller. Now he goes for it because he vaults that pallet and now bites him right before he gets into the bees.
Yeah, beautiful execution right there. Just using the spawn for the followers to just remove the one pallet blocking in between, getting the Patroller, and there it is. First hit. Let's go. 3-6. Oh, wow. That's actually an interesting trade. He actually brought Han. So the host and the leeches are supposedly gonna be walking even faster.
Interesting. Yeah. Again, he does not like dealing with that Cypher. He wants to go for the hunt as much as possible. So again, another 3-6 build. Patroller probably going to switch to Blinker, teleport the end game. Now we see him out here near the sandbags area. So let's see. I mean, I'm sure that the mercenary will be the one to go for that first rescue if he can make it in time. But the Patroller going to be dropped. He's going to try to stuff this rescue from the mercenary, and he does just right before he's able to touch this rocket chair.
Oh my God!
He's rolling a dice.
He's trying to bait. He's trying to bet the hit.
Oh
my God! And he's gonna get that one hit too, but it's okay because he still has one more.
No, he wasn't. Oh my gosh! Again, still trying to close out this distance. Wants to really go for this hit, but hopefully he's able to still have eyes on the entomologist and now able to at least leech. Oh no, he wasn't able to leech the. Oh, he was able to leech the mercenary.
He was,
so at least more eyes on this map is definitely a winning pace that this Dream Witch can have.
Yeah, but this is looking very, very dangerous for Afu because look at the Cypher progress. This is what happens when you have the mechanic up and running with the bot. Look, 3 Cyphers, 2 Cyphers over 60, 1 Cypher at 60%. The mechanic is definitely going to come for the rescue because he has a tide right now, and just let the robot do it. Let the remaining 2 teammates just go and decode. And this, I think this is what they're trying to do. Yihua is also making his way there. Just trying to decode the last
rescue.
Cypher.
It's actually maybe Bobo that's gonna go for it. Bobo is in the immediate vicinity as well, and now he's already here. Bobo can eat that hit. Again, it's the psychologist. She can tank 3 hits. Blink already has been changed, and now entomologist falls down. Leech follower is not gonna be up online anymore. Mercenary still has his leech, but we are going to see another leech probably on the side of the Bobo because again, once this entomologist out of the game, that leech is no longer viable.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to force her. No point in forcing it here, right here, because Afu did one thing right. He actually managed to like look at this cipher. This is the cipher I was talking about. That is the last cipher. Afu camped there for a while, so they weren't able to prime the cipher in time. So Yihua was actually deterred from priming the last cipher. So now it's a good thing. He's gonna use it up.
Yeah, again, he's just able to move it. Well, actually, try and just pressure this cipher here, but it already popped. So this is actually quite dangerous. He can try to go for a tie here because, again, once he has detention, it's going to be a game changer. They pop for the cipher, and now Psychologist has the only leech follower here. So two followers on this map. Pretty sure it is the Psychologist that is trying to prime this exit gate.
Yeah, and it's been removed at the same time, so it just shows a lot about how Dou is, just doing it well. But right now, Bobo is gonna be the target of the Dream Wish, and this is nice. This is what you mentioned. Like they are going for the draw, and Afu is just so good at getting draws. And I think that was what FPX.ZQ was counting on. At least getting a draw onto Dou, and then just let the survivors do its work, do their charm.
They didn't even bother trying. They already surrendered. They know that, like, all right, this is the best we can do. And I think that's the win condition. Afu, make him play defense. Don't let the the Dou survivors try and get more points. Let FPX.ZQ, play to their strengths. Even though they're going up against one of the best hunters out there, they're confident enough to be able to try and break this trend. And at least now they're able to ban that Dream Witch. But it does leave Afu open to the Geisha pick. He has a Sculptor as well. He can go as deep as even bring out a Naiad if he chooses to. But here, I think this is a moral victory on the side of FPX.ZQ because, he was able to at least get a tie, which, if you look at the stats of how Dong Xuan performed with this Dream Witch, he was at least able to get one survivor up compared to his performance in the first round.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's definitely a moral victory there. They set the goal, and that's what they achieved. Afu has gotten the tie that they needed. So right now it's up to just FPX.ZQ, which you have mentioned so much that their survivor lineups are very, very strong. And so getting a draw here, now it's up to FPX.ZQ survivor to do the magic right here.
Yeah, so looking at the stats here, again, it was quite tough with how they played this out. This is the strength of this mechanic above 200%. We didn't even bother, so at least it gives that confidence in Afu chasing down the entomologist at the start, going after the psychologist at the end. It was a bit of a scramble, but again, it's the power of that Dream Witch. I think, his win condition was just get one survivor out before the last cipher pops and rely on the detention hit just so you can secure that tie and still keep things at a stalemate for FPX.ZQ survivors to at least come in with a boost of confidence for them to at least get a 3-person out. Or, I don't know, another tie, who knows?
Yeah, for sure. But you know what? If history has taught us anything, Dong Xuan, even though he has not get the success that he wanted in BO1 as a Dream Witch, but right now, a best of 2, you have to consider the possibility that he has woken up from his slumber in BO1, and if they respect ban his Dream Witch, like what you said, he has such a deep hunter pool. He just needs to think about which one is he gonna ban, which the survivors are going to choose, and based on what the survivors of FPX.ZQ chooses, he's gonna decide that hunter. So
let's try to think about his hunter pool, right? If and only if they ban the Dream Witch in Arms Factory, which do you think is going to be the most effective hunter in this scenario up against FPX.ZQ?
Sorry?
What hunter do you think Dong Xuan will be bringing out compared to if the Dream Witch is banned? Because in my book, I think we've been saying Sculptor, but not sure if they're going to bring that out. Because I have a feeling if he's not feeling Sculptor, he could bring out his Bonbon.
Or Geisha. He's had success with Geisha in this team.
In big maps, though. In huge maps.
In this map, too. He did have. But it was against BL, so it was a different team. He got a 4K out of his Geisha in Arms Factory.
I think before you, BL.
Oh, sorry, for sure. And you know what? Whatever he chooses, I'm pretty sure he's gonna make it work. Um, I think he's just really down to just seeing which survivors FPX.ZQ is gonna pick, because if they pick, and that's the thing about Dongxuan, since he has such a deep pool, survivors don't really know what they are picking. Yeah, when they don't know what they're up against, they don't know what to pick. And when they don't know what to pick, they're just gonna go with their best lineup, like their most stable team composition, Merc, forward, acrobat, patient, and that's when Dongxuan can come in, because like, okay, fine, you have acrobat, you have patient, fine, I'm gonna respond with a Bloody Queen. I'm gonna respond with a Geisha, because Geisha counters these survivors that create distance. So we'll just have to go into the match, the band pick screen, and look, he's just like, I'm fine, yeah.
I'm fine. Shout outs to Grizzly, right? He saw the form, he saw the clipboard. I don't know if he's still there though. Yeah, they were sheeshing for Grizzly. Again, still everything up in the air. Dongxuan again has seen a lot of adversity in the past, so he's familiar with these type of situations. So I think advantage is definitely on his side, because it's going to be the survivors that are going to have to play a guessing game with who Dongxuan will be using, because all his hunters, I would have to say, are on the same power levels. They're on the same win levels. So whatever he picks, they're very consistent with how well he performs. So I'm excited to see if ever he's going to bring that Geisha, if ever he's going to bring out that Sculptor. It's going to be a long chase, or a long stay in the Arms Factory for these survivors in FPX.ZQ.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though. Chasing in Arms Factory is really, really annoying, unless if you bring confined space. Other than that, with the right survivors, they can just, like what you said, looping infinitely. Even if not infinitely, they could waste so much time there potentially. So I'm just looking into his eyes, and I don't know. I'm guessing Geisha.
Okay.
What about you though? What do you see when you look into his eyes?
What do I see? Wait, hang on. Let's get a zoom in. Can we ask for a zoom in for prod? I think we're finally gonna see Sculptor. I think he's saving his Geisha for third round.
Okay.
Because the Geisha is so good that maybe he's gonna put some respect first on Sculptor Bonbon for me. At least not Geisha. Not yet.
Okay. If he bans Seer, then maybe Seer forward. Maybe it's gonna be a Bloody Queen, or Bloody Queen or Geisha considered.
Yeah, because this Geisha is super clutch. I would love to see that as like the main event, if ever. But we'll see. He's still. He's still down for everything. But now, wow, a very brawny lineup with a mercenary and psychologist. So they're planning on staying on Arms Factory for a while. Let's see who will be that next. Will it be the mechanic? Will it be the acrobat? We'll have to find out. I guess
if it's Geisha or Bloody Queen, then he wouldn't have to ban the acrobat. So, but if he bans the acrobat, then it's a potential Sculptor, like what you said. It could be a Sculptor right here.
So let's see, this kind of, limits the hunter pool, the survivor pool of AK. Probably, maybe he'll stick to that patient, but it still opens up another support role, unless they want to go for a postman or mechanic. Priestess in this now. Postman.
Probably.
What else we got here?
Postman, mechanic, mechanic. I mean, they have two brawny characters already, but mobility not so much. So maybe they're considering the postman patient or
Ento.
Yeah, Onto mechanic. Yeah, that works.
Mechanic, patient, mechanic. Just any of those three, right? That we're talking about right now. Whatever they're gonna be deciding on, because all of them have their pros, more pros than they do have cons. So they are gonna lock in this mechanic again. Gonna go for mobility. They're gonna have the lovers on screen. Let's go.
Yep, let's go. So it looks like they have already made up their mind. The Ada Mill couple. With the third wheeling doll.
Ooh, they're sticking with Geisha but banning the acrobat, so I guess he doesn't want his skills to get locked down.
Yeah, he doesn't want to. Probably during rescue. Like after rescuing, he probably wants his dash available. So and it's just very good kiting though by Acrobat. He doesn't want to deal with that nonsense. So very, very nice. I'm pleased. I'm pleased with Geisha. He can make it work. He can make it work because it's a tie. So a 3K is very possible for Dongxuan. Like even a draw or a 3K is very possible with his Geisha because it covers so much distance. Machinery, he's not afraid anymore. Patient, especially Yummy. Like you hope, I'll just dash towards you. So I have to say, very, very strong lineup against most of the survivors in FPX.ZQ's lineup. But the only thing is Cypher Rush. That's the only thing by the mechanic.
Yeah, he's gonna have to make his first chase count, and he's gonna want to try to find the mechanic early on because I think if he finds Patient or Mercenary, it's gonna be a little tough, but it's very doable with how Dongxuan pilots this Hunter because he's so good at dashing that you can't even predict it. Well, how other people skill check, it's like you can't even have time to do that because he's just so unpredictable with his dashes and there's too fast to even call. But let's see, FPX.ZQ survivors, once again, one of the strongest out there, going up against the strongest Hunter out there. FPX.ZQ versus DoWoo, round number 2 of the second half. Watched by Sinello Mel, your commentators, for this intense match. Who will break the tie? We're gonna find out.
Yeah. My God, elevator.
Oh, what floor? What floor? Okay.
The 10th floor, please.
10th floor.
Where I will go to the rooftop and order my Gordon Blue. Thank you.
There we go. All right. Nice, nice.
Yeah. Aiya. All right, Michiko on Dong X, Dongxuan, or you want to call him Boss Dong, Boss X, whatever you want to call him. He is the hunter of DoWoo. Very scary. He's gonna make his way and he's gonna spot the Tinnitus, but it is MK, the Machinery, so he does not know who he's chasing just yet. But as the moment he sees Machinery, he's probably gonna commit to the chase. Like just make him waste the pads at least.
True. And now we see that the butterfly, oh wow, already early on in this chase, MK has to eat a hit. And now he's just gonna follow the blood trails for this Mercenary to fall down. And he's gonna want to be able to, well, move on to another survivor. Okay, that's again injuring him. But luckily for MK, he didn't expend an elbow pad. Can still get healed by the Wi-Fi heal of that psychologist. Oh my God!
Let's
right
go.
away.
Yeah.
Just adding more insult to injury here. And now the psychologist has to eat a hit. Everyone's getting a hit.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect scenario for Dong X, Dongxuan, because you know why? You were talking about the Wi-Fi heal, but how can you heal when the psychologist is the one being chased right now?
Yeah, that's tough. So now it's going to be tough for the Mercenary to try and go for rescues. He can't tank that hit, but now we see Iron just skill checking just to make sure. Oh, look at that, just stopping his dash and his tracks. AK here just to provide a little bit of the support just so that they can move a little faster here. Just keeping a skill checking, trying to check if anybody's on this pallet. But now we see Iron moving on over to the factory. And Nell, I just have to ask, how many abnormals would you predict?
5.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I don't want to
so you
predict anything. I don't know, man. I'm really bad with these predictions, especially with abnormals. But now we see AK. Oh my God, able to get double stun on Dongxuan. Now abnormal is about to be online in 30 seconds. This is actually a pretty good kite so far on both sides. Oh my God, just skill checking once again. Can't even bolt this window. Doesn't want to risk it. Will eat that hit. Now has to move on over to the pallet of arms of the factory side.
Oh my God, I think he has confined space.
Oh my God!
I got 3 pallets. I think we should predict. I think we should be the one predicting.
The pallet stuns? This is too much. Oh my goodness.
But I think it's good because he actually has Iron Trade. Look, the recovery is actually pretty fast. So he's expecting to be pallet stunned a lot. And look at that control right there. He's gonna down the psychologist straight away. But the thing is, even with abnormal, look at how fast the Cypher is progressing. 3 Cyphers are done. 1 is at 78%, but the 5th Cypher...
What's scary is that it's the mechanic that is here. The bot is safe though, and now Long just waiting to receive a hit just so he can go for that save. Able to dodge a little bit, but now he's able to eat that hit, gets the rescue, and does have tied has to be very careful now. Oh my gosh, another stun! There's too much to count. There's too much to count.
4th.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, this looks like a draw at the very best for Dongshuan, but we can never count him up. He's not using abnormal anymore. He's probably saving it to use for trump card. He's just waiting for his butterfly to be done. And okay, he's gonna get it down. But there's still a second chance to save, and the robot is still on active duty. Oh my god.
On Cypher duties, that is the last, second to the last Cypher, and it seems like maybe the Patient might go for the save, or the Mercenary. Mercenary can definitely tank that one hit. Tinnitus being propped by that mechanic stall, so Dongshuan just being on, camping duties. Now 82%, it seems like it is the Psychologist that is about to prime this Cypher. We do see that the Mercenary can't eat one hit, goes for the rescue. There's going to be a Tide Turner propped up now, and we see that the Mechanic's doll is waiting at the exit gate. But as Dongshuan goes over there, he kind of loses line of sight. Can he still chase here? Mercenary will be falling down.
Yeah, at least he doesn't have to worry about the bot opening the gate straight away. And this is the prime. Yeah, they know that they can manage to get a 3-man escape at the very least, especially if he's chasing right there. But the butterfly, though, that's the thing. Can chase really, really fast. And the moment he downs Iron, he has to down Iron really fast if he wants to get a draw.
And able to move a little bit, forcing him. Like it's taking some time here. We do see that the Mechanic is over at the dungeon side, but you just want to be able to exit right away because he now changed to teleport. AK long. Iron, oh my god, are they able to make it open in time? Oh my god! Oh, Patient, able to move along. Can he crawl out?
Yeah, he can. I think he can. Yeah, he can.
And now this is so scary. Oh, we see that the Mercenary and the Mechanic are over on the other side of the map. Halfway through, are they in opening this exit gate? They're going to try to go for a really long dash here, but it seems like they're going to be able to open up the exit gate.
Oh my god!
Mercenary, can they go out in time? Dongshuan trying to sprint his way out, but it's going to be a 3-man escape for FPX.ZQ.
Holy smokes. That was amazing coordination right there. I'm speechless right there. Like, even with the abnormal, it was so fast. And you can see that's why I rather he banned the mechanic
instead of the
than the acrobat. Right? Yeah. And that's what happens. Like, even an abnormal cannot stop the full power of a mechanic running free. And that's what happened with the game just now, getting one hit onto the machinery, but it doesn't mean anything because he'll just keep continuing rescuing. And you know what? I don't care. I'm half health. I'll just let the mechanic do the rescuing. And that's what happened. And that's apparently the only rescue that they really need going into late game. Oh, BO2.
BO2, FPX.ZQ breaking that tie. Again, Afu playing defense, and FPX.ZQ survivors, the ones on the offense, able to get that. And offense, they did nail. How many pallet stuns were there? I lost count after 3. Is it 4? 5. Wow.
4 or 5, I think. Yeah, at the very least 4. Like 5, I would assume. But oh my god, I'm just thinking about what could have been done better there. Like what you said, maybe Geisha would have been better in a clutch situation. Maybe we went through. There's too many ifs. There's too many ifs, coulds, maybes. But let's just do with what we can see from that situation. Abnormal definitely didn't help a lot. Probably a blink would have been better in that situation.
Yeah, we have been seeing, right? Shoutouts to Alf the Great with the very aggressive. Yeah, if you're gonna have a mechanic there and abnormal, we saw how well the mechanics doll does. Look, 200% decoding. You gotta put respect on this mechanic. I mean, yes, banning the Seer is definitely good. Yeah, when it was that last ban, I really think it could have made all the difference if ever he tried to ban the mechanic instead. Imagine Acrobat being in this and abnormal. The Cypher progress is gonna move as fast as it did here.
Yeah, for sure. But I just have to give a certain highlight just now, where the gate was actually open the moment he teleported. The Patient had the discipline to move away from the gate because he knows Geisha is gonna do a random blind hit there. And then, using the hook, manages to get out. So I think that was very, very important. Yeah, otherwise it would have been a draw.
And that's what's so scary when you're about to open the exit gate. You can't run right out, even though it's like a tiny space. That's why the discipline of the patient moving away, able to get the hook. Even though Dongxuan did get that hit, he was able to crawl out. And the clutch, I don't know, sprint towards the factory. Yeah, clutch. Sheesh. A lot of survivors, guys. Oh, again,
God, I'm speechless.
That's why you gotta love competitive Identity 5.
It is so unpredictable.
Yeah, and it's all these split-second decision making that could just turn the favor into one team or the other. So, yeah, FPX.ZQ survivors, man. We've said that Dongxuan's so good, and it's a big statement that they're able to get 3-man escape with his top hunters, with his Dream Witch, with his Geisha. That's what's on his profile. He has other hunters as well, but it seems like FPX.ZQ survivors did their homework on Dongxuan.
Yeah, I mean, definitely very smart, making that move to continue the fight in Arms Factory. So I believe that the map was also a very important element there. But let's look at the highlights first, though.
Yeah, Deja Vu back in Arms Factory, but
待会补一下大房吧，补一下大房。
哎呀，分开手。你的话呢，我继承你的话呢，转边区。我的线图再适合占了电机啊，我拉走了，我把原神拉走，切闪了，切闪了。扛一刀，扛一刀，扛一下。哎呦，往里面拉，里面拉，我就往厂房拉。
就有蝴蝶追我，沙包，可能是杀你了，沙包2台。这是。回来了，回来了，回来了，我回来了，回来了，可能。
大门小树林，走，
这个节奏还行啊，对。但一定接下来。他想逼他救，可以救。
能救。
勇气要主要的救，本体好像没什么用呀。地下室中场，我弹簧点大门，我看他能不能爬出去。
Welcome back. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are at round number 3 between FPX.ZQ and Dowu, Nello Mello, and Posh Spice, giving you the action and breaking things down, and also losing our voices with how clutch these matches in. And everyone at home, say it with me now. Sheesh.
Oh my God. Okay, I still have my voice. Okay,
there we go. So we're only in the middle of the group stages. We got 2 more days, so I hope you guys have lined up your calendars with watching these amazing matches. Again, it is FPX.ZQ versus Dowu. Winner of this match will move on with, I think, would lead the pack in the group stage. So again, it's so important for them to be able, for the group leaders to get that spot, because they have an instant bye to the quarterfinals. So now, round number 3 now. We're not going to see Arms Factory.
Please
for
no.
Sure.
Please, yeah. But it's very, very smart though. Like just choosing Arms Factory.
Yeah.
Like just choosing Arms Factory over and over again, like in the first game and then the second game. They obviously know that FPX.ZQ has a grasp of what they can do in Arms Factory, and it turned out in their favor because Dongxuan didn't really perform well in Arms Factory, whereas FPX.ZQ looked totally very, very prepared to fight in this terrain, in this map. So
I would have to also bring up the fact that they were able to consistently get 3-person escape from Dongxuan. So now, I mean, we know Dongxuan is the kingpin, the big boss of Dowu. Now that has happened, that kind of might shake the confidence. So I think the mental fortitude of Dongxuan will definitely be tested in this next match, and see how he's able to kind of like power through and soldier on, because FPX.ZQ Survivor has been very consistent with 3-person escapes.
Yeah, very, very consistent, and that's what you need. I'm pretty sure that they did an extensive research on Dongxuan and how he plays, and that's why FPX.ZQ was very confident with getting a draw or a 3-man escape and just leaving Afu to just do his thing. Like, you know what? Just a draw is fine with us too. You're going on the defensive, and it's good. It's working for us because the difference will come in the form of the survivors. Like, it's fine. You get 2 survivors escape. I'm just gonna get 3 survivors escape. So tonight, I think it is really the battle of the survivors. I have to say.
I think the survivors will definitely be the game changers in this one. But now we see it's ever sleeping town. FPX.ZQ interestingly banned Chinatown. So ever sleeping town is the map we're gonna settle things at, and for sure we might see the ban of that breaking wheel and another ban of another hunter.
Yeah, I think that's what Dou wants to go for. I believe that they have been practicing a lot on Ever Sleeping Town as compared to Arms Factory, because Arms Factory is a BO1 map. Ever Sleeping, yeah, it is a very good BO3 map as well. But when you take out the Breaking Wheel, you take out Breaking Wheel, you take out Dream Witch, well, there's still a lot of hunters that works very well in this map. Like, for example, Mary, for example, Bon, like what you mentioned. Because it's not exactly a big map. So I would, and there's a lot of potential for support kiting with the Priestess. But again, it's a BO3. So there's going to be 2 hunter bans. There's going to be 4 survivor bans. So you just have to get ready to get all these comfort survivors and hunters banned.
Oh yeah, 100%. And now we're changing things up, right? We were so used to seeing Seer bans first, 4 bans. Now priority might be on that Priestess, as you mentioned, because she could definitely connect all the houses and have a bullet train all the way across the map. Now you have to consider also the Breaking Wheel. You're gonna have to consider these very high mobile hunters. But now we're gonna shift things over. Afu will be the one doing the hunting. I'm so sure Dou is gonna ban his Breaking Wheel. That's a no-brainer because that is the consistent hunter he has. Question is, who is the second hunter they're gonna be banning?
Dream Witch?
Probably Bloody. Maybe Dream Witch, because they were able to handle the Bloody Queen well. But Bloody Queen does so well in this map, especially with the right bans on their side. And I think Afu is a little warmed up with that. So probably Dream Witch. That's the hunter that did get that tie.
But that's the thing though, if they are allowing Afu's Bloody Queen to get out, Afu is sure to ban all these characters that is anti Mary, which is like Mechanic, the Priestess, the Forward, the Seer, these no-brainer bans. Whereas the Dou survivors will have a lot less to choose from, but they can still make it work because right now the meta has the inclusion of Psychologist and Patient, and I think Patient is really good against Bloody Queen if he decides to bring it out as well. Patient, still available. Acrobat, if not being banned, still available. Mercenary, still available because you can't ban every survivor. So I think
ban everyone. And that leaves a kicker for a Psychologist or maybe, as you mentioned, Patient, really good. Really depends. Maybe even bring out a Postman. They've been very adamant with just trying to Cypher Rush, and we did see that Afu. When he's kind of pressured, it's tough for him to make these quick second decisions. So if you're able to add more pressure, adding that Cypher Rush in a huge map like this, and forcing him to kind of act a little recklessly, that could definitely go in the favor of Dou. So I think for win condition on their side is definitely like win at least 1 round just to tie up the points. Either best case scenario for Dou, get all survivors out, but at the least, I mean, a tie is good, but for them, I think they should be shooting for at least 3 personnel.
Yeah, they should. They really need to turn this around if they want Dongshan, to make an impact in the second half. But one thing I really like about Afu though, is when he wins, when he ties, when he loses, he's still very calm. So that's the one thing that I really like, and the point that you mentioned, him being a very stable hunter. So guys, this is potentially the game-changing moment. Game number 3, first half. Show your love and support to the teams, guys, in chat. Hashtag FPX.ZQ Afu, or even just hashtag Afu, or if you are team Dou, hashtag Dou. Just show your love, just show your support, and they will be hearing you far, and they will get it into their hearts.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Any support would definitely go a long way. And we saw, you know what, these are players, these are humans at the end of the day. So any form of positivity that you send their way, I'm pretty sure it means the world to them. And they're playing for our entertainment, for the love of the game, and for that glory and honor for them to be able to call themselves the Call of the Abyss 5 champions. So there's a lot at stake here. And again, a lot of prep time, a lot of considerations are being done. But even though, like, okay, even though, sorry, even something flew by. Even though
I know.
It's going to take some time here for them to decide. It's really important for them to get the best possible conditions. And what's good about this is that, well, they're all on stage as well, so they can definitely like kind of have that different energy coming into this next match.
Yeah. They definitely have the hearts, they definitely have the commitment, they definitely have the skills. It just comes down to band pick phase at this moment. But fortunately, they do have their coaches, aka mentor, to make that decision for them. We are going into the band pick phase right here. Mind you, band pick phase, again and again, we have to know, guys, ladies and gentlemen, band pick phase, the moment you make a draft that is advantageous to your team, the battle is already halfway won. I can say that. Draft is so very important in this map. Right now, they have Ever Sleeping Town. Afu taking out the Priestess straight away, taking out the Seer, the Forward. No-brainer bans at all. Because it's so pesky to have these survivors running amok in this map.
It's really the last band that I have my eye on, and it seems like Afu might be raring up for the, as you mentioned, that Bloody Queen. And rightly so, I think Dowu think that, you know, I can be able to handle this Bloody Queen, and now banning the Entomologist. It's funny that the last one, it's usually like kind of low. It's like, okay, step up a little bit, Entomologist. But now, this is actually a good ban. Allowing them to bring out that Acrobat, allowing them to bring out that Patient, but it's gonna be tough without this Priestess, especially to go for well, rescues and saves, because if Afu brings out this Bloody Queen, I'm pretty sure he knows the adjustments he has to make. He knows how to counter it. And now, also, I forgot to add.
Oh my God.
They're going for double decoders. Wow, really adding pressure to Afu now. But these aren't the best against Bloody Queen. I mean, Mechanic, again, with that doll, can try to tank a hit. We have known Upsy being really good sending out the hounds, but having no Patient, having no Acrobat, at least Afu doesn't have to worry about getting stunned. Just has to worry about that bot, and just has to worry about that hound slowing him down.
Okay, I like this game plan by Afu. He's also banning out the Entomologist. So right here we're gonna see Dowu. I think they're just gearing up towards going for a Cypher Rush and just depending on that raw kiting, because obviously, like, you can look here, there's basically no support available to cover each other. Like, if the Mechanic gets chased, no one can cover. There's no support by Priestess, no Forward, no Coordinator, no Entomologist. The only thing there is Upsy's dog, which might slow down Afu a bit, but Afu does have the mirror, so I dare say this is supposedly do or die. Like, if one person goes down, they're just gonna do it the very basic one down, one person go and rescue, and that's it. If things go well, they're gonna get the 3 escape. If things doesn't go well, at least it's gonna be a draw on the side of Dowu.
Yeah,
so
that's one way to look at it, and I 100% agree with double decoders. This might be a fast game unless Afu is able to control that Cypher Rush. Luckily, he has 2 very juicy targets, but man, having 6. Imagine if he's able to send that decoding buff to that Mechanic as well. So it's going to be quite tough. So let's head into it, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 3, first half. Afu still able to, you know, get that, still be that stable hunter. Can he still have that stability against a double decoder lineup in the form of both a Postman and a Mechanic in the team of Dowu? We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen.
About to find out we are. Sheesh! I'm so excited for this game because you know what? It's potentially the game-changing moment. Guys, stick around, guys, because this commentary, potentially the last match of the day, is going to be brought to you and being brought to you by Nello Mello, me, myself, and the one and only Posh Spice. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah. I can't sound that rough. Yeah.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Afu already spawning here at the center. Moving on over to the, more structures here over at the fake gate. And we see that the mechanics bot is actually close by in this area. So he has to be very careful because once it's spotted out, this is going to be quite tough. It is crouching. Let's see if he's going to turn the corner. It doesn't seem like he's going to do that. So Afu able to walk past the mechanics bot is a huge win on Dowoo's side.
My God, and ZYJ is actually controlling the bot. He's gonna mirror past that. ZYJ is gonna get that first hit very, very soon, but it's okay because his bot is safe. ZYJ is gonna rotate into the graveyard, trying to buy some more time. Afu has 10 seconds roughly on estimation.
On both.
This camera angle is pretty weird.
Yeah, I don't know if he's just staring at the ground. It's like there's no thief that's gonna be flying.
There's no explorer.
Yeah, true. I don't know. I guess to his own. But now we see that the mechanic is falling down to the second mirror, but that bot is still out, and you still have a postman that is. Oh my God! But wait, this could be huge. Going to the basement part definitely be so hard, but I can see them not going for the rescue or maybe going for a full-blood rescue to let this mechanic bot do its job. But let's see. Bobo, though, is in the immediate area. Let's see if Afu waiting on the mirror to cool down. Let's see which Cypher he'll be spotting out. I think... Oh, he sees Yihua.
Yeah, Yihua has to come for the early rescue. The reason is, if they don't rescue, Afu is just going to disturb with the mirror from far away. And that's it. Right now, even if ZYJ gets the down, he just has to make sure that he gets far away from the dungeon again. Sorry, from the basement again. So that's what ZYJ is trying to do. He doesn't want to be chained in the basement for the second time. Yeah. So the logic behind saving before half is so that the ciphers wouldn't be disturbed and the robot wouldn't be sniped out by Afu.
Because the Cypher Rush is moving on. Two more Cyphers are being touched already. 85% on one Cypher. Yihua, though, has to be very careful. He's going to get sniped out here, and he cannot fall down. He already expended another elbow pad, but slowly but surely, Afu is closing out this distance. Is he going to expend another elbow pad just to get away? And we see that Afu closing it out. Able to get it. He canceled it out. This is actually not good. And now we see that Bobo going for that rescue will have a mirror ready. And mind you, Blink is also up and able to get at least a hit there on the psychologist. And now trying to body block for this mechanic. Pallet drop on the side of Dowoo's survivors.
Very, very beautifully done there. But he has a Blink ready and... Oh my God, Bobo, the second body block of the game. And that's the thing though, like Yihua right now is healing. The Cypher there is at 96%. The moment he stands up, he would have been able to done it. That was a slight mistake right there. Will he be able to get that image right there? Oh my God!
Oh my
God!
Time! And the body blocking on this man, ZYJ. This mechanic has been alive for so long. And now we see that the tram is Yihua able to pop that Cypher. Dungeon is over here outside the graveyard area. And now another body blocking session.
Oh, nice.
Mercenary. All these tits are buying so much time. And now he just wants to get this mechanic, but this mechanic stall has been pushing these Cyphers. And now we see that the last Cypher is being touched already. Mechanic being blocked by the mercenary. Mercenary will be falling down. Two survivors down, but this postman priming the Cypher already hits it, and now everyone is up.
Wow, amazing teamwork right there. I think Afu was just forced to hit through like Bobo's 3 times. Body blocking Bobo there was the key. The key to priming the Cypher and just having 4 people running around is Bobo's amazing body block. And finally Yihua as well blocking at the very last minute 1 time. Right now, Afu, I'm not really sure where he's going. I think he has the Nidus triggered, but ZYJ is being very sneaky, trying to hide behind. But it's going to be a matter of time before ZYJ gets found out, and the mirror is going to spot him.
And now we see that they are working on the exit gate already. At least he's able to get 1 survivor in the rocket chair. Already has teleport. Can he teleport in time? The exit gate is already open. Afu, he's going to go for the teleport, but it seems like 2 of them are already out.
Oh,
3% escape.
beautifully done. Like the key moment there was definitely the body blocks. I have to say, Posh, very, very, very nice teamwork. Like, and that's the thing. You don't ban the mechanic. You're gonna have to deal with the Cypher Rush, and believe me, you do not want to deal with the Cypher Rush. Two key things happened right there. Number one, they went for the rescue before half. If they went for the full blood rescue, they wouldn't have been able to prime the Cypher after the second rescue. And the number two main point right there just now was the insane body block by Bobo and the last body block by Yihua on the machinery. So I have to give it to them. Really good teamwork there.
And really forcing Afu to play out of his element, because very uncharacteristic of him to kind of go gung-ho and keep swinging like crazy, because he really wanted to down that mechanic, but he was just kind of forced to just keep hitting the mercenary till they fall down. And it just shows that having two brawny characters could really be so tough, especially if they're body blocking. So no stunners on the team, but Afu still tough. He still had a hard time in the rebound kites of this mechanic. Mechanic only saw the rocket chair once. So it just really shows how prepared they are for this Bloody Queen. So kudos to those survivors, because they're still proven that they can hang with Afu's Bloody Queen.
Yeah, I mean, just like that, Dou has changed the tide in favor of Dou. Like, look at the stats right here. ZYJ, 121 seconds on the kiting. Like, as a mechanic, kiting that long is already something. Like, it's already an indication that it's definitely going to be at least a tie or even a 3-man escape. And that's what they did. They capitalized on that. I just have to say, with this one single play in game number 3, there is a potential for Dou to just come back right in this one play, the second half of game number 3. Do you know why?
Let's hear
Dongshan just needs a 3K, and they don't even need to go for a draw. They just win it. For Dou to win, Dongshan just needs to get a 3K in game number 3, second half, and DX is gonna Dou is gonna win and take back the victory. But if they get a draw, if Dongshan gets a draw, it's gonna push for a game number 4.
Yeah, which we said that could be possible tonight, since these two teams, I honestly think this might be one of the potential grand finals match that we'll be waiting for come May 3, I believe. So it could happen. Pressure is definitely still on the side of Dongxuan, because he's going after the survivors that have consistently got 3-man escape. So for him to break that, it should happen, and it should happen now, because the stakes could never be higher. If they go for that tie, it's still pretty good. Like, I think that's to take the battle to round number 4. I think is still okay on their side, but I'm pretty sure Dongxuan, he wants to be able to get more than a tie. He wants to be able to get that 3-person escape. And for the survivor side of FPX.ZQ, they just got to stick to what they've been doing, so let's hear it for long.
我觉得是我们求生者顶住东玄压力吧，然后看能不能去在东玄手里去争一个胜。监管者那边的话也是顶住压力，其实就是我感觉更多的是看发挥，就是到时候的发挥应该还是挺重要的，因为我们每个人都很强，只要发挥出来的话，我觉得我们拿下他们应该不是问题。
Yeah, I really just like what he said there. Like, everyone is strong, but they have to be able to be calm enough and confident enough, comfortable to bring out the best in them. And that's what they're doing right now. Like, the team that is able to perform and bring out the full potential is going to be the one winning tonight's matchup. Posh.
Yeah, for sure, because again, very skilled players, and it's just really putting the pieces together for them to be able to claim victory between them, because we've seen them countless times like face each other, and I think they respect each other. They recognize each other as the best of the best here, so it really comes down to who can put it all together. And FPX.ZQ, they've been on the right track. They just need to perform the same way they have been, and Dongxuan really needs to disrupt that pattern and start to go for, think beyond that 1K, think for 3K this time for them to be able to claim victory tonight.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if FPX.ZQ manages to pull off a third 3-man escape, FPX.ZQ is gonna win the whole thing tonight. Between FPX.ZQ and Dou. So the one thing Dongxuan absolutely must not do is to allow 3 escapes from FPX.ZQ. Otherwise, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna hurt him too, because I don't think we've seen a lot of occasions where Dongxuan manages like I don't know, like a 1K through 2 games in a row and a potential third. Yeah.
It's tough because you gotta also admit that the meta now is definitely survivor sided, and Dongxuan has been, you know what, above. He's above that standard. He's definitely the exception to that rule. But as of late, I think the survivors have been stepping it up, and they've definitely been really studying this meta to counter the hunters. And unfortunately, it's at the expense of Dongxuan. So now he's gonna have to play out of his mind, because let's say the picks and bans come up, they're gonna ban his breaking wheel. That's for sure. Now it's really up to them if they're gonna ban that geisha or ban that dream witch.
I don't think I've ever seen him play the same hunter twice, especially not considering after the results of what we've seen in VO1 and VO2. But if his Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel is banned, I mean, why not? This map is pretty good for Geisha. This map is pretty
Bloody
good, right?
Queen too.
Bloody Queen too, yeah.
But
we have
Bloody Queen. We herald her as the Thai Queen, but Dongxuan can make it go up above 4. But we've seen him do a 4K Geisha, and in this map, it could prove to help him out. So let's see how this one's gonna pan out. Banning the Seer, that's good already. I think he knows that the Breaking Wheel and his Dream Witch will be banned, and also Seer as well. Actually, it's the same international ban. So Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel, leaving open the Geisha for Dongxuan to consider.
Yeah, or even the Naiad. Oh my god, that's the thing. Dongxuan can play so many characters. He can. Yeah, and Naiad, he can play Sculptor, he can play basically anything that ensures that he does not just kill one survivor. Oh, right now.
Also highlight like if Afu just looked to his left after crossing that before going to the graveyard, he could have spotted the Mechanic's doll, right? So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, let's see if Dongxuan will spot out the Mechanic's doll, or even the Mechanic early on in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been telling everyone, man. Even if you can't hide, hiding is the best. Hiding is always number 1. And when you are spotted, then you start hiding. Otherwise, if the hunter doesn't spot you, don't panic.
Why run away from your problems? Hide from them, ladies and gentlemen. That's
what. Sheesh. Words of wisdom, guys. Why run when you can hide from your problems? And that's what the robot is doing.
Mirror match. Wow, look at
my
the survivors. This is exactly the same lineup. Let's see if Dongxuan's gonna run into the same type of scenario. Not sure if he's gonna go Queen. It's gonna be Bloody Queen. Oh my god.
I think it is. It might be a Bloody Queen.
Oh, it's a Geisha. He's gonna play a double. Oh, okay.
Okay, he's gonna do it.
The thing is now we gotta look at the trait. Is he gonna still bring that abnormal? Because with these 2 decoders, I think having a blink would be much better.
Blink or teleport. Just go.
Yeah, teleport too.
Teleport first, and then maybe trump card to an abnormal late game, depending on how the game goes. That's also a strategy. But I have to say, Blink, like from what you can see now, there are no harassers at all. They are obviously rushing the Cypher. So if we learn something from what happened in the last game, where Afu, he didn't do anything wrong. His mirrors were good and everything. Just that the body block was happening. If we want to learn from that, I think Dongxuan shouldn't bring. Dongxuan should bring more of a teleport, aggressive teleport, removing. Yeah, just removing, just to start off, and then depending on the last cipher, maybe change to an abnormal, maybe change to a, even a patroller just to slow down, like, and it works. I think it works. If he goes on the aggressive, but even abnormal doesn't hurt. I think abnormal is also still pretty good.
Yeah, I think it'll kind of slow down the pace, but we'll have to find out which trait he'll be bringing, because in the previous game, it didn't work out as he planned, but we're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen, is this a potential last match of the night between Dou and FPX.ZQ, Game 3, second half, Dongxuan on that Geisha again, and you know what? Don't call it a comeback. We're going to see how he's going to perform now with the Geisha. Will it be able to down more survivors? Again, if it's a 2-person escape, Then we're gonna go to map number 4. Again, Hot Spice and Nello Mello, your commentators for this amazing match.
Let's go. Hey, wait. I thought the previous game where he played Geisha, there wasn't any mechanic.
There was.
There was. He
There
didn't. He banned the seer instead of mechanic, and the
Yeah.
mechanic cipher rushed him. And isn't this like the exact same scenario though?
Could be. That's why I don't know if he's gonna bring up normal because I think he wants to just get the early downs. But we'll find out. You wanna go first?
We'll find out. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam 13 making her way into
Beautiful.
this potential, beautiful lady right there. She's gonna find MK straight away. But Dongshuan's like,
Nah.
you know what?
I've played this game before. Let's not do it.
let's not do it. You know, you're not worth my time. Dongshuan is gonna transition. Iron is in the vicinity, and he's gonna spot out the blood trail, and he's gonna spot the postman very, very soon. And the butterfly is just gonna help him reach. Oh my god!
Ooh, watch out!
The dog
The
missed.
dog bite. Oh my god!
Oh my
Goes for the
god.
hit. And beautiful stuff. And I do believe that he did bring Blink, so he is going to go for an aggressive start in this game, allowing the mechanic to decode. But an Iron, you know, sending out a letter to the mercenary is actually good, and also sticking to the graveyard, not allowing Dongshuan to disrupt any ciphers in this kiting session. Will go over this window. And now Iron, did he go for the butterfly? He didn't. So yeah, at least he's still can skill check. Oh my god, he just dashed right into him. So this is a great pace that Dongshuan is starting out. And also, sorry, mind you, he brought abnormal. So
Normal.
This is a little tough because there's no ciphers in this area.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a beautiful bait right there. Like Dongshuan, he threw the butterfly, and it's gonna came soon. What? MK has no choice. He has to go for the early rescue. And that's the thing. He's just gonna fly in again. My god. Dongshuan is just so scary, but you know what else is scary?
Wow. The last effort, I'm guessing.
The last, despite all of this going on, despite the early rescues, despite all the perfect execution, it is still. The ciphers are moving at an incredible pace. Like it's gonna be 3 ciphers remaining soon, and Dongshuan is gonna get Acrobat. Sorry, the postman onto the second time.
So now the mercenary is being healed up already while the mechanic is on her way for that rescue. She's already at the graveyard area. And now, I mean, that was an early rescue, so that could disrupt a little bit. But this mechanic, as well as rescuing, is also... Oh my god, spotted out the mechanic long. Dropping the pallet
Blink.
just in time. This is so
my
scary.
God.
He hasn't changed to Blink yet. Still keeping that abnormal.
Yeah, I mean, he should have brought Blink. Like, look, he doesn't even have a chance to use... He doesn't even have a chance to use abnormal at all, and that's hurting him because the cipher, I think the saving grace is at least Iron went down pretty fast, and this is his last chair. We'll just have to see how he goes from there.
Oh my god, able to vault, and now he's able to sick the dog. But you know what, Dongshuan, his sidesteps have been on point. So now another butterfly for that dash. He's cornered him. Oh, he went back. And now this actually brings a huge opening for Iron to transition away from the graveyard, buying so much time. 2 ciphers are already primed and ready. And now we see that Iron getting cut off here.
Oh my
dropping the pallet,
god.
still buying so much time. 1 cipher remains. And now the mercenary here. Are we going to play the body blocking game? Let's see if he's going to be able to get this dog bite on him.
Oh my god, and that's why you need a blink.
He changed the blink. He changed the blink.
He's had enough.
Oh my god, look at that. Able to just juke around. Mercenary able to tank this hit. And now Cypher Rush is still in progress. Not quite close to finishing, but the blink has already been expended. So now Dongshuan trying to pressure some ciphers here. Hits the mechanic's doll, but I think we see that the psychologist still going for that heal. Can he heal up the postman in time? Oh no, they're just gonna go for Ada's just gonna focus on decoding,
Tarot game. It's gonna be a tarot game. They're just gonna defend. And that's why I said, like, abnormal is good, but they know your game plan. They don't even give you a chance. Like the moment
Watch out.
Yeah, I know.
Dog bite on the way, not quite. Now we see that the Cypher is above 60. FPX Iron now. All of them are here body blocking. And now the air shock on the postman. This is huge. They're going to force some self-heal here.
And they can.
Oh my god, yeah, body block, self-heal. They're gonna go for a drop hit, but now we're gonna see this Cypher pop. It's already prime, another Terror Shock. No pop just yet. Mercenary is up, and now we see that, oh, another hit, but it's, oh my god, the mechanic can actually go for this rescue. Actually, no, switch it up. Maybe the psychologist can go for this rescue because, oh, it's the mechanic.
Oh my god, he has to because it's too far away. He has to go for the rescue otherwise. But that's the type though. Oh my god, and they know he doesn't have teleport anymore. Oh my god, the trade. I can't believe this, but it is like a potential three-man escape. But if Dongshan can get long right away, it's gonna be a tie at the very least.
Things up. Uh-oh, he tried to go double back, but now double down situation. The psychologist is already on the way to the exit gate. Postman is also there. Can the mercenary heal up in time? The dungeon is already it's at the vicinity, but they're gonna chase him out. Oh wow. Okay, Dongshan.
Yeah, they should chase him out.
This might be a tie.
Best of four for sure. Unless if Mercenary actually stands up and unless
this is gonna be quite tough. AK just still hanging out in this area. Mercenary, he knows where he's fallen off, and now Dongshan also knows that the dungeon is in this area. This could be the potential first ever round number 4 here in the group stage. MK still hanging out here. Let's see, it's only a matter of time. Now, will he go for this, try to drop? He's running away from the dungeon. Dongshan could definitely just go for that hit. And now we're gonna see a round number 4, ladies and gentlemen.
Congrats, Team FPX and Team Dou. We have come to a conclusion of tonight's match. We are going for the first official best of 4. Oh my god, Posh. This just shows how amazing these two teams are. Like bringing it to a clutch like that. Oh my god.
Yeah,
I
so
can't believe.
I would say Dongshan is leveling it up because from 1K, now we're at 2K. But wow, just the lineup of just the incredible body blocking. Like if the Terror Shock didn't happen, I don't know. Let's try to recall in that situation. There was so much going on. Dongshan going for the mercenary instead, forcing the mechanic to go for the rescue. Any initial thoughts there as we try to just dissect what happened in the final minutes there?
I'm gonna stick to what I say. Dongshan should have went for Blink straight away from the start.
It was more effective, right?
Yeah, Abnormal had no use at all in that game. And like what I said, if you want to go for something more offensive, go with the teleport or even the blink. And it's very unfortunate that he used it up for changing into a blink, because obviously blink was the thing that he needed to catch up, despite his beautiful dashes. And if he actually brought blink, he would have been able to change it into abnormal or even a teleport, like to catch up with the survivors late game. But the game is done. It's a draw, so we're gonna see a best of 4 out of this. But before that, Posh, the stats.
Yeah, I mean double decoders. Look at that, 4 ciphers already primed. By the way, before the 3-minute 20-second mark before accelerated decoding. So it really just shows that, I think they knew that he'd try and go for this abnormal tactic because, the way to counter it, just chair at a place where he has to defend, where there's no ciphers being primed. And it was at the graveyard area. It proved to be very effective, but unfortunately, FPX.ZQ couldn't solidify that win just yet, but still live to fight another day in round number 4. It is a tie, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a tie, and first ever in this COA group stage, COA 5. So right after this, it's gonna be a BO4 where, in case it goes into a tie again, the time will be determining which team will bring it back. Will bring it back in the bag. If the hunters get 4K, the shortest time, the fastest time for the hunter to eliminate the 4 survivors will be considered. But if there is a 1 escape, 2 escape, or a 3 escape, and it's a tie, it's gonna be the fastest time that the survivors escape out of the game.
Right.
Yeah. So that's what we're looking at.
Yeah. No round number 5, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think our voice can handle round number 5, but
there's not gonna be a round number 5. There's a time.
Yeah. there's gonna be time for sure. So yeah, first ever in the group stages. I mean, we called it. I think this is the best prediction we made all night. Like this is the potential to go the full 4 rounds. And yeah, FPX.ZQ versus Dowu. Again, I really think this could be like a potential grand finals with how well they've been playing, how evenly matched they are. And yeah, they're really giving it their all because what's at stake is an instant buy into the quarterfinals. And you know what? How crazy is it if it shifts from survivor-sided matches and once it's a tiebreaker, it really boils down to just the hunters? Because that would be crazy.
Yeah. If that's the case, the hunters, like so far, I'm just saying this, like based on what we've seen in BO1 to BO3, it's based on the survivors, so we just have to see what happens after this highlight.
我这边自己需要个30。闪电打到了，打到了，继续扛，继续扛，波波继续扛，加油！中国的走往前面走，金板子，我这边还需要扛到了，扛到了，扛到了，扛到了。优化自己，优化自己。他能过到哪？让他超用力计时。飞出了，切闪，切闪，切闪！小心那个刀。哦，看到了，看到了，有机会，有机会。你放进去，你放进去。 这为什么打不赢啊？然后死了之后。
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our tiebreaker for this match. Again, round number 4, the first round number 4 here in the group stages of day number 4. Now, how unlucky is the number 4? I think it's a very unlucky number.
As a matter of fact, fun fact for you guys at home as well, and for you, Posh, it's so unlucky that at certain places, there's not even the 4th floor.
Yeah.
It goes floor number 1, 2, 3, 5. So, yeah. But you know what?
But we know the people
yeah,
we know people the 5th floor. You know what floor you're at. Anyway,
yeah, 10th floor.
Yeah, round number 4 here. Let's hope that unluckiness won't affect any of our teams here because again, the stakes have been so high for this group stage between Dowu and FPX.ZQ, and they have definitely not skipped a beat. They've definitely left everything on the line, and they have to dig in a little deeper because this round number 4, we're still gonna have the same number of picks and bans, but we might have, if it's still gonna end up in a tie, we're gonna go through either hunt times or survivors escape times.
Yeah. Depending on if it's 4K, then it will definitely be Hunter's time. If it is Survivors, well, it's going to be, if it's a 3 escape or 1 escape at the very least, it's going to be based on the fastest Survivor time to escape. So that's what we have.
Yeah. and I'm sure that the teams know it. They know they've been so evenly matched on power levels and also when it comes to their points. One has to give, Nell, and I honestly, it's up in the air. I know we had these sort of predictions at the start, but to be honest, it's like they've been so evenly matched at this point that no one is giving way, and hopefully this round number 4 will be settling things in a decisive way.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be going for a draw anymore. The one side is definitely gonna try their best to top off the other, but right now I just have to say it's looking really, really strong on the side of FPX.ZQ Survivor. But at the same time, like what you said, we've seen the rise of Dongxuan in BO1 all the way up until BO4. So BO1, he's gotten a 1K, BO2, 1K, and who knows? Right now he's already at 2K, so we're definitely gonna see all or nothing in best of 4, the last game of the night.
And we're going to Red Church, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I mean, one of my favorite maps here. Very, I would say it opens up a lot of options when it comes to survivors and hunters. So let's see, it's going to be Afu once again dictating the pace of this match. Let's see if he can still stick to his stability here. I would say, I don't know, maybe not picking the Bloody Queen in this one. Maybe trying to go for something a little more unconventional, because it seems like Do has his Bloody Queen kind of figured out, and they're very comfortable with that matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think Afu is also thinking really, really hard. His coach is probably giving him some advices as well. They figured out his Bloody Queen. They figured out his Dream Witch, his Breaking Wheel. They definitely cannot afford letting his Breaking Wheel go loose in this map. So I think, but you know what? Anything can happen. Afu might just be like, okay, I know I had a bad game with Bloody Queen, but this game I'm gonna ban the mechanic, and it's gonna be much better. Mechanic Seer. So I think I can bring it to a draw at the very least in this best of 4, and hopefully FPX.ZQ Survivor are gonna be the ones bring it to a 3 survivors escape this time. So maybe that's the game plan for FPX.ZQ, going on the defensive and letting the survivors do the attacking. I don't know, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, that could definitely be something that they can go for, and that seems to be their strategy and their win condition. So I think with the mindset that Afu has, if he doesn't like break the convention and kind of bring it back to how he brought out the Dream Witch, I think they can try and go for it, even though it will put some stress on the survivors. That's all good, because we saw in Long Side that they're pretty calm and confident in facing against Afu, even though Afu again is one of the scariest hunters to go up against. I'm sure FPX.ZQ is definitely ready for that challenge coming into this. But now, you know what? I forgot who it was. I think it was Upsy, or yeah, someone with the interviewer. They said that they also see this game going out as survivors being the one to really get the points. So we always herald we don't highlight the survivors of Do as much as we do as the hunters. So that's still something Afu has to for sure worry about.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad that you brought up the interview, because they were obviously putting a lot of respect, and they were focusing on how to deal with Dongxuan. And I believe with that mindset, they actually managed to make a stand tonight, because they managed a 3-man escape not once but twice, and even in best of 3 they managed a 2-man escape. So it's saying a lot about FPX.ZQ's survivors preparation against Dongxuan. A lot of respect, a lot of preparation. But you know what? Everything boils down to this. Extra game, first half, no longer a game number 5. We're going to see what Do is going to be bringing to the table and what Afu will be playing in his final match tonight.
Yeah, pretty standard international ban again. No questions questions were raised with the bans of the Seer, Priestess, and Forward. But you know what? They're banning the Bloody Queen. Again, why did I think anything further? I don't think Afu is confident enough to bring the Breaking Wheel out in this map alone. But it looks like they might kind of take a page. Ban the mechanic, please. Yes, and he does, thank God. Because the mechanic did so much damage and so much work on the side of the survivors. So Afu kind of putting himself up for some stunners, but still it's all good depending on what he brings out. I really hope, me being a fan of Afu, he brings out his Axe Boy.
It's X-Boy. I really like to see an X-Boy in this map as well. But this, again, let's see. Soul Weaver is also very strong in this game, and we know that Afu definitely has what it takes to play Soul Weaver. After all, he is known as the king of ties at the moment, simply because his ability to tie in so many different games. Like, just looking at the stats itself. Oh my god, he's... My god.
Let's bring out... We
Wheel?
saw... Breaking Wheel, we saw how it didn't work out in Dark's favor early on, so he's gonna roll the dice here. We saw how effective it could be, but looking at the lineup too, yeah, it's kind of favored the Breaking Wheel, if ever. Not much can counter. I mean, Entomologist has that speed boost. You have that flare gun just once, but yeah, it can look that way, but you don't have to pick a counter to Breaking Wheel in terms of survivors because the map itself kind of counters Breaking Wheel.
Yeah, for sure. Like I mentioned, not only with Dark though, but with every Breaking Wheel player, Red Church is definitely gonna possess a lot of problems, especially like what you see in the middle window, even the front part of the Red Church window, even the back gates window, even the back breakable, which they can just remove to make it into a window. So just so many windows and terrains that is so unfavorable to the Breaking Wheel, and you just have to. But sorry, but mind you, there's no acrobat. There's no acrobat.
Yes.
There's no priestess to make it, because they did have this when they were countering Dark's Breaking Wheel during those match.
Correct. Yeah, that's definitely something that we have to point out because those were kind of the keys to victory here. But now, with their lineup, it's definitely kind of doable. But I'm still a little nervous because you cannot deny that this map has amazing windows for these survivors to just counter the wheel form of Pollen. So we will find out, ladies and gentlemen. This is the extra game, first half. Afu, can he still stick to his tie streak, or at least, yeah, just be the stable hunter for his team, because we are going for this tie breaker. Posh Spice and Nello Mello, again, once again, your commentators for this extra game.
All right, there you have it. He's gonna be spawning at the front gate. I'm just gonna make a mad dash towards the graveyard right there. He's gonna find Yihua almost instantly, but Yihua, is listening. He's listening to the gods of IDV now. Hiding is better than kiting, and look at what he's doing. Tinnitus triggered, but where the hell, Afu's like thinking, where the hell are the survivors of FPX, of Dou kiting at this moment?
Yeah, it just seems like it's such a taxing situation, and it can get more frustrating. But we see that he's probably switching on over to the best possible target, which is the Postman. And now Afu just setting his sight sets here. And yeah, pretty good place to be at because of that window, and still early on. And now we see the Postman gets one spike on him. He needs one more. He's going to chase him on foot. Excitement is the trait he has. Drops another trap here. Can he get the hit? He does.
He does, and he got slowed by the trap as well. Afu, definitely a very good find here. Actually, this place is very good to kite Pollen, so I'm not really sure. Maybe not the best possible kite for Upsy there, but now Afu's just gonna break will form. He's just gonna second skill burst Upsy, even if the trap misses. Boop, and Upsy's down just like that.
Yeah, this is a great start and a great pace because he's definitely stopped the cypher rushing from happening. You don't have Victor sending out those letters. All he has to worry about now is Entomologist's flare gun. He has that excitement, so let's see if Dou is prepared for that, because that could be a Hail Mary thing that they're going to be utilizing. And now we see Yihua, and you gotta love that Afu is able to just stick to this part. And luckily he found that Postman, because if he's at any other part with those windows inside church, that would be so hard. Yihua now receiving a spike, and now will receive try to get body block, but no, the last effort. Afu on point with that hit.
Yeah, I think got a little bit greedy there. Definitely should try and at least definitely should have at least tried and allowed the hit onto himself before rescuing Upsi, because I know for a fact that Afu is definitely gonna hit. He's definitely gonna hit. He's not gonna wait and try and Terror Shock. He's gonna hit, and at least Upsi would have had a fighting chance because the moment he got rescued,
Bees! Oh my God! He popped the excitement. This is actually a huge tell now on the side of Dou, because now the coordinator can go and try and support this rescue. So now he's gonna have to defend here. 3 ciphers still remain. 80-second cooldown on the trait here. So yeah, an entomologist does have wanted order. So Yihua has to be very careful. Oh, the trap is there. Oh, he's able to get the hit before he's able to utilize the elbow pad. And now going back to wheel form. He still has a lot of time, even though 3 ciphers still remain. This is the beauty of chasing the postman.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only chance Upsi has right now. He has to avoid that spike no matter what. He has to use the window, he has to use whatever terrain. It's gonna be a little bit hard because Afu does have the extended spikes, but he has to make it happen. But unfortunately, the burst spike is gonna bring him down. Yeah.
Yeah. So now it seems like even though the dog is still like slowing him down.
Oh, coordinator is hiding behind.
Oh my God, Bobo able to go, but no, he's able to chair him in time. The flare gun was a little too late, and now Afu doesn't have the flare gun to worry about. Afu now changing targets here, wants to go after that mercenary, spots someone out here at the graveyard. Luckily, it was Yihua, and now just gets that one spike, can snap him out, but he wants to go for a regular hit, because again, he has nothing to worry about in terms of stunning now.
Oh my God, but he's gonna miss.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a little bit of a misplay there. So Yihua lives to fight another day. But again, just look at how much the cipher has been done at this point. Dou is definitely not out of this just yet. 80% on one cipher, 69% on this cipher at the back gate. So the moment Afu leaves this place, basically just to chase Bobo, basically they can just finish the other cipher. They can. Automologists can.
Yeah, so this is actually, still up in the air depending on how long Bobo can kite. Oh my God, he's able to hit the trap. And now can Afu go for it before he's able to go for the pallet drop? Not quite. Another pallet, another trap, and Bobo is down. Entomologist popped that cipher. Looks like, oh wow, okay, Afu leaving and now securing probably another target just to add a little more pressure and pressuring that cipher that is at 69%. Let's see if he's able to snipe out. Entomologist in the area, kind of low on bees here, but still able to utilize it. Uh-oh, one regular hit, and ZYJ will be falling down. Another trap placement! He's been shooting threes. Afu has been so on point with these traps.
I mean, I know when we said that this map is so hard for Breaking Wheel players, but Afu just showing his mastery on Breaking Wheel, and it shows his traps have not missed much at all. Like he probably scored like 8 out of 9, 8 or 9 out of 10, and it is really the difference making right there. Like a good Breaking Wheel, like you cannot miss the spikes. Bobo is gonna try and go for it because Cypher is prime. Yihua is the one priming. I think Bobo needs to take that hit. He needs to take that hit.
Yeah, he definitely needs to. But look at that. He's just making sure that he's going to get that hit. He's going to try and go for the rescue, but the slow on the trap, able to try and just extend the chase here. Oh, let's see. Goes for Bobo, and now he's over here at the dungeon area. Now he's going to try and, change into wheel form. Okay.
Being 3K.
Yeah, he wants it. He really wants to go for that 3K. But now just spots out. But this is the strong part. He wants to avoid this much as possible. And we see that the mercenary is, I think, removing the spikes before he tries anything. Tries to go for a burst here. Entomologist has a spike on him. Again, he is kind of rendered with this abnormal useless because there's not much he could do with it. Trap placements will be the keys to victory for Afu here. And he has to be very careful because he needs to go for at least a tie.
Yeah, he needs to go for a tie at the very least, but it looks like Coordinator is going to come very, very soon. ZYJ, I think he's going to try and body block and then just allows Bobo to escape through the dungeon. Afu needs to be very, very careful here, though.
Oh,
wait, but ZYJ, he needs... sorry, it was ZYJ who needs to be very careful because it is a detention Afu right here.
True! Oh my gosh, okay, Coordinator now down. not gonna go. It's gonna go for a bleed out strategy. Now we see that the mercenary is gonna heal up the coordinator, and now they can try and go for at least a 2-person escape. Oh my God, he's gonna go back. It seems like they're gonna try to secure this tie because he knows that this exit gate is open. So he's gonna try to force them to go for that exit gate at red carpet. This is a big brain move on Afu's side. He's gonna try to divide and conquer, but look at that. Yihua going for the back exit here. Entomologist, oh my God, he's actually luring Yihua to try and go for this rescue.
Yeah, but he can. I mean, the detention is gonna be ending at 5, 4, 3, and like just like that, he can cut out the duration of it. But ZYJ is gonna go down. Yeah, I think a draw is the best they can do.
Yeah, and this is actually pretty good on the side of Afu. Again, he was trying to go for that. He tried to push for it, but I think the survivors were too extended, and it was just too tough of a situation to try and push for that 3-person escape. The least he could do is get that tie to live to fight another day. So, and if it's gonna come down to another tie, they're gonna have to look at the survivor escape time, and that was a pretty long game. So at least FPX.ZQ still has a little bit of 2 conditions: either get 3-person out or get the faster tie escape.
Yeah, I think that was the game plan for Afu as well. He knows that he's gonna get the tie most likely. That's why he didn't want to share that soon. But if it comes down to a draw and 2 survivors escape, the fastest time will count. And obviously, Afu bought a lot of time. Before they actually left the place. So I think FPX.ZQ was like, okay, you know what? We're confident in getting 3 escape, but if it comes to a draw, at least we can make sure that we are the ones who escape faster. But yeah, that's just like insurance on the part of FPX.ZQ. So Dongshen, what Dongshen really wants to is to try and avoid the draw and try and get at least a 3K. And even if it's a draw, make it fast enough. Make it draw it out.
Yeah, like
drain
chase them out.
Bleed them out.
Yeah, that's true.
No, don't chase them out.
Oh no, don't chase them out. Yeah, that's a faster escape time. Yeah, so don't chair. Wait for them to heal up. Yeah, true. My bad. All right, so here we have it. Match stats on this. Okay, so it's around the 8-minute mark. That's how long it was. We're just gonna find out by the So that's
right.
Everyone. So we're gonna have to confer with the in-game time, right? Even though this, I don't know if it's extended, but yeah, it was an excellent showing of the breaking wheel. And I think one of the things we have to highlight here is that Afu didn't want to go to those weak areas for that breaking wheel. Yes, the back exit, there's a window there, but it just shows the skill of Afu, and he really played to his pace. And luckily enough, the postman was there, and he was able to eliminate the postman for the game to really extend, because you couldn't really see the buffs of Victor's letters. So again, great. I would say that's a victory on Afu's part, because he just wants, again, his game plan is just to go for ties, and that's what his team wants him to get. And it's really up to FPX.ZQ's survivors to really do what they've been doing best and get those 3-person escapes.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we already know the game plan of FPX.ZQ. We already know what they have set out to do, but right now, all has been done on the part of Afu. So it's up to Long, it's up to Iron, AK, MK to deal with Dongshen in the second half of this extra game. Dongshen, it's just so stressful to come to this point. Yeah.
Here's the question now. Now that we're at this round number 4, what are the hunters that you have to ban? Obviously, would you respect ban that breaking wheel of Dongshen in a map like this? Or you're gonna but that leaves open. If you respect ban that, then you have to ban at least one more, probably the Dream Witch, right? That leaves open his Geisha. That leaves open a sculptor. It's still a lot, and this is what is so scary going up against Dongshen, because he's so versatile with so many hunters.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think he should respect the breaking wheel. Like, you've seen even Afu managing even a draw with a breaking wheel in Red Church with so many high terrains, disadvantageous terrain. I think they definitely need to take out breaking wheel. But at the same time, if they decide to let his breaking wheel out and they're comfortable in handling his breaking wheel, I mean, why not go for it? Just ban the Dream Wish, just ban the Geisha. But knowing Dongshen, even if Breaking Wheel is open, he might not even go for the Breaking Wheel, simply because it takes too much time. Even if he gets the down, what if FPX.ZQ pushed it to the point where it's a tie, but they managed to rush it fast enough to escape? And losing by calculation of time is the worst possible feeling, I have to say. Losing by calculation of time.
I mean, you've organized tournaments. I've been part of those tournaments where it just comes down to the time, and it's such a heavy feeling. If it's just a matter of seconds, it's not a good feeling. So, Dongshen really wants to be able to get that 3K, while FPX.ZQ survivors want to be able to get 3-man escape, if not faster time. All pressure's on Dongshen, but this man has ice in his veins, and he's definitely ready for any scenario. Let's see, because FPX.ZQ, honestly, like, I feel like they might have Dongshen shaking a little bit in his boots because of how well they've been performing. We've said time and time again how amazing of a hunter he is, but so far FPX.ZQ has denied a win for his hunting, for his hunters.
Sure. Dongshen, I don't think he can calm down for that long. I mean, it has been a very, very long game, all the way up to extra game, and at this point tonight, Dongshen really has to give that respect to FPX.ZQ for even managing the 3 escape twice, and even managing a draw against his Geisha in best of 3. So right now, I can imagine, even though he looks really calm now, he looks collected, but if I was him, I have to feel that kind of nerves and even that butterfly in my stomach right here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because a lot, again, is at stake. We do know that this is a new format for Call of the Abyss group stages. Weren't a thing last year, but you do want to be, even though these two teams have gotten victories already in their groups, you want to lead the pack. You want to be able to get that instant buy-in for the quarterfinals, just so you'll make your chances for winning the Call of the Abyss that much further. This is the Hunger Games, ladies and gentlemen. You need to be able to position yourself in the best possible part of the bracket for you to be able to move on, and that's what the instant buys gets you.
Yeah, for sure. And it even gives you sufficient breathing space. You don't really have to fight it off, and you can get that time to relax. Whereas the other teams, they have to fight for the top 8 spots. So being the winner in these points, like getting the most points possible, being the winner, the top of the pack in your group, definitely has its perks. And rest is definitely one of them. It can go either way for either one of these two teams. Right now, the stage has been set. It's a 2-man escape from Dou Survivor in the extra game first half. Take it away, Dongshen versus FPX.ZQ Survivor. Simple as that. All or nothing. If you get the 3K or get the 3 escape, and that's what they're thinking respectively in their minds right now.
Yep. See, allowing the Priestess to come in could be a little bit of a game changer here, unless they banned the Breaking Wheel. So yeah, definitely that's kind of scary to have that's kind of scary to have that Priestess. So interesting how he changed things up, because now that allows the Priestess to come in, the Seer. Oh wait, no, the Seer's banned. Allows the Priestess to come in along with probably the Acrobat, Psychologist. Yeah, let's see if they're gonna lock it in. No, they go for the Mechanic and not minding the Priestess. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, we know you want us to take the bait. And
wow, they want them to go for Priestess. This is interesting because the Mechanic coming in, definitely a big asset to the team there, even though this map is a little smaller than usual. But wow, I don't know what the play here is. So Acrobat is in, Gravekeeper, they're not biting. No, the Priestess is not going to come in. So what does Dongshen have up his sleeve here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what he has up his sleeve. Like, banning the Postman, he's afraid of slows, but he's not afraid of stuns. And the fact that he allowed Mechanic to come out, the fact that he allowed Acrobat to come out, Geisha for the 3rd time, why not? He's done it twice. might as well bring it back the third time.
Abnormal geisha?
Abnormal geisha. At this point, why not ban mechanic instead of banning the postman at the very last minute, right?
Yeah, and also I'm just interested to know.
confused.
I'm so confused also that I mean Priestess in this map is still pretty good, even though you have a geisha there. You could definitely counter with well, just prolong the kites at least and kind of force him to bring excitement. But no, not. Okay. Interesting. Not afraid of slows. Afraid more
No,
of.
he's afraid of slows.
He's
not
afraid of slows instead of silence.
Cypher
because
yeah, instead of
yeah.
Cypher Rush too. Like having the Acrobat is fine because Geisha can catch up with Acrobat, but Cypher Rush though.
Yeah.
If you bring abnormal first in this map, it makes sense. But considering how fast things have been, like considering how it happened in Ever Sleeping Town, maybe bringing Bling would be more aggressive. But then he would lose the Cypher Rush control.
Yeah. Again, we're just here to really appreciate what's happening. So Dongshuan is the master of his own fate with what he's chosen there, along with Do Wu and their entire team. So we're gonna have to find out. Also, FPX.ZQ, again, not falling for the bait, allowing for the Priestess. They still gonna stick to their game plan, allowing this mechanic to come in. Acrobat now, AK on this Acrobat has been very phenomenal. So let's see how well they'll be doing. Again, this is the extra game of the second half. Poch Spice and Nello Mello at the last game for today.
Go. All right, now it's changing to another skin. I really love this skin, Bloody Fan. Also a very, very accurate hitbox skin. He's gonna catch up to Long. Oh my god, did Long just reveal himself?
This
Did he
is the
just reveal
best
himself?
possible target. This is not good. Oh my god,
Oh
eats
my
that hit,
God.
and now it has to transition away from his doll
Robot,
here.
yeah.
So yeah, this is the best possible find for Dongshuan, in position for him to be able to get more than a tie here. Now playing the pallet stunning game, yeah, buying enough time here, has to be very careful. Oh my god, just walked past him.
He's so good at baiting the red lines. Oh my god. And abnormal again, Posh, mind you.
Yeah, well, at least this map is a little closer, and now look, he's bringing it closer to the bot. So this is actually very scary because he can abnormal that Cypher. The bot needs to run away, but we do see that the Acrobat is already here at the broken side of this map. Again, just kind of buying a little bit of time here, and AK just preoccupying before he's able to use that abnormal. Tries to go for a bomb here. Now has to eat that hit, goes for the rescue.
My god.
No tide
No
turner.
tide.
Drops. Oh my god. Oh, that's so close. Long now. Again, that's so good, hiding the red light. And now we see that AK being healed up here has to be very careful. And now the abnormal. This is where it's going to be solidified. AK at least able to be healed up, moves on away. Mechanic Spot is still unharmed here. Can still push for that Cypher to counter that abnormal.
No use anymore. Long is down on the second chair, even if the bot is still up and healthy. The thing is Long falling twice for the same thing, and look at the robot just there. Oh my god. Yep. The bot's a non-factor now. Yep.
Yeah, Gravekeeper now in the area. Well, on that burrow state, is trying to close out that distance. Now, they need to put some progress on these ciphers because this is the best possible scenario for Dongshuan. Now, priming himself for this drop-down hit. Oh my gosh, wait. Oh, okay, Gravekeeper had to get out of that burrow form, and now Long does have Tide Turner. He has started, going to transition, but look at that, the bot drop. That's amazing. Now transitioning away from that Cypher and moving on over to this area. Oh my god, but the last effort. Yeah, just the dash hits. So good. Now he's able to drop down this pallet, trying to go for a little bit of a cheeky stun there, but still buying enough time here. Now the win condition for FPX.ZQ go for that tie, because it's going to be pretty tough for them to go for a 3-person escape now that there's 3 ciphers still remaining.
Yeah, I mean, you saw how Dongxuan, he manages to hide the light not once but twice, and it fooled Long. It fooled FPX Long, and MK is gonna hide under the shovel, but Iron is also in the vicinity. 3 ciphers remaining. And he's gonna get abnormal. Okay, this is where abnormal is really, really efficient.
Yes.
This map is small enough. He has everything he wants. The mechanic died very, very close. He's gonna get that hit into Iron. Gravekeeper is at half health. Acrobat. Oh my god, and the last shovel has been used. I don't think it's gonna be a draw even. I think Dongxuan might be able to pull off the 3-man kill here. It's one whole new skipper.
What's the saying? 3rd time's the charm with this abnormal, and it has been working out. And now again, he's able to bait these hits. That tight kiting against Dongxuan is so hard. Gravekeeper has already used up his Tide Turner. AK is the only one in this area that is full of health, and I just spoke too soon because he hit him past the mirror, but past the wall here. So both of them have to heal up. It's gonna be quite tough while Dongxuan tries to just get rid of these walls just to get a little bit more of a visual aid to where he will be pursuing next. And it seems like he's gonna try to fully commit to AK now.
It looks like a 4K now. It looks like a 3K before AK got hit, but now it really looks like a 4K. And that's the thing, though. My God, the cipher's not even done.
Oh my God! Tried to go for the pallet drop here, but unfortunately, they're on the AK side. Yeah, this is gonna be a 4K for sure because of how. I mean, 2 survivors on a chair here, and now we see that the Gravekeeper trying to push for that cipher, but I mean, you can only push it for so long because he's gonna now shift his attention here. The best thing for FPX.ZQ to do is to go for that dungeon, but I think it's a good done deal. They can't go for that tie anymore, so Gravekeeper has to be very careful. He's gonna try to open up a chest here, but Dongwu's Dongxuan knows that someone is here. He's going to go for it. He's going to live up to his name. It's been a delayed gratification with how we've been building him up, and now goes for that blink hit, and now he is going to claim a 4K, ladies and gentlemen, and also Dowu with the victory for tonight.
Forget about calculating the time because Dongxuan is finally here in the extra time. Oh my God, killing all hopes of FPX.ZQ. You know what? You get a tie? I don't even care about tie. I'm gonna get that 4K.
No. We were talking about bringing out the geisha when it came clutch, and it seems like maybe banning that geisha could have been a difference maker on FPX.ZQ's side. But again, a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas here. FPX.ZQ unfortunately fell to Dongxuan's geisha, and Dowu moving as the pack leader in their group stage. But still, you gotta give it up to FPX.ZQ. They've definitely fought tooth and nail in this matchup and fought till the very end until round number 4.
His dash was so beautiful, man. Like, usually a geisha player would get looped a lot and pallet a lot, but here he just shows the beauty of his dash. Just avoiding, just dashing at the blind spot. Oh my God! And even tricking the red light. I think that's definitely a highlight. Tonight's MVP definitely has to be that spotlight, that red light hiding.
That moment, yeah. Because it's hard to call MVP because how close these matches have been, right? Because this was the only time Dongxuan popped off, and you got to give it up to FPX.ZQ survivors. They've been so on point. But the trajectory, right? 1K, 2K, then 4K. So I think Dongxuan is just kind of ramping up his hunting prowess and his geisha. So yeah, I can say that moment, but you also have to look at it overall. And I wonder how they're going to calculate this, because you got to give it up to Bobo. You got to give it up to Upsy as well, if ever we're going to go for MVPs, because they've kited so well and they've also stunned so well. So I could see Dongxuan being there, but it would be also awesome if Upsy was able to, and the body blocks, just chef's kisses go out to that.
For sure. But just going back to this match right here, the extra time, I think what happened was the survivor probably got really tired. I don't know what happened, call it tired if you must, but Dongxuan still managing his spirits up. Look at that. None of them kited more none of them has actually made it out alive, even though they have been decoding, rushing the ciphers with even the mechanic. Taking down the mechanic early game has definitely been pivotal to Dongxuan's success as the geisha, but just beautiful dash and awareness overall.
Oh yeah. And you know, it's kind of late to the party. He kind of popped off towards that tiebreaker, but still a win is still a win. Doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish. And Dongxuan able to cross that finish line in spectacular fashion with this geisha. I hope we interview him next. Because I would definitely love to hear his insight on how nerve-wracking it was to go up against FPX.ZQ here in the group stage. But yeah, I also want to hear in chat if you guys have any thoughts on MVP, because this was really long. And I know, Nell, you had like a whiteboard, a scoreboard just to keep track of this. But man, this was a lot to highlight, especially when we thought that it was the survivors to kind of solidify the victory. Yeah, it was a switch up. It was Dongxuan to really
after all.
Take it to the final yard there.
Yeah, carried when he needed to at the vital moment as well. Just congratulations to Dou. But guys in the chat, don't worry. None of these teams are being eliminated. This is their first encounter. None of these teams are being eliminated. They are just gonna be gathering points. But definitely after tonight, Dou is gonna be the top of the pack, like what Posh has mentioned. 2 victories so far. FPX.ZQ, 1 win, 1 loss at the moment. So we just have to wait and see until we go to match number 3. But all in all, nothing short of spectacular. If I know that at the beginning of the game you asked me what was the one word that you would describe these 2 teams, I would say I would have changed. If I knew it was gonna last until the extra time, I would have said intense.
I thought you were gonna say clutch or sheesh or something. Yeah.
Intense. Because it took too long.
I don't think a best of 4 would do it justice, so I hope they make it to like a best of 5. I mean, it was such an entertaining match. And just for those of you that don't know the schedule yet, the last 2 matches that they'll have, FPX.ZQ tomorrow will be having a match against GH, while Dowoo's last match will be up against MS on Thursday. So that's the 21st. So again, Dowoo in the prime spot in their group stage. MS is actually tied with FPX.ZQ. So it's going to be very telling with the placement of how these matches are going to go out. So you cannot miss a single day here. But yeah, I think Dowoo can head into their... Well, they can actually rest up tomorrow because they're going to have an intense matchup against the representatives of Korea in the team of Money Sweep. So that's the match. That's the thing on Thursday, and tomorrow again. It's going to be FPX.ZQ versus GH. And GH, you know what? I think that what would happen if actually like they... Again, we're going to try to talk about that tonight. What happens if like there's 2 teams tied in 3rd and 4th? I'm guessing they're going to have to...
Go to points. Yeah. Which is why you saw that none of them let up. They even though they know that they're going to win, they still went all out and get the 5-0s, because the more points you get, obviously, it's going to help you. Round robins is not just about when it comes to wins, it's very important. But if there's a draw in terms of numbers of wins, it's going to come down to point accumulation as well.
There we go. Okay.
So getting the 10-0s is very good. Like you definitely boost yourself up there.
Oh yeah. 100%. Speaking of 10-0s, I think there was the match we just witnessed between BL and GG. I know they got a 10-0 in the round number 2. It's still pushed for the round number 3, right? So just again, very important for them to be able to get those type of points. And incredible matches all throughout. If I would ask you, Nell, if you could give a grade for today's matches, what would it be?
A grade. I would have to say a grade as in ABC.
Yeah, or like out of 100.
10, out of 100.
Certified fresh. What are we saying? What are we saying? 5-star rating. What are we doing?
3 out of 5 stars.
3 out of 5 stars. Okay.
3 out of 5 stars. because they make us sweat so much in the extra time. I'm just kidding. I'm definitely gonna give it a 5 out of 5 stars simply because they made us sweat, and just being here with you guys and Posh, just being here with you guys, just witnessing even the geisha itself. 3 times in a row, but we saw the beauty of the dash. He inspired people to play geisha right now. So that in itself is already worthy of a 5 stars, in my opinion. What about you, though?
I would say 4.5. 4.5. Because we're still... No. Because I have a feeling this isn't their full power yet. I feel like they're still holding out on us because we're not yet at the global finals. I'm going to save my 5-star ratings for that global finals. Here in the group stage, you know what, just kind of holding back. But for a group stage match, I would say this is definitely up there because, hey, this is our first tiebreaker match. This is our first outing of Pipija. Our first creature, by the way, our first thief. So, yeah, this is definitely one of the highlights. So now we're going to highlight one of the players here. And who would it be besides Dong Xuan, his geisha, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm sure this was pretty tough because the survivors of like Doxy, Ihua, and no, just Do Wu, right? They were the ones that won, so we have to highlight them.
Yeah, for sure.
Kind of popped up a little bit late, but better late than never, says Dong Xuan here with that geisha.
Yeah, for sure. Playing that 3 geishas has definitely helped in accumulating
3rd time's the charm,
score.
right?
3rd time's the charm. But man, oh man, 1K, 2K, jumping on to 4K. Oh, here comes the king. Wait.
No, and it's not Dong Xuan.
Oh no, he's shy. He's shy.
He's shy. Yeah. I think he needs to rest. But go for it now.
恭喜我们的斗战队获得了本场比赛胜利。现在在我身边的是来自斗的阿东东和上戏，给大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是阿东东。
大家好，我是
阿东东。
欢迎2位，今天真的打。
Yeah, once the manager, I think.
要是我说的话，就是神仙打架。先问一下上戏吧，上戏你觉得今天谁是你的神？
东玄。
Today, who is your god?
今天在最后一把的时候，
东玄
站出来了，对吧？就可能前几局说，哎，这个冬瓜异地登陆，但是哎，最后东玄抢占手机，拿下了这样最后的一个胜利。
As I say, at the very last
从你的
minute,
一
he
个
gets
专
the
业的角度
4K
来
straight
评
away.
价一下大家今天的发挥都怎么样吧？
大家发挥的都很好，
the progress today.
都非常棒。哎，那
I said, both teams played very, very good today. Very good.
我觉得波波这心里的扛刀太完美了。
今天就是咱们每一把其实都
And he's just saying that Bobo's psychologist, like the body block, just very good.
今天求生者每一把真的都是感觉已经非常尽力了。今天在前面几局的时候，特别是当时第3局那个时候扛刀，我们在下面看的时候觉得。有点要泪目的感觉，2个人扛了5刀，想问一下你们当时是一个什么样的情况呢？
Is like saying 2 people just taking all that 5 hits, definitely very tiring. How do you feel?
叫另外一个没事做的人去帮忙扛刀，然后后面就扛了。
没事做的人。
It's like saying, oh yeah, after Bobo has managed to body block 4 times there, then we just basically just ask the last available person who's not doing anything to go and body block too.
一下这个胜利，想问一下教练，你当时在台下的时候看到他们，你怎么评价他们那一波表现呢？
As a coach, how do you rate their performance?
很完美了。
很完美哇！完美
，very
这2个
perfect.
字已经是给的非常高的一个评价了。想再问一下系总，因为我有听到你们当时在第3局的时候，虽然说你没有在那个扛刀，但是其实像跟我们观众一样，在下面去看着他们，听着他们。我有听到你们的赛中语音，就你有喊叫什么加油啊，加油什么。你当时的一个心情是什么样子呢？跟我们分享一下。
就感觉
though you didn't go and
最后一步了
body block, you can still hear in the voice chat they're saying like 加油 go fighting. How do you feel?
胜利嘛，也是我们电子竞技的这样一个魅力了。那最后也是坚持到了这一步，虽然说也是我们深渊的小组赛的第1次加赛，你们也是扛到了现在已经很晚，大家应该都已经比较疲惫了嘛。挺辛苦，确实。待会回去的时候好好吃一吃，然后再睡一觉嘛。今天其实我们有看到东玄是拿了3把红蝶，因为红蝶在这个版本是有一些改动的。教练跟我们分析一下，觉得红蝶在当前版本的一些作用和运用吧。
红蝶
Just saying that, like, why choosing Geisha 3 times? What do you think about the usefulness? Like, oh yeah, yeah, it served the purpose at the very end.
发挥的真的是完美2个字，是这样吗？好，那也是非常的果敢嘛。今天在第4局的时候，求生者那边也很关键，因为在最后也是感觉是有点差点要被对面3抓，但是你们运营回来了，拿到这样一个平局，是给后面
you almost got a
你跟我们分析一下，
3 kill, but finally the survivor of Dou managed to get a
当
draw.
时就想让
What do
越
you think
界多
happened?
拖久一点，之后让波波去那边摸人，之后达到一个3人的运营状态。
就是细节嘛，而且哇，今天真的非常不容易，打到现在大家应该都已经很疲惫了。那也聊点轻松的吧，今天就是大家应该已经看到了，旁边的这位阿空空教练他的这个发色有一点不太一样，先给大家讲一讲这是什么颜色。
这是
仙女色。
哦，仙女色就重新定义这个颜色。喂，上戏你评价一下这个教练的这个新发色，怎么样？已经开始笑了。
很亮，很亮，
很亮，就是今天你知道吗？你上台的时候，就是那个光打在你身上的时候，有点那个天使的那个感觉啦，就是跟你的名字很像啊，还是很好看的。那接下来也是还有比赛要去面对嘛？你们觉得
He just said that he looks very good when you come out on stage, look like the angel. Huh.
加油吧！拿个冠军。
我觉得如果说按照你们今天这个状态，我觉得是不成问题的。那西总呢？
based on the performance there, I think there should be a problem.
加油加油！好的，那也是感谢2位来到我们的赛后采访环节，也是在
Thank you so much for coming. And Manny, why are you not wearing a mask?
恭喜今天获胜的4支队伍 SD、AG、GG 和斗武。现在让我们把镜头交还给解说席。
Yeah, just passing the camera back. Thank
to
you.
Us.
Yeah, to us. Hello. Oh, hi.
Oh, hello.
Hey, at least you guys have a sofa, man. Oh my god.
Yo, we have a background. We have a cool background. Look at that. Oh, but wow, again, all smiles on the side of Dou. Again, congratulations, leading the pack now. I'm pretty sure we're going to see the schedule as well as the leaderboard before we close things out. But yeah, I think that their performance so far definitely one to be praised. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the schedules. Congratulations to ACT, AG, GG, and Dou for winning today. And also, you know what, the last match, really taking things to the limit. Shout outs to Prod, powering through and soldiering on. And shout outs to everyone still watching. But here we have the rankings. As you said, Dou leading the pack now. GR and GG tied up 2-2, as well as Wolves and AG. One has to break. SST, though, leading the pack here. They will be going up against MRC tomorrow, so that's going to be a great match to be watching.
Yeah, definitely very, very intense. I'm just looking forward to the remaining 2 days, the 20th and 21st. But one thing is for sure, Dou, GR, Wolves, and SST definitely the top at the pack set right now, has never failed to disappoint us. But looking at tomorrow's matchup, MRC versus SST. First game tomorrow, and the second game, pew!
It's Scars versus BL, B4U versus Weibo Gaming, and GH versus FPX.ZQ.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I had that up. I don't have photographic memory, so I just yeah, I'm not good. But Nell, yeah, we finally reached the final part of this day. Any last words you want to give? Any shout outs you want to give out?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, guys. It's been always an honor casting with Posh here. Thank you so much, Posh. And it's been an honor just casting in COA. I'm just a normal player, starting out as a very, very normal player. Even I'm playing very normally now. But thank you for recognizing. Thank you for recognizing our passion for this game and just giving us an opportunity to cast in this big stage, such a grand stage, and for being so positive and just showing so much love. And you know what, we're just so happy. That's why we are pulling out the chats all the time, simply because we know that it's gonna be so good.
Oh yeah, and you know, shout outs to also the encouragement and also the other positive notes in the chat. But ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be us here in the casting desk. Let's throw it to some highlights. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.
硬汉呢？也贴墙了吗？用兵依旧。 我救开了，我卡血救吗？卡血救，卡死救。
有点。你们谁要一救他吗？
没扛到。
他有球吗？
没了。
谁要一救吗？一定要他搏命，是不
是？一下有可能2下，
需要时间。
虫子只有1下不过。
哎呀，死了，搏不到。我被。
你卡着呗，能卡着吗？
哎，能开吗？
开不了。开不了。再修。救闪呗。
我能救一下吗？
别死单板，别死单板。
不考虑。ごめん。
まあ。いいよ。
もう入って。ボケろ。俺開ける。オッケー。
分けでいい。オッケー。你们得按那个。
这边其实就来扛刀，有机会过。二阶的。
救不下来。
没事。
用兵去哪？
我开小门。
几秒开道门？
有1刀吗？
闪交了，有一刀。
那我不能开大门了，
全部はもう麻酔。
あと3枚。
今集中してから黙ってみんな。ああ、来ました。まあ。
接闪。还有7秒，6、80。
别说就压死，得希望，死了。OK。可以走了，要走吗？
等，你们接走，走。
快！
跑！我们能走。右边还要5秒。
你们暂时不用走，在门里面等着就行，不知道。哎，
你别。
接走。
我一个人捅洞。打了2个洞。
哎呀，他闪了呀。
就这样。
OK。打到了。
我丢个土。
今天保大火，今天这个闪现差不多了。
没事。
你大门。
撞晕了，06，控制。
切闪了，他切闪了。
在哪？
在厂房里面。
骗鸟，可以。
预判了。OK。后端边区，我的线头在4格占了电机啊，我拉走了。
但一定要接下来。他想逼他救，可以救。
能救。
佣兵要左右救佣兵。本条线没什么用效。地下室中场，我弹簧点大门。我看他能不能爬出去。交了，金针交了，他不然叫挂不他们。
没关系，快，救！
我能救。
Strength to come back from the end of the road. This is your time, you're standing tall, you're electrified. You seize the moment, feel it coming, we are unified. When you believe you win this fight, let this moment shine, it's time to rise. Do you feel alive? We are giants.